Trying for a jump initiation, but the immediate reaction here with the Yules looking for the stomp, the roar onto Kaka. Moon's got a TP in. We'll see what they can do here. Throwing out the stone onto Moon. Miracle at the same time, popping the BKB. They've taken down Toronto. This is ropes on the backlines though. How? Kills Crit. Moon in trouble. The Osprey will come out but fly with the ultimate. Takes down How. Moon to fall as well. He's dead for 110 seconds. There's a buyback on How, but now OG, they've got the space to move into the Roshan pit. OG at this point looking in a very comfortable position. How can NEWBEE stop this? They'll get off the lasso, bring in Notail back. They manage to catch him in the standing slot, so no BKB for the man with the Osprey. Kaka's gone! 2 dead! Notail pops the BKB now with Miracle. They'll just punch into the racks. Miracle forcing back NEWBEE to the base. Sunstrike onto Hal. And GG is called. OG will be your first grand finalist here at the Manila Major.
Man, he's healing himself up, but Mind Control's now going to be caught underneath the smoke screen. They try and get the silence out, but Aggressive gets off the Dark Pact as well as his ultimate starts going to town. Hard taking out the Life Stealer, goes for Fada next. TP away, not in time, and oh my god! 3 down, LGD go for the 4th, and Kuro, that's going to be full 5-man wipe just like that. But he gets him in the end. A Thunder Strike from Jerix finishes off the big carry of LGD. 2 minutes down, and Liquid will slowly right-click their way to victory here on the main stage. Lower Bracket Kings, it seems, is now that title is passed over to Liquid as they've made their way from the beginning.
Some fantastic action from day 5. We're hoping for more of the same on our Championship Sunday here at the Manila Major. Time now to introduce you to our panel. We've got 3 fine gentlemen who are waiting to bring you all the information you need to enjoy our first match of the day. It is the lower bracket. Nahaz is with us, Winter and Black all rejoining us. Good morning, gents. How you all doing? Everyone good? Excited for finals day?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Has been a great tournament, Naz, and
absolutely amazing.
I find the interesting part of the last 3 teams left in this is that we've got 2 of them searching for their first ever, or to become the first ever, double champion of a Valve event.
Yeah, plenty of history to be made today. How trying for his 73rd win all-time at a Valve event, break a tie with Universe to get into that top 5. Kuro trying to become only the 3rd Western player to win 70 games at Valve events behind only Puppy and Universe. And these 2 teams, my favorite thing about all of our matchups today, all 3 of these teams understand each other's play style perhaps better than anyone else in the scene right now. We're going to see lots of strategy. We're going to see lots of big plays. It's going to be a great day at Dota.
Yeah, absolutely. Winter, are you as hyped as Alan is right now?
I mean,
try. The bow ties come out, which I'm really impressed about.
I'll try to be as hyped as him, but you know, with the stats, I can't be as hyped.
Okay, Black, you've played in some of these championship days. You've enjoyed ESL 1. I remember back in the day, you won that time. What do players do on the morning of the championship day? Are they nervous? Are they worried? Are they thinking about all the things they've done wrong in the tournament? How do they cope with the finals day?
Well, I think if you're really new to it, you are going to be nervous, but Liquid, they're like old school, newbies, old school, they won't be nervous over that. They're probably just like, took their breakfast, like, give me a coffee, you know.
Pretty chilled?
Yeah, just like another day at the office for them.
Really? You think it's that easy?
Well, it really becomes that easy with time.
Because you've practiced it and you've done it
before. At first they're really nervous, but the more you play, the less nervous you get.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about our first matchup of the day. We've only got 2 series today, but we're going to enjoy them immensely. There's a best of 3 lower bracket final and a best of 5 grand final. We'll focus on the lower bracket right now, Alan. These 2 teams are world-class teams, have shown that throughout the tournament.
Yeah, really contrasting play styles, but both statistically the most dominant teams of the tournament in their own way. Liquid over 2,300 team GPM here on the main stage, more than 150 head of the next closest team, and of course NEWBEE 5.7 KAD for the tournament as a team, only team over 5.0 here. Their games when they've won have looked amazing.
And Winter, the lower bracket is filled with Team Liquid 2-0s. They've been amazing. I think Capitalist called them yesterday the kings of the lower bracket, and they really have been, haven't they?
Yeah, ever since they dropped down, we talked about the series that they lost. They tried to adjust too much, and they were back to their old selves. When they dropped down to the losers bracket, they were just drafting everything they were really confident and comfortable with. And they looked really, really good in the lower brackets. Yeah,
NEWBEE hadn't lost more than 1 game, and that was to DC in the first round of the upper bracket until they faced OG. Went 1-0 up, and everyone just went, oh, well, NEWBEE just roll this then, right? And OG comes storming back. What has that done, do you think, to NEWBEE's confidence?
I think they must be feeling pretty nervous now because OG definitely figured them out in game 2. Game 3 was a lot closer than it should have been.
Yeah.
Like OG had a huge advantage and they just messed up a little at the end, but then took it home anyways. But you know, NEWBEE they've shown a lot of weaknesses, while Liquid seem to be like pretty, you know, they seem to be unbeatable in the lower brackets. So a lot harder now, and ever since then, they've been so much more solid.
Yeah. You have to like what they've done. I mean, 8-0 in the lower bracket. They played 17 different heroes in their first 4 games, 16 different heroes in the 4 most recent games. Mixed it up very nicely, but been just tremendously efficient as a team.
Yeah, in terms of the way that NEWBEE came into this, having come off the back of the defeat to Liquid at Epicenter, is that going to be in the back of their minds?
I think so, but the meta has changed a lot since then. If only because of one hero, right? Lifestealer was only picked one time in 5 games in that final 5-game series at Epicenter. He's been 13-2 on the main stage here at this event. That one hero has been enough to shift the meta completely.
Okay, let's take a look at the rankings as well. At the start of the tournament, nearly 3 weeks ago, we asked all of the analysts to put their teams in order of all 16. We also asked the community to do so, which they voted in their thousands. These are the lineups right now, and I have to tell you right now,
We lost.
you lost, guys. The community have the votes 1, 2, and 3, whereas the English talent went heavily in on Wings, all in on Wings almost, and they went out in the lower bracket round 1. So community wins, Alan. What does that say? Is Reddit right more often than you now? Is that
Come now, Paul. I have been saying for a couple of months now that I had the top 3 as Liquid, OG, and NEWBEE.
Okay.
I think those 3 teams.
So you're with the community, Winter.
Yeah, I think that those 3 teams are, in my mind, the strongest. And Wings, I would actually place number 4 because I think they are definitely the dark horse compared to the other 3. So
Okay.
I would agree with the committee too.
Okay, Black, did you have those 3 in the top 3? Be honest now, I can
No,
check.
I had them in the top 4. I had Wings in the top 2, I think,
Yeah.
because I thought, I just wanted to give them a lot of credit because they've been playing really well. They've always mixed it up when they needed to. You know, it's also a weakness. If you mix it up too much, you mix yourself up, and then.
You thought we were going to have another Manila bit of magic from Wings after the first time
Yeah,
they were here.
but we didn't. They took all the magic by then already.
Yeah, okay. So it's very interesting though, Alan, isn't it, how the community have come out top 3. Reddit now is though, Reddit, we did it! Reddit, we did it! Gonna be full of the memes.
Well, look, I think there is something to be said. You know, stats don't lie, but there is something to be said for the eye test. You watch these 3 teams play over the last couple of months, particularly at Epicenter. You watched OG handle Na'Vi in Dream League, and these 3 teams are the best 3 in Dota right now.
Okay, also on the prediction side of things, there are only 2 of you left in the running now to win the prediction game. It's yourself and Fogged.
Oh yeah, on the
Yeah,
panel.
so Fogged has 75%, you have 77.78. I'm being precise because I know how much you prefer the stats. These 2 around are the running. I don't think we should really talk about the predictions for you two. Black hasn't been too far. Black hasn't been too far away, but I have to give credits to you, Winter, because you've nearly always gone for the underdog, which means that inevitably you've ended up behind me.
The man for the people.
Well, he's repped his SEA guys. I mean, you can't give him stuff for that.
No, he's repping your boys, so we'll ignore that. Black, you're on 69.2%, so you're not too far away. But unfortunately, with only 2 series left, you can't catch up.
I trusted him at the start twice, and I never did it again.
And that was where you went wrong.
I trusted you, and I went wrong.
Twice, and those 2 times I lost. I was so sad about that.
I see a lot of finger pointing going on here, Paul.
Yeah. Lot of it. Is this how you 2 played together as well?
We did. When we played pubs, it was always like his fault.
Was it?
Yeah, I'm carrying, he's supporting,
Right.
he just lets me die.
That's terrible. Did he not let you just farm?
I don't know what he thought. It was impossible.
Awful.
He took all my farm.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does that. He does that a lot.
I took 1 kill, and I was reported every time.
Crowd are getting ready, of course, as well. We're not too far away from our first series of the day. Let's just wrap up on NEWBEE versus Liquid. In terms of how it's going to go, what are you expecting from the teams in a best of 3?
I think the most important element, and I think we'll get to this as we talk about the drafts and go deeper into these teams, but I think Liquid understands how important it is to bring pressure on the enemy supports, and that's one thing that you absolutely have to do against NEWBEE. NEWBEE with under-leveled supports is not NEWBEE, but so many teams have let Kaka and Chuan just play super greedy in these games.
Okay. Winter? What are your thoughts on the matchup as a whole?
I think I agree with Alan. I think the two supports, when they roam, like they will pick two greedy supports in some games, and they get their farm and experience through roaming. Like they kill you. So I think it's very important not to allow that to happen when they pick very, very greedy supports.
Yeah, we talked about the epicenter stuff impacting on NEWBEE, but likewise, does it affect Liquid, do you think, in their mentality and their psyches? That we've already beaten these guys, we know how to win.
I mean, I'm sure that they think they can beat everybody. And at this point, it's not really the same as Epicenter anymore. It shifted away from that quite a lot. So it's a completely new game, but I'm sure they're very confident, and they're like, yeah, we can take this, probably 2-0.
Right, okay. Well, thanks to all three of you. We're going to get more from all three of our panelists very shortly, but we do need two new teams to the stadium, and I know you've made a lot of noise. The crowd have been fantastic all week, so please give it up for our lower bracket finalists.
Liquid.
The ultimate mid-game brawlers, ruthless to the core. They are one of the biggest winners of the Chinese reshuffle. Their undefeated path of destruction in the qualifiers led them here. With a phenomenal record and 3 TI winners, Hao, Mu, and Schwan, they will masterfully capitalize on any single mistake with jaw-dropping precision. Welcome on stage, NEWBEE! Silent but deadly, much like their team captain Kuroki, this is a squad of reserved players with a formidable playstyle. Hyper-aggressive against even the stiffest opposition, they overwhelm their enemies. They are the European team of the moment. They come to Manila on the back of 3 consecutive grand finals. They are the definition of all for one and one for all. Welcome on stage, Team Liquid!
Here we go then, lower bracket final time. Liquid on the verge of trying to get back to the grand final they expected to get to at the start of this tournament. NEWBEE likewise also gunning for the top 2 spots. Let's break it down with our panel once more. Alan, we'll start with NEWBEE. In terms of the tournament they've had, in isolation before the OG game, you'd have to have said they were probably the favourites after what we'd seen.
Statistically, they're still the most dominant team at the tournament. They have just been absolutely rock solid. They have 4 out of the top 8 individual player KDAs in the tournament. They're averaging only 13.25 deaths as a team per game. That's 4 less than any other team. This team, when they've won, have just looked like a well-oiled machine. But again, you have to ask, did OG show us the blueprint yesterday for how to beat NEWBEE?
What do you think, boys?
I think they did, though. Like in the 3 games, we saw them focusing heavily on shutting down KP, which is their offlaner, and they dedicated all their supports in the early game just to make sure that he doesn't jungle very well, because he usually, when he doesn't get lane, farm in the lane, he jungles very often. So those 2 supports basically shut him down very, very badly in that series.
In terms of weak links, what would Liquid look to exploit in the team?
I don't really think you can say weak links, but like...
Yeah, three TI winners in this team as well.
The problem with NEWBEE is their offlane is really greedy and the two supports are really greedy, and I think Liquid will really punish them for that. They always punish greedy supports, and we have seen it in eHome. Kaka was always a really greedy support. He always made it work. Chuan as well, of course. And those two together, if they get the space and farm, they will make it work. But I don't think Liquid will give them that space.
Yeah, they get away with it largely because they have this just incredibly efficient set of early game rotations where one of the two supports in KP, when they're dire, will control the entire right side of the map during the early game. They'll threaten mid, they'll threaten the safe lane, and as a result, Mu and Hao just get uncontested farm a lot of the time in the early game.
Okay. Well, one of the players that has a lot of national pride resting on his shoulders right now is the Australian. Yes, that's right, in a Chinese team. Unusual, perhaps, but the man himself, KP, was caught up by Sir Action Slacks earlier in the tournament.
So we're here with Kai P. Welcome to the couch, my man. How you doing? From NEWBEE. I mean, that's got a ring to it. Kai
I'm doing
P.
great. How are you?
Yeah, it's good. I'm doing great too. Thank you. No one's ever asked before, so what a gentleman you are. So if I understand correctly, you were born in Australia, you know, and you're on this Chinese team, just destroying everybody. What's that like? Give me a little bit of insider scoop of the Chinese scene.
To be honest, I feel really lucky to be in this Chinese team because not many people have done it before. Like, for example, Black once did it.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, it just feels good.
Yeah.
And I feel really lucky, yeah.
So what's it like? I mean, everybody else on the team is speaking Chinese, right? And are you fluent in Chinese as well, or?
I'm decent in Chinese, but in game, I'm pretty much like 100% almost.
Wow.
It's just a bit like outside of game, sometimes I just don't understand what they're saying. Like,
of course.
The more complicated words.
Well, of course, in game, you guys have really good communication because you've been crushing it. I mean, 2-0ing almost everybody beneath you. And I mean, I don't know if you can share it, but what is the secret of NEWBEE? How are you doing this? Just killing everybody in every tournament.
I think our strength is just sort of like the CDC of TI5, where we have these few styles and we just kind of like perfect it. Yeah.
All right, that was a very broad answer. That's a smart answer. So don't tell anybody your secrets, I guess. All right, in the last tournament you guys were at, Epicenter, you did the same thing. It was just 2-0s, everybody wrecking. You're starting to look like the same thing at the Manila Major. But what's different is you lost at the last one, second place. How are you gonna make sure that doesn't happen again this time?
We just have to make sure Liquid doesn't get to the finals.
Yeah, no, I mean, come on, you guys can face Liquid, right? You can take them down.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
Okay.
Jerax is really bad.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'm looking for. Nice. All right, so question for you. In your last matches, you have played almost a different hero every single match for like the last 15 matches. I think you played Faceless Void twice, and that was it.
Yeah.
How did you learn to have such a diverse hero pool? Where did that come from?
I guess if you just play a lot of Dota, you just gradually like play all the heroes. And I guess I'm the type of player who likes to try out a lot of different heroes. I don't know. I just find it fun playing a lot of different heroes.
Yeah. How long have you been playing Dota, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't remember, but probably like close to 10 years.
Okay, yeah, when you don't remember, it's been a while. That's a lot of Dota. So there you go. Cool, man. So last question for you, I believe. Down here, coming into this major, you guys have everybody looking out for you. The Chinese teams are all like, NEWBEE, though, that's the team to beat. Is there any team out there that you're like, this is the team to beat, I'm looking out for it? I think you might have already mentioned it, but...
Probably just Liquid.
Liquid,
Yeah.
okay.
But we have confidence to beat them if we face again.
Cool. Is there anybody else from any other region that you're like, if we go against them?
I still think OG is strong, even though we beat them 2-0, but yeah, I think they're still strong.
Yeah, so, definitely a team to look out for, huh?
And obviously, like the other Chinese teams, there's like this rivalry going on.
Oh, yeah. Tell me a little bit more about that. The rivalry.
I guess we're just Chinese teams, and we like really often play each other in like other tournaments. So I guess just nobody wants to lose to the other.
Right.
Type of thing, yeah.
So it's like a respect thing. I mean, every time somebody loses, they're like, all right, I'm gunning for you next time. Well, you got a lot of guys going out for NEWBEE then, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we'll see if they're able to catch up with you and if you will be able to defend yourselves. But keep doing what you're doing because you guys are doing amazing so far at the Major. So congratulations there, and we hope to see some more from NEWBEE coming up soon. So thanks for watching the Manila Major. We'll see you in a little bit.
Thank you.
KP in fine form there and representing his home country, of course, Australia, with a hope that they can get a man into the grand finals here at the Manila Major. Alan, very interesting that he's gone into this team and it's a different nationality, particularly the Chinese. Black's done it once before, obviously we'll talk to him in a minute about that, but how do you think he copes with that in the way that he's gone into a team of superstars, having only really been exposed to E-Home and MVP before that?
I mean, this is going to be the most obvious answer in the history of panels, but you just be really freaking good. And he's been really freaking good since he joined this team. He's played 5 different heroes in his last 5 games. He's played Hard Farmers, the Naga Siren, and the Radiance Lifestealer. He's played Initiators on the Tide Hunter and the Bat Rider. He gives them so many different looks, and they're able to play around him in the mid-game in many different ways.
Black, he played on Vichy, obviously, in China, and played with Chinese players, some world-class Chinese players. What is the difference for you? Not just language, but I don't know, how's your Mandarin right now? Is it all right still?
I'm still speaking a bit. It's still okay.
It's still okay. But I mean, obviously language barrier is the first issue and you have to get over that. But I would imagine that you start to learn the calls in game pretty quickly. KP said he's 100% when he's in game. But there's also the mentality. It's a very different way of playing.
It is very difficult at first because everything is different culture, people treat you differently. It's just everything is different, obviously, and the more you stay there, obviously. Like I was his coach and MVP as well, and he was not very good at Chinese back then, although he has Chinese parents.
Yeah.
But in Australia, the main language is English, not Chinese. And then he told me one day, "Hey, Black, what do you think about me going to China?" I'm like, I encouraged him because I did it myself. And I found huge success. So I was like, if you really think, you have the mindset to do it because you really need the right mindset. You need to be able to study a lot of Chinese, obviously, and you need to be able to cope with like a different culture. Obviously, he meshed in there very well, and I don't know, I'm impressed by him.
Do you think he's improved as a player as a result of going out to play in China?
Oh, definitely. As soon as you arrive in China, like just the amount of training you have, it will automatically improve you.
Practices as well. Winter, what do you make of his progress so far?
I think it gives you a much better mentality, much more focus, because when you're away from your comfort zone, you kind of have to just focus on Dota, because if you're playing from home or playing from somewhere you're from, you might go to party like weekends and whatnot, but when you're abroad, you don't get to do that. You just play the game. So I think that it's much better to have a much more focused mentality towards the game, and it gives you much more success, I feel.
Like you basically sacrifice everything you have for Dota at the time, because your family's not there, your friends aren't there, you have to make new friends, and that's how it is pretty much.
Yeah,
everything for Dota.
Yeah, well, absolutely, and he seems pretty happy with how it's all gone as well. Yeah. Let's move on to Team Liquid now. They were the ultimate favourites coming into this. Everyone said, bar none, well actually bar some action slacks who said DC would win, but we know why. Every one of the analysts pretty much had Liquid at the top of the pile. What makes them the favourites? What makes them still one of the favourites?
Well, I've said this before on the panels that they play Dota so efficiently, they're getting good trades around the map. It's hard to find a weakness in what they do. They always have a plan to win. They're going to pick these lineups that scale fairly well. They'll have a plan to take map control during the mid game and exploit that advantage, but they're always going to be okay if the game goes late.
I mean, these 3 teams we have today are all very efficient, honestly. But if you talk about greed, NEWBEE is definitely the greediest among these 3 teams. And they're very good at utilizing their farm, spreading up the farm towards the more important heroes. That's why they're top 3 here.
Yeah.
I would say that they are definitely the greediest in the sense of picking greedier heroes and trying to get more out of the map in terms of farm. But they make up for that by being extremely aggressive early. I was talking to PyCat about this last night, and he said, you know, you look at their drafts, and it looks like they're going to be playing a more passive early game. It looks like they're going to be sitting back trying to farm, but you're always feeling pressured when you're playing against them.
Like, offense is the best defense, right?
Exactly.
Like if you can't be offensive, they'll just run you over. And one thing I really like about Liquid, out of all of those three teams, is we said the announcer voice, the intro voice there, one for all for one, and that's exactly what they're doing. Their supports are getting so much farm every game. The carry just goes and becomes like a really active role, while the support just farms his core item, and then they keep rotating around. Just everybody has a lot of farm. We saw the 6-star Disruptor yesterday. That was like the prime example of that, and that's the reason why they never have anyone who like lags behind. And at OG we have four people farming a lot, and then usually Fly being very poor. But Liquid doesn't have that. They're all very farmed all of the time.
So what you're saying, Black, is that finally there was a support game that met with your approval yesterday?
Yes.
Come on, he got a Midas that game, and
Yeah,
it was great. The Midas was great that game.
It was like the best pickup ever. I saw it, I was like, so much gold.
He knew that it was like going to go for a very, very long game.
Yeah.
So getting the Midas is definitely a very good option there.
Yeah, especially in that game. They had an Alchemist. He just went Refresher first. And that was sick.
But it's also what I'm saying about Liquid. They always have a backup plan. It just feels like whatever the game state, they're always going to give themselves some chance to win. And when you look at these tournaments, there are lots of games. Teams are going to see lots of different looks. I think it's really important. You're going to be down. These are really good teams. You always have to give yourself a chance to be in the game.
Yeah, Liquid is like the most all-rounded among the three teams. Their draft, their strategies, they are very, very good at all stages of the game. Then, yet again, very good at spreading their farm. Like, no one is poor, like what Black mentioned.
I like to compare them a bit to LGD because they're really cautious when they have to be, but LGD sometimes is too cautious, while Liquid will just seize the opportunity and just go for it, and they know when to do it.
Yeah, going back to that, being too cautious is like one of the reasons that they actually lost, I think, the second game, where there was a few moments where we were watching the game, we thought, why wouldn't they go for more when the enemy is like there were 2-3 heroes dead, and they were like backing off, maybe fearing of buyback, and they weren't even trying to force the buyback. They just got what they wanted, they back off, they didn't try to get more. Whereas maybe another team like Liquid, they would probably push for the advantage and get more.
Would punish a team.
You really need that like balance. You have to be cautious, you have to respect the opponent, but you can't respect him too much, because else you will miss out on opportunities.
Yeah, that's like LGD's, I think, main weakness in this tournament.
But let's not forget, though, that LGD is still relatively early in their development as a team compared to the other two. Liquid's been together a little bit longer. That's why I think all four of these teams are. I mean, if you're looking at the teams that finished top 4 here, I think if you don't have any one of them in your TI top 6, you're nuts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
They're extremely strong.
Let's focus on one of the primary matchups. Alan, you believe the offlane is critical in this game.
I mean, how could you not after last night? One of the stories of the tournament, as I said on the panel last night, is will the real M God please stand up? We saw Maybe go out last night. We saw Move versus Miracle in an incredibly tight series yesterday. A stat that I just saw for the first time: Miracle has actually been involved in 84% of his team's kills in this tournament. Are you kidding me? But Liquid, they don't just have one, they have 2 of them, Mind Control and Matumament, and last night, Mind Control absolutely carried that game. The Manila Massacre, a 4-man ravage that got Jerax that early ultra kill. Unbelievable play of the tournament easily.
Yeah, it's going to be in the highlight reels for many, many years to come, that's for sure. In terms of how you assess the offlane, how do you look at it, Winter? Is it the key matchup?
It is a very, very important matchup, especially NEWBEE, like I talked about it like moments ago, where if you shut down Kaipi, they're going to have a very tough time, because they play a very greedy tri-core, and they try to make up for it by rotating Tron mostly on the Lion before he gets his dagger, or sometimes Hao will be really, really active in helping make space so Kaipi gets farm. In the games that he struggled yesterday, Kaipi didn't get the jungle because they had a Spectre Alchemist, and his early game was so bad that his dagger came like at minute 20. So I think that is a very, very important thing to note, that for NEWBEE, they cannot sack Kaipi too much in their games.
I feel the strength of Mind Control really is he can play from behind. When he's really poor, he's still amazing. When he's really rich, he carries his team. And I don't know, like, what do you do against him? You have 3 heroes there shutting him down, while the rest, then you have Matumba Man just going crazy around the map. then you don't shut him down. Then you have him on this timber, so he just like makes so much space for your team. He goes like 1-on-5, and it's just so hard to play against that guy.
He's like the utility offlane, but Kaipi is more of like a carry type of offlane. Like they are different.
We see with the Naga Siren and stuff. Yeah.
No, I mean, that's why I really wanted to talk about this as the defining matchup because of the contrast in styles. But, I mean, you guys just made, both of you, home run points there, okay? Winter, when you talk about support item timings, like, we've seen this for years out of the top Chinese supports. We've seen it from MMY. We've seen it from Tron in this tournament, that they're able to manufacture these blink daggers on their Lions out of just thin air.
Yeah, they're two of the best Lion players, I think, for the tournament. And not because they get blinks at a very good timing, but because of the amount of work they do for their team before they get the blink, which is very, very good for like a team that's running greedy supports like NEWBEE, because their supports get stuff done before their item timings.
And then let me address Black's point too. We've talked about how Liquid has mixed up their hero picks over their run through the losers bracket. The exception to that has been Mind Control. He's played 5 out of 8 losers bracket games on that Slardar, and he's typically been under-farmed, but still contributed hugely in these fights.
Okay, time for predictions, because players are in the lobby and we're almost ready for the draft. So time to put your neck on the line and the chance of a championship for yourself, Alan, here.
All right.
Need to get this one right.
You know, again, I talked about it. The numbers throughout the tournament favor NEWBEE. They've been the most efficient team. But you know what? For a match like this, the stats, they go out the window. Liquid, 2-1.
Okay, the stats are gone. Winter.
I'm going to go for Liquid here because I think that among these 3 teams, they are the team that has the most drive because they haven't won a Valve event, and I think we'll have a new winner this time.
Okay.
After this event, Liquid will be known as the deniers of legends.
Right.
They will win this game. And the final.
Nothing to do with having 2 of your German friends in the team.
Nothing at all.
I'm sure nothing at all, yeah?
Nothing at all.
Totally unbiased panel here, guys.
Absolutely. 3 out of 3 for Team Liquid. In terms of the panel, let's find out from social media what they make of this particular matchup. We're not expecting it to be too one-sided, although inevitably Twitch has gone the other way, 65-35 in favour of Team Liquid. It's even higher on Twitter though, Team Liquid 67-33 over NEWBEE. No real surprise, we've mentioned this before.
The Chinese teams, yeah.
Chinese teams suffer a little bit on Twitter and Twitch, so we should just take that with a pinch of salt, I think. But nevertheless, it pretty much is all of you sticking your guns. From the start of this tournament, everyone was saying Liquid wins. The tournament, you're all sticking with them still.
I think, for me, it's going to be like 55-45 maybe, but those 5% in-game, they mean so much. Like it can just be from A to B, it can be like so much, and they can completely outplay the opponent and completely run them over as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so close that because Liquid hasn't won a Valve event, it gives them that extra motivation, that extra drive to actually go further.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I don't think any of these 3 teams today are lacking for motivation. I just feel like if there's any team that understands what NEWBEE is going to do, I think it's Liquid. I think they're going to bring pressure against those supports. They're going to be able to deny KP his farm.
Okay, draft is moments away, so let's start talking about draft number 1. We always say this with the best of 3s. Game 1, is it experimentation time or is it standard time?
No
at this point in the tour, you've kind of shown what you've got, haven't you? Is there any more tricks up the sleeve from Kuroki, do you think?
I'm not gonna. When you ask, are there any more tricks up Kuroki's sleeve? I don't think you can ever confidently answer no.
Okay, we're into draft number 1, and Lifestealer banned away, as we've been seeing for the last 2 or 3 days here at the main event in particular. Beastmaster and Jerax's Earth Spirit has also gone, and they've gone for Chuan's Lion. So there's some respect here already in the band.
And we see the
NEWBEE going to take away the Slaughter. Sorry.
They ran it confidently themselves too, and we've spoken about it already. Slaughter right now, he's just so strong. He has everything you need in a team, and it's definitely worth the first pick, especially because you block pick it from Liquid too.
Do you think that this is going to be a KP Slaughter?
I have not. I have not seen how run it. So most likely. I think they will run it with like another hard carry of how.
How about you? How about the Lycan here? Do you think Liquid would snag up the Lycan?
I'm surprised it's left. Right. That I think NEWBEE got burned by the
right
center finals, and they banned it on previous games. And we're going to see another mind control Tide Hunter.
Why not?
Tide Lycan for them has been super good. They rarely lost with it, if at all, and they're both on their most comfortable heroes right now.
Like the idea behind the opening picks from Liquid here, basically they're on Dire, they're going for Lycan. they want to secure the objectives. They go for a big AoE right away, like so with the Tide.
When you have Lycan and Tide, you go into the Roche pit with a Lycan, you invite the enemy team to come, and then it will just ravage them. And it's impossible to fight into, unless you're ahead.
Yeah, unless you're ahead.
Yeah.
Just a small point as well, because this has played quite a dramatic role in the outcome of some of the games at the Manila Major. Selection priority went to NEWBEE. They took first pick. Liquid chose Dire.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
that's
can see
not
why.
a surprise.
Yeah,
Right?
I mean,
we can
it's
see why.
first pick or Dire. I think it's pretty much very straightforward now. Like most of the teams would either choose one of those two. I think some teams like OG might prefer second pick, but most of the other teams would want first pick here.
A little bit unusual that it was the team with second pick that banned the Lifestealer here.
Yeah. Going back for the DP, I was actually a bit worried for Liquid because Timbersaw would have been an amazing pick here, but they choose to go for the DP instead. DP Slaughter together, one of the best combos in the game.
Isn't DP the hero that has one of the highest win rate here?
Yeah, DP and Lifestealer.
It's actually not that.
She was I believe 7-1 in the group stages, but she's been just around 500 here in the main stage.
Still 66.67 over the entire tournament.
Still pretty good.
Still very
Very good. Second highest of all of the top 20 most picked. Only Lifestealer ahead with 70.6.
And
So-
what he's done on the main stage has
Yeah.
just been
Yeah,
sickening.
it has.
Yep.
Yeah.
When was the last time when we see an opening draft? 4 heroes pick, no
Four
support.
cores.
Yeah,
Yeah,
4
four
cores right
That's
away.
very
Yeah.
unusual, especially for these two teams. They tend to prioritize their 4 picks.
Yeah, you always want to like secure your supports because they don't really show what you want to do. But
Flexible.
both teams already shown like we want to go all out right from the start. Liquid wants to put on pressure,
And-
take objectives.
And notice, despite 4 cores being the opening, it's been 2 core. It's all core bans so far, second phase.
Yeah.
Right? They're going to ban out the How Weaver and Sven, and we're going to take away the Fata Dragon Knight. Can't argue with that.
What else are we going to ban for Fata though? What does he really like? There's an Alchemist, but
Yeah.
Slaughter DP is really good against Alchemist. So I wouldn't be surprised if they go away from that. But Fata didn't really play that many different heroes. Like he played DP, played DK,
Dragon Knight.
he played Alchemist.
Yeah, those are the 3 heroes that he plays.
He mainly plays, yeah.
They've thrown in a Razor pick or two over the course of the tournament. And that's a hero that he was known for. Really had an amazing run on that hero at the end of last year.
Yeah, also played at the epicenter as well.
Yeah, he did. But it's not that good in this game though, I think. Against DP in general, it doesn't do poorly.
You can't stand next to her and drain damage because you have
because
to
she
run
will drain
away.
you. Yeah, exactly.
You have to run away. That's why
If
it's
you
not
get
so
amp
good.
damage and the exorcism hits you, you're dead right
And
away.
They're going to take out the Bounty Hunter.
Yeah.
Not a surprise after what we saw Liquid do in the final game last night with that BH. A little bit surprising that Liquid has left Phoenix in the pool here for NEWBEE. That's Kaka's best hero.
Kaka wants to get his hands on that for sure. Especially with those 2 heroes, it's going to be an amazing team fight for them.
I mean,
And also the Disruptor still on board.
Disruptor. Everything is still there because they chose to ban most of the cores away in the second phase. So all the premier like supports with heavy team fight are still there.
I would love a Disruptor here. I spoke about it yesterday. Disruptor against Slaughter is so good. He always wants to dart in and out, but then just
And they're
flips
going to
him
take
back.
away the Phoenix. That's why
Or
they
they
didn't
steal
ban it.
from-
Okay.
I have the Phoenix for Jarix instead. And NEWBEE doesn't have any good egg killers yet.
True.
Lifestealer's banned, Weaver's banned.
With the carry,
I mean, Ursa might be possible. Ursa is really good against all 3 of Liquid's heroes right now, but I have not seen how run an Ursa
Ursa
yet.
clings a Juggernaut. Like Juggernaut is still pretty good versus the egg.
I think Liquid have run an Ursa, haven't they?
Yeah, Liquid have, yeah, but not NEWBEE.
Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
Winter Wyvern.
All right.
Oh, this is really good versus
I love it against Lycan.
Necrobook heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aura heroes.
You ult the Lycan, he's just gonna vaporize. He's gonna kill himself like instantly.
And not only that, like it's the core embrace to protect the DP.
Yeah.
We always mention when you pick DP, you need a defensive support. Dazzle, Oracle, Venge, and Wyvern is also really good.
And it's really good against Tai too because it's one of the few ultimates that actually completely disable him, and he won't be able to cast Ravage if you are ever out of position.
Yeah, basically, if in team fights, if Tide were to be next to the Lycan with the Necrobooks, you just ult the Tide and the Tide is like gone.
Do you guys really think Wyvern is better than Disruptor would have been there to counter the Tide, though?
Well, I think it's
That's-
not only
that's kinda-
bottom.
No, it's not for the Tide mainly. It's like
Yeah.
overall in general because
Okay.
they understand that Lycan is going to be pushing a lot.
Yeah.
You have his Splinter Blast to defend pushes, and you have the ulti against his
the wave
Necrobook.
clear.
Yeah.
Sure.
And you have the Cold Embrace to protect the DP from the Lycan, because the Lycan definitely wants to get his hands on her.
No, and that's again, NEWBEE have to have a plan. They know that Liquid like to get their cores into the back lines, like to threaten the supports.
Yep.
Winter Wyvern, a hero that has some mobility options, has the wave clear. Yeah, I'm a lot more on board with Vivian.
Yeah, and he's going to be the roamer most likely as well, like trying to play like the bounty hunter role. You run around, try to get a courier, harass the mid lane.
We'll go for the Night Stalker.
You take away the bounty hunter, and they're going to go for that Kuro Night Stalker that we saw again yesterday.
Well, those two supports are pretty greedy. And just look at the response from NEWBEE right away. They see the two greedy supports, Phoenix, Night Stalker. They're going to be wanting to get a lot of levels from these two supports. So it means early game will be very passive from the Phoenix and the Night Stalker. So NEWBEE recognizes that, immediately goes for the Enchantress. So they're going to make a very fast-paced early game to pressure the Phoenix and the Night Stalker, stop them from getting their level 6.
And it's really hard for Liquid to pick a middle here now, because Enchantress and DP, they're so threatening in that mid lane. You kind of want to force them into a pack that they're really comfortable on.
Yeah, but they want more like scaling probably against the DP and
they
the
need
Slara.
burst damage. They need burst damage. Like Liquid needs burst damage. I would really like. We've seen a lot in the past, not at this tournament. Fata Lina.
Yeah.
I would really love a Fata Lina here.
Yeah, they really, of course, wish that the Dragon Knight was on the table, because that's the hero that we saw LGD investing a ton of early resources in trying to gank last night, just couldn't get it done. I think Liquid's team fight here scares me a lot, though. I don't necessarily know that NEWBEE has the tools to address the 5-on-5 engagements.
Yeah, but their early game is very strong right now with the Ench, and they can finish up their draft with the Juggernaut, which means all their lane is very good. Jug versus Tide, it's very hard for the Tide to run up to the lane if he's alone, because with the spin and the Wyvern around, or even the Enchantress creeps, they could easily kill the Tide.
Yeah, a lot of teams, though, I've been talking to over the last couple of days, the Juggernaut has kind of fallen out of favor with a lot of the top Western teams right now. Not a hero that can really get back and pressure those supports like a Lycan can.
And I really don't like it against Lycan either, because he's going to have 2 Wolves and 2 Necros out. You want to Omni Slash, and you're just going to jump around the summons. It's a very risky pick.
Right. I think this is maybe a how gyro.
Yeah, you would prefer. Oh yeah, I was gonna say you would prefer the gyro, because I remember you mentioned when you go gyro against Lycan, you BKB, you flag, you kill the book.
Gyro against Phoenix and Lycan is so good, because you BKB, you start hitting the Phoenix, and you kill everything around it as well.
When they've combined Night Stalker, Phoenix, Tide, they've gone with an Alchemist in the past.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see it here. It's just not the best choice, because they already have 2 counters.
It's always, this is one of those situations, right, where you weigh, on paper, I think you're right that Alchemist is maybe not the best choice, but you weigh the individual player's comfort level.
Well, that's banned anyway.
I mean, it's still the fact that they are building a draft to fit the Alchemist, because you have supports that can benefit from the Aghanims upgrade. So having the Alch there definitely benefits the whole lineup.
You could still Fata Invoker here too.
You could, but it's very greedy against DP Eng.
But don't you want a hero that scales?
You definitely do, but you need to.
And they are going
protect
to do the Jug.
They do the Jug after all.
Yeah, because I think that the Jug is a bit better against the Egg early because of the spin.
Yeah,
it's easier for you to focus, and maybe they want to push early. That's the hitting
there's
one.
the Invoker.
There you go, the Invoker.
What a draft.
They will have to put a lot of emphasis on protecting Invoker middle, though. It's going to have a very hard time against Enchantress and DP. They will be very aggressive on him.
Phoenix will be, I think, probably trying to help him, but
Liquid.
I think Enchantress is going to pressure too much, so I'm going for NEWBEE.
Going for Liquid.
Yeah, just because you have German brothers there.
No, because Invoker, man, and Mind Control Tidehunter is unstoppable.
All right.
You will see it. You will see it.
Okay.
Just trust me.
All right. We'll trust Black. In Black, we trust for the lower bracket final. Game number 1. Let's hand over to the commentary team of Merlini and Toby1.
Thanks a lot, Red. Merlini, do we trust Black?
I'm with NEWBEE on this one. I like the Winter Wyvern pickup. We haven't seen it too much, but I think it's the correct solution to Liquid's lineup.
Man, I want to see how it functions. Liquid looks strong. Liquid look comfortable. Their draft looks amazing. Let's see how it goes. Game number 1 of this best of 3 lower bracket final. It's time to get underway.
Team Liquid versus NEWBEE.
And it is game number 1, NEWBEE versus Team Liquid. NEWBEE bringing in, I know Liquid's got a lot of strength behind them, but the Slarda pickup has been one hell of a pick throughout this entire playoff. How do you think NEWBEE's going to actually time this? Are they looking for kills? Are they looking for what? How does NEWBEE approach against Team Liquid's line, which can have an easy maneuver into Roshan?
survive the early game against Enchantress. That's the key here. They have a very greedy lineup. Lycan is decent in lane, but I think most of the other heroes are very, very weak relative to their newbie counterparts. So just limit Chuan, maybe smoke into their jungle. That's what we see sometimes versus Enchantress. At least block one of the large spawns, or be in correct positions with your smokes.
Obviously, we're having a little bit of time as Fada is just fixing up his stuff. But Team Liquid, okay, so Matoaman, Lycan, the Tidehunter off lane, you've got Fada on his Invoker. Everything seems to be like, if you're looking for signature, if you're looking for that comfort zone, Liquid are sitting in it right now. This is almost armchair style Dota for their level of comfort.
Still, they have very good team fight. I think that's one of the most important things versus Liquid. The Death Prophet is, I think, even better than a Tidehunter when it comes to the team fight. And then you have Juggernaut to deal with the Egg. They had other solutions to ban out the Slark. And then the Winter Wyvern, I think, is really the key hero. It's even good versus the Quas Exort Invoker. Forge Spirits and Wolves, especially with a Howl on.
So summons start working against Team Liquid because of the Wyvern.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't ban it out. They're like, okay, if they really want to pick that, Vada almost always goes for the Quas Exort Invoker, so they know he'll have summons.
Chuan shall be the watchman, standing up on the hillside to see Jirax coming close. He's trying to watch for this early ward that Jirax puts down, and he sees it absolutely perfectly. So Jirax, all he wanted to do was block out that small little camp so Chuan couldn't have easy creeps to rotate around between the top and the mid lane. This won't happen as Chuan watches him so closely. Now Jirax, he puts the ward up and realizes what's going on. So Chuan able to scout out both of the observer wards here from Jirax. Is he... Okay, so he's put a sentry down. He's going to try and contest the D ward. Chuan's going to be over here as well. Icarus dive forward, then back down again, but Jirax maybe a little bit too greedy. He couldn't finish up the ward. KP's right behind him. They're going to enchant. Crush being leveled up right now. Jirax on the run. The crush from KP. Jirax low. Jirax down. Trying to battle for vision, and now they can go for more. Crush is coming back off cooldown in 1 second time. Finally, body blocked up. Chuan behind him too. It's going to be a twofer.
And that's exactly.
But the question is, how long will it take to go there? All he's got right now is a Hellbear, which he can enchant. Not really the greatest creep to try and go for a gank with, unless you want to tank it up.
It's okay, he can even choose to farm at this point. He already had 2 kills in the early game, and they have the Satyr on the top lane, which keeps KP safe for quite some time. Mid lane's DP versus Invoker. I think Invoker is the key hero to kill.
Matoaman's having a pain in the... Like, how do you even deal with this? You know you're going to get nuked down.
And Jirax is already in position to pop the smoke. He expects the smoke from Enchantress right now, but Chuan...
Chuan's rotating up into the Dire Jungle instead, but Jirax is moving over. He's a little bit too far away to see it. There was a small ping that came out, and now bottom lane, mind control, really low, back behind the tower, so he will be safe for the moment. But it looks like KP is preparing himself to fight up on this top lane, charging his way up. He's got Crush available. He's going to try zone out Kuro instead, while the Hellbear and the Satyr is causing real issues for Matoaman, who just has to try and dodge the clap and the blasts. So KP not really finding the perfect opportunity, but Chuan just putting his influence everywhere.
Yep, and he has another Satyr.
Life is good. Life is very, very good if you're Chuan. The only issue is he lost the other Satyr. But if you can hold on to 2 or 3 of those, that burst damage, you can kill off any lane you want to.
And that Hellbear is still harassing Matoaman. Not getting any free farm, almost out of regen.
Speaking of kill, I'm wondering exactly what Jirax is trying to attempt here. He's moved between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower in the mid lane. Almost like he wants to dive on to move, but he's got no sprites and he's got no sunray.
The chicken snipe. You're hoping just sometimes you catch him out at a lucky time, especially with a slow bottle.
Well, he had to wait another 30 seconds to get to that. And the Observer Ward, which is down the mid lane, also scouted his movement. So Moose Bottle will now come out to mid.
And Enchantress still holding on to her smoke.
Yeah, Chuan hasn't really found the perfect opportunity to gank up yet. I guess it's not even like he has to smoke. It's a very obvious style movements. You run in behind, you can still synergize perfectly with the heroes in the lane.
As long as they're hurting Matoaman's CS as well as the 2 supports, Phoenix is still level 1. And
Matoaman's actually really, really low. Back behind the tower. That Satyr's not going to last much longer. It's got a blast in 1 second time, but it also times out too early. KP goes into the tree lines. Crush is available, but it's going to be Chuan to take the kill. Having a spare Satyr up his sleeve. So Matoaman, not only was his CS hurt, he hasn't hit double figures just yet, now he adds a death to his name.
That early game dewarding really hurting Liquid. They weren't able to use a sentry to like block that camp. in their safe lane. And now Matama Man really struggling in the CS department, 9 CS.
They just can't see anything coming. Like, they got one observer ward on that bottom river, and that's practically all. That allowed them to at least see Kaka moving in behind the tier 1 tower in the mid. But his moment to attack here, like, he's got 2 points up in Splinter Blast. He's making sure there are no forward spirit controls or anything else. In fact, Fada with Cold Snap, Mind Control, doesn't have Gush available, and Kaka tries to make a break for the high ground. He's able to do so. The mischance wasn't there from Fada.
And no mana for Sunstrike.
Downside. He still would have had to have like a blind guess up against Kaka.
But they can catch up with the help of Nighttime. Night Stalker with the Iron Talon and Mind Control can just stack up. With the Arcade Room, maybe can even take out some stacks early.
I think Fada actually kind of wants to go for it. Like, I know you won't have time. He's going to be... Like, the mana is up in like 1 second, and then he could have a crack, but it's already too late, so... Yeah.
These 2 Liquid supports going to run into 3 Chuan creeps.
With a Tornado starting up too. A Troll Trap and a follow-up Shadow Blast. How long can Matama do this? Like, the Lycan can't fight up on this top lane.
They haven't really been able to invade this top lane. Death Prophet, no Exorcism yet, and Omni not up on the Juggernaut, so they can't invade this tower yet. So they're still safe for maybe a
mid lane. Damn, that damage from Splinter Blast combining up with a Siphon. Vada back behind the tier 1 tower, tries to go invis, but just not enough time. Actually tried to cold snap his way out, but it's now 4-0 in favor of NEWBEE. Every single lane apart from maybe the bottom lane is being controlled, but then again, it's a 3 CS Mind Control tied off lane.
The NEWBEE supports are just destroying the Liquid supports at this point. The Observer Ward blocked their pool camp, and they have good eyes on the 2 supports because they're forced to deal with all these Enchantress creeps, and it just leaves Invoker stranded in the mid lane.
But they've got no other choice. Liquid backed into a corner. And as time goes on, they need to find a window to get out of this. Like, Invoker needs something. The Night Stalker nighttime rotations haven't really done much. You got a level 3 Night Stalker. And what do you think? Like, Iron Talon farm up inside the jungle, the Enchantress can just try and invade it. Even Matubberman's been forced to move into the jungle.
This is the key when you deal with a Lycan. Most of the time, the Lycan will just move into the jungle and the support will take the safe lane. But if you put so much pressure that any hero is going to just die if they say they're solo, support or the Lycan, then they can't do that and they can't really maximize the early game farm from the Lycan.
Which now means you have one semi-crippled hero and one, like, basically fully crippled hero.
So Radiant Skin comes out, it will come out exactly where JRX is. However, he is scouted out by the Observer Ward. I guess they were expecting maybe a smoke gank to the north side of Mu.
Just be worried about your mid lane. Top lane's safe. I don't think you really are that scared about a Juggernaut. In fact, I think Liquid are a lot more scared of Juggernaut than he is of them. And Sean's already ready to try and fight.
They really need Ravage.
Before this.
They can't defend this without Ravage.
Oh, Mind Control's getting close.
Yeah, not close enough. And no TP scroll on them. And no Arcane Boots.
It's going to take too long. X isn't committed by Moose, so this tier 1 tower, if you want to make sure this thing does go down with a catapult, there's still fortification from Liquid so they can slow it down, but it only delays it by a couple of seconds, and they're already going to abandon the top tower. And this now, with the extra money, KP is rapidly approaching that Blink Dagger. 1900 gold, only 7 minutes into the game.
It looks like Chuan wants to keep up the pressure, not going for that greedy Midas, instead a very aggressive earn.
Bot lane, you got silence from Kuro. They might be able to go on Hao. He instantly starts to spin as Kuro comes in from the side, but the damage on Hao is so big, but it's not enough. The Sunstrike! He got him back at base! Fada was waiting for it. He knew the TP would go, and he hits the mark perfectly, and Liquid finally get themselves on the board.
Nice one from Fada. NEWBEE trying to aggressively ward up their jungle. JRX, I think, actually is able to deward that Observer Ward. He has a sentry over there.
And they needed something like that. Extra money coming into Fada. That means so much too, because it means his Hand of Midas timing isn't as heavily delayed anymore. It's up to 1100 gold on him. I'm still looking at KP, who's now going to move to the side shop, and he's picking up his Blink Dagger. So the aggression from NEWBEE can now begin because they have their initiator ready to go.
Ooh, it's really early timing for them.
Yeah, 8 minutes and 24 seconds to get a Blink Dagger.
Still have that, I think, early game smoke from Chuan. And Liquid have an Observer Ward, and it looks like He wants to TP down to the bottom, get a kill on Fada.
That'll be an easy one for him. Blink Crush going to come off. How? He's moving in close. They've got a little bit of crit with the Omni Slash. Bounced a little bit unfavorably, but still Fada will go down.
Ouch. That hurts a lot. Especially look at his cold.
Yeah.
1100.
That's the money we say, hey, he got it from the Sunstrike. He's looking good. That Hannemeyer time is coming up, but now it gets delayed. Fada probably thought that bottom lane was the safest, considering NEWBEE owned the Dire jungle at the moment.
And Phoenix really struggling to pick up some levels right now. He was just level 3 until a moment ago.
They're really the supports as well, which you say, hey, these guys can easily come back. It's not like a Lion who can hit that finger of death and then you can start smoke rotating to find kills. Like this is the Phoenix and the Night Stalker. These guys need to have space. And G-Rex is trying to have some, but look at Sean. He sends his troll behind the tower, so if G-Rex does decide to go for the dive towards the tower, he's able to trap him up. But G-Rex smartly goes to the west instead.
Nice eyes by G-Rex over there. And Liquid are in a pretty good spot because they've only taken down 1 T1. Oh, no.
Here comes KP again. Actually waited to get the amplification up before he blinked and crushed, which allows NEWBEE to have just enough damage before the Lycan can try and scudder himself back behind the tower. And now that's dog form on cooldown, not to mention some damage coming the way of that mid-tier 1.
Yikes, that's one of your worst nightmares. The 9-minute Blink Dagger on Slardar, and that's 2 kills on 2 important cores, and if they don't even have to blow Exorcism to take this tower, Liquid might be in for a surprise when it comes to Roche, but
Moo does it anyway. They want to force the issue quickly so they can just keep their rotations going. Never give up. Never let up on Liquid.
Liquid just need a couple more minutes. Almost level 6 on the Night Stalker, almost level 6 on the Phoenix, and almost Midas. So this is not a good time for them to fight at all. Maybe with Exorcism down, they can take a fight in a minute or so. But Slardar, Blink is king.
And Fada's trying to delay this as much as he can, using Forge Spears to drag the creep wave back. But the Cold Embrace from Kaka gave Moo so much life that he just stood there in front of the tower and it didn't even matter. The Catapult's going to get the last tip because Moo wanted to back up just a little bit earlier. Observer Ward, KP, I guess right on top of Matubberman, and KP was looking for the Blink Crush.
Kuro's doing a good job of finding farm where it's really difficult to. He's just parked in the Radiant jungle, almost level 6, and this also opens a potential kill on for Hao, who is still farming up his Battle Fury. They have an Observer Ward drop behind the tower. Maybe with nighttime they can get a preemptive silence on him into a Ravage. I think it'd be worth it to kill him like that. Just a solo Ravage, especially if they have the Sunstrike to come in.
It's good to see that Liquid actually have that kind of plan. Like, it's not just, hey, let's just dodge and farm wherever we can.
I think that's the target.
They need the extra objective. TP going out by Kuro. Hal's going to walk straight up to him, but it's a little bit too late to try and catch him out. But as you said, the 3-man smoke maneuver coming out from NEWBEE. There's only one tier 1 tower left on the map, and it's down the bottom, but all of Team Liquid are down here, also with a semi-smoke. So we're going to have ourselves a bit of a clash as KP. Smoke's going to break a Matubberman as well as Moo. KP blinked himself up, already puts the amplification over on G-Rex, wants the crush, finds Matubberman, the Sunstrike from Fada, not going to connect on anything, and now into the Nova. Does NEWBEE back up with a Ravage, and they have no choice. They have to stay underneath this, and Moo, the Cold Embrace is keeping him alive for now, and with the curse, Kuro's going to go down so quickly. KP keeps the crushes going too, Matubberman's on the sidelines, a double kill for Kaka. G-Rex trying to find anything he can, looking for Moo, who's just dodging sprites left, right, and center. G-Rex is silenced up too. He's going nowhere, and Fada's also in trouble. Amplified, there's nowhere to hide. Kaka's looking for a triple if he can get it. The ice wall's down, but Sean will take it. Liquid are wiped from the face of the earth.
What a Cold Embrace coming out from Kaka, and I really like the play from G-Rex. He held the tome onto him, and he was level 5, and NEWBEE must have surely checked his levels before.
You got to see that again. Matubberman instantly controlled, and that silence from Moo. Like, what do you even do? Fada just has to sit there and watch for so long.
Raindrops really paying off for him there. Raindrops was Cold Embrace, but Spirit 7 very difficult to take down.
Matubberman and Fada are actually forced to kill off their own Night Stalker, Kuro, who's been working so hard to find any level of farm possible.
It was also really crucial that KP dodged that initial Sunstrike. That would have taken down to maybe half, I think, with the sprint on.
I just saw her coming.
I think it was a really good read by NEWBEE too, because they saw the Night Stalker TP out, so you don't really, that's a difficult gank to predict.
Liquid. Things just getting harder and harder for him. They're looking for Kuro. Kuro does have a TP scroll available, but they know he's down there. Now they're going to see him KP. He gets the crouch off. Kuro can't hide the tree lines. Juggernaut will be the man to find the kill. How the top net worth on the board, 7,000 going his way. Overall, however, NEWBEE are all close to breaking the 10K mark on the goal advantage. And if they are, yeah, they're going to slip themselves into Roshan. There's no Ravage up for 40 seconds. And with Amplification, this will be very quick on top of Exorcism.
And Healing Ward just to be safe.
It's a level 2 Exorcism too. So Liquid don't even have that option. Like, hey, let's just smoke ourselves in. We'll use the Lycan and we'll take out Roshan. The funny thing is, like, Lycan is only just... He hasn't completed up his Vlads yet. He's close, but he still hasn't done it. We're 14 minutes in, and the Lycan cannot complete a Vladimir's offering.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And now they're going to deny it mid tower as well. So while Liquid at least get to remove that tier 1 tower from the mid, they still don't get that much needed money. KP, Kuro, wait for it.
I think this must be one of the latest level 6s that I've seen from Kuro.
He's just had no space. Like, what are you meant to do anyway? Your tier 1 tower on the top lane gets forced so hard that your Lycan's forced back into the jungle. You're forced then to run to the Radiant jungle to farm up.
That's what he's supposed to do, just Iron Talon and dodge fights, but that's not what Liquid's really known for as a team. They're known for just taking fights whether or not they're behind.
And NEWBEE's forcing him to fight anyway, so... And you can't really dodge. I mean, we're going to have both your supports dodge, Phoenix as well.
I think Chuan was just really happy to get his hands on an Enchantress this game. Like, their supports are going to have a really rough time versus them.
Hey, most teams are willing to let it through the draft. Jirax, so close. Chuan, he's the man on the front lines. They can't need KP there. Jirax, luckily, doesn't get silenced, so he's able to get back to his own tower. If he did get silenced, he probably would have just done a full turnaround on the back of that Icarus dive. But at least it's able to break the smoke of NEWBEE.
And
NEWBEE are actually moving bottom lane, double TPs. Now is Batumberman sitting in the tree line, trying to stay out of detection.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to fight at this point. Not into the Aegis.
Well, he can't TP anyway. It was on cooldown. Now he can TP, and he takes the ticket straight away.
That's okay, as long as they're not dying and getting some damage onto the T1s.
Well, they are getting some damage onto that top tier one too, but NEWBEE is coming in force. Exorcism's off cooldown in 16 seconds time. Problem is when the Lycan Wolves are creep skipping like this too, they can't get their creep wave. They can't just instantly push into the tower. So it's buying time for Liquid to continuously farm up inside the jungle. They're still trying to play catch up. You have the Midas Invoker. You have some pretty decent high crown defense when your ultis are up. The only thing is you got to get a good combo off. And they don't have the greatest items to ensure that.
And NEWBEE have to be frustrated that they can't take any fights versus Liquid, doing a good job of using the Wolves to scout as well as nicely placed observer wards by the Liquid supports. And I wonder when NEWBEE will want to pick up a gem.
Just remove all that vision.
It's really important versus the Wolves. There's just really no other solution. Sentries are just very inefficient gold-wise. Necro 3, not really a good pickup for NEWBEE and not even a good solution.
You have another solution. Charge. Just go straight into the tier 3 tower. You still have that Aegis the Immortal. Juggernaut was hoping to find some kind of pick-off, and yep, who commits the Exorcism. So Liquid, you must come home or else you lose bottom racks. You may lose it anyway, but they have to try and fight. KP, Blink Crush, gonna miss. He gets Amplification over on the Lycan, however. So Lycan down to -3 on his armor. Jirax waiting in the tree line too, hoping to find a good initiation point, but fortifications burnt. Moo's still doing work to that tier 3 tower. And they're smoked up on the back line. They need NEWBEE to commit harder. They need more than Hal to commit. He's the man holding onto the Aegis the Immortal. So anything they burn on him is practically wasted.
And this level 1 egg is very easy to take down with the Jug spin. Even the Enchantress with the Dragon Lance shouldn't have any issues because she shouldn't get hit by the spirits. So it's very difficult to take a good fight right now. Tidehunter no blink, so very hard to catch Liquid by surprise using that smoke, but it's already gone.
What is NEWBEE bailing out for? Moo's actually just picking up a Vit booster before this fight begins.
Still a healthy minute left on the Aegis.
Really want to get that Blink Crush off from KP. The second that happens, if he can catch Mind Control and just delete the Ravage from the fight, it's going to be what it's all about. And there's no buyback available either. The only one who's got buyback right now is Fada. He's the only one.
Exorcism up to 15 more seconds.
And they just keep pushing. Keep amplifying, Mind Control. Here comes a spin from Hal, just working on that melee racks. Fada having trouble keeping his 4 spirits alive as well. And this is even without the effects of the Winter Wyvern. Kaka is purposely sitting as far back as possible so he can just blink and get that curse off. How? Okay, that Sunray hurts. But Moo's going to trigger off his ultimate. Team Liquid, they want to delay this one up. If they can just keep Moo away from that Rax. If they don't, they lose the melee, so they have to jump. There's KP. Starts with the crush on Mind Control. Kuro coming in from the side, triggers off Nightmare. How is still very low. That Aegis Immortals is, however, still in his possession. Has NEWBEE had enough of this? It looks like it. Aegis times out, so say goodbye to that. And they don't finish the melee Rex. They do a considerable amount of damage, but this is going to regenerate.
Guess they probably hope they would have won for the range at that point, but didn't want to commit. Very careful about playing around that 5-minute timer. And Liquid doing a very good job of stalling with the Force Spirits.
It's also patience from NEWBEE. Like, you've got yourself one hell of a lead. Like, you're 12-2, 19 minutes in. Your advantage is over 12,000 in the net worth and just shy of 5K in the experience. You're sitting in a very, very comfortable spot. You don't want to have yourself a bad fight. That's when the swing happens, and that's when Liquid can get back into this game.
But sooner or later, they're going to have the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter, and the team fight is a lot worse. I think maybe it might have been a better choice to take the fight that you know.
Yep. Possibly. That's when patience doesn't always pay off.
Yeah, but Lycan's still very poor. Hal's doubling his net worth.
G-Rex is on a bit of a mission. They take the tier 1 tower on bottom lane, and then G-Rex tries to establish some decent aggressive vision inside the NEWBEE jungle. This will allow Liquid to fight a lot better, especially now it's nighttime. Kuro becomes a lot more effective again. And Vada keeps the pressure up. He's actually really close to finishing up that Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, he's very farm, despite the situation that Liquid are in.
He's just, well, he's only 100 gold of net worth behind that of the Death Prophet.
They're looking to jump Hal right now.
This is dangerous. The better option may just be to try and control up KP. The Lycan Wolves are over on the side. You've done some chip damage to the tower. KP jumps forward, gets the amplification over on Fada. And Mind Control, oh wow, what a great rune to have for this. He's walking around with an Invis rune. This will allow him to basically walk in to point blank range on NEWBEE. The crush will come out, but when is that Ravage going to arrive? Hal still not spinning with Tubman controlled up. They're all in close. Mind Control, I think it's time to let it rip. The Nova's coming out. Mind Control still sitting behind her, and there's your Ravage. Moo's in trouble, and maybe they got the damage. Kaka will go down too. Hal spin, ineffective. They're being chased down by Team Liquid. Back behind the tower. You've lost the Phoenix, but that is all from Team Liquid.
Wow, that would have been a lot worse had Death Prophet not luckily silenced the Tidehunter while he was invisible.
Or else that Ravage would have come a lot sooner.
I was surprised NEWBEE took that fight. They had one hero near the mid lane, one hero near the top lane, and had to wait for those TPs, and by the time those TPs came in, they had to push a little bit too far away from the tower.
And it's fights like this which give Liquid fans hope. Like, you're able to find those kills. Obviously, the Invis rune helped a hell of a lot with it, but it buys space for the big scaling mid, like Invoker, to get something substantial, allowing Matubman to have something more than a Vlad's and Treads.
Still, NEWBEE can't possibly find that window where Roche is up and there is no Ravage from Liquid. I don't think it will be there, though, with a 90-second open response.
Minute and a half until he's up. Say goodbye to Kuro. KP as well as Hal just rotating over. They still had that observer ward on the cliffside, which was watching Kuro's farm.
I think NEWBEE still need a gem. That would have saved them from that last engagement. And the Wolves are constantly scouting out KP, and if he's really unlucky, then the Wolves will hit him like right as he's about to blink. This team might have a bout of miscommunication.
NEWBEE's coming in through the bottom lane again. Like, there is no Ravage, sure. There's no Supernova for the moment. Nova's up in a pit. Fada, wow, that's deep. They're jumping in. They really want that Invoker. They've almost got him with a mech charge. Fada, the spin from Hal. It won't find the kill. And now Hal's low. The Sunstrike, thanks to the Force Staff, is going to miss on Hal. Bring up the Kitty Ward. Nova still not here for G-Rex, so he's not going to put it down. Kuro's in trouble, and the curse! It locks G-Rex to the back. Kuro's going to come over. G-Rex, he'll go into the Nova. Kuro, the impetus damage from Chuan will be enough to kill him off. Moose still on the run, but the double crush from KP, keeping Liquid inside the base, allowing the double follow-up silence from Moo with a Crimp Swarm too. They just keep rampaging forward. The buyback's available from the Lycan. G-Rex going to start up with that Sunray, trying to find KP, bringing him down low. That will not protect him. The cold embrace. So Team Liquid, they hold their melee ranks. Matubman is back alive thanks to his buyback. And that Tide Ravage is off cooldown in 7 seconds time. NEWBEE must back up. Not to mention that Ravage is now going to be coupled with the Blink Dagger of Mind Control.
The Rags are still alive at the end of the day, and the good thing for Liquid, they're too poor that they can't kill themselves in Winter's Curse. Slaughter with Amplify, though, that's a very dangerous combo. Am plus Winter's Curse will make quick work of anyone, no matter how underfarmed you are.
Just seems to be difficult for, like, you're getting amplifications off, but KP's having a real hard time just getting that quick lockdown as well. You don't have the combination here like we've seen with Darkseers and such previously. So he's just trying to grab that one hero and bring him down.
And a BKB now on Death Prophet. Liquid will have to be very quick if they want to kill him. I don't think that the Ravage is going to be enough. Maybe combined with the Invoker combo, but that is very hard to time before he pops his BKB.
There's BKB and Yule Scepter as well, so there's a secondary evasion in there too. Not to mention, then you've got Cold Embrace, then you've got Curse, and Karka's getting really great positioning for all of this thanks to that early Blink Dagger he was able to pick up. The scan, perfect from Liquid, hits all of NEWBEE as they run through the bottom river under the cover of smoke. So Team Liquid, they're backing up. There is, however, observers and sentries all through that Liquid bottom lane,
that means
and they smoke underneath it too.
And they see his Blink Dagger.
Yep. So NEWBEE understand that Liquid is smoked. Liquid understand that NEWBEE is smoked.
I don't think they know of the BKB though on Moo, so they might try and go all on Moo. He pops his BKB and then Liquid will likely lose the fight.
That blink forward from the Juggernaut. Hal's the only one that's really exposed. Moo's over on the side. They need that jump initiation, but where is your opening? It's not really coming up. The Force Spirits are revealed, so NEWBEE understands something's wrong. There's your BKB. Just testing to see if it works for Moo. He wants to track down Kura, but it's not going to happen. That's your 10-second BKB blowing from Moo.
He did not need to pop that there. He has Cold Embrace. He has double heal coming out from the healing ward.
Maybe the nerves getting the better of him.
They had good scouting too. They had the Manta Illusions as well as like the Purge, Saber Creep. That was scouting out Liquid on the side, but yeah, NEWBEE will have to back off with that.
Yeah, Liquid still want to try and fight it if NEWBEE was up for it, but without that BKB, they bail out. Notice too Matumbaman's next item, so instead of actually building into Necrobox, he now gets a 25-26 minute hand of Midas from Matumbaman.
Yeah, sometimes you need to do this, especially if you're going to die a lot in team fights.
You understand you're going to play catch up? He's got 6.6k net worth.
There's just a limited amount of space for them to farm. So like the 190 reliable gold will make up a large percentage of his farm.
Yep.
And reliable gold is important when you've died 4 times.
Yeah. And when you're like, if you want to start doing comparisons between Matumbaman as well as the Juggernaut, like that's a 10k net worth difference. Okay, NEWBEE, it's time to go again. That BKB's off cooldown in 7 seconds. And Team Liquid, well, what a time for the BKB to be up. Team Liquid slipped themselves inside the pit. Here comes the Slaughter. Blink Crush, catches out two. Matumbaman as well as Mind Control. They're invis over Mind Control, and now your Ravage will pop. Moo protected by his BKB with the Omni Slash. You can say goodbye to Fada so quickly. They're trying to focus down Mind Control too. The Nova will not be able to connect as the fight splits up. There is no opening now for Liquid. With no Ravage, with no Nova, and with no Invoker, NEWBEE will enter into Roshan. They don't have amplification, so this isn't as quick as they would like it to be. And Jirax is going to try and cause some problems. Throw the sprites into the pit. The exorcism damage is not enough. And Kuro's keeping close tabs at the same time, so is Wyvern.
This is so slow without the amplified damage from Slardar. He had a good jump, but not with the greatest escape plan. Like him just chewing him down with the protection of the egg.
This almost feels like NEWBEE are baiting Liquid to come into like a semi-fight here. But Liquid aren't having a bar of it. They're actually backing out. They're going to let NEWBEE have Roshan. The only one who's still nearby is Kuro, who's farming up the can.
NEWBEE have far better vision in the pit and have not expended that Blink Winter's Curse. Fada really close to getting that last hit with that Sunstrike.
If he did, it would have been boss, but
now that's 3 minuses up on Liquid. Looks like Phoenix is committed to the 3rd one. Team Liquid.
Oh. And now it's catch-up gaming.
Yeah, NEWBEE, they have to feel like they should end the game right now. So they're 12,000 gold. They know they're very far ahead in gold, and then you see the 3 minuses. They're like, okay, well, that's 6,000 useless gold in terms of team fight potential for them.
You're going to start getting to a point where maybe Hal just has to always stay exactly where he is on this bot lane. Just spam out the Mana Style illusions and send them in towards the racks.
You just go in on the racks.
That's one way to do it. But at the same time, Liquid have shown they still can take team fights. So you have to give that respect too. The Observer was letting them see Kuro. That Obs Ward's only got 2 seconds left on it. So KP will try and make the most out of it. Jumping over towards Sparta. Where's that slash? It's just going to be the spin. Sparta's already down. The curse is locking him in position. G-Rex is turning his Sun Ray over. Funnily enough, that actually ends up helping them until now the Omni Slash. Kuro will drop to a double kill for Hal. Bouncing up further. KP with a follow-up stun. G-Rex can't really help out. They'll put down the healing ward. KP hit by the Sunspray. And now it's Team Liquid's turn. The Nova is up. The Ravage on cooldown for 15 seconds. Time and NEWBEE have not achieved their objective. They've done damage to the range racks, but they haven't killed off the melee. Exorcism is up in 1 second time. So say hello to Moo's ultimate. Hal will come back into that Ravage timing. It is now here. Be ready to jump. Moo's BKB, and now the Ravage! They need to bring down the Death Prophet. It's the only way they keep their racks alive, but the spin from Hal causing troubles, and G-Rex with a stun. Moo, the Sunstray's coming in. Moo's so low! He's gone! Hal's down too! The Agency Mortar will trigger, but Chorn is burning in the sun. They have to back up. Moo, there he goes! Finally down! They keep the defense in a way, but still, NEWBEE, so much strength behind them. They're going to bring down that bottom racks. Fortifications delaying the inevitable. It's only the Tidehunter as well as the Phoenix to hold the line. Now this is gone. And maybe more. Can they actually take this tier 3? You don't have the Invoker. There's a minute on the sideline. If Mind Control goes down too, G-Rex will try and burn up Hal. Drop the life down, but you've still got the healing ward available. KP's back to the front lines. With amplification over on G-Rex, Liquid just don't have the manpower.
And even if they are back up, they have no Ravage to fight again. As soon as Death Prophet comes back, she'll have her Exorcism. This looks all but lost to Liquid.
It really, really does. There'll be one last roll of the dice in 30 seconds time, but you may be facing Megas at the same time. KP gonna miss his initiation. He's the only one from NEWBEE which is separated from the primary pack. Lycan is back up and running. So there goes your tier 3 tower. Still no Invoker, still no Tidehunter, still no control. How's just gonna spin and beat into the ranks this way, and then KP gets a jump over on G-Rex. You can say goodbye to that Phoenix. He'll buy back with the Omni Slash. Kuro's gonna go down as well. Stay where he was, so Matoma wouldn't actually get the extra hits from that Omni Slash. And Matoma, what do you want to do? You want to run around, come back for the Wyvern, but the curse actually stops Mind Control as he blinked in. He's beating down on Matoma. They'll blink themselves forward. The Splinter Blast will find the revenge kills, and now it's Liquid throwing their bodies towards NEWBEE. Far too far on the front lines. Moo's Exorcism is up. They're all going down, and GG! NEWBEE will take game 1 against Team Liquid. It is just too much for Liquid to repel.
What a superb draft coming out from NEWBEE. I think with the Winter Wyvern was just the absolute key pick versus that first pick Lycan, and also was just miraculously good against the Tidehunter, who needs a disruptor. And also, a lot of commentation has to go out to Chuan in his early game play on that Enchantress.
Yeah, the boarding, the fact that G-Rex also committed to it, that Icarus dive, like I'm surprised that even happened. I'd love to know the reason why he did that. Then the rest of Liquid trying to come in to help him out too, so you lose the early vision, and then Chuan does like Chuantress things, takes over the Dire jungle, takes over that top lane, and Matoman is just, well, throttled. There's no way to do anything on that top lane.
I thought the second mine, I was like, oh, okay. And then I saw the third one right after the Roche went down. I was like, I don't know if they can hold off with
it was a gamble, but if it did work, then Liquid would have been in a position where they could potentially win the game.
I think NEWBEE is much different from LGD, their prior opponent, in that they will make that push. Even when it's like much less favorable for them, I think NEWBEE went in very commandingly, but they're definitely going to go for that rack.
Maybe it was the fact they didn't push that first time around that gave Liquid the thought maybe NEWBEE is playing very defensive. Like they want to make sure they get into that grand final. They've come close before and then had that bit of a hurdle. They don't want to have that same thing happen again. And NEWBEE taking game number 1 of this best of 3. I know the entire panel was going for Team Liquid, so, well, we'll see. We'll see if they actually think the same thing now.
Yes, thank you very much, Toby. Yes, we will indeed find out whether they think the same thing now. They can't change their picks now. It's too late for that. Commanding performance from NEWBEE in game 1. Punishing draft and a punishing early game as well, Alan. Right from the very get-go, they knew exactly what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean, this was just absolutely vintage NEWBEE with their early game pressure. And I think we all got concerned as the draft moved along that NEWBEE's early game was going to be very strong. Liquid thus far in the tournament, very effective at damage control. But when you look at 5 minutes and 30 seconds, NEWBEE was up 4-0 in kills. They had the top 4 CS totals with 39 on Jug, 28 on Slardar, 24 on DP, 18 on Enchantress, 2 Invokers, 17, and it just snowballed out of control from there.
Yeah, did Winter. Very impressive from NEWBEE.
Yep, I think the Enchantress pick, like I mentioned, when I saw the Night Stalker Phoenix and they reacted with the Enchantress, it was so difficult for them in the early game, and they got 2 kills before anything started. Those 2 kills just enabled them to take over the safe lane. Slardar had an 8-minute blink, dictate pace for the whole game. It was just basically so difficult for Liquid right from the start.
We've seen a big dominant game before with the 24-0, but this was, in many ways, was almost more dominant because of the early game.
I mean, the kills don't really tell a story of a Dota game. They had like 10,000 or like 13,000 gold lead in 12 minutes. It was completely like out of control.
They got destroyed basically.
They couldn't do anything. Like I thought Liquid was gonna be okay, but then they gave up the first blood to the Slardar and then another kill on the Invoker. I don't know who got that kill, but if you give the offlaner so much space, while he has a really good matchup already, he's gonna go out of control. And in minute 8:30, I think, minute 8:30 blink dagger on a Slardar off lane.
Yeah.
Like that's the safe lane timing right there.
And you can just see, I mean, look at the shape of this. Obviously, Hao is way out in front of farm, but you can see all 5 of NEWBEE's heroes were just getting so much. And this is what we were saying, that NEWBEE at their best, if you let those supports get off to a good start, they control such a huge early area of the map with their early roam.
Yeah, I think the Enchantress pick definitely did something else too. It forced the Lycan to not go Necrobook this game, which is a key item of the hero because you can enchant and steal the minions. And like the Jug as well in team fights, the spin was so good versus the Ravage.
Right. They completely figured out the first pick, Lycan. The Enchantress, super good against the Necrobook as you mentioned, and then the Winter Wyvern is a complete hard counter to the hero, and Liquid will have to think of something else now.
Kuroki didn't seem too concerned when he walked off the stage, did he?
No, I mean, it's one of those things. I think you see this in Dota. We talk about snowballing, and when one team has an early game advantage and they give away the early kills, and you just have to give this to Chuan here. He is able, if you give him anything in the early game, he just rules 2 of your lanes and absolutely ruins the progression of 2 of the enemy cores.
He destroyed the early game, and in team fights, he was also a large source of damage for NEWBEE. It was just amazing, like how much he was doing in the game.
Yeah, there's a reason we renamed that hero in Chuan.
And Chuan was that. I mean, we have seen the Lion respect ban. Maybe it's time for another respect ban now. Like he completely dismantled.
Can you can you actually do that? Like I think there's just way too many heroes that you have to.
Yeah. Like
first round bans, Enchantress and Lion.
Look, guys.
That's pretty radical, isn't it?
I don't think we should get on this discussion of Liquid needs to do something completely different. When you draft a weak early game lineup and you're sloppy early on, you give up a couple kills. This is what's going to happen, even at a very high level. I mean, give credit to NEWBEE; they played it absolutely perfectly.
I agree. This is not entirely on the draft. I might have favored the NEWBEE draft, but what happened before the rune spawn just changed the face of the game too much. Like that was so bad for them.
It influenced it way too much. It gave the Slardar, as we said, free farm completely. It can't happen. If your offlaner has more farm than your safe lane, then you know something's going very wrong.
Yeah, right. Do you think Kuroki would have been saying that in the booth? 10, 12 minutes in, he's saying, guys, okay, this one's done. Let's just play it through, see what happens. If we can force a mistake here and there, maybe we can come back into it. But they kind of accepted early on that this was done.
They gave themselves a pretty good chance, right? I actually thought that NEWBEE, should have hard committed for that melee rocks a little bit earlier. They got the melee rocks down to like a couple hundred
150
HP. Yeah, 150 HP and let it regenerate completely.
Yeah, that was the point where me and Black, we were bringing up the point where LGD were too safe. And in this game, like NEWBEE were like very reluctant to give up kills for the melee racks, and it actually caused Liquid to win the team fight after, because Tidehunter on Mind Control, he got an Invis rune and they didn't scout it out, and he got a good team fight for them.
Jug still had Aegis, he probably would have lost it, and they probably would have given up another kill too, but in minute 19 Rex, it's so hard to recover from. There's so much pressure all the time, you have like all the space in the world after that.
Yeah, you could tell like they were really, really nervous about committing hard for the Rex, but because it was 19 minutes, even though they give up Aegis and 2 more kills, I would still think it's worth it.
I agree.
I thought we might have got a reaction there from Chuan. You never know quite what you're going to get when you get to the booth shots.
No, Chuan is always like very emotional at the end of the game. In the game he's very composed, but then when they win, he's like,
I think we've seen him a couple of times during the game this week, though. That's why I quite look in there just to see what he's doing. Because if he's really super pumped up during the game, then you're like, oh, okay.
He used to be even more pumped up before. Like he was crazy pumped.
You know, in these Chinese tournaments, you always play like next to each other in rooms,
Yeah.
and it was so hard to play next to him because he would just scream all the time. Like,
You know, he would just like stand up and yell at you.
yeah. It's like these face-to-face tournaments. He just stands in front of you and just like, screams at you and taunts you. I'm like, okay, there.
Yes, can be an intimidating figure. It was a fantastic performance in NEWBEE in game 1. Take nothing away from them.
Yeah, I actually thought Fata played a pretty darn good game on Invoker. He was trading pretty evenly with Mu in the mid lane despite that early disadvantage, but again, it was just the safe lane got crushed. Both Phoenix and Lycan, just desperation Midases, particularly on the Lycan. We've seen Matumbaman go away from that in recent games, but he had just had no space to farm.
Yep, it was just basically too much influence on what happened in the first minute of the game. It just changed too much of their lineup. They couldn't do anything. They were on the back foot. They were just counting on their team fights to be able to somewhat draw them back into the game. But it was just really, really difficult.
Yeah, so a mixture of draft and first couple of minutes of the game.
Unexpected stuff happening.
Yeah, okay. So not going to go too far off the beaten track, do you think, for the second game?
No, I think Liquid will mix it up a little bit. They have been doing that in their losers bracket games, but I really think this is just a case of, look, guys, you know, the Winter Wyvern pick might have caught us a little bit off guard. I questioned that pick during the draft, but it paid off for them big time. But I think they've just locked down the early game, and that's if that early game is even, it's just a completely different affair.
I think they'll be more careful in picking the Lycan, choosing when to pick Lycan, because this game itself showed that NEWBEE are ready for the Lycan. They have answers for the hero.
Okay, players starting to return to the booth. We'll take a few social media questions in the meantime. You guys have actually really enjoyed these Ask the Panel sessions, so we'll continue doing it through our final day. We've got a question here from Pessimism. Which individual player is most deserving of a major win? I'm guessing maybe the one that hasn't had one then.
That hasn't had one?
Yeah. Which one's the most deserving? That's quite hard, isn't it?
That's a tough question.
Kuroki?
You'd probably say Kuro, wouldn't
that
you?
comes to mind.
But then again, there's so many players who really deserve one too. It's like a very hard question. But out of everybody, he probably didn't have the success he should have had.
Right. I mean, he played in Puppy's shadow for a very long time, has become an outstanding captain leader in his own right, understands the game at a level that as high as anybody right now.
Liquid returning to their booth right now. Plenty of support here in the Mall of Asia Arena as well. And we'll let them get settled in their booth before heading back into game 2. Do we have any more social media questions? I think we probably do have a stack of them. I know there was a ton of them yesterday and we didn't get through them. Apologies for not getting through all of them, but do keep them coming throughout the day. We'll pose the questions to our various panelists as we have them during the day. I've got one more coming on its way just now. When we look forward to this next game, is there more nerves for Liquid, do you think? Because they're 1-0 down?
I mean, I don't think you're human if you don't have a little bit of nerves in this kind of scenario. When you think it's not just the money that's on the line. It's you know, these teams work so hard for this one moment.
I think we've barely talked about the money. It's $3 million, $1.1 million for the winners alone.
But you know what? To me, that's actually a mark of how far we've come.
Yeah.
Nobody knows how much money you make for winning the World Series.
Absolutely.
It's because you won the World Series.
Yeah.
You know, we all know that there's $3 million at stake, but for these players, it's you win a major.
Yeah.
You're in it for the title for sure. The money is always like you
nice,
think,
right?
Yeah, you think about it, of course, but it's more like a bonus.
Yeah.
You win the title, you're like, accomplished what I wanted to do.
I mean, I think the moment you enter the booth, you think about nothing else but the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same for me back in the day. I didn't think of the $200 we could win if we won the tournament.
I believe you.
Did they have dollars back then? Wasn't it you were trading rocks?
Well, paper to start with, and then we moved on to rocks. Question from T. Chris. Thank you, Alan. Do you think the supports are the key to winning the games in the meta? That's a good question.
Yes.
Easy answer.
I mean, especially this matchup, you could tell how much Chuan alone influenced the game.
Has it been the story of this meta, of this particular patch, of this last few tournaments?
I
More
think
so than perhaps at the start? Because Shanghai really highlighted supports very highly, with Pylai having such an incredible tournament.
Well, you go back before then. I mean, it's 3 through 5 right now. 3 through 5 and your captain is what wins you majors. And I don't mean to take anything away from the hows of the world, or God forbid, the miracles of the world. But when you look at what was the single thing that won Frankfurt for OG, that won Shanghai for Secret, I think it's 3 through 5 play.
Yeah, they enabled the other two to do what they do so well and deliver the kills. Okay. Not sure if we have any more questions, but we'll take them if we do. We are, I reckon, a couple of minutes away from the draft, so it's probably a good time to start talking about that in terms of NEWBEE and Liquid. NEWBEE approached that first draft brilliantly, reacted brilliantly throughout it. What do they do second time round?
I think they will have. They won't know what Liquid is going to do. I think Liquid is going to go away from the first pick Lycan now, because they've picked it every time and they've waited for somebody to really counter it hard. And this happened now, so they definitely have something in store for that. And I'm not sure what it is, but NEWBEE probably has something prepared already, something that's really strong no matter when you pick it. So I think they'll just go with that, and Liquid will mix it up a bit.
All right, we've got one more question, and I do like this question a lot. It's from Sleepy Loner. It says, what was your favourite series in the majors so far? That's a really good question, because I'm kind of torn on the game that we saw last night, the very final series that we saw yesterday, and the MVP Liquid game in the upper bracket. They were probably my two favourites.
I mean, I'm actually torn between the last two series from yesterday. I think anytime you see OG and NEWBEE play, that's, to me, the two series from Epicenter, and then this one here, that's been the best Dota of the year. But I can't go away from the Manila Massacre.
Yeah.
That Ravage.
It was pretty sensational. What about you, Winter? Which series has stood out for you?
I'm biased, so I'm going for the Fnatic LGD series.
Okay. I like that. It's okay. You can keep the bias. So it's why we have you here, right? Just to balance the panel.
And this guy's biased too.
Yeah, we don't want all this. We don't want this Chinese Dota and NA Dota stuff.
Oh yeah, you're biased to your friends. You have so many friends here.
The problem is I have a friend in every team, so I'm biased for everybody, so I'm not biased.
Yes, he has more friends in more different teams than Fogt has, which is incredible considering how many teams he's played for.
Well, that could be a bad thing, right? It tells everyone that you're moving from team to team all the time.
The black number, man. But yeah, my favorite match was probably yesterday, OG versus NEWBEE, because it showed me that OG was still human after all. Right. They made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah,
and
they still won.
Yeah, they did. It was just good to see, that they're not completely unstoppable.
Okay.
Else the final would be boring.
Okay, we're into our second draft of the day in the lower bracket. Remember, NEWBEE are on the verge of reaching the grand final. They need one more game. Liquid need to win the next two. Lifesteal though? Yeah, okay, fine. And the Lion does get the ban.
Last game they banned Lion second, so they might address Chuan completely here.
That was the one thing that stood out early in the draft last game, was that Liquid banned Lifestealer as the second pick team, which is a little bit unusual.
NEWBEE banned it first now, obviously scared of Matumbas. I go for the Beatsmaster instead.
Yeah, like I said, like the Enchantress was only really good because of the Lycan.
Yeah,
so
because of what Liquid drafted.
Yeah, because of what Liquid had. It made the Enchantress really good.
Kappa face.
Kappa.
What are you expecting from NEWBEE here?
So will NEWBEE ban the Earth Spirit, is the question in my mind.
Liquid is going to first pick it if they don't.
You think so?
I wonder if you don't just go back to Jerax Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
Okay, they're going to go with Fata. You can't argue with that.
Yeah.
There's still the IO, in the game.
There is still the IO as well, yeah. Jerax has a lot of heroes left anyway. If NEWBEE doesn't pick Earth Spirit now, Liquid is definitely going to pick it next up.
And the DP pick makes so much sense here, because NEWBEE has banned two of the heroes that DP really dislikes for them, right? DP very vulnerable to that physical burst damage, and when you look at Lifesteal or Slaughter are already out of the pool here.
Yep. Maybe NEWBEE thought they would go for the Lycan again. Probably not, but they kind of banned 4 Liquid here.
Right.
It's just maybe they mind game themselves a bit.
We have seen a little bit of that going on.
Yeah, that's mine. I mean, drafting when you don't know what your opponent's going to do is always like a mind game.
Well, this is what I think Peter brought to the game, that he scripted his openings in his first two picks so tightly around the other team's bans. But this is, I was very curious. IO, the most banned hero of the tournament so far, and they're going to let it through, let NEWBEE play here.
Look at the time they're taking. I think that NEWBEE did not expect at all from Liquid that they opened with the DP. So they are probably more expecting the Earth Spirit, like you mentioned, or something along the lines that the Lycan. So this definitely took them off guard, and they're figuring out how to adjust to it. Because picking DP in the first phase, sometimes we talk about it, why the hero has been more successful in the second phase, because DP needs to be picked in the right situation. And you don't want to give your opponent too much ample time to figure out a draft to actually deal with it.
It kind of feels like NEWBEE created the right situation for them already. And now they have the Lycan and the DP. They're definitely going to ban out the Winter Wyvern this game. There's no reason they won't.
Yep, and the Earth Spirit as well. I know you talk a lot about Liquid wanting to pick Earth Spirit, but in the event so far, I remember most of the games when they pick up Earth Spirit, it's mostly in the second phase. After they secure the other more important heroes, then they will go for the Jirax Earth Spirit.
I've seen him first pick a 2 though, just to bring in like in a bit of diversity.
And it's been banned first phase against them on a number of occasions, just because you look at that last game. That last game is completely different. If Jirax has his Earth Spirit to take some of the pressure off mid lane.
Like NEWBEE, they probably won't ban a Nature's Prophet at all, even though it would be pretty good for Liquid, because they have 2 hard counters already. It would be kind of silly to ban out the Nature's Prophet.
There's 2 ways they can go about it. Either they ban heroes that can deal with the bat, so you protect the Bat Rider's initiation, or you ban heroes that might be good with the overall strat of Liquid, which is like you mentioned, the Prophet, whatever heroes that can help them push towers, secure objectives, team fight. Because right now with DP and Lycan, it's mostly team fight plus taking towers. That is Liquid's game plan right now.
I don't think I've seen Liquid pick it, but I would really like an offlane Nyx. I really like it against IO as well as Bad Rider, and it gives them the team fight control they lack. And they have a save against the Bad Rider right off the bat as well.
Yeah, just not a comfort hero.
Yeah, definitely not. Yeah. Well, maybe it is. We don't know. Maybe they practice it. But
I'm surprised they went for the AA ban though. I know they're protecting the IO, but I feel like the venge for Liquid would be much better than the AA. Because they have the Lycan and you have Bat. So
I mean, Disruptor as well, still on the table. You just send the Wisp.
I went for the Bristleback IO. I really liked against Lycan. It's one of the best lane combos against Lycan in the whole game.
Bristleback and I think Bristleback plus Axe are the 2 heroes that pair well with IO. That's great versus Lycan. We saw Fnatic do the Axe Darkseer against Lycan. It was really good in the early game, but didn't work out for them after.
Last time we have seen VGR run Bristol IO, who was it against?
Well, this is the classic MVP combo though.
Yeah, it is for sure.
They're the team that really has impressed me most with this combination.
But with VGR, VGR ran it as well against the Lycan, and they were really successful with it. They completely stomped that game. So I hope Liquid is prepared for that.
You need like 2 heroes to lane. I think you need 2 supports to lane to help the Lycan. Like Witch Doctor, like very strong supports like Witch Doctor. Otherwise, IO plus Bristleback, if they take over the lane, IO stacks a lot of Ancients, Bristleback gets a very early Vanguard, maybe a mech, then the game would be very, very difficult for you.
So, Darkseer for mind control here?
I think they have to be really careful of the Timbersaw too. It's really good against both IO and Bristol, and it's one of his comfort heroes for sure.
That's true.
Yeah, because if they do dual lanes, IO Bristleback off lane, it means that their safe lane would only have 1 support, so it gives Timbersaw much more opportunities to be successful in the lane.
But I do think they will last pick the offlane though, probably. They want to secure the safe lane right now. I think that's what they should do at least.
Yeah, they should pick like all the strong lane supports to make sure that the Lycan gets a good farm, like Dazzle or Witch Doctor. Like those 2 are the strongest supports in the lanes so far.
Are we looking at defensive trialing then out of Liquid, do you think?
I think there needs to be something like a Witch Doctor or Dazzle for sure.
Okay, Enchantress. That's pretty greedy.
That's not, I don't think that's greedy though. That's a hero that can secure the early game for them. Despite having a jungler, in most cases might mean you being greedy. But Enchantress is one of those few junglers that provide you in terms of early game aggression, so you can actually control the lanes much better.
That's the question I have for you though. That how do you structure the rotations here? Because Enchantress to me always feels like a hero that's better when she's determining where the action occurs, and Liquid here now have a specific area of the map. NEWBEE are going to threaten that bottom lane, right, with the Bristle IO.
You have to be very reactive this game with the Enchantress. I genuinely don't like that.
Basically, the other thing that Alan is bringing up is, if you're the Enchantress this game, in your mind, do you go to the enemy safe lane because there's only 2 heroes there to actually destroy their safe lane, or you choose to spend your early game to stabilize the safe lane?
If you go to the enemy jungle with the Enchantress, you need something like a Timbersaw that can take over the game. You do not want to pick a hero that, what's left? You don't want to have something like a Tidehunter.
But Timber doesn't have a initiating spell though. Like the last game we saw Slardar, it was so good because Slardar could have initiated the ganks for the Ench to come in.
Winter, is there any, what do Liquid do though for their other safe lane support? Is there any one hero, a Witch Doctor or something?
Witch Doctor is really good.
Yeah, I think Witch Doctor.
Do you think Lycan Witch Doctor can go face to face with Auto Bristle?
Witch Doctor with Howl deals like 90 damage per hit. It's actually really, really strong, and the cast is a really good counter to IO. Whenever they relocate in, you throw it at him, then you put down a death ward and you just focus down the IO.
Oh, this is terrifying.
Going back, Juggernaut IO is such a strong combo as well. The healing ward for both, and it just heals so much.
I think most importantly right now is the lanes. They have quite strong lanes, Juggernaut and Bristle plus IO. their last pick for their support, they can go for anything that, as long as it strengthens the lane, maybe go for a support that can deal with the edge creeps.
I think what they do go for the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, I think they have to go back for that.
So it tells you that they are going to play a lot of roaming in the early game, because it's very difficult for Osprey and Lycan to sit in the lane and to make sure that both of the heroes have a good time against Io Bristle.
That's what we have seen in the group stage. As soon as Matumba Man is up against the hero combination that's very hard to deal with, they just want to take the aggression to the other team.
You said it before the series, right? Best offense is the best defense.
And then make space for Matumba Man that way. But Mind Control really needs an offlane that can take over the game at this point.
And they're going to ban the Darkseer. I'm totally with you, by the way, on the Timber. I think that's the way to go here.
The Timber would be really amazing. They only have one hero to deal with him right now. And other than that, he has a completely free game.
I just think you need burst too, because you look at the Darkseer and he's got Ion Shell on you. That's great. Bristleback loves damage over time, especially with a Wisp.
And on top of that, the reactive armor, Bristleback does nothing to you. You're practically immune to him. And then you have the two tanky frontliners, Lycan as well as the Timbersaw. And then you protect DP a lot just by having those two. It's very hard to bypass them.
Yep. So basically, their early game is going to just be trying to disrupt all the other lanes. So hopefully in the mid game Lycan can catch up. Enchantress and Earthspray will be roaming a lot, trying to pressure the Bat, trying to pressure the Jug. Maybe it's a bit more difficult to kill the Jug, but Bat Rider is definitely going to be vulnerable in the early game.
And we're going to see a solo mid Bat Rider as well.
Yep.
Now the other option that we haven't talked about for Liquid is you just go all in for the push with Nature's Prophet. I don't.
Yeah, he talked about that.
Yeah, we spoke about that.
Okay, we've talked about that earlier. All right.
But they have like two really hard counters already.
Yeah, that's my
Do you really want to go into that? Because
my fault.
Your offlaner is going to be the most farmed hero for you
but
this game.
Don't you think it fits their playstyle?
Because it definitely does. And we've seen him run it against many counters before, and he still dominated the game completely. So not out of the question. Why the Lich ban though? I really thought Bristol IO, it was clear they're going to be offlane. They would never pick a Lich for me.
Mind Control is going to play Weaver. Has he played the hero in the event?
I don't think so. Has he played Weaver in this event?
Maybe one game, right?
I feel like we've had one.
I think one game, right? Probably one.
I'm looking back at his matches.
Maybe
here,
it was Epicenter. He had
and
one
I don't
game.
see it.
Do they actually think it's like a middle Bristol or what? Like for me, it's really clear. IO Bristol is going to be offlane. They want to like match the Weaver against the Barrier or something. Like I don't know why they would do that.
In fact, they've only played the Weaver twice in the last 12 months.
Yeah.
But that was not on Mind Control, was it?
Maybe they want to pressure the Jug with the Weaver. Weaver plus Enchantress lane. Even though kill potential wise it's not that great, but you can pressure the Jug. You can out CS him because your range, and you have the Enchantress creeps, most likely helping you out.
Yeah. So Mind Control last played Weaver 6 months ago at WCA. It was against the Lions.
Yeah. Will we see a Rubik game though, since there's Shukuchi?
Well, I'll just predict. Just predict the last hero.
Unfortunately, we've lost the draft down here, so we're going to have to use the one behind us.
So they go for a Shadow Shaman.
So Shadow Shaman on the last one.
Really good against the Weaver.
Yeah, but it's risky in the laning phase.
It's very risky. It's really greedy.
I think Liquid have an opening here with that early roam.
They do. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Final thoughts.
I think Liquid are going to even this up.
I'm going with the Enchantress again.
Yeah, like this time the roles are reversed. Liquid's going to put on the aggression, and NEWBEE needs to weather the storm. So I think Liquid's going to take this one.
Okay. Thank you very much, all three of our panelists. We'll hear more from them once more in at the end of this particular game. Will it be the end of the series, though? NEWBEE on the verge of making the grand final, or can Team Liquid make a comeback? Let's find out as we go back to our commentary team of Merlini and Toby One.
Thank you very much, Red. Yes, Merlini, we're back here for game number 2, NEWBEE versus Liquid. It feels a little greedy for the NEWBEE lineup, but luckily, kids of all ages get to enjoy this matchup.
Nothing gets this crowd roaring like a good game of Dota, so let's have it.
I would love to go to it.
Team Liquid versus NEWBEE.
And here we go, game number 2. Team Liquid going up against NEWBEE. Will we actually see a deciding matchup, Merlini? It looks like Liquid are off to a good start draft-wise.
And NEWBEE with a surprise Shadow Shaman last pick when Chuan's Lion is getting first phase ban every game. This seems like the appropriate solution. They definitely needed the lockdown versus the Weaver.
Yeah, that was one thing we were talking about a lot. It's just the fact, like NEWBEE, where do you find your stuns? Where do you find your control? You don't really have it. Like normally with KP's heroes, you've got that big like AoE Ravage, you've got crushes from Slaughters, you've got all these things going to work, but you don't really have it from him. You don't get it from the Juggernaut. You get it in a little bit from the Batrider.
However, Liquid's push is quite formidable, and their 5-man, I think, is superior to NEWBEE's, unless the Bristleback gets very, very farmed.
And maybe that's where we should be like turning our attention. Like, what happens? How does NEWBEE ensure the laning phase?
Make sure that they have the Ancients available to them if they fall behind. This is a very common strategy that you'll see with the Bristleback in the offlane. And it looks like they will be able to get that Sentry Ward dewarded.
No kills coming along with the dewards for this game at least. But yeah, Matumberman, it still requires NEWBEE to come down there and have a quick little peek over for it.
Yeah, you just can't leave a Lycan unchecked because he just buffs up your other lane so much when he has high levels of Howl. So I like NEWBEE's approach. Always contest the Lycan.
The funny thing is too, like, because Kaka is coming down, more than likely he's going to walk off to the side, and they will, in fact, yeah, they see the Obs Ward now, the creep wave comes over.
Sometimes you like to wait a little bit just so you get like the double regen. Like you can get Bristle, take some damage, and then you eat it with Wisp, and then you'll have like double regen. 4x regen.
He actually tanked it straight from the start anyway, so he just wanted to go on so he can get to the lane. And then they push Matumberman straight out of lane. 4 Quill Spray stacks up from KP. Matumba's been forced out. Now, we've seen this storyline before. It happened only a couple of minutes ago in game number 1.
And Kaka missed a stack, actually, on that first one. He tried to drag it down, but it caught the corner of it right as he went there. It's much safer to stack to the left.
I want to keep my eyes on this bottom lane as much as I do want to watch that mid lane too. Fada versus Moo, who can get the upper hand here. Difficult for Moo to initiate when you're going up against Spirit Siphon, but if there's enough sticky napalm charges, potentially you could actually see first blood happening there in the mid lane. While Kuro is taking on the same role that Chuan did before. Early Satyrs, he'll combo up with Mind Control, and they're just trying to make it so Chuan, who doesn't have any consumables, there's no health on him to work with, just has to hold back. And How's going to have to actually go for the, he's already done it. He went for the early point up in the healing ward. Difficult to keep that alive. In fact, now with a blast, How, he has to stop the spin. The damage physically is still there. Mind Control will take first blood against the safe lane Juggernaut.
Yeah, getting a little bit greedy there. Nice creep skip coming out from Kuro to put the Juggernaut in that sort of situation.
And now Chorn, like, what do you even do? You say the laning phase is really, really weak for a Shadow Shaman. Now you're really seeing it. And then you bring the Juggernaut back. At least Hal's got his spin, but there's a lot of physical damage, and because of the Enchantress army, there's a lot of sustain when they go behind the tower as well.
And Mind Control, as the Weaver, generally has a tough time in the offlane. It's just not a great matchup for him. But when you have a Wisp in the offlane, you only have 2 support, or 1 support in that safe lane, it's very easy for him to get level 2, and now he's already level 3.5. And once he gets that Swarm up, it's going to be very difficult for this Juggernaut to survive, let alone the Shadow Shaman.
Keep your eyes towards mid. Jirak's going to boulder himself forward, waiting for the gank over there, but he is level 2, but Moo makes it towards the ancient area. Jirak's can stay in hot pursuit. He's still ready to go again if possible, as the creep wave stays with Moo too. Kuro's going to rotate himself over. Jirax, yep, still not letting it go. Gets the kick off. Boulder forward. Slow down Moo. Barter now with the Spirit Siphon. Moo's going to go down. And Team Liquid, this time they are the ones finding the advantage in the early game.
And Matumberman's doing A-OK in the bottom lane. 13 CS. 14 just tied with the Bristleback. So NEWBEE are going to have to get some more stacks up if they want Batrider to be a participant in this game.
But that means you got to pull people off the lane. Like Chuan has to stop doing, like he's trying to throw the lane as much as he can so Hao can fight and farm underneath his own tier 1 tower, which is kind of like, it's a catch-22 because then you just fight underneath your own tier 1 tower, but the Enchantress army can also just chase you in there.
I think if Enchantress goes back to top, NEWBEE can do a lane swap and just throw Bristle up there, because what they want to do is just not die in the early game. They catch up the stacks, blink on the Batrider, and
not exactly what you want to have happen, especially if that kick was able to connect. But he keeps sticking napalm charges up, making it difficult for Fada to keep the pressure on the Batrider.
And Kaka not really interested in healing up old Moo, and Moo's going to have a tough time regenning up without any rune access. There is 3 stack of the Ancients, so KP can take that as he desires. And Chuan really struggling for levels.
This is something that we see from NEWBEE, where KP gets majority of the farm, just because they make his lane so much better. Chuan, okay, he shackles to cancel off the tornado. However, there's a large amount of damage being done to him. And Wild Wing will keep the chase going, and Chuan, he'll shock. He just wants the Wild Wing dead, and it's going to happen, but Chuan got a 17 HP to make it work. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Moo's going to have a crack over. Fada dropping low with the help of Kaka. They find one. The Spirits out to maximum range. Kaka trying to reach Jirax, but then Jirax can also turn Kaka. He's going to get trapped up. His tether is available. Goes all the way back over to Moo, but Mind Control's already here in the mid. Finds one. The kick was there from Jirax, but it's Moo with the lasso, holding Mind Control into the tier 1 tower, but with one more attack into the trees. It's a double kill for Mind Control, giving him 3 out of the 4 kills the Team Liquid have claimed so far.
Superb movement by Team Liquid, throwing their 2 offlaners into that mid lane, and I was like, oh, okay, I can do some damage over here. They just end up getting wiped.
It's that good rotation from Team Liquid. We were expecting like maybe NEWBEE to switch their lanes up, but in this case...
And now Kuro, I think, scouted out that stack. They're pinging it out right now. Don't really think they can take it maybe with Swarm and Lycan at some point, but they ideally want to jack it. And looks like Kuro has blocked it out with that sentry.
Yeah, so no more stacking at least. Kaka's coming over. It's around that same time that he wants to stack it, so if Kuro backs up now, they won't realize that he's actually messed with it.
And then they might interrupt Kaka at the rune. He's taking a lot of damage from these ancient creeps.
Yeah, but they're also looking at another target. Is Chorn, who's underneath the Observer Ward in the mid lane. Like with the tornado starting up from Kuro, you're keeping the supports away, you're keeping the creep wave out, and allowing Fada, who doesn't have Exorcism yet, to inflict damage onto a tier 1 tower. With Mind Control as well, Shakushing himself across. He's in that narrow path of Fog of War that NEWBEE just can't see anything.
And Liquid's approach is just completely avoid the Bristleback. The Bristleback Wisp is really strong. They're actually fighting, but without the stack available to them, without any heroes out on in the Liquid bottom lane,
yep,
they're not really getting anything accomplished.
No, not until you hit maybe that level 6 over on the IO, or Bristleback is able to have enough stacks up that he does a heavy amount of physical damage into the tower. But this is still a level 6 Bristleback. It does mean he has the warpath available. And with the help of Kaka, he can just stand alive. So they do get a decent trade-off. And this is the strength of the Bristleback. Great during team fights, but it's this big burst of physical damage, which you're not always expecting. Until Matumberman tries to come for the kill. He sends the Wolf in. He actually finds Kaka over in the tree line. Kaka, he needs to tether himself out of here. He's gone in deeper with the Howl. He actually decides just to start the TP. The damage, they don't get there in time. NEWBEE will get away safely.
Ooh, nice play by both Matumberman and
top
the Wisp.
lane, Howl's also taking considerable damage. He's already got that Scarab Beetle on him, but manages to break free underneath his own tier 1 tower. But this is Mind Control just posturing on that top lane and forces Howl all the way back to base.
Wow, and NEWBEE placed a sentry ward a little bit below their mid T2. They already got the D ward in the one in the lane, and it actually sees the one at the Seeker shop too, if they can get up there.
Lucky Ducks. Kaka will come over because he's going to be there for the stack as well. So he'll see the ward.
It's nighttime, it's a little bit hard to see.
Funny thing is though, he still can't stack. That sentry from the Radiant side is still in position. So no matter how hard he tries, he just cannot stack this Ancient.
And with daytime, he should be able to see it.
Looks like Chorn's preparing himself up on this top lane. Howl's coming in too. Omni Slash is available, but you've still got Nami there, and the T1 tower's already lost.
And KP kind of stranded out in this bottom lane, really wanting to get this tower. I don't think Liquid can defend this in time. Maybe a deny from the Wolves.
Looks like to be what they're attempting. With the Quill Spray stacks, it's a little bit harder. It will belong to KP. He'll get the last hit. Giving him some much-needed money. Moo, hello top lane, Invis Rune, right on top of Mind Control. Chorn's coming over. The Enchanted people find him out too. They hex up over on the creeps. There's no Centaur stop until now, but they walked in close to allow that to happen. And Mind Control just time-lapse off all of the damage.
Dang, Kuro, what a player. Right there with the Centaur.
Right place, right time. Right Kuro.
And now, just got to farm up your stacks right now, NEWBEE. Moose still needs 600 gold into that Blink Dagger. And no sign of Bristleback. I guess we see the Buckler. Could be Vanguard and the Crimson Guard, which I think is actually very good versus Liquid's lineup. Mech is the standard.
Say, Kaka, you saw that one, man. He walked straight past the Observer and then started walking away
from it. It's
an
unusual one, though.
He's also tried to stack up the Ancients now 4 times and finally just says enough is enough. Throw down a sentry ward, and he finds the sentry in its last second.
I think they should take it out with the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman really needs his level 6 so they can threaten some towers and have some buff spells for their team fight. At this point, he's just very, very useless. Just a sitting duck with his shackles.
Well, he's going to try and play on this top lane. Walks in, the sentry ward's down, mind control, Shikuchi's up and away from the detection of Chuan. They're maybe hoping he'd go into the tree line.
KP, is he going to get this stack off?
It's going to be close.
Yeah, I don't think he'll get it.
Well, the lizards are backing up, and yeah, the mud golems actually got stuck, so no stack for him. Damn, they really need that burst damage to come in for the bristleback. Because that's the burst farm, because that's his mech. Once the mech is there, then NEWBEE's team fight becomes a lot better and they can start 4 to 5 manning, especially up against Exorcism. And until that point, they're probably just going to keep dodging.
Well, they're smoked. Move up. Moving up to try and control that dire jungle. Anticipating Moo's going to be there farming his Blink Dagger, especially after that failed lasso, but Hal might be in a little bit of trouble. Gonna have to have a sick play from the Earth Spirit, though.
Yeah, Jirax needs to get this kick, and well, there's a troll trap, the silence. Hal, where's that spin? He can't get it off. The Centaur stop is perfect. And of all things that do the last point of damage, it was the Fist of the Mud Golem, which was the one to bring down the Jugger.
Jirax spot on with his Earth Spirit play.
And now they even commit Exorcism. Fortification gets burned by NEWBEE on their tier 2. So I'll waste a little bit of time, but the result's still going to be the same. Team Liquid will take this tier 2 tower up on the top lane. They scan to make sure that NEWBEE is not coming to defend it at all. So there's no surprise smoke push up by NEWBEE.
Yeah, they're playing around this Bat Rider Blink Dagger very, very well, and they will smoke up. It will be with Chuan near the Dire Secret Shop, hoping to catch up with Matama Man, but he's already headed back to base.
And he's a long way away from NEWBEE. It doesn't look like anyone else from Liquid need to even go over to the jungle just yet.
Oh, that's really smart from Liquid. They scan, they know that Bat Rider's not top. He wasn't in the jungle farming his Blink Dagger, so they assumed that he already had his Blink, and knowing that they're going to move out down.
Well, that helps. The Observer was now going to see Fada coming over towards that small camp, and Moo, he turns around, he wants to jump, and well, Firefly, Blink, Lasso, Chuan's going to be here as well. They're going to drop the Mass Serpent Wards if they want the extra damage, but a kick from Jirax, and the silence makes the difficult part. Still caught inside the Firefly. He'll go down with the Magnetize turned on. Kaka, stick charges will keep him alive, but not for much longer. The walls move forward, and now Matumban just being blocked up by the creep. It was the Centaur that wasn't allowing him forward, but mind control on the back lines finds Chuan. He wants Moo as well. Doesn't have enough damage for that, and he understands this too, so he moves on to a better target. It's Moo as well as KP. The stun from Kuro needs a little bit more damage with the Impetus. It could go to work, but still mind control all over the Bat Rider, but Hal in for the Omni Slash. Revenge is swift and just. It is, however, over on Jirax, and Hal, difficult time, turns into the spin underneath that tier 2 tower, trying to kill off Kuro, but with the TP support on the way, Fada also wants to try and catch up to him. Mind control right in front, Chikuchi's in front. He's not the healthiest of players. And with the bugs on him, Fada, he's not finding an opening here. NEWBEE will be able to get back out of this.
And the Shadow Shaman just food for the Weaver at this point. Just way too underfarmed in that Shadow Shaman. Really need to get something off the back of the Mass Serpent Ward, but he didn't want to commit it to the Death Prophet. They thought they had him without it.
I'm actually wondering how they even control mind control. He's sitting at 5 kills for 1 assist, 0 deaths, but it's the Lincoln Sphere build which is coming in for him. The Bat Rider jump initiation isn't going to be enough for Moo anymore.
NEWBEE thought it was. They thought it'd be enough with the Shadow Shaman and enough with the Bat Rider, but it's
once the Lincoln's is up, then you're in trouble.
And even before that, I think the nice play from Kuro, it doesn't look like they have a defensive support, but the way that Kuro has been playing, he is that defensive support to save the Weaver so he can pop his cooldowns. But yeah, once he gets that, maybe you get you Omni Slash him into something else.
Oh, there's the mindset from Hal. Scared to absolute death. Jirax is still sticking around with him. He wants to own this dire jungle. And how can... Well, he had spin up in a second. I'm not quite sure what that run was all about from Jirax, apart from just saying hello.
I think it might force Chuan to lay a sentry ward, though.
Sean and Moo are actually going to smoke again. They look up towards the top lane. It's the Weaver. That's the one they look towards. But to get close enough, like, mind control's just sitting there. He almost looks like an illusion when he doesn't react.
It's really hard with nighttime. And they don't have to have a sentry.
Well, they put the Obs and Sentry on the cliffside instead. And Mind Control is away. KP still having himself a good time on bottom, now with the Vanguard up as well as the mech. A level 11, so second point up in Warpath. They can start doing damage towards the towers. Chorn comes in from behind. Fada, they need to get some kind of control. Relocate, gonna bring in KP as well. The Master wards it down, but the damage from Atonement is just so big. Combining up with the Magnetize, Fada might burn inside the Firefly, but the damage is just so huge from Team Liquid. How will be forced back underneath his own tier 3 tower. Mind Control diving under it to ensure the kill. They want to wipe NEWBEE out here, but KP is just so strong. He'll end up killing off Kuro. Matumban will TP out. You still got a 2-for-4 trade, however, in favor of Team Liquid.
And they've been ignoring the Bristleback in a lot of these fights, which is the correct solution when you have all these weak heroes in the back line and all of NEWBEE are falling without the Bristleback up in front.
Jirak's going to boulder away. I suppose they know they can get away with farming up a couple of these wards. Mind Control on the run. He's underneath the Observer and Sentry, hence KP could do that. And by attacking like that, he reveals the fact there is vision there.
They need the Bristleback up in front. He can pop the Lincolns too on the Weaver once it gets to that point, but right now NEWBEE are just way too weak if they get focused. Anyone but the Bristleback, and Liquid are doing an extremely good job of killing the Wisp early on in the fights. A nice burst on a Moo, the Yules into the Earth Spirit setup.
How is being stalked so heavily by these two wolves. But yeah, what a hell of a fight in the mid.
And Kuro going in deep on the T3. Oh. But you don't want your Bristleback to be alive like this at the end of a team fight.
No. But what are you meant to do against it?
He needs to go up in front. He needs to force them to go on him. He needs to be on top of the Lycan. He needs to be on top of the Earth Spirit, be on top of the Death Prophet. So they have no choice.
The problem is he relocated in on that, and then they all split up.
Well, it might be better for them to have the Bristleback farm out in really dangerous positions and then relocate with the Juggernaut instead. Because if you relocate with the Bristleback, someone probably already got jumped.
So you make it so Liquid initiate.
Yeah, look at his position right now. Like now he's out in front, so now he will actually get jumped on, which is what they want him to do. But Liquid, they see him, they don't want to go on him at all.
Nope. Instead, they can find Moo over in the jungle, who's just trying to farm up. He's in Firefly at the moment. There's your silence on Moo, but still the Firefly is going to have a little bit more time. Jirak's caught in the trees as Moo will blink himself over. That troll was actually nearby, but it didn't get the trap off, so we found its Yule Scepter, put him up in the air. Moo will drop back down again, and then quickly munched up by the Lycan.
And they've not been able to do much on the Bat Rider. 1 and 5 on Moo. They need the Battle Fury up soon on the Juggernaut to deal with the amount of summons that are. They don't have that much damage. They're having a difficult time bringing down the Death Prophet, even with 4 or 5 heroes focusing him at the start of the fight.
KP's trying to get Liquid to initiate on him. He understands that all 5 heroes walking around, so here we go. He'll run himself in close, starts already with the names of Guerrero and Matumban. Control him whichever way he possibly can. Turn the back, waste the Exorcism. Even with the Spirit Siphon, it's... like Fada knows he's not really that much of a match for KP at the moment.
But Liquid finally realizing that NEWBEE are in formation with the Bristleback in the front. They cannot take that fight even with Exorcism up.
And NEWBEE gonna... okay, there's a wolf right next to him as KP slips himself into Roshan.
Tron will drop his entry.
Should. Oh, they actually... okay, they commit the Mass Serpent Wars. They saw the wolf keel over, so they understand that they were being watched. But up on top lane, Mind Control's attacking into the tier 3 tower, so NEWBEE will be able to take Roshan. Remember, you have yourself... like if Hound moves over the side and TP's back, they can still defend this and then relocate up with KP as well as Kaka. But the tier 3 tower is dropping quickly. Okay, Moo's trying to lay this up with the Firefly, but say goodbye to tier 3. Here comes the relocate, plus the TPs. KP's the first man in. They instantly focus Kaka down. He will not survive with this. Hound needs more damage, but he gets silenced up. He can't get his spin. He can't get the ulti off. The Aegis Immortal will burn instantly. Fighter is still low, and with Kaka's buyback, now KP with the cool sprays really starting to stack up here. They're in a little bit of trouble. Matumban isolated out. Fighter is able to TP out with the Omni Slash. Matumban is mopped up. Kuro, the Nezuku is on him. The Flame Break will cancel this TP in time, so NEWBEE able to catch up to Kuro. They'll find this kill. They burn the Aegis, the Immortal, but damage is still done at home. The melee racks was lost for NEWBEE.
I'd say about an even trade for both sides. I think you'd be pretty happy to get a melee Rex at this point in the game, but yeah, give me up Aegis and a couple of kills in the process. And Wisp is just not playing very defensively at this point. He like relocated in right on top of the Rex, and almost got hit by the Earth Spirit stun and then just immediately died.
It was the same problem again, though, right? Like you had to come in with a bristles back, which means you have to relocate to the front lines because that's where he needs to be. Like unless you like gave the TP over to KP, but
you could just TP with the bristleback. He has TP skills.
And then just relocate the Juggernaut to the back lines, so you still get them all back.
They needed him there to finish off the Roche with the minus armor from the goo.
Top lane's going to defend, so Fada making sure that NEWBEE just can't force out the top lane and relieve some of that pressure because the melee rack is down. NEWBEE getting the counter racks to stop the momentum swing to Liquid. It's very difficult when they have to burn through 3 towers to do it.
And Liquid are committing a lot to the mid-game items. We see the BKB coming out very soon on Death Prophet, Necro 3 coming out on Lycan, but they do have some late-game insurance with the Enchantress almost completing their Scepter.
Mind control, lassoed up, shackled, and then wards down. They really want this kill. Can he time-lapse? No, he can't. That was actually a real nice couple of control abilities from NEWBEE. They don't have a lot to work with, but they made it happen. And now that's Battle Fury plus the early Basher coming in now for KP.
Very good at locking down that Lycan, especially. And the Weaver, I guess if you get a lucky bash. But he realizes that he has to be a threat in team fight. When you go pure tank with Mech and Crimson Guard, unless they focus you and you can get a lot of stacks off, you're not going to be doing that much damage. And Basher at some point will make them focus him down.
So this tier 1 tower looks near death. The Lycan is behind the lines, just trying to farm up his level 3 Necrobook, and Hal's now going to walk up and actually find Matulman over in the jungle. He potentially could just ulti, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Omni Slash it down. Is it enough damage? No, it's not. Matulman's still on the run. The Urn Charge got put on him, but Lycan will survive. And the relocate, Liquid know they're coming back, and that's why Fada is moving himself forward. KP makes himself a buff for the troll traps over on Kaka. They really hate that IO. He'll make a break for the tree line, but the Beatles get on the back of him. They need to break Kaka free of this. And with the Meg Charge, maybe they can survive. In fact, Mind Control in too deep. The kick will fly through. The damage is enough. Mind Control will drop before he can get the time lapse off, and now the jump forward from NEWBEE. They're here on the rampage. Nanzagu over onto Fada. His Yule Scepter is available. Instead, he'll use it over on KP, removing him from the fight, but they still haven't killed off Kaka. Jirax turns on the Magnetize, causing issues, but there's more issues for Liquid as the Shackles locking Jirax underneath that tier 1 tower. They're losing heroes left, right, and center. Moose was instantly looking for more as well, but this gives NEWBEE more kills, plus this tier 1 tower.
Mind Control may be feeling a little bit safe now that Kuro had protected him from so many ganks, but now he just died 2 consecutive times, first feeding his 6-kill streak. And now NEWBEE, they finally found their way to fight.
That they did, and they found their way to an advantage. They are, for the first time in this game, holding the experience advantage. They're still repairing what was a 7.5k lead for Team Liquid net worth-wise, and they just keep going. Mass Serpent was down. KP, he is the immortal tank right now for NEWBEE. On the front lines all the time, and Liquid are being forced to fight him. This has probably been the biggest change of all.
I don't know if they can hide him anymore, though. Now he does so much damage, they can sticky on the targets with a Basher that kind of can't. Even the Crimson Guard is posing a lot of problems. They probably would have been able to do a lot more damage to the Wisp had that Crimson Guard not come out.
But Tumba committed pretty heavily to try and find that kill over on Mu. Necrobox, as well as his Shapeshift. Doesn't find it. Top tier 1 tower's gone. House finding more and more farm. This is just a good time for if you're NEWBEE. They just have to wait for the next Roshan. So that's about 3 minutes potentially away.
I don't think the Lincolns has been that useful for the Weaver. It's good for the Bat Rider if they're split pushing, but in the middle of a team fight, he's just going to get gooed or Omni Slash by the Juggernaut, and both of those will pop it without really any loss to the caster. And Death Prophet almost completing the BKB, but really suffering in the armor department. This is why KP can just own all of them.
I'm wondering, yeah, if that's the reason why KP's building into the AC and just leaving the Basher as a Bastion, not going for Abyssal or something.
Yeah, he doesn't have the Vanguard.
Yeah.
Well, he has Crimson Guard at this point.
Yes,
I don't think you want Crimson in the Vanguard.
Oh, Mind Control. Instantly time-lapse to get away, but Mu! He keeps up with him. The relocate comes in. It's going to be Fada who gets caught out. And Mind Control will TP back. Fada down for 43 seconds. This momentum is so heavily swinging the way of NEWBEE. Liquid need to stop the bleeding. They still have the melee racks on top. They still have momentum on that lane.
Was the BKB even justified this game on the Death Prophet? What is it particularly good against? It's good against Batrider, but I don't think Shadow Shaman can get to him because he doesn't have the Blink Dagger. I think maybe the Veil build might have been better. A little bit of armor. You can also do a little bit more damage with your Spirit Siphon.
Right now, NEWBEE just have a great combination of both magical as well as physical. Because KP got to that point, he can walk around and just like pump out the damage.
I think they had already shut down the Batrider enough.
Liquid just smoked underneath the Dire Observer Ward in the mid lane. So NEWBEE are fully aware of what Team Liquid are up to, and because of that, like, they just take the bottom tower. Hal's waiting for the last hit, now he'll get it.
And now they just TBKB in into the front, and they cannot go in on that. However, they need to make a move before the next Roche. I think NEWBEE will be very comfortable in taking a fight around there.
Yeah, not to mention Hal's getting into a better position, so he's going to have that Manta style. So the control coming in from Georax is negated even further once he can dispel the silence. Then it's a straight up fight.
Jax does get a D-Ward in his own jungle, trying to have the vision superiority in this area.
Well, they have it. Both teams, most of their warding is around Roshan. Liquid put one on the hillside, both at the west and the northeast part of the cliff.
And you'd be one of the few teams that don't pick up a gem this early. Again, very important versus Lycan Wolves, very good against the Weaver, and even more importantly, take down the wards around the Roche pit. But I guess the supports like to play a little bit greedy, and that's paying off for Shadow Shaman. He was very poor at the start.
Liquid's preparing their push. NEWBEE also preparing to defend. Karka, KP, and Sean all holding hands as they come to the bottom lane. There's no fortification for NEWBEE, so they may just let that tier 1 tower drop. In fact, it looks like they don't have any kind of choice. There's still a decent army there for Team Liquid. And KP, the frontliner.
Oh, Mu does have an invisibility room. This could be pretty big for them.
If he can get in close enough. He might also be very concerned there's a sentry ward down somewhere. In fact, there is, sitting right next to KP in the lane.
Oh yeah, Liquid actually saw that with their Observer Ward. So maybe trying to bait out Mu.
Well, Mu's walked past the sentry position. In fact, Liquid are just bailing. They don't want to get involved here. In fact, they, Mind Control's already back up on that top lane.
But very unfortunately for Liquid. Good for NEWBEE. Roshan's back up.
Quick spawn. And Karka's going to he's into the pit, scouts out Roshan. And now NEWBEE can bring him down fairly quickly.
That Observer Ward will miss, or that Sentry Ward will miss that Observer Ward, so Liquid will still have vision in this area without the aid of the Wolves. And another Sentry Ward dropped, and it will be a miss.
At least they have their own ops and sentries. Smoke, Liquid did that underneath the Dire Observer Ward. So again, NEWBEE, always aware of Liquid smokes. I think like the last 3 smokes of Liquid have actually been scouted out by observers.
Looks like they're trying to go the long way around, but NEWBEE trying to circumvent that by retreating to the left side. And it'd be far too risky for Liquid to actually go in the Roche pit, so NEWBEE just need to bide their time until the smoke pops itself. And Liquid, who can they get the jump on?
I'm waiting for these scans to come out, but then again, you kind of know Mu. Okay, he thinks they're inside the pit. Firefly is up, and well, where is that jump? They trigger the Mantra Illusions to now have a bit of a look around. The smoke is already broken for Liquid, so they have to bail out.
And with the BKB and Lincoln's cast onto the Death Prophet, he will be their main damage dealer, although that will leave the Weaver quite vulnerable with just Dezo.
The ping's coming out about top lane. How has to move up to try and defend and get the momentum back. Karka actually caught the bottom river. Okay, Mind Control now with that Desolator up does some good damage, and that's 50 seconds. No buyback over on this IO.
They didn't deward that Observer Ward. And with all those sentries around, you feel safe. You're like, oh, okay, I can probably get this through.
They literally got sentries on every single side of this Observer Ward, but they just can't see it. They're just not close enough.
That's a pretty common spot, too.
Marfada, using illusions. Keep their eyes on the pit. 26 seconds until Io is back.
And starting on the Roche.
Yeah,
they can send in Bristle, though, if they actually feel scared, or Mu can check in.
They should be really scared.
Oh, they see the swarms. They have to know.
Yeah, they're worried about Mu also with his Flame Break. If he cliffs anyone here, This is not going to be the dream fight for Team Liquid. There's still 4 inside the pit. Exorcism committed. Roshan's pretty low. KP walking inside the pit. Roshan, he belongs to the Weaver. The clipping doesn't happen for the flame break, but Moo will drag Fada up on the hillside with the Mount Serpent Wards. They'll isolate him up there. He'll still be up with his Exorcism, however, but this fight splits massively into different pieces. They're trying to get Fada back down again, but he just can't get off the cliff. Maybe with the Spirit Siphon, KP helping to stay alive. There's still no one dead in this entire fight. The stacks are prepping up for KP, but with the kick on Kaka and KP, they can't keep the momentum going. They're all just splitting up. No one's still dead yet. Fada, how is he still up here? He's playing King of the Hill. Now you lose 2. The Jirax, he boulders up and pushes Fada down, buying freedom for his core. But it's Mind Control who ends up how. They go for more. Moo with the flame break, pushing Fada back. Now KP can start over on Jirax. The stacks are high. Fada trying to isolate here with the Yule Scepter. Mind Control. Stunned up. Lickers will break, but he'll time-lapse off all the damage. Putting the Scarab Beetles back onto the back of KP. Moo has to blink away to safety. You got the hunt going off from the Weaver. He's right behind Moo. He's not close enough to get the kill. Moo behind the tower. Mind Control keeps the chase going. Ghost Scepter will just amplify the damage in Mind Control. Literally run straight through him like he's absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, up on top lane, the range racks, Mind Control. 1 hit will do the job, it doesn't even need it. The creep wave's there, but it's Chuan inside the base. Ghost Scepter will save him from the Geminate attack. KP has to come back up into defender. Mind Control. He's coming in for round 2. The shackles, maybe too greedy. Time lapse, where is it? 1 second on cooldown. He'll burn the Aegis, but he kills Chuan. Support's coming up from the Aya, but KP's the only one here. Mind Control can just Akuchi himself away. Pushing the envelope, keeping NEWBEE down. You finish up the top racks. And what a hectic skirmish of a fight around Roshan.
I don't think KP has been playing particularly well this game. Right there, he could have cast Crimson Guard to help out his Shadow Shaman, and I think as soon as his Wisp dies in the pit and you see all of Liquid moving in, you start stacking up the Quill Spray right as they're inside the pit, and you know you're going to hit them, but he just went in way too late. By the time he went in there, the Aegis was already down. He's just relying way too much on the Bat Rider to make his plays. You have to go in there even without the Wisp. He hasn't died yet this game, but he's playing like he's died like 6-7 times this game.
I'm also wondering if cliffing Fada was the greatest idea ever, because you never got your damage out.
He also went in there to get into range of the Spirit Siphon. He would have died had he not gotten Spirit Siphon off onto the Bristleback.
2 melee heroes, and the hero you want to kill off ends up on a cliff. Trouble. Now NEWBEE, back to be aggressive.
And that Air Spirit has a sick roll into kick Fada off. I really like that.
That was
one.
pretty slick. All right, so NEWBEE, you're grouping up again around this bottom lane. KP's your front liner, but meanwhile, how? Team Liquid just found the opening. There's buyback on the Juggernaut. They still have the issue that the tier 2 towers are making it so they can't just slip themselves in through the top and take out the mid rack. So NEWBEE, the question is, do they try and defend? Radiant use their scan to try and see if NEWBEE are rotating up from the Radiant jungle. And NEWBEE go the long way around, which also brings them underneath that Observer Ward of Team Liquid. They're going to see NEWBEE back next to their own tier 2 on bottom.
And why have NEWBEE still not picked up a gem? I think they've needed one for a really long time. I don't think any of that would have happened. The Wisp wouldn't have died had they not had vision on him. NEWBEE's still very reluctant to invest just at 900 gold.
If they finally got rid of that damn Observer Ward, commit 4 sentries, find no ward. So Liquid. Necro's coming back off cooldown soon. So is the Shapeshift. Kuro's already walking around with his Aghanim Scepter, pumping out terrible points of damage, and you actually get a Shiva's Guard over on Death Prophet. You said Fada was having issues with armor. Not anymore.
And NEWBEE have not really been able to make use of the relocate. Ideally, you have a Shadow Shaman who can blink Hex, drop wards, throw shackles, and then into a relocate, or Bat Rider who can blink Lasso. But they've been just far too behind to make those sort of jumps and make full use of the IO.
And NEWBEE's still in a point where they can force the lane. Like, KP is still a beast. Can they just push him on the front line and play behind him? Like, attack the tier 3 towers?
I don't think so. If they attack the tier 3s, then they can easily wrap around. There's like 4 or 5 points of initiation that they can just jump the Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman does not have blink. He has Ghost Scepter, but that won't keep him alive for that long. And
it won't when you got a Diffusal Blade over on Mind Control. These Ghost Scepters don't protect you from anything. And Mind Control's almost at a point where he'll buy up a new item. He's sitting at 3.7k gold. over on this Weaver. The Courier is actually coming up to pick up the rest of the Assault Cuirass.
Yeah, just imagine if Micro gets a BKB, he can just run rampant in these fights. There's no way that they can kill him on these, any sort of physical damage. He can just time lapse off, and he can just kill the Shadow Shaman before the BKB pops off. The Wisp as well.
Liquid are coming again. Just around the front of Roshan. Okay, they don't really find the target they're searching for. And with the pressure being applied to the tier 2 tower by Hao, they don't want to get involved. And in fact, Hao just uses it like, okay, Liquid TP back, shot, spin safely to the TP to the tier 2 on bottom lane. It's a creep wave and a half coming up that way. But you're pumping all this money into the Juggernaut. What item does he get which really changes this fight? Like, does he actually have to go into control? Should he be the Abyssal Blade kind of guy?
No, that's Bristle's job. Bristle already has AC and the Basher, so I think he can just go more survivability.
So how does Hao build?
You don't necessarily want a Scotty versus Death Prophet because of HP, but I think you might need it. It gives him a little bit of additional armor, and versus the pure damage from Enchantress, I think he needs HP to tank up. It's also just really nice with the healing ward, and he's generally not getting tethered by the Wisp. What other item? Butterfly I think is pretty good too.
On the lineup, well then again, you could get the Monkey King Barret from my control, but instead he's going for a heart. So apparently, okay, NEWBEE needs so much damage.
Yeah, I think Butterfly's the item for him.
We'll find out if he agrees in just a bit. For now, everything's just starting to simmer until NEWBEE are ready to come back out. They group up as 4 inside their own base. A couple of fresh 4-stomps over for both the Enchantress as well as for Chuan. So each team getting a little bit more maneuverability in the next fight.
They're getting stalked by wolves, at least for the most part. And looks like a 4-man smoke, 3-man smoke. 3-man.
Liquid. Curious can at least get someone like their high ground vision up. This is why NEWBEE also did a lane ward, a prep ward for this fight. They don't want to let Liquid have this tier 2 tower easily, but Liquid, they wrap around the side. Now, NEWBEE does not have a defensive ward for this, but they are smoked up behind the tower. Here comes the Lycan Wolf. So he'll have a bit of a peek in behind the tier 2. Not see any heroes, but this smoke, it'll last for another 5-ish seconds. But they'll know something is wrong because top lane is just forcing in so hard.
Even though they didn't get a good engage, they still got 2 really good observer wards plopped down by Jarex during that. And NEWBEE, they don't have sentries, and they have eyes on the Shadow Shaman pinging him out.
They know Chuan, KP, 4-star, they push him into the fight. He turns his back pretty quickly, wants to evade the bugs, but Chuan, he's done, kicked around, silenced up, the mech charge comes off. NEWBEE need to survive this if they want to win the game, but they can't really do it when Butter triggers his BKB all over him. Matumman locked in by the last two, but it's not enough damage. How? Now into the Omni Slash. The damage is splitting up because they're just so close in for the spin. He'll get himself away. The stun's there from KP, and now still double kill for Fada. The Exodum has done some serious lifting in this fight. The KP wants to keep going. You've got Karka lassoed up. Can they hold him there? Fada's dropping low. 4-star up. He's almost down, but he's not down yet. How? Explodes right behind him. KP can't keep up. And now it's 4 Liquid players around KP. He'll start the TP, but unsuccessful. KP is dropping quickly. And NEWBEE, they'll be wiped. And this should even be potentially the game. You've only got buyback over on this Bristleback. Liquid are coming in to take out that mid-racks if possible. The tier 2 tower on bottom lane is going to follow the creep wave momentum anyway.
Yeah, Mind Control is just able to get in those back lines and drop all those Ghost Scepters. I think he used 4 or 5 Diffusal Blade charges there, and everyone just dropped. And yeah, they can just ignore the Bristleback at this point.
Gotta love that low cooldown.
Yeah. A nice play from Fada, dishing out a ton of damage and getting, he like gets low enough to the point where NEWBEE want to go.
Who's hunting? They want to try and get some extra kills. Instead, it's the Yule Scepter. Mu finds himself in too deep. KP also stunned up. Chuan, he's locked with a Spirit Siphon. You can say goodbye to the Shaman. KP looking for some revenge on Mind Control, but Mind Control right in the back of Karka. Tried to tether away, can't do it. The last who's there from Mu. Mind Control still alive at the moment. Entitled to all the damage. They've lost too much. The damage is too great. They are bleeding out right now. NEWBEE, Liquid are all over them. And they can keep pushing through if they want to. That tier 2 is still up on bottom lane, but you won't really care once you take out this mid-melee racks. KP is desperately scrambling defense. He's got Juggernaut up in 6 seconds time. But Liquid aren't leaving. The bottom tower is taken out by the Lycan. They're pushing for Megas. And here comes Matumberman. Necro is looking to go GG. NEWBEE will accept it. We'll have ourselves a decider between NEWBEE as well as Team Liquid to decide who will go through to the Manila Major Grand Final.
And in both games, the safe lane for the losing team was just way too weak. This game, just the Enchantress and the Weaver were able to crush both of NEWBEE's heroes, and without the Lion, they're hard-pressed to find a good substitute for that hard lockdown for Tron.
Yeah, but that Lion was banned down so early on, and it really was something like, and you're seeing it halfway through the draft, you're worried there just wasn't enough control coming out from NEWBEE. Normally fantastic in their laning phase. The Lich, I think, was actually one of the final bans as well, just to make sure that it wasn't like NEWBEE holding the lanes back, playing a very passive kind of style, allowing and stopping Liquid from just doing exactly what they did.
And they aren't as good as Liquid as switching up. Sometimes you'll see Mind Control play, Tidehunter, those sort of big team fight. And in this game, he's on the Weaver. He dishes out a ton of damage. He put a lot of pressure on the tower. He took it down. He got a lot of farm, as opposed to KP. Generally, he's on an initiator, but sometimes he plays the Naga Siren. But when he plays the Bristleback, this particular time, I don't think it fit well at all with the team.
Yeah, it didn't really seem like it had a lot of strength inside the lane. And you could also look at the other part of it, like the fact that Weaver was just so big. Was it also the early support that came in from Kuro? You had now in both the games the Enchantress playing a critical role, always affecting that safe lane of Dire side where you just couldn't do anything. You had to abandon early on.
And both supports on NEWBEE, I think, like Kaka missed a lot of stacks. They didn't get he died right before that crucial Roshan engagement. They didn't buy the gem on Chuan. Like, a lot of mistakes from the NEWBEE players.
Yeah, I cannot wait for game number 3. Paul?
Hello, Toby. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Third game for a fantastic Dota. I can't wait to see more.
Yeah, finally enjoying some good series after the early part of the tournament where you seem to get all the 2-0s. You were cursed, Toby.
Yeah, but that's why I have Melini and Wag, and they seem to be my lucky charms.
How are you coping with the crowd down there? There's a boisterous crowd behind you with all the signs and everything. Everything all right down there?
The crowd is wonderful. Come on, we're educating everyone here in the Philippines, even if they're only 6 weeks old.
Wow. You leave me dumbstruck, Toby. You leave me absolutely dumbstruck. We'll come back to you in game 3. Thank you very much for the commentary in game number 2. We do have a best of 3, and it all comes down to what is effectively a best of 1. Liquid going absolutely crazy in game 2. Let's get the thoughts of our panel now, starting with Alan. Fantastic game from Liquid.
I'm glad you did that little segment with Toby for me to have a moment for my heart rate to go down. I mean, there's a reason that we highlighted Mind Control versus KP in our pre-series matchup, called them the offlaners. They were the hard carries for their two teams in this matchup. Mind Control got the first blood, had 3 kills in the first 5 minutes, 15 seconds of the game, really pushed Hao completely out of that top lane, just as our caster said, just like Liquid had gotten forced out of their safe lane in the previous game.
Yeah, I'll come to Winter and Black in a moment, but there's more stats on this one. Mind Control's averaged 20% of his team's net worth for the entire tournament. This one, nearly 30%.
The most telling stat to me, right, is before this game, Hao and Mu came in with the 2 lowest average deaths per game in the tournament. They had already died 5 and 6 times by the 32-minute mark. KP didn't die in that game until 37 minutes in, when Liquid pretty much had already won the game. Our casters kind of criticized the bristle pick a little bit. I was fine with the bristle pick, but the rest of their lanes got crushed.
And Mind Control must have had a Snickers or something in the break.
Man, he loves the Snickers, right? Whenever he eats Snickers, he powers up like that. Yeah. I really liked how he played this game, although I'm not 100% sure yet Weaver was the best pick there. I still feel like Timbersaw would have done a lot more for them, because the biggest problem was the Bristleback, and they really couldn't deal with it, and the Weaver couldn't help there at all. I just feel like the Timbersaw would have just pressured them way more than the Weaver could. Of course, he TP'd in middle, helped a couple of times, but I just feel like he didn't have the impact Timbersaw would have had, especially mid and late game.
Oh, I disagree though. I think that Weaver is a hero in the offlane that can pressure the melee core a lot. I think that despite Timber could have been a good pick or a great pick here, but I still felt the Weaver's presence in the early game was still there in terms of pressuring the Jug's farm in the lane. And he was like severely lacking damage in the early stages when he went for Lincoln first. I agree with that, before he got the Deso, but after he got the Deso, he was dealing enough damage.
But they still couldn't deal with the Bristol at all. Like, I feel NEWBEE was really far ahead at one point, only because they couldn't kill the Bristol. And that's why I think Timbersaw would have been so much better because the 3 cores, they cannot really deal with the Bristol effectively.
I'm actually not sure whose side I'm on here because, I mean, Mind Control obviously played fantastically, but as to Winner's point, I think we talk a lot about heroes versus heroes, but you have to look at how a particular lineup fights as a team. NEWBEE had this big ball of death, right? And they want to get Batrider, they want to pull one person into that ball of death, get that first kill, and then just run over you with that lineup. And as Black said, you saw a couple of times in the early game where Liquid won fights and still had to TP out against the Bristleback. But as Winner said, I think that pick of the Weaver allowed Liquid to a lot of mobility in terms of their approaches from different angles. NEWBEE got split up in a lot of these fights and ended up getting picked off.
Yeah, but I think a key thing that the reason why I felt Weaver was chosen over the Timbersaw here was because in the lane, if you think about it, when Enchantress is coming in for the gank, you're Weaver. You can chase and you can run down the enemy hero. Like, Timbersaw can only chase it with level 6.
This is really, by the way, sorry to cut in, but this is really, I would want to give the MVP of the match to both Liquid supports, okay? Kuro was in on the first 5 kills for Liquid early game, absolutely drove high out of the lane, had 3 clutch Centaur stuns, including a big save on Mind Control for a gank early. Jerax was in on 11 of Liquid's first 12 kills, and those 2 supports just dictated the game.
Which answers the question that we had earlier, how important are supports to dictate the game, right?
Absolutely. I think we highlighted early on that the supports of this particular tournament haven't maybe always got the MVP, or they haven't maybe shone in terms of great plays or what have you, but actually they are really key to the victory.
The deeper we get into the tournaments, the more support MVPs we've had, and it shows you here why. And I completely agree with you now with the Weaver. I actually thought about it a lot. When you put the Beatles on someone, the tower will always focus the Beatles over the hero, and it takes 8 hits. So you can effectively dive anyone for about 5 seconds without being pressured at all.
Let's go through the highlights of the game. This is back on 12 minutes or so. Good start from Liquid, Alan, and pressured what they needed to pressure.
Yeah, I think they got everything they wanted, but even in this fight, you're seeing them, the Weaver's able to move around the fight, has a lot of mobility, but they still have to TP multiple heroes out. They can't kill the Bristleback here.
What I really want to mention too is in the mid game they bolstered like a 7.5k gold lead, but then they had one really crucial, or like 2 crucial pickoffs on Mind Control where he thought he was way stronger than he really is. Then he got picked off twice, and they completely destroyed the momentum. And at that point onwards, I actually thought NEWBEE had the game from there.
Yeah, that was at 20 minutes. They actually got a 1.3k gold bounty from 1 kill on a Weaver just above the Roche pit, and he died again almost exactly a minute later, just after respawning. At that point, it really did look like NEWBEE had control.
Yeah, because they didn't have the damage anymore to kill the Jug. Jug was second in net worth suddenly. Bristol was first, and they just didn't have the damage anymore on the back of an IO.
I think that was also because it was the Batrider. You're playing against Batrider. There's always a chance that someone might get picked off somewhere if you're wandering alone, because Mind Control was wandering alone. So he got picked off, affected the whole momentum of the game.
This was such a fantastic trade. So, Black, you were saying as we were watching the game that there were some individual positioning mistakes in the fight. But I thought the strategic elements of this game were just so cool. NEWBEE is doing Roche as Liquid is pushing that top racks, and they end up giving away 2 heroes, but getting that melee racks at the back end.
And I want to contribute that knowledge to Matumba Man. Constantly he had the Lycan Wolves on all of the heroes. He always knew where they were, and then they just went for the trade right away. And NEWBEE reacted a little bit too late, I think. They could have stopped it maybe, but you just don't expect it. Like, why are there 5 heroes there suddenly when you're all missing? It's like, it's crazy. But they all knew it because of the Lycan Wolves.
Yeah, especially the Batrider. He's been following the Batrider a lot throughout the game. Like, props to him. He used the Wolves perfectly.
Better than anyone in this tournament, I think.
No, I mean, I've been saying that for a while now, that's what makes Matumba the best Lycan player in the world. And I mean, we saw last night, right, just how effectively Liquid is able to exploit vision. That Matumba Slark vision is what set up that huge ravage.
Yeah. They really go hand in hand, like, all the time. Like, we always talk about who is the MVP, but with Liquid, we already said it. One for all for one. It's everybody. Like, they just go hand in hand so nicely.
And that's KP's first death of the game. I mean, he did absolutely everything his team could have asked of him in this game.
I think NEWBEE might have some regret not banning the Earth Spirit when they could in the second phase.
I thought it was really obvious an Earth Spirit was coming. It didn't come out in the first phase, but in the second phase it was really obvious it was coming, I think.
I mean, well, they still had the option of the Witch Doctor at the same time. Jerax played an awful lot of that, so...
Yeah, but the difference would be huge. Like, having the Earth Spirit and the Witch Doctor, a lot of the plays wouldn't have happened if they had a Witch Doctor instead of
like the aggression would have been so much lower because Witch Doctor is more defensive than offensive. Yeah. seeing the big boss there.
Indeed, crowd enjoyed that. So we look towards game 3. Thankfully, Alan's hanging in there. Do you need the medics?
I am beyond hyped right now. I mean, this is the matchup that we all wanted to see. We got the top 3 teams that I had at least coming into the tournament. I want to see both series go the distance.
Yeah. Okay. NEWBEE, in terms of the way that they played in the second game, Winter, how do you assess their play style? Have they changed in any way? Do you feel like they've adapted? Do you think that they can then go on in game 3 and now pick apart Liquid's strategy?
They've gone a bit greedier compared to the first game, and I don't think I like that too much. I think Enchantress, Osprey, early game heroes are the key in this series, and they shouldn't go too greedy.
Yeah, you highlighted that as a point in potential weaknesses when we look at NEWBEE. They can get greedy, they do get greedy quite often.
Sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, exactly. Do they go for that just all out now in game 3 and just go gung-ho?
I think when they were playing greedy in the previous series, we didn't see anyone punish them with Enchantress. And Liquid here making adjustments. After what happened in first game, they got punished by the Enchantress. Yeah. This game, they used the Enchantress against the greed of NEWBEE. So I think whoever gets greedy, you might want to consider banning Enchantress before deciding you want to go greedy.
I mean, when we say greedy, it sure seems like, based on the first 2 games, that whichever team has the early game roaming advantage is just, it's a huge, huge
but you could go greedy and get away with it.
Yep.
It's possible. So
You can get greedy and get away with it if you're aggressive yourself.
Yes, if you apply pressure.
Neither of those teams, they cannot sit back and just wait. And what I really dislike about NEWBEE's draft, the first phase, was they really banned into Liquid's hands. Like, they didn't expect Liquid to pick the DP, but they set the perfect stage for it. And I think they regret that a bit. Like, those 2 bans, they just made it perfect to pick DP first. We saw that they took a lot of time in the first phase. They didn't know what to pick themselves. Then they ultimately went with the IO Bristol.
It was a lot of like the strategy affecting that game. It wasn't much of someone made a really, really bad play and they lost the game. It was just a lot of things were limited with the tools they have and the situation they were put in.
Okay. Teams are just heading back into the booth right now. We're a few minutes away from the start of draft number 3, so let's take some more social media questions. This first one, it's a nicely timed question, actually. Who is the best Invoker player in the tournament? We've got him sitting right next to me.
Yeah, other than me. Like,
he hasn't played in the tournament, but he's the best Invoker player.
But I am at the tournament.
Yeah. Well, you are, but you're just not playing in it.
But is this really even a question? Look, I really like Wee's Invoker.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, but after what we saw yesterday, I'm dreaming green.
Yeah. Are we all on board the Miracle hype train here?
For me, it's either Miracle or Maybe. Like, they're both.
Oh, Maybe deserves mention.
Incredible.
Maybe's had some great games.
I don't know who to give it between those 2, but definitely one of the 2.
Coming from the Invoker King, that's.
I'm surprised he didn't give it to himself.
I mean,
well, I gave it to him.
I said other than me. I have to crown a prince, right? Like there has to be a prince. I'm the king.
Right.
So is it Miracle, or is it Maybe?
Because OG is in the final, so I would give it to Miracle.
Okay.
Worthy prince.
A worthy prince.
I like it.
Yeah. A good heir to your crown.
Yes.
At some point.
If I ever pass away, which I hope I won't.
We have the crowd are busy with a Filipino wave going around the arena right now. Hopefully you can see that on your screens in just a moment. That's very coordinated, people. That's very well done. I like that a lot. I give it 9 out of 10.
9.1.
Look at this. Fantastic scenes. Fantastic scenes. We've really enjoyed having the Filipino crowd with us all week long. In fact, over the last few weeks as well. We do have one more question.
Never ends, Paul. It never ends.
Great. Keep it going. We have one more question. Any special considerations for when drafting for a best of 5? Because we've got that coming up a little bit later on. So I guess it allows a little bit more mind game.
If you have a cheese, use it in the first game.
Yep.
Use it in the very first game?
Yep. Okay. Because game 2, 3, 4, 5, you will have to adapt to your opponent.
Yeah.
If you want to cheese, you do it the first game, because the second game your opponent won't know what you're going to do.
But then aren't the captains already thinking, there's going to be a cheese first game, I'll draft against that?
I mean, you do not want to out-mind game yourself. Losing one game because you kind of trick yourself, that's the worst feeling ever, and you really don't want to have that happen. Usually in grand finals there are not really any cheeses. Teams just go with what they're comfortable with.
You do try to get a free win when you can.
Yeah.
Like a quick win.
Like you always try to sneak this like one uncommon hero in, and then you're like, bam, we win in 20 minutes. We won't get another chance with it, but we got like a 1-0 lead.
Pascal would be a very good example.
I was going to bring out OG at Frankfurt. Do you not? consider they played a bit cheesy through the tournament?
Well, I mean, the OG won Frankfurt with a hero pool that was sort of just big enough, right? And they were pretty good about, they would have a good first game. They would know a little bit about how the opponent was going to draft.
You can call it cheesy, you can call it white hero pool,
right.
you know.
You can call it variety.
How about that OG being a one-patch team, though?
Now they're a two-patch team.
Well, attempting to be. There's also an interesting theory. If Liquid win this one, by the way, and we get Liquid OG, that completes the circle. Are you aware of the circle?
What circle?
The circle.
The circle of death?
The circle of OG versus Secret Major 1, Secret versus Liquid Major 2, Liquid versus OG Major 3.
So who would win then?
Illuminati confirmed.
Must be Liquid, because then it completes the circle.
So Liquid will win?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wouldn't that be
of
weird
course
if you
you're gonna
only
say
had 3
Liquid's gonna
teams?
win.
If you only had 3 teams reaching major finals this year out of the 3 majors?
This is foretold, man.
Black's mind's blown right now. He's like, whoa, what's going on?
It turns out that those 3 teams are really good.
Yes, we are getting ahead of ourselves because Liquid still need to win this game, and NEWBEE are attempting to become the first Chinese team to reach one of the 3 majors that we've had this season. And draft number 3 is underway. We've had the Lifestealer,
Earth Spirit,
and Beastmaster.
Banning out the aggression right away.
Yeah,
I like it.
Getting rid of Jax's favorite heroes.
Do you ban the IO here?
You ban the IO. You ban the Enchantress.
You ban the IO, you give away Slaughter. Well, that's basically it. Or you leave both in the pool, so you get a trade-off.
Yeah, last time they banned Slaughter and Lifestealer, I think, last game.
Yeah, Slaughter, Lifestealer, last game. But right now it seems like they're thinking about the trades. Because if you ban the IO, then you don't get a good trade. So
no, if you ban the IO now, then they can pick up a support. If you ban the Slaughter, then you've got equal amounts of supports that they can still pick from.
I think banning this Earth Spirit is really, really smart. Like it cuts into the aggression right off the start, and it makes them think a lot and consider a lot of things.
yeah, like we talk about the early game, and like Enchantress and Earth Spirit, these are the 2 most influential supports. Roaming, ganking, create pressure. It opens up the space for your offlane.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Look at those 2, deep in concentration.
And
right
it's unusual for Liquid to go this deep into their reserve time on the first ban.
They usually don't do it.
Okay, and this is how they approach the
So
first
they do
game.
ban the line again.
Yeah. So it's going to be most likely the trade, the Slaughter IO. Like one team will get Slaughter, the other team will get the IO.
NEWBEE had a perfect game 1 with Slaughter. There's no way they don't pick it here. Like or they do go with the DP to block it. But it gives Liquid the opportunity to pick the counter to DP, which is Slaughter.
One of the things that I think is responsible for the big dire win rate that we've seen at this tournament, about over 65%, the Ancient stack location. If Radiant stacks Ancients early, Dire can Roche. The reverse is not true, but we saw in that last game, once that mid tower is down, Radiant can contest that part of the map much more easily, hence the DP pick here, I think. And Liquid is going to take the Slaughter, which I totally agree with.
Do they take the IO with it?
It's a hard counter.
This is right.
When they put Disruptor, because Disruptor is also a hard counter to Slaughter, so you just kind of take it away from them, and you're really comfortable with it yourself.
And it counters the Tidehunter as well.
Yeah. If NEWBEE thinks about that.
Well, they definitely need a defensive support that can deal with the Slaughter here to help the DP.
I mean, when you look at the heroes that were going through my mind that NEWBEE might follow up the DP with, you talk about the Wisp, you talk about the Tide, Disruptor good against most of those options here.
Winter is not off the question either, because usually when you pick Slaughter, you have a lot of physical DPS, and then you can keep the DP alive for 4 seconds. But do you want to first phase it?
Yeah, first phase seems.
Yeah. Seems tough.
But wouldn't you prefer the other options like Dazzle? Oracle.
Dazzle's just been getting.
Yeah, but I know like
really
NEWBEE doesn't really use the hero. Like only OG has seen a lot of success on Dazzle, especially.
It's also left the Phoenix open.
But that's also because many people, when OG pick it, they're really afraid of that Huskar as well. NEWBEE, I don't think did they run Huskar at all this tournament or that?
No.
I feel you want to pick
maybe one game. How had a Huskar game?
Did they?
Okay, they are going to pick out.
They're going to pick this Ben.
This is interesting because remember the last couple of games, especially the last game, Liquid were banning HOW heroes out in the second phase.
Yeah. But what you're talking about, you want to pick support heroes that widen, that makes it unpredictable what you're going to pick. When OG picks it, you can go Slaughter. I mean, you can go the Huskar route. You can do pretty much whatever you want because it's one of the staple support heroes.
Yeah, but I think the reason why we've seen in this series all the calls being picked up right away, because in second phase, it's very difficult to get the pairings that you want.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of pairings that teams are very successful with, like DP Sven, because you give the armor to the DP, you make the DP very strong, and obviously against the Slada, and you're not going to get the hero in the second phase. So I can see why the two teams here are prioritizing picking up the cores. They want to get the pairing that they want.
And mid to late game, DP Sven, you win one team fight, you kill a Rex in 10 seconds, if not faster. It is incredible, and they go hand in hand, especially against the Slaughter. I really like the pick.
Yeah, we've talked before about the Warcry against the amplified damage. That's
7 seconds where you're pretty much like immune.
There's so much physical damage. When we talk about physical damage, heroes like Dazzle, Timbersaw, all come into my mind that could be good in this type of game.
Just on the Timbersaw as well, I was looking that up in the last series. I've only played that 4 times in the last 12 months.
Liquid?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
4
probably
times
not,
in the last 12
probably
months.
not one of their...
We already saw a Weaver, which they only played twice in the last 12 months, and they did quite well with that.
Who knows what they got up their
Exactly,
sleeves.
that's the point, isn't it? We don't know what they practiced. We don't know what they've done coming into the tournament.
But don't you think that he's going to play Slada this game?
Who? Mind Control?
Mind Control?
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, we just brought up some stats.
Oh.
But the other thing is that, remember, Liquid will have the first phase of the first pick coming out of this. So the Phoenix will still be on the table here unless NEWBEE ban it. But remember, it was Jerax that played. Jerax is typically their Phoenix player, and it was him that played the Disruptor last night.
So I do ban out the Enchantress, the aggression hero for them.
Yeah, because Liquid has the first pick in this phase here, so NEWBEE don't want to run the risk of the hero going away. So we can see that the team here prioritizing in all the early aggression heroes, all taken out.
What cards are we looking here for Liquid? Usually they like to run... Do they want to go back to that Lycan? Lycan is not that good against Sven and DP.
They've deliberately... NEWBEE at this point have deliberately left it in.
Yeah.
How about Invoker? Like, so you have burst for the DP.
Invoker could be good. And then
I don't know.
But it's like really greedy again with DP there already. First game they got completely demolished with it.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
They have to be a bit hesitant with that.
You don't think the Lycan comes out?
Lycan could come out, but at this point NEWBEE is really baiting them into it. Like they're like, pick it.
Because they've already got the Sven?
So if they pick Lycan, they will probably go for the Wyvern, the Winter Wyvern.
Right.
Yeah.
And if Liquid picks Lycan now, they're like, okay, we know we can win. That's their statement.
Yeah,
but they do go with the
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Was a safer bet.
It's really good. I really love Phoenix against DP in general. DP will never build attack speed. You can never reliantly kill the egg. And Sven, until he gets Echo Saber, he also has a very hard time killing the egg if you're getting hit by the second spell of Phoenix.
So where does NEWBEE go here?
Well, NEWBEE needs... They do have control, they do have survivability.
Don't you want heroes to deal with the Sunray?
Yeah.
Probably.
But there's no Disruptor. There's no...
There's Nyx, but
there isn't.
There's Rubik, there's AA, there's...
Like when we talk about dealing with Sunray, we're talking about...
Carapace mostly.
Yeah, Carapace like long range mini stuns or silences or disables. But Bounty is not that good. Disruptor's already picked. Bad Rider is...
I still like the Rubik or AA. Those are two picks that NEWBEE's going back to. Maybe the AA a little bit less, but...
How about Snowball?
Tusk?
Yeah.
And NEWBEE have a history of running
You can
Tusk.
reach the Sunray Phoenix.
Yeah. Wouldn't be too bad. Would give him 2 saves for the DP as well.
Yep.
They've played Tusk a couple of times already here.
Yeah, on Kaka, right? Yeah. Kaka really likes playing Tusk. They already denied his Phoenix.
Yeah, Venge too.
Venge could be possible, yeah. Would amplify their push as well. Save DP. They do go with the Rubik, yeah.
Back to the Rubik.
It's really good against Slaughter anyway. If you ever steal the amp damage, then suddenly you have a Slaughter against you. Because why is Slaughter so strong? Because of the amp damage. And if you suddenly amp the Slaughter himself or anyone on that team, DP and Sven are going to chew through him.
There's another reason in the OG series where they gave away Slaughter and they went for the Rubik plus Venge.
Yeah.
So they have supports that have instant disable. So it's very difficult for Slaughter to come in.
Yeah, when he blinks, you instantly lift him. You can even pre-click him when he lifts and you just lift him in. Yeah. I really like that. But it doesn't solve their egg problem yet.
Yeah, this is where Liquid, though, has to make the decision of whether to commit to the Lycan.
I mean, the Lycan seems so tough right now that they're really baiting them into it. They can still go for the Winter. Winter would be perfect here too because they have so much split anti-push. It would be an amazing hero for them here.
And that I think is a big part of the answer why
they got a Drow Ranger strategy.
Drow strat! Oh my goodness, that is one I did not see coming.
It's quite effective against DP because it gives your heroes a lot of damage and it depends what you pair with it. We see a lot of maybe some games Invoker, Wind Ranger. It gives those it gives those two heroes a lot of damage or even a TA in some cases. So the Wyvern.
They do go for the Winter. I really like it though.
Against auras, you can't argue with it,
Yeah.
right? All of a sudden, Drow's damage aura is working against her.
Yeah, and you go for physical damage only with Drow because that's the reason you pick her. I do think NEWBEE is gonna ban the Invoker now, and then Liquid is really forced to go out all physical, and then that makes the Winter pick even
I think
better
if they
than that.
ban, if they ban the Invoker, you instantly pick Puck, though, don't you?
But
They
pick-
want more scaling. Probably they
Yeah.
might want more scaling, like we mentioned, TA, Windrunner,
Okay.
all the other heroes that are.
picking Puck with a strategy, it's very common, but I feel at this tournament we have seen a lot of good Puck games.
No. Puck has been
Yeah.
absolutely awful.
No,
Yeah,
wait,
this
it's Liquid. So Fata's probably gonna play Razor or like Viper, maybe a Viper.
Razor is good, but not against DP. I would like the Viper much more, especially against the Sven. You can Viper strike him and
Yeah,
he's not going to do much.
sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, but remember, you're giving away Viper Strike every time to Rubik.
And then you Viper strike the Slaughter, and then Slaughter is pretty much out of the game as well.
That's my one concern there. I like the Razor call, though.
I usually like Razor too. I just feel like against DP, Razor is really risky because you need to be close up, and when you're close up, then the ghosts will all eat you.
But that's where the...
they banned the Viper.
Remember,
so.
there was a slight buff to the break distance on Static Link. 100. I mean, it's not huge, but it's a little bit more freedom in his positioning.
But usually when you want to have Razor, it's against heroes that you can really dominate on the lane, and I feel DP actually has an advantage over the Razor on the lane.
You think Darkseid would be a great finishing hero for them?
I think
We have
that's
to
a safe pick.
vacuum into curse.
I think, yeah, there we go with the Darkseid.
Yep. For Liquid, they're looking for. Wow.
Oh my God!
We have not seen that. Like they did not run Medusa at all. But Medusa draw is so strong if it meets his mid-late game.
I told you Kuro had one more trick up his sleeve. Oh my goodness.
Dusa plus Supernova.
Yep.
I think Liquid wins.
The old VG combo, we ran it every time.
Unreal.
Winter, what do you think?
These two guys going for Liquid. I'm going for NEWBEE.
You're sticking with NEWBEE?
Yeah.
Okay, but you all said Liquid for the predictions, so...
I did say NEWBEE will win in the first game though, based on draft.
Okay, all right. So you're just talking about the draft
Yeah.
now. All right, just to clarify. We'll get more from all three of our panel members, of course, at the end of the series, because it is coming. Hold on to your chairs, everyone. Game 3 is upon us.
That's right, Game 3 is here. I'm happy to see the NEWBEE combination. I was hoping for the Darkseer burst, but Ben, you looked like you drank vinegar when you saw the Medusa pick.
I'm just like, wow, crowd's cheering for Medusa. How times have changed.
We just need to have a Naga and a Medusa in the same game, and then we're all just like, yay, fun is to be had. And that's where we're going right now. Game 3 begins.
Team Liquid versus NEWBEE.
So it all comes down to this Game 3 between NEWBEE as well as Team Liquid. Who will join OG in our best of 5 grand final today here at the Manila Major? It's finals day.
We got to talk about these cosmetics, Toby.
Do it.
The golden cloak on the Chuan that we just saw.
I expect nothing else but bling from Chuan.
What do you think of this Shadow Cat Drow set?
I do not like it at all, but that's a biased opinion. It's actually got some style. Just don't use the cat ears, and I will be okay with it all. All right, so let's actually look at our game. It looks like we're not going to have any battles over the runes this time around. Everything is a lot more passive.
And we got the electrified river.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yeah.
We go disco on our map.
Is that liquid blue or NEWBEE blue?
They can be blue together, man. All right, so Darkseer, I kind of want to talk about this hero. You're up against Disruptor. It seems like KP's going to have a really, really hard lane. Is this the reason why we see him with Iron Talon at the very, very start? Do you almost just abandon until you hit level 4? This is something which I know KP was doing a lot during the group stage games too.
Yeah, I still don't think he's fully adjusted to the offlane role, and he's one of the few that do get the Iron Talon on the Darkseer. And it's okay. He is versus a Phoenix in lane. I guess Sunray after the glimpse back may be a problem, but
it's actually funny that both these teams are doing exactly the same kind of thing. Fada, Mu really, Fada is so weak in lane. He's going to go for a heavy Mystic Snake style build, but in the early stages, Mu owns this lane when he's got Spirit Siphon available. But both Mind Control as well as KP, they both didn't even enter their lanes. They both bought Iron Talon with a couple of tangos and just went jungle.
I've seen Medusa as somewhat of a counter to Death Prophet a few times because the Mana Shield absorbs the Spirit Siphon, and you don't do that much damage, and you don't leech that much life as Death Prophet. Generally, it's very hard to get around the Spirit Siphon unless you have BKB.
Well, there is one big advantage too, is the fact that Fada, as time goes on, he'll get more and more of that bonus damage coming out from the Drow, and this is the upside as well from Matumberman. The fact that right now he's not having any pressure applied to him up on the top lane, they can just keep farming. Kaka's trying to stay here as close as he possibly can to leech it. If he has to, he'll Arctic Burn over the hillside. Kuro, he actually hasn't leveled up anything yet, so there's no lightning, there's no glimpse available, and Kaka, there you, he's away. Very difficult to get level 1 glimpse ganks off anyway.
But there's a reason we talk about Fada heroes a lot. Looks like he hasn't played any professional games on Medusa and only a few times in the pubs, but he's like the DK, the Razor, the Viper, and the Invoker. I would say those are the main ones. He used to play more like Puck and Mag, but recently has just been the one that scale a lot. It seems like Medusa is kind of up his alley. Very tanky mid laners that scale very, very well.
It's just a very kind of selfish style hero for a player who is normally like very giving to the rest of his team.
He can beat team fight. The Stone Gaze is very strong in team fights. And then combine that with the amplified damage on the Slardar and Drow Aura, I think it can even take down very tanky heroes like the Sven, even with Warcry up.
Speaking of Sven, I kind of want to watch the stacks being prepared for him too. Like, because you abandoned the lane, like you could try and stack up the Ancients. We already got ourselves a double stack for NEWBEE's Ancients at the moment. But because the Darkseer has been inside the jungle and had to abandon it early on, abandon his top lane early on, there's not that much stacking being done currently for the Sven. But you've got your level 4 on the Darkseer, exactly what KP waits for. He's already up on the top lane. The 0-2-2 build, always able to escape, or should be able to escape. Plus the level 2 Iron Shells do work, but Kuro moves over. He's got one in everything right now, so he can drag KP back in a bit, and there comes the glimpse. The wall is up, a perfect gust. The surge is there for KP, and he can still run. Remember, that's a level 2. Can't go all the way down, and this should be first blood right now. Even leaves an extra Iron Shell over on Kuro, who's probably doing damage to Jirax.
Yeah, I think KB needs a little bit more experience than the offline players. You don't want to TP there. You want to TP back if you get glimpse, because they don't have a secondary way to stop his teleport. But now, kind of just forced to go back into the jungle there. He did buy out TPs before he died, so he has that going for him.
Just the fact that his TP is on cooldown for the moment means he can't go straight back to lane. Fada taking a hefty amount of damage in the mid. They burned through all of his mana already. With his TP support coming in from Kuro, just buys a little bit more time. Looks like Fada's going to go all the way back, or at least as far back to the courier, which is only coming with boots, so yeah, he's got to go all the way home. And Jirax is the one who's forced to defend the bottom lane. How, as well as Chorn, starting to creep skip it out, trying to inflict some heavy damage to the tier 1 tower. You lose your Darkseer, sure, that's not great. But if you can get more space, and Hal is able to get that extra gold from the tower early on, maybe this Armored or Blink timing from Hal was able to be increased.
But Liquid are doing much better in their support leveling. Disruptor, I think, is a very hard hero to get levels on early. He's almost level 4, and then Jirax is pretty safe on the bottom lane. You have Kaka doing a lot of stacks, so I suppose he can catch up that way, but he's only level 2 at the moment.
KP's going to get really sad in this top lane in just a bit. Dro's already 5.5 levels in, so once she hits level 6, obviously you get the aura increase across the map, but it also makes it very easy for Matumberman to get rid of those Iron Shell creeps quickly. And that's where KP starts losing his advantage in this lane.
Yeah, they can just move him to the jungle, and I think he can just buff up Sven to be somewhat useful in team fights. However, Rubik's still struggling in terms of levels, kind of wandering around. But Liquid don't have the most aggressive supports. Phoenix and Disruptor are not known for roaming around the map very, very early on, and it looks like they will try to turn up the aggression. Chuan and Kaka smoked up near the Radiant Secret Shop.
Hal's forcing into this bottom lane too at the same time. So Fortification had to be expended by Liquid. Hal triggered his God Strength to ensure this tower, and Jirax, he's just hoping, like, if he's able to hit it, which he's able to, the Fire Spirit's able to connect, making it very difficult for Hal to just get this last little swing in. So it's a small little duel between Jirax and Hal. In fact, Hal's going to stand up, attacking into Jirax, dropping him very low. Then he takes the tower. So they find that one while up on top lane. Mind Control crushing up, trying to run away too. They get more. Chuan surge forward. He's able to get through the wall, but he needs the pickup. Telekinesis still on cooldown after the first gank.
Nice anticipation by NEWBEE up there to save KP from a second time. It was very easy to kill him the first time, and they thought they had a second easy kill on him.
So NEWBEE, you give away first blood, but now you get one in return. The progression of the lanes is not too shabby. The Sven already fairly farmed up, and while the stacks weren't always perfect, there's still a triple stack over on the NEWBEE Ancients. So there's an injection of money that can come the way of the Sven.
I wonder what item build he's going to go for. Armlet is very useful versus the Slaughter Amp and the Drought damage.
Oh, they found Mind Control again, pick him up, throw him back in again. The Crush, very ineffective. Kaka being blown off by the Gust, actually flying almost sideways there. But with a rotation to move to the top lane, they have Exorcism available. It looks like NEWBEE just want to make sure all of these tier 1 towers are lost, and Liquid start losing map control because of this.
Yeah, and Drought strat not able to do any damage to any of the T1s at the moment. One of the huge downsides of having Medusa to your lineup. Fada, you can't really go to the other lanes to get some
Control, finding How. They're going to bring in extra support. No TPs are coming just yet from NEWBEE. How still has Stormbolt available.
And maybe they can seal the stacks if they had some level split shot on the Medusa, but none picked up yet by Fada.
They're here to defend the mid lane. Splinter Blast able to take care of a lot of the Wave's life. Also hitting Fada quite heavily, so he's down to half of his mana. Long TP in from Chuan. He's got boost, but Mind Control's got sprint, so obviously Mind Control's going to win that foot race, even though he doesn't have feet. How? Wait for the opening, Mind Control. Here he comes again. There's still no amplification. So while all this is going on, Team Liquid, they're using their Drow, and now, okay, dive into Nova. Hal gets the stun over a Mind Control, is allowed to back out until the glimpse drags Hal back underneath the tier 1 tower. He was still fairly tanky, it took him a while, but Liquid, Fada, low 60. But Sunray is balanced, and Fada will get a lot of life back now.
And NEWBEE wondering how the hell he got level 6 already. They're still struggling to find level 4. They need to do these stacks to equalize the levels. That's a very early level 6 from Phoenix.
Problem is they keep failing the stacks. This is now the second time I've seen Kaka drag that creep wave, the Ancients out towards the riverside, and it failed both times.
I think they just need to keep on taking it early. It's really hard when it's this large, but How hasn't been able to take out the stack. Last game it was KP not doing the stacks. They just need to do it at some point instead of waiting.
He's got 4 points up in Cleave and still got the God Strength available, and he's going to commit the God Strength to this too. Kaka trying to tank it up a little bit by using his Cold Embrace. And Liquid actually pushing both Jirax and Kuro down to the bot lane. They're primarily trying to babysit Kuro so he's able to hit his Static Storm, get his level 6 up and running. Hal's able to finish up the camp, so this should be majority of his armlet.
So they need the Death Prophet to do a lot of damage in these team fights for them, just because the Sven, he's going to have a really difficult time moving around. He has no BKB, so he can't deal with the kinetic field, like even the Gust, Frost Arrows from the Drought Ranger, and more importantly, like the Medusa and the Stone Gaze plus the Egg combo, which he can't really do anything about. Maybe if Darkseid gets a sick initiation with the Vacuum, but he doesn't have any levels of Vacuum yet.
Yep. He needs time. Like KP understands that he is not a combat hero at the moment. But unfortunately, because they also took out the tier 1 towers, it's the downside about it. He can't just have the creep wave on top of his own tier 1. There's no safe place for him to farm apart from that small camp next to the secret shop. So he has to start farming up inside the Dire jungle. Like Kaka is a long way forward on this top lane. He'll TP down to the bottom lane now. He's not level 6 yet. He was trying to get it up on the top lane, but he's just shy by 54 XP points.
And Liquid trying to make a statement
Where's
with
that
this
ward?
T1.
Here they come down. The dive is going to come forward instantly into the Nova. Splinter Blast not bouncing around. Hal's going to get stunned up. He's not in a great position. They're trying to get rid of that Nova Ray. Can't do it. Jirax will pop out, finding the stun into the Sun Ray too. They're still underneath this tier 1 tower, Team Liquid, but they're taking the fight. Fada moving from support to now core over to Hal. Armor toggle time. We're combining it with the Cold Embrace. There's no follow-up damage, so Liquid will move over towards Kaka instead, staying inside the trees. Hal trying to lock Fada in, but the storm is up from Kuro. Hal finds the kill, but he's locked inside the wall. He'll die at the storm, and then with the stun over on Mu, the Gust from the Tumberman, he's playing from the tree line. Mu is so low, but still alive. KP can't reach, but Tumberman, he's so close! Now with the surge, he just wants to punch him! Now he's got it! Mind Control with the stun, but the Iron Shell damage is too much. Mind Control has to back up with a movement in from Mu. He mops up Jirax. And you got the escape from Mind Control. He'll get away, and Team Liquid really being aggressive underneath that NEWBEE tier 1 tower.
Very necessary buyback coming up from NEWBEE there. I like KP's there. KP's play there. dropped the wall in the back and just kept punching people with his Ion Shell, did whatever he could for that fight, and prevented Liquid from taking that tower. It was very important that NEWBEE made a move there, or else Liquid would just go to the pit and NEWBEE would be fighting in a very unfavorable position without the T1 there. So nice fight by them. And Hal still doing those Ancients. Kaka's still trying to stack him up a little bit more.
Hal might be a little bit sad that he ended up dying, but might be a little bit sadder too once Tubman's able to have a little bit more range to work with. He's building in for this Dragonlance, Joe Ranger style. While Fada's still trying to tank up. So the net worth still looking pretty good for NEWBEE. The top 2 net worths belong right now to the Darkseer as well as the Sven. Overall, it's only about 1,500.
It just seems like they need a little bit more time. Well, they do have the level 6 in the Winter Wyvern and the level 6 in the Rubik finally, and a couple points of vacuum onto KP, so their team fight is getting there. However, Liquid, I think they're much stronger. Everyone hits really hard, even without the completed Dragonlance onto the Drow Ranger.
This is why Liquid's probably looking to get aggressive again. They smoke maneuver into the Radiant jungle, putting down another aggressive Observer Ward. At the same time, NEWBEE also grouping up for what looks to be like a 4-man smoke. They're away from the Observer Ward of Liquid that was just freshly planted, and actually that's going to go for the mid. So Liquid, you could have the tier 1 tower on bottom lane, but the trade-off will be your mid if NEWBEE commit properly.
I don't think NEWBEE have that great of tower hitters though. DP's decent, but you don't want to commit an Exorcism to this, even if it is an Arcane Rune Exorcism. Hal trying to do some damage to the top lane, but he's not in fighting shape, only 500 HP on him.
You do see Fada TP up to that top lane, and they do commit the Exorcism to it. So with Fada being up on the top, Team Liquid's chance of defending this mid lane is a little bit lower.
And no Blink Dagger yet on Mind Control. It's not going to be a clean jump from them.
Scan coming out right now from Liquid. They're trying to see if NEWBEE are having people back up at that high ground just behind the tower, which in a way they did. It was KP who was sitting on the stairs.
They don't have any burst though. They saw that the Sven was kind of on top lane but without that much HP. And what are they going to do? Lift into nothing?
Yeah.
Ion Shell, I suppose?
Ion Shell, Splinter Blast, you have Curse available, but that's only going to help if Liquid cluster.
Yeah, it was if like one hero walked up the hill, they shouldn't have been scared. I don't think they needed to use that scan, but it's better to use it.
This money is still rolling in for NEWBEE. Like, I'm just watching the Sven's timing for that BKB. He's already got the Yoga Club sitting on another 1,100 gold.
They need to be able to get on top of the Drow Ranger. You want that marksmanship to be off for as much of the fight as possible.
But in order to do that, you need to have both Blink and BKB on Sven.
You can just haste them in with the surge.
That could work. NEWBEE, 5-man smoke maneuver. They're coming over to the Dire Ancients at the moment, which Liquid are farming up, and now Kaka, does he go for the curse? Gets the vision up, Mind Control, looking for the Copper Crush too. The silence, okay, they curse over on Disruptor. Now push Mind Control over the Sunrise, trying to keep him up, but then again that cleave damage! How? Carving up the Slanner as well as the Disruptor, and then we'll mop up the rest of the Liquid Ancients. And this is a free ticket to go to that tier 1 tower. It's already heavily injured. With just the illusions the KP has, they can just attack the tower directly. They don't need the creep wave for it. But Hal actually burns. Okay, yep. Just the war cry, ready to go. The Exorcism is off cooldown. But how far can you go now? You've taken out all the tier 1 towers. You have to look at a bigger objective, and it's actually not a BKB. It's going to be the Echo Saber coming in from this Sven.
They've had a lot of problems dealing with the egg, especially when Jarek's cast it like at the immediate start of the fight when NEWBEE aren't quite in position yet. So this will help a lot with that. Decent amount of attack speed from him.
Do you still then try and go into the BKB, or do you get the Blink and rely on Surge?
I don't think he needs BKB in this game. It's a little bit problematic versus a Disruptor, but that's why you have the rest of your team. You have the Winter Wyvern and the Darkseer to drag them into a position where you can just cleave them. You bring them to you as opposed to Hal having to run in on them.
Great Observer Ward from NEWBEE. Actually scouts out Liquid moving down towards Roshan. They got another one sitting inside the river. Liquid will put down their own one, but instantly Chorn's all over it. Takes care of that Dire Obs. They'll get rid of the Sentry too. And Team Liquid, they still want Roshan. Amplification is on him, but look at that surging up. There's your stun. They're going to catch out Disruptor. Hal wants a quick kill. Chorn will end up stealing the Lightning. But with the Amplification up over on Roshan, maybe NEWBEE.
Liquid can't leave this pit.
Yeah, they've left it. They don't have their disruptor. They don't have their big AoE controller. You can come in for a Nova. They're actually going to smoke. They're coming back in again. The smoke's going to be broken right now. KP was the one on the front lines. The Roshan almost down. Hao finishing the job. Picks up the Aegis, the Immortal. You're going to lose KP for this. The Cold Embrace from Kaka being used on himself, but then the pickup on Matama dragging him in very, very close. No way to run away, or maybe up the hill. Fighter Curse, he's going to stay exactly where he is. Mind Control and Fighter. Now they come back and finish the job. The double silence from Mu. Durax will get the stun. This will buy a little bit more time thanks to that Nova. They'll burn through the Aegis, the Immortal, but Mu, the Spirit Siphon's doing some work here for Fada. They just need a little bit more damage. Mind Control with the Crypt Swarm is dropping him low. Okay, a double damage rune just magically spawns up from Mu, but he misses uphill, attacking into Mind Control. He'll still trying to have a crack over towards Fader, but down the bottom tier is Kuro, who's on the run from Hao. The stun's up in 2, 1. The creep wave gives the vision. Hao needs to get in range. Kuro break for the trees. Stay in the trees. Down into the tree line. The creep wave can't follow him in there, but Hao will loop around the back. Find Kuro and slum him. Very quick with the Echo Saber.
And Hao was able to get the Aegis there in Liquid. It's really difficult playing Drow Strats when you do not get that very first Roshan. And now Sven completed with a Blink Dagger. Drow feels a little squishy at this point. They were just not in position for that fight. You don't want to take a fight 4-on-5, but when Roche is at half with Amp already on him, you're forced. Yeah, you're forced to. It was a really nice egg by Jerax. Jerax, I think, made the best out of a bad situation, using that Sun Ray to take down Sven with the first hit.
It's just so difficult, though, like when NEWBEE are able to isolate one hero. Like, you get the initial pick over on the Disruptor, then they go down, it's like, well, who's going to be our next target? KP holds them out, then the Curse isolates another 2, so you can go for just that one isolated hero, come back for the 2. It's like NEWBEE could just bounce from one target to the next, and there's little Liquid can do about it just thanks to the heavy control.
It would have been much worse had they not lost Darkseer in that early part of the team fight. Darkseer has to do a little bit better job of positioning himself, making sure that he's not focused down. He's their big team fight. He can save everyone else.
Well, KP now has the Blink Dagger, so positioning is going to be a lot easier for him in the next engagement.
Yep, and I like the Ghost Scepter pickup on the Death Prophet. They can't really punish a Ghost Scepter pop. Not that much magic damage, a little bit from Static Storm, but aside from that.
Well, Liquid were looking for that Observer Ward. They're not going to find it. Still sitting on the edge of the pit. Top tier 2 tower gets pressured by Hao. Fada will TP up. And Fortification also being expended. Looks like Hao kind of wants to go in again. He's got Kaka behind him. But it's the smoke rotation up from the other 3 players of NEWBEE who are trying to find the opening. They won't see it, however. The creep wave will come in. They'll realize, okay, this isn't right. Something is wrong. And they could just take the tower unless Liquid. Here they come.
If they get a long duration silence on him, actually it's only level 1 silence, so he should be able to pop Stone Gaze regardless, and then Liquid can kind of swoop in. It's not the best fight for NEWBEE going on to the Medusa. When they get level 6 silence, I think, or level 4 silence rather, for 6 seconds, I think they can.
Sean actually just started his TP, then instantly cancelled it. Might have been because his Sven was already headed down to the bottom lane, which is where he probably wanted to go.
Oh, there's a scan that comes out. It does catch out Kaka.
It's only if Kaka hangs around, which he's not, he's going to TP out. And so is KP. Yeah, NEWBEE are getting the hell out of here.
But Liquid still think they're around. Just waiting for a jump. Maybe, ideally it would be the Sven for them, but Sven's showing on the bottom lane.
Even if you don't get the heroes, you can still attack into the tier 1 tower.
I don't know if you want to push into the Blink Darkseer. I don't think it was revealed to Liquid.
It's still a draw strat. Like, you need to be able to take out buildings early on. Like, this is the push. They get an Alpha Wolf behind them too. So the damage output of Team Liquid is quite high. The Splinter Blast makes life a little bit more difficult, so there's obviously a fortified tower.
I think it makes life very difficult for them. Anyways, they don't have Hao here. Hao still has 9 seconds left on his TP.
Wait for the timing. There's your blink. They end up finding the Winter Wyvern. Jirax gets silenced by Mu, so you can take Sunray out of this fight. The tier 1 tower will drop, but you've still got Hao forcing in that bottom lane, but they're going to start the fight up on top. The fact, and the Nova will be coming out. The stuns were still pretty good, but Mu locked inside the storm. Mu is gone straight away. The XM is already burned, so there's no point for a buyback, and they run into the trees. KP will drop as well, and Team Liquid, they take the fight quite handily, and now they'll find Kaka over in the trees. Hao wants to help out the stun. He needs to cleave. The curse is out, however, making it so Hao can't really do that much damage, but maybe he can get a little bit more control. Mind control. The cleave is coming in again. The Splinter Blast, Kaka just keeps pumping it out from the rear end, and Chorn moving forward. He's got Crush stolen, looking for it on mind control. Is actually going to miss it out, and now Chorn will die as well. Kaka and Hao are still on the run. They know Mind Control's in the trees, but he actually blinks south away from the rest of NEWBEE and will TP away to safety. Expensive fight, still 3 for 2, but Liquid take that tier 1 tower on top.
Nice glimpse set up onto them, and NEWBEE, they were just not ready. Like, Sven can't get to the fight. If he TP's in, he just gets glimpsed back, and then Liquid just take the T2 out. They have to play better around the Disruptor, and I think Darkseer had a very nice engagement over there with a 3-man vacuum in a wall to save the Death Prophet, but Ghost Scepter isn't going to save you from that.
And Death Prophet just exploded so quickly. Now Hao, he's back up for this top tier 2 tower. They're waiting for someone to come in, and it will be Jirax. Now Jirax has no idea that Kaka and Hao are hanging around here. The vision just isn't there for him.
They have to be more careful about the Winter's Curse. They used it like as Hao was about to burst people down with his God Strength.
Yeah,
and
he's
like, who do I hit now?
It's like, well, I can attack, but I'm going to do minimal damage and still keep myself in a risky position.
I don't think Drow's an ideal target to cast a curse on because she has a lot of armor. 24 at this point. I think you want to cast on the Slardar when he has Amp. Maybe the Disruptor or the Phoenix so you can get their hands on them.
So close to the trees. The pings are coming out right now. It's like, you should get the hell out of there. I think that was actually Chorn pinging at Hao. Jirax actually just committed his Nova underneath the tower. Not certain if he felt he's being jumped on or what that was about.
Not sure.
Just checking the R button still works.
Mu is very underfarmed. He has 6,000 net worth. Well behind any of the other cores. I guess aside from the Slardar. But he needs more items. He needs BKB at some point so he can just walk around the fight and do his thing. Not get glimpsed in a bad position.
Well, it's close to it for Sven. 1,100 on him at the moment with everything else still sitting there. And after he takes out these Ancients, blinks up to the other camp, he should have the cash for it. Mind Control is also playing very, very defensive. He's getting close towards that 4-staff.
It's okay. He doesn't need that many items to make big plays. He like dodged that crush from the Rubik and then got the counter kill on the Rubik. That was very nice. So proving that he can make plays without a blink, without a 4-staff, doesn't matter.
I wonder what happens too once Rubik picks up his blink. KP as well as Mind Control are so close. They can probably sniff each other's body odor at the moment through the tree line. But Mind Control, KP just keeps the push going. And no one's coming over from Team Liquid. They're too busy just trying to get that little bit of extra money into the Drow Ranger who built into a Shadow Blade. Trying to be a little bit more elusive over on Matumberman. Easier way to guarantee your Gust too. But the way NEWBEE are fighting, like, they're 5 men all the time together.
It could also be really useful to build a Silver Edge and just hit the Sven or the Death Prophet with it. They just need to survive, I think, the initial burst. The vacuum wall into Sven, Echo Saber with God Strength hit, and then the Exorcism. If they can survive that and then maybe take down the Death Prophet, they'll be in a pretty good spot. But it'll all come out from like a maybe very timely Stone Gaze and
NEWBEE.
Good Phoenix play.
NEWBEE. If they walk into Roshan and stay for 15 seconds, he's going to spawn for him. So they have a quick peek in. Rubik's going to throw down the Observer Ward, but it's like 10 seconds. That's all they need to do. When they're waiting under the cover of smoke, Dro's going to show herself. Chorn moves up. They understand they're up there. Blink Crush. Instantly to Nova. Chorn and Mu, they're building up too quickly. Chorn locked inside that storm. The Nova's about to pop as well. Mu, KP, and Kaka, they can't go anywhere. The Sun Rays turned on. Mind Control all over it. They're going to bring down at least 2 either way because Hao ripped apart the back line, bringing down the Drow Ranger. Jirax also has to be careful. He's actually dying to himself at the moment. It's the wall illusion which is attacking him. Thanks to the spirit, he'll be able to survive. The 2-for-2 trade-off as both teams walk into each other. And now KP up on the top, Mind Control. The surge is still up for KP. He needs the distance so he can start the blink, but because you actually have the amplification on him, KP wants to run and they have the damage. The Darkseer will explode on the top lane.
That was a really nice jump from Liquid, and they popped right in full vision of that Observer Ward. That Observer Ward was plopped before the Smoke King happened, and Chuan just kind of isolated as a Rubik. Reminds me of that LGD game.
But Hao's still finding more and more kills. Now he builds into what looks to be Chrysalis to Daedalus.
Yeah, you expect him to do that, though, with the BKB reveal, and he blinked to the opposite side of the Medusa so that he wasn't facing the Medusa for the Stone Gaze. So this means that Drow Ranger has to stay close to the Medusa so that they can kite the Sven. You have to kite his BKB with the Stone Gaze.
Liquid. We're back to Roshan. There's still no KP. He's on the sidelines for another 5 seconds. Kaka could probably have a bit of a peek over. As they understand, thanks to the Observer Ward, which is over inside the Radiant Jungle from Team Liquid, they see where How as well as Kaka want to initiate from. Roshan's low. Roshan, in fact, will now go down. How, because he gets hit by the blink, by the snake, can't blink out. In fact, it's going to be the blink in, coming from My Control for the BKB with God Strength. They rip through the Slider, and with a pickup on the Drow Ranger from Chuan, Talman's into a bit of a bad position, but still, it's now a Roshan trade-off. You're a little bit in trouble there, Phoenix. He's still got Icarus Dive as well as Nova, but they're waiting behind it. The Observer and Sentry's down. They've blinked back from KP, catching up to Talman. They put the Linker Sphere on, so there's no other control factor to come their way. But they're trying to make the most out of the end of this exorcism. Maybe they can inflict damage into this Tier 2 tower. Fortification is up for Team Liquid. They're blinking out. Jirax in through the tree line. The pickup from Chuan, thanks to the Observer Ward. They saw Jirax coming. The damage is high with the silence as well. The Stormbolt's going to be there. So Phoenix is out of the fight, unless she wants to buy back, but is it going to be worth it to defend the Tier 2 tower? Fada still wants to have a little bit of an opening here, but he's not going to find it because NEWBEE are bailing.
Yep, Slaughter's back. Kuro looking for a glimpse opportunity. Will he get on Kaka? Oh my goodness, he was so close. And how he salvaged that fight with that BKB pop as Slaughter came in. That was so clutch.
So quick. Lightning fast reactions. And again, we see the power of that Sven. And they just keep fueling him as well. There's 10 kills over on Hal. The biggest killer on the game right now, sitting at almost 17,000 net worth, a full 6K in front of the Medusa.
Medusa's not dying in these fights. She's only died once this game, and will continue to scale. This is kind of like where she starts to ramp up her farm after she gets her second item and can farm quickly, maybe not as quickly as a Sven, but much more quickly than the first 20 minutes.
Is Medusa still enough, though? When you're losing your other cores around you, like when Talman drops down, like you lose that bonus 56 damage, which he's currently relying on.
You have Amp, and you have Drow Ranger, so I think like even the supports can do a fair amount of right-click damage come late game. So it's not that big of a deal for them, and they are building for late game Drow Ranger with the Shadow Blade as opposed to something else that, like a Yasha, I would say that would be more heavily focused onto pushing down the towers. So they can get some pretty good picks too. I think like the Darkseer has to be very scared because of the Shadow Blade pickup from the Drow Ranger. The Winter Wyvern can't do his normal cheeky, let's push out the Silent Winter Blast tricks.
Do you actually also look towards the Medusa to get, I don't know if she actually wants to get a Diffusal Blade, just because of the amount of Ghost Scepters which are on the field. Like Mu, instead of going for like the bigger items you normally see on a Death Prophet, like it's Yules and Ghost Scepter.
That's for the Slaughter plus Drow Ranger burst, I think. And like the Medusa, you don't want Diffusal Blade. You build up for like the six slot Medusa, because I think she is one of the best late gamers. So you want items that are going to stick. And Diffusal Blade is just not the ideal option. You don't get the mana burn on the other heroes, and you're not moving around in the fights a lot. I think it's good if you're chasing a lot, but Medusa, you just stand there under the protection of the egg, wait for them to come to you. It's because Sven has to run up to Medusa, and with the Lincoln Sphere, it's going to be very difficult for how to get his hands on Fada.
Big damage starting to arrive for Hao as the full Daedalus done. We're only 29 minutes in, and he's practically 6-slotted. Like, it's not the biggest powerhouse of the 6 slots, but still a very comfortable position for this event.
And a couple pretty big items coming out. Drow Ranger with the BKB, and we see the Darkseer building into a Crimson Guard. Very good versus the Medusa, and all this right-click from the Drow lineup.
NEWBEE are coming over. They're going to surge over on Chuan. Going to have a very quick glimpse of Matumban and Kuro coming down, but it's Hal who's trapped. He BKBs, goes for the stun, finds Kuro, probably take one hit. No, it's going to be 2 to get the kill, and then they move over to Matumban, closing the distance. There's another quick pop. The Nova will pop down. Hal needs to run away from this. He's so low on life. The Mystic Snake is not enough to kill him off. It's the rest of the fight with the Yules up from Mu, able to evade the fight. They're TPing up. Hal, he's actually TPing up, but My Control finds him in the tree line. A big kill. Slater getting over 1K gold for that.
Yeah, that's about even for his buyback at that point. And Liquid looking to pursue a lot further. Drow Ranger actually did a lot of damage to Sven during his BKB Warcry. I think he popped Warcry. It looked like he did, but
yeah, she's hitting like a truck. And this is just getting better now for Liquid because Fada, that Skadi is about to be completed. And with Sven on the sidelines for 45 seconds, Liquid can inflict some level of damage. And that's why you see Moon now already on the bottom lane, trying to push this out as quickly as he possibly can, so at least there's some level of like side lane trade coming in. Because it's the danger zone when you're a Dragonlance or a Drow Ranger. She doesn't have to enter the base in order to do a heavy amount of damage.
Oh, this is very problematic for Mu. Or for Hao, rather. The Scotty out on the Medusa. So this is, like, they had a lot of damage versus them last time. That's one way to deal with this Sven. Now they have the Scotty and they have the Stone Gaze. So they need alternate damage sources. They need big vacuum walls coming out from the Darkseer. They need Death Prophet to stay alive, but I don't know. It just looks like Hao's the only person that's really farming NEWBEE and can do a lot of damage in the team fights. I guess there's Witcher's Curse. We haven't seen a good one from Kaka yet.
Yeah. Well, it's because you haven't really, like, Liquid haven't given them the opportunity. They're always spaced out. They're always moving around like 2 or 3s. Like, even that bottom fight, you had 2 coming in from the top, 3 coming in from the bottom. There's no, like, hey, we can get a big vac curse off. Maybe you can with just the 2 or the 3, but then you've got to commit God Strength. But that's not the way that fight began. It came with the pincer movement on the Sven, who had to BKB and stun, and he still only hit 1 target with his stun as well.
Yeah, even if you see 2 heroes, like if you see Disruptor and Drow like you did in the fight, you can just Winter's Curse of Disruptor, and Disruptor should die during that. If not, then you still get the silence to follow up, and then Disruptor's gonna die without getting a spell off. That's what you want. You don't want any of these heroes to get their spells off if you're a NEWBEE.
Hao got a quick snipe on the tier 2 tower on the top lane. This now opens up the tier 3 for Assault. It almost levels up the towers. Like, that mid tower is very, in fact, both the remaining tier 2 towers from Team Liquid are on a B-stick of life. Liquid need to keep the pressure out so this doesn't, like, if the creep wave just doesn't push in.
And NEWBEE have wisened up this series and finally bought themselves a gem.
Remove that vision from Team Liquid if possible. Fada comes to defend. The Mystic Snake's just going to be a bit of a pain. Takes out the creep wave and makes it difficult to attack into the tier 2.
Well, the gem's also really important versus Matumba, man. So they can kill him in team fights. But still, not a good way to deal with a Medusa. If anything, like, NEWBEE might consider getting, Diffusal Manta is most Melee's choice. If not Sven, but like Juggernaut, those sort of heroes, when you want to deal damage to Medusa. But he's still continuing to scale, and that net worth gap in between the Sven and Medusa is now only 3,000. It used to be just 6,000 not too long ago.
NEWBEE had to come home. They willingly let their tower take about 500 damage because they was probably still wondering if they could attack Liquid. But with a double creep wave, including Catapult pushing in, now that tier 3 tower is a little bit chipped.
So now Sven has a problem of he needs too many items. He needed the BKB to deal with their team fights, Disruptor, and so on. But he also needs armor because he just died of physical damage last fight, and some way to deal with the amplified damage. He's probably also going to need an MKB later because Drow typically builds into a butterfly. So I don't know if he's going to have that much freedom to go any unusual items.
Kaka walked within an inch of the Observer Ward. Now he's finally going to find it. And they'll give it over to Hao, because obviously he needs more money.
And this is a very quick Roshan respawn, 30 seconds, and Liquid are already posed around the pit. NEWBEE, I think they're looking for a smoke. It's about that time.
Yep, and there it is. 5-man smoke maneuver. They're going to push up through mid. Thanks to their Observer Ward, they understand the Team Liquid are here in force in the mid lane, but if they can get that jump, the Sun's over on fire, they trigger the Lincoln Sphere. Hao will get the stun as well, but it's up on the cliffside. KP, the vac, the wall, not really having that much of an effect, but they still want Fada down with a Nova, however, and the Stone Gaze. They can't go anywhere. The split shot from Fada. Moon's about to die at the end with a Jirax pop. They find the kill. KP to go. How to join him in the grave. The 3 cores have been lost here for NEWBEE. And Team Liquid, with a 75-second window until the Sven's back up again, they can go straight down the mid. Don't worry about Roshan, you're claiming racks.
And NEWBEE with the right idea there, jumping onto the Medusa, but Hao misses Blink. His Blink was onto the low ground, and he stunned onto the high ground, but he had to walk all the way over, and they had a very long silence on the Medusa, but she still had enough mana to cast Stone Gaze, and that is where the fight just went completely south for NEWBEE.
You can see it again here. The vac, the control, it just doesn't happen. At the same time, back in the real world. Oh, wow, that is such a horrible, horrible time. But back in the real world, Chorn having a little bit of trouble, locked inside the wall. The Cold Embrace keeping him alive a little bit. They get through the tier 3 tower. He steals Mystic Snake. The Chorn is now down too. He has buyback, but you accept the fact right now, NEWBEE, you've lost your mid-racks. Liquid, they can rotate down to the bottom lane, but they do not want to overstay their welcome. 21 seconds now until the Sven's back up. That's the one they'll be really worried about, but they're going to buy back out from Chuan. Liquid are happy with what they got. They take the racks, they now don't overstay their welcome, and they move towards Roshan.
Another small thing that changed that big team fight was Medusa's recent pickup of the Talisman of Evasion. She had picked it up right before, and 25% versus like Echo Saber Sven is going to be a lot.
Liquid, it looks like the dream to get back into that final. Maybe this time around they're able to win the major.
Yeah, they taste it at this point. In NEWBEE, they're at a loss at how to approach these team fights. Winter's Curse just not being very effective versus like the Dragonlance and the Drow Ranger just makes positioning much, much easier. Silver Edge to deal with the Sven. No BKB on a Death Prophet. She just gets controlled by the Static Storm, the Kinetic Field, and the Egg.
And NEWBEE needs something. They really need something.
Vacuum Wall.
That's pretty much it.
Cleave.
A lot more than like just a one hero target. They try to use all of their control abilities just to kill off one hero who they didn't even get. That's a salty kind of way to look at a fight for NEWBEE, but you got no other choice. Like right now, you need to catch Liquid with their pants down somehow. But you also like you gave them. I think they actually didn't give the gem over. Kaka's still holding on to that.
Still Liquid. So they realize if they push up high ground, they do have the potential to lose to that huge team fight combination, the Vacuum Wall into just Sven. Like those two heroes alone can wipe 3, 4, 5 heroes of Liquid. So now they're trying to limit their other avenues of defeat, which is, I would say, them split pushing a lot. Darkseer just being a nuisance in the side lanes, and Death Prophet getting items. These two heroes are the heroes they need to concentrate on. Sven's already very, very farmed, and they have the tools to deal with them. It's more so to other heroes. So now you'll see the Shadow Blade on the Slardar. So he is a very big threat to any of these split pushing heroes. How?
Moo's getting a little bit, but it's not a hell of a lot. At least he's got the plate mail now, so there's a little bit more armor onto that Death Prophet.
But Fada is, I think, unkillable at this point. Yes, Butterfly, there's no MKB in sight. He has a ton of damage from the Drow, so he's hitting for 300. That's without split shot on, so a little bit less because of that. And the cheese, like Medusa cheese, good luck.
Matubman also is going to survive and keep that aura up. He's finished up a Satanic to go with that Silver Edge, and here comes Liquid. They're going to come in through the front lines. Fada's the first man. They burn through him a little bit, but not that much.
Splinter Blast is good at anti-push, but not when it's just a single hero hitting your tower. And the Dragonlance on Drow Ranger also makes it really easy to high ground siege. Look at that range.
As long as she doesn't miss every time.
You still don't have to worry about
they Lincoln Sphere. They go just Splinter Blast, so say goodbye to the creep wave. Hal's going to cleave it. Now the curse over on Fada. They need this Medusa down with a vac. The wall will come up as well. Fada being controlled by the Rubik. Remember, Fada still has that cheese available. Now he's going to trigger it. Still losing a lot of life. The jump in from G-Rex. He doesn't follow up the Nova, but the Exorcism is there from Moo. Matama wants to try and fight this one. The Nova is down. Hal, cold embrace. He can't walk away from the Nova hit. He's going to pop, and now he's down. Instant buyback. They need to keep fighting. NEWBEE needs some extra kills here. They need to hold their racks. The mid lane's already being pressured, but Liquid are not giving them the opportunity. They've bailed all the way back up to their own high side. And they take the tier 3 tower. They get a big buyback out from NEWBEE.
And that is not how you want to use Winter's Curse. It was like worse than a Primal Roar at that point. They did have the vacuum come out a little bit late, but I don't think that either the Winter Wyvern or the Darkseer were ready for that.
There's almost that moment where it's like, oh, this guy's just far enough out, like we just lock him down, then we can all come in and position ourselves.
But it's a Medusa.
Yeah, it's a Medusa.
Her effective HP is, what, 7,000 maybe? Almost 7,000?
And it's extremely high. So Team Liquid. So you've at least burnt through the cheese, but the Aegis Immortal is still sitting on Matumberman as well.
Yeah, they can go for another round with Drow being that siege engine instead of the Medusa. And NEWBEE with no buyback up on Sven are just one mistake from being eliminated for the Manila Major.
Looks like Moo's going to buy out for this. He's going to pick up a Shiva's Guard. So Moo's got something a little bit more to work with, but Liquid, they're here on the hunt. They get the Blink Crush over on Kaka. They still see him thanks to that Observe Ward that's there. Say goodbye to that too. Kaka blinks away. Hal needs to walk with him too. In fact, he's not even going to walk. He just blinks out. There's a little bit of trouble. Moo is trapped. Remember, no buyback. He already bought the Shiva's Guard. The Yule Scepter up, and Kaka, he can't come close. In fact, he gets locked in by Kuro. Moo will walk past the storm, but he's down. 1 minute without the Death Prophet. Liquid They are very close to doing it. KP, this is his one moment. The back, the wall, the double stun. They need that big damage out, but they just don't have it. They try and push forward, but then the Stonegates, Hao being crushed. They're going to focus him down. If Hao goes, it's over. They've lost too much, and there it is, GG! Team Liquid are going to the grand finals of the Manila Major.
The Medusa pick was a stroke of genius by Kuro. It is just incredibly good at dealing with the Sven. All these range heroes. Fantastic positioning, did not get caught by a multiple man curse wall, which NEWBEE were just hoping for, praying for the entire game. And with that, NEWBEE will exit the tournament.
That they will. They'll have to settle for third place in Team Liquid. 2 major finals in a row. The big question we're going to find out, are they capable of winning it this time around? They hit a hurdle last time, and this time they're up against OG.
And Liquid showing that they have so many dimensions to their team. Like any one of their cores can carry them to victory. This game, I think, Final played especially well. Matama Man and Mind Control as impressive as always. He's been the MVP for me for the past couple of days.
Yeah, he really has been amazing. The whole Liquid lineup was awesome. Like, you had such a big combination. The Darkseer 5th pickup. You knew NEWBEE was hoping for that big combination. They've destroyed so many other teams with it, but Liquid's positioning, always on the mark, always making it so difficult for NEWBEE to get that early advantage to a point where they're forced to curse one target who's slightly out of position, also on purpose, just so he actually tanks up these big abilities.
And don't forget about Jerax. Jerax also had that early level 6 and 8 minutes, and they fought with Supernova, and NEWBEE just got destroyed. That was way too early of a team fight for NEWBEE to win.
Yeah, it was terrific Dota from Team Liquid. They deserve to be in that grand final. I honestly cannot wait to it, and because this crowd, they are so supportive of Team Liquid as well. Kuro, the chant comes out as he walks right in front of our desk. This crowd absolutely loves their Dota heroes, which have been brought to the Philippines. It's a terrific time here, and I want to get the thoughts of the panel to see what they thought of this whole series.
Thank you very much. Toby One and Malini bringing you all the action from the lower bracket final. That is it then. We have 2 teams left. Team Liquid reached their 2nd consecutive major final, looking to secure their first ever Valve Major tournament event. Let's break down Game 3 with our panel. Alan, terrific performance yet again from Liquid.
Terrific performance really by both sides, and I think NEWBEE really had the early game they wanted. At 5:40, Hao took the bottom tower just as the 2 NEWBEE supports smoked up for a gank on top lane. They got Mind Control, gave them that early lead. I mean, by 10 minutes, they had a 2K gold lead, but as our casters pointed out, that 8-minute mid-tower fight where Jerax had this first supernova of the game, really big in terms of limiting that momentum.
Yeah. Terrific performances all round.
Well, NEWBEE didn't look like they were comfortable with the Darkseer Wyvern combination. I know I thought they were going to pick the Darkseer at the end to round up their lineup, but it feels like they were not very, very used to using the combos. They didn't land any good combos the whole game, and there were a few questionable ultimates from Kaka that game that ruined his team's team fight. And they made a lot of mistakes in the whole game though, so I felt like they didn't look like a team in this game. Yeah, they weren't working together.
Probably the worst they've looked in the entire tournament, right?
Yeah.
In one game, all summed up in one. The worst possible time you can do.
We mentioned as well how important it is for NEWBEE to get Kaipi having a good game. So this is, again, Darkseer didn't work out for them.
Yeah. You like their draft though,
Yeah, I like their draft. I definitely like their draft. They just didn't execute it.
I think what you said about the Darkseer, he was actually an amazing pick there. He was top 1 of the network for like a very long time. But as you said, they never really got a vacuum into Svenstun or vacuum into Curse. They never really got anything going for them. At most 2 heroes, but it's not enough when you fight against the teamfight combo of Medusa and Phoenix. The teamfight combo is just incredibly strong. And
he was like, I think, too eager to start the fight. In a few skirmish that NEWBEE took, he was the one to run in and start the fight with vacuum.
He initiated with vacuum.
Yeah, I felt like he had to wait for the Sven to jump in, stun, or the Rubik to lift someone first. Then come in the middle of the fight, get a 2-man, 3-man vacuum, and end the fight right there. But he was always initiating with maybe 1-man or even 2-man, but it wasn't on the key heroes. They didn't get their combos off.
What I really liked though was the recognition that they do not have any good egg killers. They immediately transferred him to the off lane, Jerax, and Mind Control was just jungling and ganking top lane. He had an incredibly fast level 6, and as soon as he got it, they won a team fight because of it.
Absolute MVP of this game for me. I mean, again, you got to give credit to both of those Liquid supports. You got to talk about mind controls plays. But Jerax, we talked at the last game how he was 0-1 and 11 at 15 minutes, in on 11 or 12 Liquid kills. He was in this game. He got his first 2 kills in that pivotal fight mid that turned the game. He was in on 21 of 23 Liquid kills in this game. Absolutely all over the map, making it happen.
Like he was the direct opposite of the Darks here. He was initiating so many fights for his team as a Phoenix. Like he saw the opening and he went for the build, but he had a very early point in Fire Spirits.
Don't you guys feel like though that item timings were big? Because the Fire Spirits were limiting Sven early on, but Sven had his BKB. Sven had a 17k net worth at a time where the 2 Liquid cores were both at 11 or 12k. He had BKB, Echo Saber, Armlet up early, but they weren't able to take a fight, and Medusa got Scotty.
Yep, Medusa ultimate is just really limiting the Sven's movement a lot. But there was this one fight where they focused. I think that was the game-losing fight for NEWBEE, where they jumped on the Medusa. And
all 5 for Medusa?
Yeah, and they just lost the game from that fight.
Take a look back at the highlights, and this will be pleasing for Liquid fans in the end.
But I mean, if you...
this was like the fight that made DP buyback, like Mu bought up.
DP bought buyback, yeah. If you buyback as DP in early game, you need to be fat as DP. We highlighted it a lot of times. If you're poor as DP, especially against a Slaughter, you won't do much in the game. And later on, he got killed in 2 seconds every time.
Like he needed so many items to be able to survive in team. But Skull Scepter, use, he needed armor, shivers. He needs
BKB as well.
He needs so much items.
I mean, NEWBEE at the time of that last fight, that was 14 minutes in, and they were down 1 tower with a Drow strat. It was looking pretty dire for them.
It's just the problem is Liquid's lineup is a really strong time bomb. As soon as the Medusa gets too tanky, they cannot fight into them anymore because there's a Phoenix Egg on top of the Medusa Stone Gaze. It's an incredible teamfight combo, and it's probably the strongest teamfight combo in the game as well. You cannot fight into that. It's impossible. And Sven, he needs to jump in there, and then you use both your ults, and he won't have any support. Nobody can get through other than him.
Yeah, but the thing is, they did address that issue. In the early game, we saw Kaka on the Wyvern. He was focusing on shutting down the Medusa. That's why Medusa had like relatively little CS in the first 10 minutes in the laning phase. He lost his lane against the DP pretty hard.
Yeah.
And he got a lot of farm after they won team fights basically, and obviously NEWBEE messing up a lot of engagements.
Yeah. But that's what we spoke about in the past. NEWBEE's lineup, you need to be on point. Like, you can't miss a heartbeat. You need to hit all of your combos.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting them to do that though, with how well the early game went for them. Like, I thought like with the early farm from the Darkseid, he had a very early blink. They should be able to execute their vacuum into the combos.
I mean, sure, you can expect it. It's just, what is like way easier to pull off, pressing your 2 ultimates or getting like this huge vacuum combo? Like, I think Liquid's lineup is just way easier to pull off. Yeah.
And even as you watch that last fight, we talk about Liquid getting these great trades around the map. They're forced off the push, but they still are able to trade 3 for 2.
Yeah. And the longer this game goes, the better for Liquid, obviously.
I mean, you guys were relatively concerned for Liquid early on, though.
Oh, yeah.
At what point did it change?
It's going to be this fight right here. Hao had just completed Daedalus before this fight, and they're able to somehow, just behind a great egg, absolutely turn things around.
I mean, why was I worried? It's because Sven had 6 slots, Medusa didn't even have 2. At that time, they have a huge time window, but right as he's at his strongest, they still lose the fight, and he won't get any stronger after that. While the Medusa and Phoenix, they all will. That's why for me, after that fight, it was pretty much already over for NEWBEE.
Yeah, not to mention that point was the window of opportunity where NEWBEE had the mech advantage. So I feel like they didn't build enough with the mech, and obviously the Sven clearing the first stack of Ancients, pulling ahead of the Drow. Yeah. They just didn't make use of that window.
Yeah, they had a couple of windows, but they got something done, but not enough. Like,
yeah, it wasn't enough.
They huge amounts of pressure windows, but they really didn't use them well enough.
I mean, I'm just looking at these highlights, and it's never 100% accurate to say this, but I still want to say it feels like Jerax just flat out won the game. Those were just amazing positioning and spell usage by him. Those were his first 2 kills in that last fight mid. He got the kill on the Death Prophet after the explosion, and again, I mean, he's in the middle of every single fight. Did the egg die? Did they ever kill the egg in this game?
Not a single time.
Nope.
His positioning was just way too good. And I'm speaking for all Phoenix players here. while you dive and you use your fire skirts, it's incredibly hard to aim them. He hit them every time. Even the first teamfight, minute 8, he initiates, he hits 3 heroes with that. They all want to kill the egg, and it's impossible.
That's why I thought that when Sven first got his BKB, it was so important, because you could see Sven in these early fights trying to hit the egg, and it's not working.
Yeah.
But they weren't able to take advantage of that window, whereas right after the Scotty came online, Liquid were able to start taking fights.
But that's where the combo comes in too, though.
Yeah, he did play well, but the combo didn't happen. It didn't happen.
Yeah,
it didn't happen
true.
for newbies. So
no, that's very true.
And you know, even after the BKB for the Sven, he wants to hit the egg, but Medusa stands in front of the egg with a stone gaze. Right. He will be turned to stone, and the supernova will go off anyways. That's why this combo is so potent and so dangerous in the mid and late game. Like back then in VG, we ran that like every other game, and it's so incredibly hard to fight into. Even if you're like 10k gold behind, you would just win a team fight back, like because of those two abilities.
Yeah, and it fits. We've been talking about Fata this whole tournament as not necessarily this flashy playmaking mid, but favoring tanky heroes that their team fights so well around. And Medusa fits so well into that play style. They position themselves so well around him.
Yeah, we found a new hero for Fata.
We did?
We found another one. Thank you all three of you. We'll get more from you in just a minute as we wrap up the series. But first, let's go back to the main stage, where Sir Action Slacks has caught up with the team captain, the drafter, and the mind behind Liquid.
The mind behind Liquid, Red Eye, couldn't say it any better than myself. We have got Kuro here of Team Liquid. Guys, we're moving on to the grand finals. OG Liquid. Woo! Talk to me, Ben. How are you feeling after that one? Actually, before we start, I mean, I feel like for this interview, you should be the one on the right this time, right? So make sure that we're good there. All right. How you feeling, man?
I feel okay.
You're doing okay? Kuro, you're always giving me I'm doing okay. You just beat NEWBEE, man. You're going to the grand finals of the major. Are you doing great? Can I get a great?
I guess it's all right.
All right, sounds good, man. So let's talk about game one. It was looking extremely stressful for you guys. I mean, they got that snowball off the front rune, or the top rune, excuse me, and they're just rolling over you guys. Most teams would have tilted. You know, they wouldn't have come in very good on that one. But then you guys came in on game two. I feel like that was you talking as a captain. What did you say in between those two games to make sure you came in so strong for the second game?
Well, after the first game, I felt we still gave them a pretty hard time. So I was pretty confident. I tried to raise confidence in my team. I think everyone was feeling good. We already played NEWBEE before and during Epicenter, and they're like the final boss for us, them and OG. So at the end of the day, we just want to have fun playing Dota against them.
Woo! Well, it certainly sounds like you're having a lot of fun here, man. I mean, you guys have made it so far. Now, one question for you about Fata. Was that Fata's first game on Medusa ever in an official tournament?
I think it was, yeah. We hasn't played it with the current iteration of Team Liquid. We talked about Medusa. I thought it's a really good hero. I mean, it's one of my favorite heroes, actually. When I played carry, I actually played Medusa, too. So anyway, I told him to practice Medusa, and he started liking it, so we just waited for the right moment to bust him out. Felt it was the right moment.
You felt like the elimination match before the finals of a major tournament was the right moment, man. That was it?
Yeah.
Jesus. All right, cool. So let's talk about the rest of your team. Now, you guys have done an amazing job as a team going in, but one thing that not a lot of people talk about are all the support guys. I mean, the coaches, the managers, all that. How much did they impact what happened here so far in this tournament?
Well, all of them are part of my team. I'm very grateful to have them on my team. They're all part of winning. And yeah, we are Team Liquid.
We are Team Liquid, all of you together. All right, cool. Well, coming up, the finals, man. Before we get too hyped, I want to give you a moment to talk to the audience here. I want to give you a moment to talk to your fans before you go in and tell them anything you want to say. Anything to say here to the crowd and everybody watching at home.
Well, cheer for us. OG is one of the best teams in the world, if not the best. We've played them a lot. We both started from the bottom. We made new teams after TI. Nota is my dear friend. I'm happy to play against them and cheer for the best team.
All right. Woo! Okay, buddy. The two Titans are going up. You guys have been the favorites the whole time. This is it. The first time you're facing. Only one's going home to win the major. Is it going to be Team Liquid?
I don't know.
Are we gonna kiss?
What?
We're not gonna kiss. Please stop asking. All right, man. Thank you so much. A hell of a performance that you've done, and we cannot wait to see more of you guys. But before I shoot it back to Red Eye, this might be our last chance to do something like this before the finals, because I don't want to take away from all the hype on the teams. Guys in the crowd and guys at home, can we give it up for the wonderful production that we've seen here by PGL? All right. There we go. All the boys there in the back, all of our camera guys. There you go. And now that's it. Now from now on, it's all about Team Liquid and OG. Let's go to those grand finals, baby. And let's send it back to Red Eye and the rest of the boys on the panel.
Thank you very much, Sir Actions. Thanks for the interview in the lower bracket. The winners, Team Liquid, if you're just joining us, Kuro, Captain, Drafter, Mind Magician. He's got plenty of titles, and maybe one title that has eluded him is on the way. We'll find out as the grand final comes to us this afternoon at 3 o'clock. We've got plenty before that, though. Let's wrap up on our panel right now. Alan, final thoughts on the battle between these two giants of Dota right now, in particular, Sam for NEWBEE, but they've done well.
Unbelievable series. I mean, I have these as my top 3 teams at TI. I think any of them are capable of winning on any given day. But really, at the end of the day, let's talk about the hero picks, but let's also talk about the execution. Liquid played that absolutely perfectly.
Winter?
Can't complain about the Dota. Dota was good all week. And thanks, Paul, for having mercy on me.
Always, Winter. You're far too kind.
Well, for NEWBEE, I want to say they now know where their weaknesses lie, and they're definitely going to be invited for TI, and they can polish their play, and they will be a very fearsome opponent. And for Liquid, like, how do you stop them when they just bust out the first, like, a Medusa for the first time ever in an elimination match like that? Yep. They're so unpredictable right now, and both OG and Liquid, it's going to be an amazing final, and we can't ask for anything better than that.
And I think we should also just kind of piggyback on Slacks, give a shout out to our wonderful production, these great fans, and to you two guys. Black, I don't know if you know this. When I first started doing Dota 2 stats, you were one of the first players that inspired me to start tracking item timing win rates. And Winter, there's nobody better at calling drafts. So I've had a great time, you guys.
Thank you very much. We had a
Thank
great time with you too.
Love all round on the panel. What a lovely way to finish the segment as well. I just want to ask you three as well, since we've enjoyed our stay in the Philippines. We've been here for nearly 3 weeks. Have any of you picked up on anything? Have you got some Tagalog? Anyone speak any of the local language?
No balut.
No balut, okay, yeah.
This guy here, Lakas on Invoker.
Lakas?
Yeah.
Boss?
No, Pro.
Oh, Pro. Oh, yeah, that's good.
Anything, Alan? Any Tagalog? No, okay.
They don't speak that at the casino tables.
Fair enough. Let's move swiftly on before we get into trouble and the hands gets fired right at the very end of the event. Tagalog, of course, the local language. And who better than to learn some more Tagalog than Owen Odipixel?
We got Slacks and Odipixel. Make some noise for them. They're making. Yeah.
They make them.
They're making it. Yeah. Okay. So here we go. I've been called in to basically teach you guys Tagalog, our language. I will teach you guys some words since you guys are visiting, and we want to give you guys some words that you can use for the remainder of your stay. But first, are you guys okay with that?
Sounds good.
No?
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds great. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Okay, first it's Tagalog. Usually it's said Tagalog. It's Tagalog.
Yeah. Tag along, but
not tag along.
Okay.
Tagalog.
Tagalog.
Yeah. You sounded like a Spanish, like you just wanted to seduce her.
You're gonna get a lot of that. Yeah.
Tagalog.
Tagalog.
There you go. Tagalog.
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 They're very angry people.
Tagalog.
Okay. You got it. Okay, so Tagalog. We're gonna first start with something very simple. We're gonna start really easy and we're gonna go really hard. The last one's gonna be pretty much on an insane level, okay, for you guys, okay? Sige, sige, sige.
Nice.
You like that?
Sige.
That's right. And it's there you go. Sige, sige is just like okay, or like all right. Pretty much that's like in any context that you can use basically okay, or all right.
It in like a rap video?
Yeah, like
sicka.
There you go.
Oh,
just
that's
like
sick.
He's just been edited.
Sicka. All right.
Yeah, sige. So let's say you want to do something. It's like, hey, you want to go out later? Sige. So I'll speak Tagalog and just say sige like you agree with me.
Yeah.
Like pare, labas tayo mamaya.
Yeah, sige.
There you go. Pare, anakan mo ako.
Sige.
We're gonna have a baby. Okay, so now we're gonna have some basically Dota slang.
Oh, yeah.
Things that you can use, let's say, when you're casting and everything. Beautiful. So beautiful. So he says beautiful Doto.
Beautiful Doto.
Beautiful Dotos.
Beautiful Doto.
In Tagalog, beautiful.
Beautiful Doto.
No.
Beautiful.
Like crunch it. Beautiful.
It's a little bit of Louisiana.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There you go. Beautiful. So when you see a good play, let's say like some awesome play is happening, you just accentuate that, exclamate it with some beautiful Doto. So imagine you see like, let's say you're casting a really sick play and then you end it with beautiful Doto. Like, okay, let's see OD. Like say you're casting a sick play, end it with beautiful Doto. Okay, here we go.
Miracle's coming around the sideline. Oh, he's got a 5-man Chakram into the timber chain. Beautiful Doto.
Yeah! That was it. Beautiful. Okay, Busyan. So passionate. See, that's the right thing with Filipino. You say it with a lot of like emotion. Yeah, Busyan. Obos. It's coming from the root word obos. Obos is like finished.
Busyan.
Yeah, Busyan. So basically, Busyan, that's finished. Like Busyan. So that's what you usually say after a team wipe.
Okay, Chuan coming in on the line, gets the 5-man stun off. He's got the axe, a 5-man finger. Bullshit!
Yeah! So much emotion. Last one. This is insane level. Okay? When something is bothersome, like that's bothering you, all right? I think everyone knows where I'm going here. This is the hard one. You say, nakakapagpabagabag. Nakakapagpabagabag. Wait, let's start from the beginning. Nakakapagpabagabag.
That's the beginning. You just said.
Yeah. Sorry. Nakaka. Pag. So nakaka. Pag. Paba. Paba.
That's too much.
Wait. Nakakapagpabagabag. Wait. Nakaka. Pag. Paba. Gabag.
Gaban.
It's like gabag. Gabag. Like we're gonna do this. So nakaka. Pag. Paba. Gabag. Nakaka.
Okay, walk.
Nakakapagpabagag.
You're so close. Nakakapagpabag. The first one who finishes, we're done.
Okay.
Nakakapagpabagabag.
Nakakapagpabagabag.
Yeah! There you go. Make some noise for OD Pixel and Slacks, ladies and gentlemen. That was good. Nakakapagpabagabag. He took that down. One last time. Let's see one try.
Everybody. Welcome, everybody. It is time for the Manila Major cosplay competition. This obviously deserves a lot of respect. Hence, we have managed to assemble one of the greatest panels of cosplay experts ever from all around the world, including Philippines and Russia. I kind of want to introduce the girls straight off. So I think I am one of the luckiest men in the world to be sitting on a panel here with you all. I have the wonderful sisters, Elodia, as well as Ashley, the superstars of Manila.
Hello.
Hi.
Thank you.
I want to know, like, just as a crowd kind of tester, how many Elodia and Ashley fans do we have here today?
Wow. Wow. Hey guys. Hey.
Well, it's great to have you here. We also have Diana. We've managed to separate you from your other group.
Yeah, hello guys. Nice to meet you.
Obviously hailing from Russia. For those that may have watched cosplay before, you'll probably know Diana from being part of the Meepo Girls.
Yeah.
But you do other stuff too, like obviously you're dressed as Phantom Lancer.
Yeah. We think that Meepo is very easy for us, and we'd like to do Phantom Lancer because it's my favorite carry, and it's amazing.
It's a shame he got nerfed so bad.
Yeah.
Doesn't fit. Actually, just as a quick thing before we get to the main competition, who are you doing next? What do you have planned?
Next, it's a secret, but I tell you, it's a Ember Spirit.
You're gonna do the Ember Spirits?
Yeah, Storm Spirit and Earth Spirit. I do Earth Spirit.
Okay.
And another girls do another person.
Maybe we'll get to see that at the next epicenter. Obviously, it's not a wild guess, Elodia.
Okay,
You're Crystal Maiden.
Yes. I actually wanted to do, it's either Witch Doctor, obviously, my favorite character, or Weaver, but yeah,
How would you do the legs with the Weaver?
I would like to see the maybe Weaver. Robotics, that would be really cool. Yeah, but maybe something more feasible would be Death Prophet in the future. Yeah.
Death Prophet. I've seen a couple of Death Prophets, but you're going to do a Weaver. The next Manila events probably you get a little bit of time to prepare.
Maybe, yes.
Yeah?
I'll see you.
We come back for the next major, maybe. Yes. And of course, down the end, Ashley. Originally, I thought you were a Queen of Pain, thanks to your headset, but you've actually got a new DK set on.
Yeah, I've had a lot of people say that it looks like Queen of Pain, but it's actually, I think the newest set of Lena is the regime of the Enthaline Dragon. Okay. Yes, and I actually wanted to do Phantom Assassin as well because she's my favorite hero, but yeah, probably next time.
Next time, yep. Well, we're going to get to see our 10 finalists, which we have for the Manila Major competition. Our first one coming up is a hero who I got to see. Well, I got to see one of these heroes done at ESL 1 Frankfurt last time around, and I cannot wait to see this one. We have for you a Timbersaw done by Mecha Kid. So that's the Timbersaw.
Wow, that was amazing.
With motors and rotations, even a little thing on the back popping up and down.
That's crazy, with the smoke.
Yeah,
Yep.
dust.
That's going to be a hard act to follow.
Oh, wow. And that's just the first.
Yes,
That's
that's only the first one. And I actually thought the Timbersaw at ESL was fairly impressive. He actually got first place in that. But the headpiece as well.
Yeah, like how they made the face.
Yep. How do you even do that? Like when you've got so many mechanics in there, he's got like little triggers inside of his gloves?
Yes, I'm sure there are.
They're probably like switches or something.
Yeah, they're all wired inside so that you won't see it.
Well, just don't stand in any water as the Timbersaw. That's going to be dangerous. Right. We have our second one already ready. Obviously, these guys are in very big outfits, which are difficult to get up. But
All right, we actually have to have a quick look at the Timbersaw again. Even the LEDs on the front. Ah, that's so... Okay, I actually cannot wait to see more of these. Next one coming up on the stage, I'm going to get this one right, reading off my screen. It is the Earthshaker Guardian of the Red Mountain set, and is done by a guy called Guy.
Ooh, is it?
Slamming.
Well, the Earthshaker, he slammed that toad into oblivion. He lost the bottom part of it during it.
I should scare this personal because I'm a Meepo girl and he can kill me.
He can shoot you well.
Yeah.
First time I saw him at the back, and I saw these big shoulders coming in. I'm like, well, like, what is this? Like, is it actually a Tuskar? Then he comes out with the Earthshaker. Like, with a thin body. It was like we go DK mode or something.
But it's really nice because like he has different textures on his costume. It's not just one material, which is
and
really,
the details of even the face, the facial hair, and the beard and stuff.
Yes, and the lighted eyes.
Do you ever worry, like, when you have like so much stuff on top, like having that mid, or it's just like a little bit of cloth that just connects the things together? Does it feel like a little bit like it should have been connected?
Well, you have to try to connect things so that it won't fall off. Yeah. That's pretty challenging.
All right, we have our third one ready to go. We're going to have a guy called Packing Tape, and he is dressed up as a clockwork.
Rattletrap! I've a mind like a steel trap, and the physique to go with it. The gears are in motion. Time to punch it. In your face.
First blood.
Not the strongest enemy I grapple with. Tinker, this'll gun your gears. You leave me no choice. I'll polish my armor in your blood. Coming for you, sniper. No!
Dominating. Triple kill.
I shift to a higher gear. I keep my enemies close, and their corpses closer. Boom, there it goes.
Rampage.
Long-range rampage. A good offense is the best armor. Good armor is also good armor.
Unstoppable.
If you come back, I'll kill you again. It's in the bag! That, my friends, is why metal will never die.
The level of cosplay here, and it's just like the first three, is absolutely amazing.
Yes. It's always been like this. Well, I've seen it grow from the start, and it's amazing. Like with just like maybe 2 weeks of announcement, they were able to pull something like this off. So I'm really happy for them.
I also love how like these cosplayers, we go kind of like next level here, where you have a performance to do.
Yes.
And that was one thing for me which flagged really well for the Clockwork. The fact that he actually is in time with the sounds that are coming out. I'm hoping everyone on the stream can also appreciate that perfectly. With the sound effects, his body actions matched up.
Yes, they have to be very mobile. Even if there's lots of details in their costume, they have to think how will they move, how will they go around the stage, so they take that into consideration.
Yeah, I suppose that's also the reason why like, his legs are just so free as the Clockwork. Luckily that matches up with the set, of course.
Yes.
But like, how difficult is it to actually hold your balance too? Like, you got a huge weight on your left shoulder. That's got to throw you off.
Yes. Wow.
Guys told me that they do these costumes only 2 weeks. Only 2 weeks.
2 weeks to make that?
Yes.
How can you make that in 2 weeks?
No sleep.
No sleep. I don't know.
No sleep.
Well, that was like you last night to get your Crystal Maiden ready.
Yeah, I burned
because you came from all around the world and just like got back into Manila only a couple of days ago.
It's so exciting to finish something, so yeah.
Yeah, well, that one looks amazing. Our next one is already ready. This is actually one of the most cosplayed sets of the Vengeful Spirit. It's the Vestments of the Fallen Princess set, and it is done by Annika. What an amazing set.
It just keeps getting better.
It really does. Honestly, I don't know how she walks in that.
Yeah.
There are huge heels with wings as well.
Yes.
Like I know,
Amazing.
like Diana, when you were dressed up as the Phantom Lancer, like you guys had like huge platforms that you had to walk on.
Yeah. And it's very hard to go on this because it's very high and very painful legs.
I don't think high heels. I don't know how to walk in those. As far as the outfit goes, too,
the paint,
the paint
good.
job
paint,
was
everything
really
looked
nice.
perfect.
The gradient, yes, it's very well made.
It worked perfectly with the lines. The only thing I kind of wish was because we had our looks like we had our default music going. It looks like she'd never her own set done. Like to actually have like a Wave of Terror come out or something like that. Like to actually show the animations. I would have liked to see a little bit more from this set. But just walking, I give her props for that.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, we're going to see more. It's not yet. Our next one is actually... Oh, I have in my ears. It's actually ready.
Oh.
The next one is going to be a big crowd favorite. This guy, it's a guy called Joe Wind, and he's cosplaying as a hero which we haven't seen yet at the Manila Major. One of the very few heroes that haven't been picked yet. It's maybe because Dandy is already out. It's a Pudge.
Woo!
Look who's coming for dinner. Time to punch. Get over here. Fresh mate. Fresh mate. Someone needed a butcher. They Waiting by our lava good slaughter or slaughter live.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Pudge.
Amazing.
That's a pretty awesome set. Like a lot of the sets here are just so bulky as well.
Yeah.
It seems to be like a big like the Filipino. I don't know if it's the Filipino way, the way they do cosplay here.
Yes, we love doing robots, we love doing armor. But what I really like about it is that they mix different materials, and what you saw with Pudge, it's not just, it doesn't look like rubber, but it looks actually like skin, which is shiny. So it's amazing how they come up with these right now.
Is it just a coating they put on?
Probably paint. Yeah, and lots of coats of paint.
Yes. There was also a secret in that set. You managed to spot it. It's appropriate that the Russian scouts it out.
Yeah, the Pudge have got a dandy toy on his back, and now you're forever in my heart.
If only they got further. The crowd. Sorry, I gotta stop having the pokes. We're going to have a quick look at it again. The other thing I was kind of like hoping, because we saw like the mechanicals from the Timbersaw before, I was almost hoping he could throw the hook.
Yeah, but that would be kind of dangerous. He might hook something.
But I did like how the sound effects matched the dragging of the hook.
Yeah, we all just like, the second he started, it's like, taunt, well done. he gets the taunt down, and that's also one of the big things when you have the display like this. You come out, you show the animations, you show that you're not just dressed up as the hero. Someone puts you in a costume. You show you actually understand the hero as well, and that gives big props.
Yes.
Our next one is a little easy to understand unless you try and play him. It's done by someone called Boo Boo, and it is Invoker. Well, there's the Invoker. Thoughts, ladies?
Well, it's kind of different from the first few we have. Now he used more of cloth, so which is nice, which is a nice touch.
Do you get worried, like when you go for more of a cloth style, that you don't impress as much? Like when you have like the big guys that come out with like the metal stuff, like with the Terror Blades we've seen
Actually,
previously?
I'm very impressed with people who use cloth, because actually that's my weakness. I like making armor. The cloth type is kind of hard for me, like how you get the cuts right, the seams to be very neat, and also props to Invoker for doing it really neat.
If there was one thing I wanted to see more, it was the popped collar. Invoker is the king of collars.
King of collars, yes.
I didn't really see enough of that in this set, but the rest of it looks amazing, and the shoulder pads so detailed.
Wow.
We need to get in with because I've actually seen a lot of Invokers who normally will hold their elements, and they have like different colors inside of them, so they can actually switch from like boss Rex Exalt kind of style.
Yeah, that would be nice.
So like having the strings is kind of cool. Having it float around him is kind of cool. I don't know, maybe I would like to see a little bit more coming out from the orbs. Yeah, more action orbs to come would have been a little bit nicer from him. We have another one. We're doubling up. This is actually our first hero we double up on. It is by, I'm going to say Doketsu. Hopefully I said his name correctly or her name correctly. It is the Timbersaw Stump Grinder set.
And that is our second Timbersaw. Obviously, it's a little bit difficult following a Timbersaw before you. So obviously we have a lot of comparisons. The other one was very mech heavy. This one seemed to be a little bit more static.
Well, I think that what he did nice was that he was bouncing.
Yeah.
Kind of reminded me of the character in game.
That's a lot of weight though. Like your
Yes.
thighs are going to be killing you when you're starting to bounce with that much on your upper torso.
Yes.
What'd you think about the detailing as well?
The detail was very precise. I mean, it's very clean. It's not as bulky as the other one, but it's still really good. Yeah.
Also, like the facial thing, I actually think that was probably one thing he did better than the last Timbersaw. Was actually like more of the face being like coming out of the protective armor. That was kind of nice.
It kind of made me think like it was a smaller character inside. So it's like it's amazing like how the illusion there was done.
Yeah, we get to have a quick look at it again. Yeah, little less triggers, obviously, and it kind of let him down a little bit with the performance. Where like it kind of became a little bit. That's why it's like the first thing that made me think of like it's got a little bit stale with the performance. When you have the other guys, like here's one feature, here's another feature. This Timbersaw comes out, like he gets the balance right, you get the feel of the Timbersaw.
But he has blinking lights.
He has. You like the flashing lights?
Yes.
And
it's very catchy.
See, I'm a guy. I like buttons to press. You know, buttons to press. That's what we need.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if we're ready yet for the next one. We are ready for the next one. So the next one, we are going to be going into a new hero. We have Strawberry, who is cosplaying as a Legion Commander.
If they want war, then we shall give it to them! Our enemy is crushed and our victory assured. Strategically, this one's in the bag! You won't win the war by dying for your ancient. You win by making the other dumb, unfed bastard die for theirs. I seek to right the wrongs done to my people. I seek to learn what fate the skies hold for me. I challenge you! We are victorious today, but other lands are still in danger.
Okay.
Well, we're back. We were having a lot of discussion while that one was out. That is one hell of a set. The first thing that took our eye,
Yes.
like we were actually asking the question, is it metal?
Yeah. The finish looks really like metal, but we were talking about it was Eva foam. Eva form.
Yes,
Eva form.
kind of plastic.
So plastic, thermal plastic. So when you finish it with like metallic paint, it could look like metal.
It looked absolutely amazing, and we also had some lighting effects also on her.
Yeah, it's amazing lighting effects on her armor. It's very difficult. I don't know how people do this, but maybe someone can.
I always worry when I see like heroes who also have weapon sets to go along with the armor, that like the weapons kind of like get put aside. It's like this is gonna be this small little like foam kind of style, but like everything just seemed to really match with her. Like everything was great, even down to the details for a headpiece. Like it was really really nice. I don't know if like we actually get to see it again too.
There you go.
There it is.
The accuracy is amazing.
She looks like very dangerous.
Yes. That's why we were asking if her stuff are metal. Because
I have Rampage on your team.
How do you even get all those pieces to work together? Like you talked before, like how do you move in those kind of pieces? But everything seems to lock so well with her armor.
Armor looks really nice though.
Yes.
Super
It fits her really well.
Yeah.
I suppose that's the other challenge as well, making sure that your body type also matches the hero you want to cosplay, right?
Yes. Sometimes you can gain weight or you can lose weight if you're like very OC. That's crazy, but yeah.
What if you do Pudge?
I'll just do foam.
Well, that's set. That's one of my favorites. I don't know, but like, would you put that one up there? I know because we're marking at the same time for people who want to, like, we're actually scoring as well while they're coming out. So this will all affect the end results of who actually wins.
Wow, it's real time.
It is real time. In fact, currently I actually see who the winner is, but we still have more to come.
Yes.
So we're going to get into our next one. Our next one is a Doombringer set by Jack. That is one impressive Doombringer.
Wow. We were all wondering how he's walking in those.
Well, he almost didn't.
Yeah.
That was almost
that was
a moment.
Good save.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, he just needed to, like, he passed it off. It's like cast level death. Wait, ability doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, but it was fantastic set.
Yes.
Like you're saying, Diana, the horn detail was unbelievable.
Yeah, it's very difficult texture on hoofs and horn. It's amazing. It's look like wood. I don't know. I very like this costume. It's amazing. Really.
You put it up there as one of your favorites?
No, it's not my favorite.
You got some others that you like? Or is it does it one still come?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have more awesome stuff to come in just a bit. But that Doombringer still, like, we have to have a closer look at it now.
Mm-hmm.
I love the use as well. Like, we haven't seen an overuse of, like, lighting. Like, just the eyes is enough for the Doombringer to work. And I think he's got a small glow in his sword, right?
Yes. It's like an aura or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that subtle lighting, as opposed to, like let's just throw LEDs around the edge of the sword. You're like,
Yeah, it should make sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with this, it does. The way he walks, too, like it might just be a byproduct of having to have those huge hoof-like feet, but he walks like a boss.
Yes. Yeah. Props to his balance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know if they slowed down, like, the small little, like, if we don't have to relive the awkward stutter step. It's also the challenge. I wonder how he actually looks out of that set. Like, you're walking down a very narrow platform. Are you worried you're going to go off the edge? Runaway model style? Okay, that is sick. Okay, I need to gift that.
Amazing.
That is... Oh boy, this is the reason why you got to put cosplay more on the stage and actually give them a way to present like this. There's the fumble. There's the fumble.
But it's okay. I
But
mean,
it was a good save, though.
Yeah.
He didn't fall over.
We were talking about this, like, while he was walking out. Like, imagine, like, this was, well, you said 1 week?
1 or 2 weeks this guy did this costume. It's, I don't know how these people do this.
Yes.
We need to see tutorial guys come out. Maybe, hopefully, these guys can also release, like, how they make their costumes, or is it, like, secrets?
No, sometimes we share what we do, and sometimes we post them. We're friendly people.
That's good. We just need to give cosplayers more time.
Yes, if we could announce it like maybe a little earlier, that would
Like
be
a
amazing.
month.
I mean,
That'd be great.
what can we expect, right?
So,
Like-
so we just like do the announcement for Valve at TI. TI. Do we need a bigger cosplay competition here at TI? There's a lot of them that walk around, but they just like they're like renegated to the outside ring and do a whole bunch of pitches. So it's at least nice for the fans who are there. But
Yes.
wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Come on, we bring him on. We have now. This is actually one of my favorite heroes to watch being cosplayed. I was a big fan of the ones that are actually done at ESL. It's always difficult when you got more than 2 legs.
Okay. Oh,
So, I give you Mikasa as Enchantress.
Ready or not, here I come. Enchantress. Charmed, I'm sure. Shady lanes and sunny glades await. Spoink! 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 It's a hop, skip, and a jump. My sprites are with us. Ah, scepter! Impetuous! Hey, I'm Predator.
She's so adorable.
The Enchantress. Like, we instantly were just like, how are the legs doing that?
No, like how is it alternating?
It's like she's got a wire system. I don't know if it's like built with a delay, because like if you just attach like wires to your front left, and then like it'll be really weird because like your left would go and then your right would go, and it'd look really, really odd. But she was bouncing them back and forward.
That was amazing. I don't really know how she's done it, so maybe we'll go backstage.
We'll
investigate
have a
after.
peek.
Yes.
There's some kind of hot wire system going on the back. I've seen people use wheels to try and like get the back to follow you, but then it's a very stationary thing. But even her legs, like they rotated, so she actually had discs on the back part that moved.
There you go.
There it is.
It's also nice too when someone does a bit more of a show, like you bring out Cluckles, like Cluckles the courier.
Yeah. So she got Agonins, right?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, no crazy enchantresses. It could have been a Dragonlance. But
Divine Rapier.
It looked like an axe. And then she actually followed it up with attacking directly after, so it kind of like
Yeah, makes sense.
it showed nicely. Do you like the weapon though? Like, does everything seem to match? Like we're really impressed with the mechanical part, but the overall costume.
Oh, that thing that happened was awesome.
It's like running. That's so cute.
It looks like a flying courier, but it's actually walking.
Running.
It's a running.
I thought it was a tango at first. Oh, nice.
She's just like, Hagadim Seta, it's another day at the office. Easily get the Ags. All right, so our next set coming up is done by a guy called Jerry Ace. We are having another repeat hero again. It's the Incantations of Hell set, and it's another Doombringer.
So again, we have another Doom to compare between the first one. I kind of like the detailing of the first one more than this one, even though like the armor looked a little bit better on this.
I think they're both different. Like they have their pros and cons, but both of them look really nice. Yeah, like the other one is kind of matte and like what do you call
Grungy.
that? Grungy, yes,
Yeah.
grungy and organic. This one's very structured and very polished. Yeah.
What one's actually like, when you compare the two, like what is more difficult to create? Also, I want to see what he did at the start. Like I missed it when I was putting in my scores for the last one. I don't know what that hand is.
He was rubbing his tummy.
Well, so he just came off Devour. Okay. I can see how that works. Another costume also very difficult to walk in, because we're assuming, because of his height, he's got to be on stilts underneath those legs.
Yeah, platforms probably, yes.
Just full plats? Okay.
Yeah.
The blade also looks quite nice. It's that row of LEDs. I always get a little bit weird now when I see the row of LEDs.
I wasn't too sure. Is it LEDs? Is
I don't know. It looks like it.
Yeah. Because it looks so like very tight knit together.
So you think like it's more like...
Maybe EL wire? No, it's too bright.
You're right. It's not.
Yeah.
It's...
Yeah, it's like one whole strip, right?
Yeah.
Not sure. I'm confused.
With the way it flashes on and off too, yeah, it's either it's like really, really close, he's blended the light perfectly,
Yeah.
or like...
Yes.
Yeah, that's...
It's seamless.
Such a wonderful set. Let's go to our next one. We're almost approaching the end. We have 2 more sets to go, and we have a new hero to come out. This is done by Nikki, and we have Medusa in the set Eye of the Beholder.
Welcome to Dota. Welcome to Dota. Welcome to Dota, my darlings. All pick.
Gorgons, guide me.
Prepare for battle.
Eye of Scuddy, Butterfly, Lincoln Spheres, Mantis Styles, Divine Rapier. Very good, brilliant, delightful.
Your top tower is under attack.
Attack! Attack! Cut you down like chaff. Fall before me, reptiles rally.
First blood will kill. Killing spree. Triple kill. Dominating. Ultra kill. Monster kill. Rampage. Holy shit. Godlike.
My work is done. I'm having a good hair day.
Dire victory.
The nice laugh at the end for the Medusa, matching up perfectly.
Yes.
I love how she's in character the whole time.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's gonna be so hard on the legs as well. Like when you play a no-leg hero, like cosplays a no-leg hero, that's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's tough.
Yeah, it's like a lot of squats there.
The workout beforehand. The detailing as well in the headpiece was really nicely done.
Yeah, and it held up pretty well. Yeah.
I always wondered though, like how can you make it smoother with like the piece? But then again, like she's not using like just normal cloth. Like it's a special material, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
leather?
all this armor do by the leather. It's very hard work, and I like color because this color in the game it's
accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite accurate.
I saw the detailing she managed to get to, even on the weapon. Like on her bow, looks really, really wonderful. I'm hoping as we slow up, as we come past it, we can see it. Yeah, that.
There you go. Yes, all the details.
Looks so nice, except all items left back at the shop.
Oh.
They were just sitting there on the side. She didn't pick them up. I was actually waiting for something to be picked up. Didn't happen. All right, so we have one more to come.
Can I double check as well? Is he ready? Is he ready? I don't know if I have something in my ear in a moment that tells me if he's ready or not. We're good to go. There we go. That's what I was waiting for. So our last one, easier name, considering I butchered one earlier on. We've got a guy called Fred. Fred's coming to the stage, and he is cosplaying as Tinker.
Is this really necessary? Very well. I do it myself! I wonder what this does. You can keep your magic. I have laser beams. Pew, 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 pew. Absolutely. Tinkering about. Initializing in 3, 2, 1. Incoming. Ooh, they never miss. My experiment was an unqualified success. Positively. Rearming. Science in action. Out of mana. Victory! Something else that needs tinkering with.
Immortal shoes, yes. The one with the wings. Amazing.
Wow, what an amazing set to end on as well.
Oh, wow, I was totally blown away.
That's crazy. And I don't know if any other place can actually live up to the cosplay we've had here in the Philippines.
Nice.
That's. I kind of want to give like a big cheer. Like he's going to come back out again now. The fact he took this cosplay section to the disco, like with that ball in the middle. It is.
Yeah, I didn't see that coming. It's like what?
The detail on everything. Like I know you, like Diana, you're pointing at the face as well.
The face is so, I don't know, detailed.
When you look at these sets, like to be as accurate as you possibly can, this looks like bang on the mark.
Oh wow! If you can zoom in the face, you can see he has a nose and a mouth. It's like, how do you do that? I know. Wow.
The ultimate detail.
Yeah.
And it's like, and you're pointing out too, like he's got the immortal boots on.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Go on.
It's the next level, I think.
I love the fact he was actually able to spin, like with that kind of stuff on his back, and not lose balance as well. Obviously, got a little bit more grounding with his boots, but I was waiting for like the full rearm kind of style.
Oh wow!
But his wire works wonderful. The trigger timing as well for his lighting. So it's not just like a rotating light. Like he waited for the effects, the sound effects as well to kick in. A very, very beautiful set. What was your top out of everything? I know we've been sitting here, we're marking down our scores as well. Okay, I see your score, so I'll put that one in so the judges at least know what our thoughts are on this. Out of all the sets, Diana, what one stands out for you? What's your number one set out of everything you've seen here so far?
I have two favorite sets. It's a Tinker and Clockwork.
The Clockwork was pretty.
Yeah.
It was pretty badass.
Clockwork have a mechanic voice. It's not music and he had in cosplay voice. It's amazing.
So if you actually walk up to the Clockwork, you get something. We've got all our cosplayers coming out right now, so I'd love it if, as a crowd, we can give huge appreciation. This cosplay is amazing, so let's put our hands together for the beautiful cosplay here at the Manila Major. And a big thanks as well for production to let us hold up the entire show so we could actually showcase the wonderful creations coming here. Hoping we get to do it even more and more in the future.
Yes, definitely.
Alodia?
Yes.
You're number one.
Oh my god.
You're number
this
one.
Is so hard.
You can, like, obviously we had, like, Diana cheated a little bit too. She said 2.
Yeah.
So you can have 2 if you like.
It's so hard. It's really hard, promise. Like, It's hard. Okay. I have to. I have a lot because we have like all these mecha armored guys, and then we have like this lovely girls. It's really hard to compare. So I just have my picks here. So you'll find out later.
Oh, I can find out. I can find out now. I have your scores sitting in front of me.
Sorry, it's real time.
If we're going to reveal it, but you were very much, everything was pretty close together for you.
Yeah, it's kind of tough.
All right. Ashley.
Well, okay,
what are the two ones you love the most? And just realize you're probably making some people's dreams come true when you like them.
I really liked Tinker and Timbersaw, the first one. Whoa, what's happening?
I don't know. I cannot make out what they're saying.
Can't either. I can't.
Well, this production could translate for us. But, oh my lord, Doombringer.
Oh my god.
It's the hoofs. I love the hoofs on that. You know what that for some reason, I just get reminded of like Metal Digimon. Staying in form. The no legs. The no legs cosplay strat.
It's crazy.
I feel so sorry for her though. Like that's the whole way out. An amazing set. So we'll find out our winner in a moment. The scores have been tallied up.
Oh.
So we understand who's in front. God, that Tinker is just amazing. For me, the Tinker is the Tinker is number one for me.
I just want to congratulate all of them for doing a great job in 2 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's amazing.
That is
Good
a
job, guys.
huge thing. So. I just love that this crowd is still here for cosplay. It's absolutely wonderful.
Aww.
And the entire sets are just every single one of them next level. The cheeky timber. The cheeky timber. Every single one of them. In such a short span of time as well.
What are they screaming?
I don't know if they're actually trying to chant for the winner right now, if that's actually they're saying Tinker.
It's a disco ball.
It really is. We need some kind of like dance music when he came out. Something like that. Music pack coming to Dota 2 soon. We currently have DJs.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Or at least like a Tiesto pack or something. That would be good. Next to Hans Zimmer, who I think everyone else has been requesting of late. So
wow.
we have our winners. I think we're still. Are we waiting for our judges to come out? I don't know, but I actually have the results right in front of me.
Oh.
That's what I'm waiting for.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know what they're saying.
We have the man. We are going to find out the results. And of course it is the man Slacks who is going to present it.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you pump Slacks too?
We have ever seen in Dota history. I have to say it from the words of Toby Wan myself. Welcome, and I've got your winners right here. Are you ready? But before we go, one more round of applause for every single one of our cosplayers. Woo! Look at them all. Absolutely incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, your third place winner for $2,000 here at the Manila Major is... That's going to be Jekka with the Doombringer. We got Doombringer. Bring it up. Throw it out. I believe. Jekka, right? There we go. Third place. We got it? All right. Don't worry about it, boys. We got that check rolling out for him. $2,000 going to our Doombringer, Jekka. We good? We coming? All right. We'll bring him out the check later. Don't worry about it. We got too much hype right now. Let's check out second place. But before we do, I didn't feel like that was a good enough applause for our Doombringer. Can we get one more for our Doombringer, Jekka? Very good. In second place, with 65 points, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mecha Kid with the Timbersaw. Congratulations. Can we get a shot of the Timbersaw? Oh, yes, beautiful. And in first place, with an incredible 76 points. Ladies and gentlemen, your winner of the Manila Major Contest for cosplay for $5,000 is Feed as Your Tinker. Give it up for Tink. All right. Let's get these checks out, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. First place, we're going up. Oh yeah, baby, $5,000. Mr. Tinker, I know you probably can't hold this because you got enough going on in your life, so I'm gonna hold it for you. Here we go. Oh, I'll hold it, baby. And he can do it! He can do it himself! Oh, the man! Yes! All right, guys, congratulations. Thank you so much for attending, and thank you for all the cosplays. We'll see some more coming out from the Manila Major, because coming up next is our hype finals. We got OG, we got Liquid, but until then, keep that hype going. Woo! We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back with you with some more Manila Major action. Thank you.
next matchup, OG versus Team Liquid.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Final. We've waited 3 weeks for this moment, and it's finally here. It's OG versus Liquid, who go head-to-head in their second major finals apiece. OG, of course, winning in Frankfurt. Liquid, runners-up in Shanghai. Is the circle going to be complete? We're going to find out over the next few hours as we head into a best-of-5 matchup between the two best teams at the Manila Major. Before we get there, though, plenty of information to come your way as to help you decide which way you might go in favour of OG and Liquid, which means we also have a brand new panel. Welcome back to the panel to Charlie, Purged, and Fogs. Hello, gentlemen. How you doing? Hyped enough?
Absolutely. Incredibly excited for this. These are two incredibly solid teams, and something that I think is incredibly underrated is that these, I think, were the two most prepared teams coming into this tournament.
Absolutely. We're going to get into the grand final in a little while. We're going to talk generically now about the entire tournament, stretching back almost 3 weeks now, back to group stages, all the way through that upper bracket that was incredible. We saw some amazing matches from Liquid MVP. What stands out for you, Purged, amongst the many games that we've seen?
I mean, it's just been so competitive from the very beginning to the very end of this tournament. We've seen lots of upsets. We've seen teams doing better, some teams really disappointing. It's just been interesting to watch every day. There hasn't been a single day here where the games have been overly predictable, and even the 2-0s have been super close.
Yep. For me, the big ones, at least, that stand out to me is LGD. You know, people are looking at them and they didn't have the inside information that we had, but we look at it and they made a massive run throughout the entire lower bracket and just impressed everybody and showed their power and their teamwork.
Yeah, Charlie, we've had some incredible matches, haven't we, all the way through? It's been really, I feel kind of blessed that we were able to sit here and enjoy it right in the front of the screens and right in front of the booths and just see some magical Dota this week.
Oh, absolutely. Like, I wish everybody could be here in this stadium listening to these guys right now, listening to this crowd during like the hype matches with DJ, MVP, OG. Like, the level of play has been phenomenal.
And the crowd has been great all the way through. Doesn't matter who seems to be playing.
And you just look around. It is packed. Every seat is full. Even this, like, people are standing up behind everybody. It's pretty incredible to see.
It's jam-packed indeed. In terms of highlights, obviously Liquid and OG stand out. They've made their way through. But who else has impressed you?
Like 6 teams, something like that. Fnatic has impressed me. MVP Phoenix has impressed me. LGD has impressed me, not including OG and Liquid, obviously, looking like strong at the beginning, but slightly shaky, and then after they had that shaky bits, they've just been super strong all the way through the bracket.
Yeah, disappointing teams. There have been a few, Charlie.
Yes, EG and Secret have been a little disappointing. Well, I guess very disappointing. You know, there's a lot of hype going into those rosters coming in. A lot of people said that EG looked really, really good in scrims, but, you know, you have to perform on the main stage. Doesn't matter if you win in practice. Got to do the real thing, and then Secret just couldn't find the chemistry that they needed to really advance far into this tournament.
And maybe the biggest disappointment was probably Wings. Top rated by almost everybody, top 4, top 6. Everybody expected for sure they'd get that. They didn't hit that mark. Another disappointment, maybe Complexity a little unhappy going out in the second round. DC so close to getting a top placement, but did get knocked out there as well.
I love how we were talking about, you know, we have inside information about scrims. It's like, oh, LGD's been dominating in scrims, and they come out and, you know, they proved it. Like, our scrims worked. Then it's like, oh, Na'Vi,
our scrims have been going pretty terrible, you know. They're not really doing so well, and they just impressed everybody. They just were like, scrims don't matter, guys. We just use our passion and bring out, and the crowd as well brought out the best in them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they definitely enjoyed their time playing here in Manila. Who's done their favours good, Charlie, in terms of TI invites? Because that's what we're going to be looking at next, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I think, well, Frankfurt, the tournament after this, will decide a lot, but I'd be really shocked to see anybody from the top 8 at this tournament not make it to TI.
Really? You think the top 8 is locked in, done?
Well, it's even more likely.
That includes DC as well, though.
Does it?
No, top 12. Top 12. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
They did not. But also to be said is the fact that EG and Secret are now roster swapping. They've said it publicly. If they commit to that, Valve has to follow the rules, in my opinion, and they can't invite them to TI. They have to play through qualifiers.
Veggies Esports, we got them in open qualifiers.
Let's go.
I've heard good things about Veggie Esports. I think in any other year you might actually take a chance of getting through those qualifiers. But they're going to be super competitive as well, Charlie.
We have some very good coaches. We're not going to spoil that just yet, but we're going to have some very good ones.
Roster announcements coming from Veggies.
Hey, BO1s, anything can happen.
Yeah, it can. We've seen that in this tournament, haven't we? Yeah. What about going all the way back to the group stage? Has anything happened in the group stage that then didn't translate to the main event?
I think maybe Navi could be a little bit disappointed after they looked spectacular in the group stages.
Yeah.
They came out the first day, they looked pretty decent here, and then it just kind of seemed like the other teams just were more prepared, and them just kind of not like read them like a book, but just understand the way that they played, and they didn't really adapt too well.
They had a couple of close games, though.
Yeah.
What they did was not in any way to be taken away from them. They beat their group. They had some close matches, even if they did lose overall in those best of threes. Everybody's going to be happy about that one. And maybe they'll improve by TI.
All right. Okay. The crowd are getting restless. So, it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce you to our grand finalists.
The majors were born to showcase Dota 2's global appeal with a taste of local flavor. The Manila Major is nearing its end, but its legacy will endure. One of passion and competition. We've reached the end of 6 glorious days of Dota 2. New stars were born. The veterans amazed us yet again. We shared their triumphs and their losses. We marveled at their skill. Thank you, Philippines, for embracing us. And now, it's time to find out who will be the new champions. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Finals. Talent may win games, but legends win titles. And legends are not born, they are made. You need to feel the pressure, learn to thrive off it. Let it fuel your transformation from the team you are into the team you want to be. Because just as hard as you train to get it, there are people training harder to take it from you. These players have overcome every obstacle laid before them, and now they come face to face with their final adversary. The only thing left between them and their goal: the Manila Major title. Welcome on stage, OG. Defeat, not something to be taken lightly. But it's not until adversity hits you that you are truly tested. To persevere in the aftermath of defeat, they have passed through the scorching fires of damnation to have a chance at redemption. This is their opportunity to bury the past, to become legends in their own right. One momentary lapse of concentration, and all they have fought for, everything that they have accomplished, will have been in vain. The exhilaration of victory is within their grasp. The grand finals of the Manila Major awaits them. They may have lost the battle, but they are here to win the war. Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
So much hype. Are you ready for the grand finals? I think we are. Hold the door. God damn it, what a start. Okay, we've got plenty to discuss still before the final starts, but before we get there, Sir Action Slacks caught up with Fly.
Well, look who I have here. Now, I have a very difficult name, right? I have a hard time pronouncing it, so can you just, for the cameras?
My actual name?
No, your in-game name.
Yes, Fly.
Fly. Okay,
yes.
So we're here with Fly.
Yes.
F-L-Y. Can we talk about the name? 3 syllables seems to be, 1 syllable, seems to be a common theme in Dota. Where'd that come from?
It's, nicknames are usually something silly that, we're like a little kid and then, it kind of happened and then you stick with it.
No.
So,
you're telling me that Big Daddy is silly?
Okay, Big Daddy is like special, He's like, all right, I'm gonna name myself Big Daddy. And I was like, go for it, It sounded great. But most nicknames are like from just when you were a kid and then it sticks with you. So nothing special to mine, honestly. It's just Fly.
That's it? You just picked it up?
I had so many other nicknames. I used to have a nickname like I was originally known as Bot even. I had like one which is, a long time ago, something like Down or whatever. I don't even remember, honestly. There's so many nicknames and just some of them stick and then you kind of just end up with it. So, you know, even with Simba for a little time was,
Oh, yeah.
was hilarious.
What happened with that? I love
Okay,
that.
that one
Simba!
actually had a reason for that. It was after my dog, who actually unfortunately passed away, but he passed away in a very heroic moment. He actually jumped in front of my sister when there was a snake. Like
Wow.
an actual poisonous snake, yes, in front of my house. And he fought the snake and he bit the snake, but he also got bit himself and died from poison later. But
Wow.
that dog was amazing. So
That is heroic. So then the name is like...
the name actually had some, you know, reason to it.
No,
Yeah, like no Simba, like, you know,
That-
pretty sad, but
I was in a really good mood before this, and
I'm
now
sorry.
that's beautiful, man. A tear
it
in
was
my
a
eye.
it was a great dog.
A great dog indeed. Well, Fly, you're back here. Let's talk a little bit about Dota. You guys had quite the showing at the original major. You won first place. Congratulations. You're looking to do the only team that's won too?
Of course. I mean,
Yeah?
that's what we're here for. We never aim for anything but first, honestly.
Oh, yeah? Is that kind of the mentality? A lot of teams are just as long as we learn, as long as we're improving. But you're a team that's all we want to get first every time?
Definitely. I mean, you have to aim for first place if you want to be a winning team. You learn from your losses, and that's, you know, one of the great things about like the format. That, you know, we lost to NEWBEE, for example, and then we're going to learn from that, and, you know, now we can move on. We still can lose a series and still come back from it, but overall, we always aim for first place, of course.
Oh, all right. Well, that's super interesting. So let's talk about the majors. First one was great. Shanghai, something happened, and now we're here. So,
Right.
I mean, what happened at Shanghai? Can we talk about that?
Yeah, I mean, it was a mixture of things. Like, first of all, I don't think we prepared as hard as we should have. Like, we had some scrims and it went well, and then we kind of like, all right, we felt confident, we're gonna go with this. And then later on, we realized we only been scrimming like 1 or 2 teams all the time, and turned out those teams were actually not very good.
Yeah.
We scrimmed a lot of Chinese teams, and
Ah.
they were not very good at that major.
No.
So we had a very like wrong idea of how to play Dota at that time, and we kind of just slacked off, honestly, and, you know, paid for it in the end. But we learned a lot from it. Like, we're never gonna make that mistake again.
I mean, I can tell that you know exactly what went wrong, and from the looks of it, I mean, you've worked on that very well. You're doing pretty good here at the majors this time, and we're expecting to see you go pretty far. So, how are you guys feeling as a team? Are you confident? You're good to go here?
Yeah, we're definitely feeling good. I think we have a lot to learn still, and I still rate some teams higher than us currently, but I think the more we play, we're gonna learn more. And, you know, of course, I think we're gonna do very well.
Yeah? All right. Well, I'm sorry to do this to you, but I gotta talk to you about Phoenix. I feel like you are responsible for Phoenix coming into the meta mostly. I mean, your plays have been unreal. Everybody's been talking about it. Can you talk about the hero? Do you feel responsible for this?
I mean, I press Sunray and I follow people, so I don't think I'm doing anything too out of the ordinary. But I think the original guy was actually September from LGD.
Okay.
Or was it? I think so.
No, it might be.
Yeah, he got to like 8k Mimara, and I saw he almost only played Phoenix, and that was a while ago. And then like nobody was playing Phoenix that much at that time, and I was like, all right, you know, this hero seems pretty interesting. And then suddenly people realized, you know, Sunray is like ridiculous.
Right.
And it so happened that Epicenter was a time when everybody started realizing, and we were one of the first teams to like really abuse it. So, you know, I just press Sunray.
You
It's
just
great.
broke the heart of
but
so many Phoenix players. They're looking up to you to be like, yeah, we are the best.
There are definitely good things about Phoenix, and one of the important things is how you draft around it. You can't just pick Phoenix and not have a purpose for the hero, and that's something, because I played it a lot in pubs and whatnot, I know what really makes Phoenix work better.
Right.
So that's why it looks better in our game sometimes than some other teams, because we just enable it better, that's it.
See? So it is practice and hard work, right?
There you
It's not
go,
all
you
just
know.
Sunray.
Mostly, but you know.
Mostly, but all right. All right, so let's go back to OG. Now, you are a team that very rarely gets 2-0'd. It's only happened a couple times. NEWBEE 2-0'd you, but NEWBEE 2-0's everybody. What can you do? Liquid once in a while. Why is that? Are you a team that always learns and adapts, or do you think it's just coincidence?
I think it's just that we're like a pretty strong mentally team. So some losses, you know, we might lose, but we're still going to come back strong mentally. Like some teams just, they lose and then they're going to be very depressed for the next series or like the next match and might not be able to recover as much. But I feel like we're, you know, first of all, I think we're a good enough team to be able to take almost any team on to a full series. But it's definitely a lot on your mental state.
Yeah, and you're talking about that mental state. I mean, I've seen you guys play before. I've been in the room, and a lot of Dota teams are very serious. You guys, it's just like, it looks like you're playing a pub. You're laughing, you're having fun, you're yelling at each other. Do you think that kind of like friendship and brotherhood is what has gotten you guys so far?
I think it definitely helps, but you have to be serious sometimes. So we have a little mix of both. We have some guys who like to joke around a bit, but it's always good to have like somebody to bring up the atmosphere a little bit, but also someone to kind of tone it down and take it more calm and serious when you need to.
So who are those people on the team?
I would say that Crit and myself are probably the ones who are more calm and collected. And
no.
Yes.
Nah, just kidding.
And No-Tail, I mean, Big Daddy is
Right.
usually the guy who can bring like the mood up and make everybody a little happier.
What does Moon do? Is he just...
I mean, Moon
just
is like, you know, he can be a savage sometimes, he can be very informative sometimes, but like, he's a bit more, you know, informative, you can say.
I hear you. All right, last one for you. So there's a ton of rivals here at the event. I don't feel like OG really has like a rival. Can we make one right now? Who do you guys want to be the rival team with? Who do we cheer against when OG's playing?
I think our rival team would be Liquid, because they've always been able to have like to beat us, and I really want to beat them. I think they're, you know, probably the best team here at this current moment, and I would love to beat them because they, you know, last 2 or 3 series I think they beat us, so you know, I really want to beat them.
All right, well, we'll see if OG will face off against their heated, longtime rival Liquid, or who they'll be facing later in the Manila Major. Thank you so much for taking time out, and we'll see you guys with some more Major action. Thanks a lot.
Our biggest rivals are Team Liquid. So says Fly. Good job they've got them in the final then. Gents, let's start breaking these two teams down. We'll start with OG. You heard what Fly had to say in that particular interview. They wanted Liquid. They've got what they wanted, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. They're incredibly prepared. They spent pretty much all day going over Liquid since they beat NEWBEE, and they already prepared for them. So I expect a lot of good things out of OG here. They're incredibly prepared, incredibly hardworking. You saw Fly mention it earlier that, you know, Shanghai, they slacked off a little. They're not making that mistake again.
Yep. Key players in key positions. They've got experience, of course, having won Frankfurt, Fog. So presumably they bring all of that experience here, and this shouldn't be a problem for them.
Yeah, definitely not. Especially like the interview said, you know, they really want to beat Liquid. So I think even yesterday they were looking and they're like, you know what, let's prep for Liquid maybe a little bit more than NEWBEE, just to be sure that we can beat them.
Yeah.
I think they have a lot of really individually talented players. Like Miracle is clearly, he's super versatile. He performs extremely well. He's like maybe, but more diversified in hero pool. I feel like they have similar levels of talent. He always plays very well. And Moon as well. He makes a lot of really great plays in the offlane. He can create space and he can initiate for his team.
Yeah.
And from time to time, Moon does some unorthodox things that we don't really expect. But he did say like, oh, you know, I took this from Bone 7, you know, the Bat Rider build specifically. So it's really interesting how he kind of changes it up and uses his own dynamic.
Okay. Charlie, got any thoughts on Moon?
You know, he's a guy that shows up at events. He's a guy that he doesn't choke. He loves the big stage. He loves the attention. This is a guy that you expect to perform in front of a lot of people. And then, we saw it at Frankfurt when like he had the performance of his life on that Earthshaker during the lower bracket finals and the finals. I expect great things from him.
Okay. Plenty still to come, of course, in this grand final. We're going to talk about Team Liquid. But first, you know what? Moon Meander has been a bit of a star here. Maybe a little bit underrated in his team with all the talk about Miracle. But let's find out more about him now.
Having a passion and chasing it is something that takes courage and it takes a commitment and it takes confidence to do. It sets a good example that you can choose what you want to do. It's not concrete. You don't have to become what you don't want to be.
He was the wildest of all my 3 children. Wild in the sense that he does a lot of things that sometimes surprises me. He's one child who has all kinds of ideas, and I just can't cope up with him sometimes because I'm busy working. So I get my eldest child and my daughter to monitor him when I'm not around. But somehow, he has all kinds of ideas to outwit all of us.
He will try all sorts of ways to
get on the computer, and because my mom is always at work, so I'm like the little mom, and I always gives him like, okay, from this time to this time, you can game, but after that you have to stop. And then he doesn't listen to me, and he gets really creative in coming up with ways to just get on the computer.
I will walk out of the front door. It's like, bye, Mom, I'm going off to school. But I come out through the door, I leave my window open, so I will climb back into my house through the window into my room, and then I would play video games with my door closed. And every time I would hear my mom come down from the steps, I would turn off the monitor and hide under the bed. And then when it's time for me to come back from school, I would climb back out through the window with my backpack, knock on the front door, walk into the front door, and then make sure I yell, oh, I'm home, Mom, just to make sure that she knows that I'm home. Then I'll go back in and continue playing again.
He is very comfortable in his skin. He's not shy to show out his personality, right? And I think that's also why we like him, I like him, the fans like him, because he doesn't shy away from the camera. You get to see who he is.
I told myself that if I couldn't make TI5 and beat the North American scene, then I'll probably call it quits and go back to school. And I was like, you know what, I have no classes, I'll give it a shot. So it was pretty much do or die for me.
It was a dream that he wanted to, he said, Mom, that's my dream job. And I said, great, if you can achieve your dream, do it. I don't want to stop you from your dream, because then you will hate me for the rest of your life because you didn't achieve what you want to because your mom says no.
To me, it's all like monsters and fighting here and there, and every time when I look at the Dota screen, I'll be like, oh, where's David, and my mom, who is actually pretty knowledgeable about the game, she'll like tell me, oh, David's here, and I don't even know when the game ends. My mom will have to tell me, and I'm like, oh, he won, yeah.
I think it's important that we support our children in what they do and take an interest in what he does. And in a way, I think I'm hooked onto it too. I think Dota is such an amazing game.
My mom watches every game, every time, so I know she's watching. She's watching all my interviews, and it even goes to the point where she actually reads all of Reddit.
And I read the patches and also read John Dota, as well as Reddit, which is all a lot of blaming going on. And David says, Mom, you don't read so much of Reddit.
Maybe he didn't have doubt himself, but there's doubt being thrown at you. Are you sure you're just gonna play games? You're never gonna make a career out of playing games. He has that belief in himself, and that carries him through the journey.
When you hit past a certain age, you're kind of all in. Either you go back to school and get a degree, or you stick to esports. And at one point, I almost gave up, but I was given an opportunity and I seized it, and I'm glad that I made it work.
Great stuff yet again from the sensational stories that we've been seeing and hearing throughout the entire tournament. And quick shout out to Mum Meander. Stay off Reddit, it's a good idea. Also, Moon Meander, if he needs another job, Charlie, I hear they're looking for another player at LA Lakers right now. That was pretty good.
That was pretty.
I think I've got Charlie. It's taken me 3 weeks, but I think I've finally broken Charlie.
He's
smiling.
Yeah.
This is new.
Yeah.
How can I not? I'm so excited for this match, man. Like, the Dota that we're going to see out of these guys is going to be amazing. I can't wait.
When did we start talking about Moon Meander as a star? Because it just feels like we talk about Miracle a lot, we talk about Fly's great draft, and we talk about No Tail Sensational Mid. When are we going to start talking about this guy as a superstar?
Well, he kind of came out of nowhere, really. Like, he joined Complexity, and he did quite well on that team. They had a pretty good run. And then when he joined OG, he just started showing up, and he kept performing, and he's just been a little overshadowed by Miracle. That's all.
But he had a great Shanghai. He had an even better Frankfurt. And he's played well here as well.
Yeah, and I think to some extent he's always had sort of that star quality, especially back in Han. Very outspoken, very confident player. And even when he played on Complexity, a lot of people said, hey, this guy is really good. Watch out for him because he gets on a good team, he gets good people around him, he's going to succeed.
Okay, let's talk about Team Liquid now. Right on point. Crowd on point now, like that. Team Liquid, fabulous. Again, in a very similar way, I want to ask the question of all three of you. When are we going to start talking about these 5 gentlemen as superstars? Because it's been said time and time again, it's 5 guys, there's Kuroki in the middle with a ton of experience, and then it's 4 guys who've got limited experience, haven't really won too much. When are we going to start talking about them as superstars?
They've played so well in the last couple tournaments, and I always think about when they first formed. Everybody was like, they might be all right. Like, they took a lot of chances with some of their players. None of them were super proven other than Crow, but they've turned into this, like, second place after second place, first place, and here they are in the grand finals again. Like, it's about time.
Two majors in a row, Charlie. Two majors in a row.
You know what? They're superstars right now.
Absolutely.
Kuroki took these players that weren't very known, and you know what it shows is that talent is, at this point now, is almost secondary to chemistry, to dedication, to hard work, to preparation. All of that stuff is necessary to make a great team.
Go ahead.
If you have those like few people to enable others, it really just brings out the best in them. You know, we knew Jerax was good. We watched him multiple times. Mind Control was probably the one that everybody was like, you know, he's very new. He's who's this guy? You know, and he comes out and he crushes. Like, this guy actually is one of the fundamental reasons why Liquid is doing so well. Absolutely.
Okay, let's take a look at the matchups in this particular game. I don't think we can go anywhere else other than looking at the mid right now, because this could be a crazy mid right now.
We could talk about all the roles.
Yeah,
Every single player on both teams are great.
But anyone, but in particular, a lot could come down to one of these 2 players.
Yeah. And you don't see Miracle here, but No Tail does play it sometimes. It all depends on the hero that they choose. Fada's the rock, one of the many rocks of Liquid, consistently gets tons of farm, plays Dragon Knight like a carry, plays DP very well, Alchemist. He fits to a fairly small hero pool, but not because they choose, or not because of his individual skill, it's just because that's how they fit into their style. So
and he's always just very, like, he's so calculated, honestly. Watching Fata play you learn so much. You're just like, oh, he could do this, but it's just like, oh, you know, this is much more efficient. All of his movement, every single one is so precise. It's pretty beautiful to see.
Was his best game yesterday in that final game of the night?
Ooh, one of them. You know, that's the thing. So
he's
hard
had quite a lot, hasn't he?
It's so hard to choose a best game for him because he's so consistent. He's so precise. Like Fogg said, he doesn't have games where he just like sort of is the reason his team lost. He always shows up.
And likewise, No Tail, who hadn't really got too much press going into this, as we said before. It was all about the Miracle Show and the 9K MMR. Actually, in the upper bracket, he was one of the few players backstage still practicing when his team had gone. Stayed, pubbed, carried on working hard, came out in the upper bracket semi-final and blew everyone away in both games.
I think Kevin made a good point too. It's like Miracle, he kind of overshadows everybody, but they do have star players on everybody. Sometimes people are like, oh, why is this guy on this team? You know, like he doesn't fit. But that team, it's a unit. All of them work together very well. And we saw No Tail with his Naga performance particularly. I was super impressed. His decision making, his item choices, everything in that game was spot on.
And he's super improved. Like, he hasn't always been at the same level, but in the last month or two, man, he looks like a tier 1 player right now, and I don't think anybody, even in the pro scene, can disagree with that.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
No, absolutely not. He's in the grand finals. He's worked his butt off to get here. Look, these guys are all really, really good. Can't take anything away from them. Stay off Reddit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Stay off Reddit.
Good advice from Charlie. There's plenty of action going on in the crowd right now as well. Some nice Filipino waves going around. We've had quite a few of those today as well. I just want to give a bit of a shout out to the crowd. It's a kind of corny thing to do, but they have been amazing this week.
Yeah, they really have. I love the every time there's a very close gank and it gets turned around, that is when they get the loudest. It's just something you can't experience anywhere else but a stadium.
No, absolutely. This is one of the most insane crowds, almost the most insane crowd I've ever been in. Like when they get really loud, when they cheer, like I can feel my chair move under me.
You have to be here
crazy,
to really feel the full experience. I know everybody watching at home and stuff, you hear it through the microphones in the middle of the fights. It's like, oh, I can't hear any spells going on because you just hear the roaring. But here, it's just like, what's going on? Like, you actually just everything is influenced. All of your senses get influenced by this crowd.
Yeah, lots of Dota 2 passion. Let's move on. Prediction time. Predictions, particularly for Fogged, count very highly right now, okay? Because Nahaz is in the lead, but Fogged is very close to taking that lead. But Charlie, give him some help. Which way is this going? Best of 5.
I've talked to both teams are incredibly confident coming into this match. Talked to OG, talked to Liquid before. You know, they feel really good about each other. Like Liquid, you know, before this tournament they said, you know, we always beat them in scrims. We beat them in all the tournaments before. So they feel like they really know this matchup. But at the same time, OG has prepared so much for them. and they've grown. They're not the same team that they were before. And I think the culture of this team is going to be very conducive to a best of 5. This is going to be a long series. This is going to be a series where you probably will drop a game, and so you need that mental strength, that support from your team to come back and really buoy your spirits. So I'm going to give it to OG.
Okay, Charlie goes with OG. Purged. Give our man Fogt a bit of a helping hand
Fogt,
here.
as Charlie and me are currently about even on predictions, you probably shouldn't listen to us. But with that said, I think Liquid has what it takes to go all the way through. They started off with a rough loss against MVP Phoenix, but OG did a similar thing, I guess losing to NEWBEE 2-0. They came back and played well. Liquid similar, but I feel like they're the team that they just want it more. They haven't won it yet, right?
What an NBA sports thing to say. They just want it more. What does that mean?
They haven't taken the win yet, right?
Okay, I'm going to give you one more piece of information which you should consider when making your decision. Okay, now this is big, right?
Okay.
Okay, 3 majors. This is the 3rd major. The first major won 3-1 by OG against Secret, the runners-up. Then came back to Shanghai and played Liquid and won 3-1. Liquid were the runners-up. They've come here and they play OG. Is the circle going to complete itself and the Illuminati is going to go crazy, or is the world going to end?
So Liquid needs to win 3-1 is
Exactly
what I'm getting right here. I don't know. I'm really torn. I have
conflict info.
Kevin's even like raising his eyebrows at me now. Now I don't even know what's going on.
I don't know if
now
that's about the
out.
prediction or something else.
Barbs.
Too much clash. Move on.
Too much clash. Yeah. I'm gonna have to go with OG. Honestly, like they, especially how Fly was saying it, they just feels like they really need to beat Liquid, and they have the kind of like that monkey on their back. They really just want to go for it, and I feel like they have a lot more preparation, just because I feel like Seb is very hardworking, and I feel like he's looking at that and he's like, you know what, we have to crush them, guys. This is everything for me.
Okay.
If you lose,
all right.
I'll go crazy.
Fogt confirmed, not Illuminati. He's gone for OG. Let's take a look at the social media predictions as well. You've been sending them in via Twitch and Twitter all day. Twitch currently has 54-46 in favour of OG. Twitter, 54-46 in favour of Team Liquid.
Very appropriate.
I think we have a balanced series on our hands, gents. The one big question I want to answer really is, and this is very personal and very kind of selfish in a way, can we have 5? Can we have 5 games? Can we please have 5 games? Is it possible?
I think everybody wants it. The crowd definitely wants it.
Yeah.
We all want it. We're all talking back in the lounge and everything. We're like, please.
Yeah.
Please,
I think the only people that don't want five games, Charlie, right now is the 10 players in the booze, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, I think this is going to be a really close series. These guys are really evenly matched, and they've both done their homework a lot. It's really hard to say, man.
We're minutes away from the draft, our first draft of the grand final. Tempting to think that this might have its own little mini meta in it, Fogt.
Yeah, definitely. Both these teams play relatively similar heroes. Of course, the one that stands out to everybody here is the Earth Spirit, Crit and Jarex. The hero's been pretty dominant in either one of their hands. But yeah, they play kind of similar styles, I would say. But Liquid is a bit changing up a little bit. They're adapting as this tournament progresses.
Yeah, and Kuro and Fly are going head to head. They're going to be trying to mind game each other all the way through this, aren't they? Because it will start from the moment draft 1 starts all the way through to whatever draft we get at the end. They'll be thinking, okay, well, he picked that last time because we did this, and now if we do this, does he then go back there? There's going to be a lot of that going on.
Oh, yeah, and we might see some curveballs, too. Liquid showed it that last series with Dro Medusa.
Yep.
I mean, everybody backstage were like, what is happening right now?
Yep.
Yeah, never had a pro game in his life on Medusa, suddenly brings it out. But
they've
did
got the
say
strats.
that they've been practicing it, so...
Yeah, exactly, and I doubt that's the only weird hero they've been like practicing, and guaranteed as soon as I saw Terrorblade picked, if that wasn't on their radar, it is now.
Yep.
It's going to really be a game of who picks which carries at the right time against the right Drax.
Yeah. And in terms of curveballs, the Meepo, eight bans so far, most of those have been against OG.
Who knows? I will say, though, that the key in this matchup is going to be Lifestealer Slardar. You cannot give that combination away at all to either team. Okay. I think people here have shown that that's broken.
We're about to find out.
Pretty broken.
Because draft 1 of the grand final is upon us. It is time to go.
What about other key heroes like Ricky Maru or something like that?
It's very situational, though.
Yeah, I think... Go ahead.
Yeah, I feel like the Ricky especially, that one's it's really strong in certain positions, but it can also be very weak and detrimental. And we've seen that happen in this tournament. Like sometimes it just doesn't work out, but other times it shines spectacularly.
So we've seen the Lycan banned out by OG. Miracle's Invoker is non-playable for this particular game too. No surprises.
So the key heroes when you're playing against
Wow.
Liquid are Wisp, Nyx, Lycan. And so, well...
Wisp Nyx Lycan, really? I was thinking Lycan Slardar or Lycan DP versus Liquid.
Okay.
Especially from recently.
That's a really interesting first
All
set
right,
of bans.
well, they let it through, guys. They let it through.
Was that not really super obvious that was going to is this one of those Team Liquids where they're going to go, okay, all hell
There
just
we
broke
go.
loose. We're going to hit the Slaughter Ricky straight away as well. Against the Life Stealer of OG. OG given it, basically. Kuro's gone. Come on then, let's see what you've got game one.
It's
Instant
good.
reaction.
Yeah.
It's a great lifestealer counter. If you drop the smoke cloud, he can't rage, and then he's just a regular strength hero. It's a good solution there.
Jarax gets his spirit for game one. Crit, sorry, rather.
All these contested heroes, and they're just all through.
Yeah,
They're just all through.
And there was no IO pick either in the first round. That was incredible.
Yeah,
a hero that both teams really like. But with Slardar Ricky, they have tons of single target damage. They've got really, really good early game strength as soon as Slar gets Blink Dagger. So that's going to be pretty scary for OG.
Yeah, high
What an
damage.
what an explosive start.
Yeah.
We haven't even got to the game yet.
What a
The
quick
chalk is-
start.
Yeah. Really quick out of the blocks from both of them. Okay, Dazzle's gone from Team Liquid.
It's a great ban because it really limits a lot of what Ricky can do in the early game. In the one game Liquid played against a Ricky, they had an Oracle, and it worked really well. It just didn't allow the Ricky to get his early ganks off to a good start, and then he just fell off really hard mid-game. So maybe they'll still pick something like an Oracle over on OG's side, but that's a lot less threatening than a Dazzle, a hero they commonly pick.
And it's one of the OG specialties. You know, we saw at Frankfurt. That's pretty much how they won, the defensive supports. And yeah, of course, I mean, Fly's Dazzle is, I think he has one of the highest win rates on that hero out of anybody.
Very good with Lifestealer as well, and a good counter to Slardar. So there's just a million reasons why Dazzle was the better ban there.
Absolutely.
Well, OG's taking a lot more time now. I think that they realize that Liquid's prepared for them.
Yeah, so just to confirm, OG took first pick and Liquid chose Dire.
Okay.
It's becoming a thing.
So, yep, Dire has been winning quite heavily up on the main stage.
Yep, over 60% throughout the whole tournament.
With them on Dire, Slardar is even better, obviously, because as long as the enemy team isn't in the area, you can take it very rapidly. Liquid has to be a little bit more disciplined than they were earlier, because they did try to steal a couple Roches that went bad.
Yeah, that's really been, if there is an Achilles heel to Liquid right now, it's those bad Roshan fights. There's so many times when I'm watching upstairs with Blitz and Heen, and they go on Roshan, and those guys get super nervous around that pit, and they're like, oh gods, don't throw the game here, don't throw the game here.
Yeah, and no surprise to see, of course, the Phoenix band, like Fly was talking about. You just click Sunray. It's not too hard. It's pretty straightforward. He loves doing it. And then OG as well banning out the Slark. It's one of the heroes that we've seen that actually can stand up to Lifestealer pretty well just because of his mobility. You're able to just constantly run around the fight, you steal a bunch of stats, and then eventually you're actually able to man-fight the Lifestealer.
Does give them really good early game setup. That's the other reason. Is because if Slark gets a Shadow Blade, he'll move around the map with Ricky and get tons of kills. They did that in another one of their drafts.
Yeah, two nice little synergy things.
So that's really the thing Liquid is lacking a bit. Once Slardar has Blink Dagger, yes, they can roam around together, but they need some kind of a core that can set up those kind of early kills. Maybe a Shadow Blade hero, maybe something with a Blink Dagger. They need mobility to be able to initiate and get those ganks off early game.
Yeah, the most picked hero in the entire Manila Major is Disruptor, and it comes out again.
Yep, no surprise. He's very good versus Earth Spirit. Even Lifestealer, you know, like we've been saying, Silences can be very good versus Lifestealer because if he doesn't get that rage off, he actually is quite squishy at one point if you can burst him down during that duration.
Maybe he'll be able to get a Scythe of Ice again. Yeah.
And that's quite a. I feel like it's an early Alchemist here. I was expecting them to actually pick up one of the supports, maybe even the offlaner.
Well, I think they did it because there's no Fada hero yet, and that's definitely one of his staples. They already banned Death Prophet. That's now gone. Invoker is banned as well. So Fada's running out of heroes. I feel like that's one of the players that is being a little limited in hero pool.
Do you feel that's maybe why they've had to secure it early, and then could, in theory, could cause them problems later in the draft as well?
Yeah, Liquid did have to secure their Death Prophet earlier. I think when they played NEWBEE, it got banned first round, and then they had to play something else. Didn't feel as good. Then second round, they picked DP in
They
first
picked it
round.
first.
Exactly.
They
They've prioritized it that much. But here they didn't really have that same option. They can't let them get Slardar Lifestealer. They can't let them get Ricky Lifestealer. They're forced to delay till second round, and now Fata's going to have to play his second or third best hero instead.
Maybe a DK.
Dragon Knight, yeah, that's the one that's kind of like standing out to me. It's decent, does decent versus Alchemist. It's tanky versus Lifestealer. It is a strength mid-core, which maybe isn't the most favorable versus a Lifestealer, but he does have an instant disable, which can be very useful. And it helps a lot versus the Earth Spirit. You're not really able to roam too successfully on such a tanky hero in the mid lane.
And you can go Shadow Blade as well. They go for Ursa instead.
Okay.
Very good against tanky cores.
This is something we saw out of LGD. You know, they picked the Slardar and the Ursa versus the Alchemist. Both heroes really tear through him quite effectively.
Yeah, the Ursa is going to shred that Lifestealer.
And also, it gives them, of course, the obvious, pretty much uncontestable Roshan if they do it properly. If they have any type of window open, the Ursa is going to just be able to go there and rip it to shreds with the Slardar Amplify.
Hasn't been played an awful lot, but they have used it here in Manila. So
it also has good resilience against fairly weak lockdown, and that's one of the problems with OG's lineup right now. Lich helps out a bit because he's going to give some attack and movement speed slow to the Ursa when he's chasing people, but against Lifestealer Earth Spirit, as long as he's not stunned, he can remove the Magnetize and offset that a bit.
Yeah, and we saw this approach by MVP Phoenix. It didn't end up working out like exactly, but it was a first pick Lich when they did it. They picked the Lich and they give the Slardar away, of course counteracting the kind of the minus armor, slows down any type of like push, which is also, I feel, a very big detriment to Liquid, because right now usually they pick very objective-based heroes, and these four don't really hit buildings too well. With the Lich armor, it's going to be very hard to bring down those towers.
What I want to see out of sorry, Charlie. Most picked or banned hero right now, Beastmaster, still
untouched.
Untouched.
Yeah. What I want to see out of these teams right now is maybe some team fight control. It's a lot of single target DPS on both teams, I guess, except for the Lich Disruptor. But you don't see those big team fight ultimates here.
Yeah, no Tidehunter, like you said, no Beastmaster. I feel like, and OG doesn't yet have their offlane hero, so they've kind of got the pick of the litter here.
Yeah, OG has quite a lot of damage though. They have the Infest, they have rolling, they have like all the Earth Spirit spells with the Acid Spray on top, and Alchemist is more than likely to go for that Radiance build, which we've been seeing on top of the Chain Frost. It is quite a lot of AoE damage on their side, but Liquid is a bit more single target heavy.
Could give them a lot of team fight advantage. The first couple Roche fights, or it might just make it so Liquid can't easily take Roche.
Yeah, and we were talking. I like the Ursa pick a lot, obviously, because into Lifestealer, we've all talked about it. You know, Ursa's one of those heroes who can go toe-to-toe to Lifestealer. He's not a strength hero. He has Enrage, which makes him pretty much immune to damage, and he's able to burst the Lifestealer, like we were talking about. The silences are very good versus Lifestealer if you're able to burst him in that small duration, and Ursa's pretty much the perfect pick for that.
Yeah. It's all going to come down to the initiation, as is the case in most games. So if they get a silence or a Slardar initiation on Lifestealer and they can burst him down with Ursa afterwards, the whole fight's kind of over, because OG doesn't really have the best ways to stop that once the initiation starts.
Yeah, so what heroes do we have left for Moon? We have the Void, which they do like.
There's a Tide as well.
The Tide, it's kind of
Beast.
been falling a little bit out, and then the Beastmaster, yes.
So the obvious Dragon Knight is the smart ban here, right?
Yeah,
definitely.
It's the one that's appropriate, just because of, you know, that's like Kevin was saying. Fata has his pretty much like 5 or 6 staple heroes that he's been playing quite consistently, and they're focusing pretty heavily on him. You know, picking the Alchemist, banning the Dragon Knight, banning the Death Prophet. It also ties together Liquid's draft, like we were saying. They're lacking that one objective-taking hero, which they usually have. So it is the Beastmaster that they will take.
Yeah. Do you find that quite surprising, that one came through?
Not so much. Especially something that you mentioned earlier, Paul, is that these teams are going to have their own meta in this best of 5. There are certain heroes that they're going to prioritize much more heavily. I think Beastmaster is very good, but in the hands of OG or Liquid, certain heroes are just way more broken, like the Nakes or like highly contested heroes like a Slardar.
Yeah, the Beastmaster gives also, you know, the Hawk, of course, to scout out Liquid's Roshan, which is one of the things we were talking about that Liquid does have. They will be able to maybe contest it, and now we do. Okay, so the Timbersaw pick is pretty much exclusively for the Alchemist, but it does give that burst damage like we were talking about, which they will need to bring down the Lifestealer inside of those silences.
And it's 4 melee heroes against the Timbersaw.
Yeah,
always
pretty
good.
They don't have that many lockdowns and silences either. It's basically just Earth Spirit and Outstun and Beastmaster.
Beastmaster.
That's one stun though. Might not be enough.
Okay, thank you very much, all three of you. We'll get more thoughts, of course, from our expert panel at the end of Game 1. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the grand final. And your commentary team for the final are Gods and LD.
Bano Ako! Someone told me that means I'm the best. But no, seriously, you guys are absolutely amazing. Magandang hapon, Pilipinas! I think they're ready.
They are very ready. They've been waiting for this. It's been 6 days of action here in Manila, and it's the grand finals, LD.
OG versus Liquid, Game 1, let's go!
OG versus Team Liquid.
And we're underway, Gods, as we walked through the draft. I think it was when the Lich came out that you said this looks really good for OG.
Yeah, the opening 2 picks, you can tell by how fast Kuro was drafting. He had kind of a clear plan as far as what they're giving up, what they're going to get in return. But this Lich pick really gives OG a big laning stage advantage. Life Sealer in any lane, he can go off top with the Lich. He can potentially solo the bottom lane against the Slaughter, is going to be able to get farm. And I think OG's laning stage is very scary. There's a lot of pressure on Kuro to get a lot done on his Riki.
Yeah, we've seen teams have a lot of success with the Riki. It's normally been paired with a Lifestealer more often than not, as a secondary Infest Bomb vehicle, but felt like maybe a bit of a block pick from Liquid. Obviously great to drop the deep wards down, so can also set up the glimpses. That's the other big thing the Riki does bring to the table. So between that, the amp damage, perhaps playmaking coming from Jerax will also be the difference maker.
A fight's brewing, LD. Both teams have a lot of heroes. They see each other as well.
Level 1 Lich. Let's see. They're going to go for it. OG are confident. The boar comes in. Ursa on the high ground, getting slowed down a bit. Even a kinetic field being dropped here. A rumble at the North Rune. Who grabs it? Alchemist wants it. No-Tail does get it. Even if he goes down, not too shabby. A 1-for-1 as far as the bounty routes go. But No-Tail will give up the first blood, and they might get Fly as well. Running down the Lich. A secondary kinetic field dropped on point again. Jerax showing up. Well, sure, they get the bounty rune, Gods, but Liquid still get 1 for free at bottom, and they get a first blood and a second kill.
I mean, just from a pure, psychological advantage, Liquid getting 2 kills in a kind of big 4v5-esque fight. Mind Control gets the bounty rune at bottom. That's a huge win for Liquid to start things off here. They're going to be feeling good about things, despite Alchemist getting a bounty rune. They get the insta-kill, and Kuro's already hunting for that courier, though it doesn't look like it's going to come out anytime soon to No-Tail.
Yeah, also got a ward down here, so you will be able to see if Moon, or if someone retreats to the jungles. They're actually running Moon in the safe lane, so a bit of a change-up. We've seen some aggressive tri-lanes this tournament, but they move onto the top lane, rolling onto Matumba Man. Can they get the first kill of the laning stage? Third kill, we're 1 minute in, but OG do strike back, and it's on the back of the crit Earth Spirit.
And it's quite important to find a kill like that because your Lich is already committed to Frost Blast, so you have that lack of control for your creep equilibrium, as well as just the inability to deny farm from the lane until you get your Dark Ritual up. So very useful to get that early kill up top.
So they do opt to give Moon the safe lane here, running the offensive tri-lane. Obviously having a Lich helps to enable this, where you can still get a lot of experience for all 3 heroes out of that lane. Thoughts on this change-up? It's normally not something the OG go to. We saw it a lot more from Alliance, the aggressive tri-lanes, with moderate success.
I know Moon really likes it when he can find these 1v1 matchups. As far as mechanically going, he matches up very well against a lot of the offlaners in this tournament, and he's itemized for a 1v1 matchup. He gets the early Orb of Venom, he has the Ring of Protection, the Stout Shield, didn't go for any Iron Talon shenanigans. Meanwhile, Mind Control has to kind of react to the fact that he's against a lane that he perhaps didn't initially expect. So it's also a tough lane at that.
Secondary bounty rune is grabbed here by No-Tail. So we saw this from QO earlier in the tournament. You can have a rough start to the game, but if you get those bounty runes as the Alk, you will catch up. So off to a pretty good start here mid, despite giving up that first blood. Already 10-1 with 2 bounty runes. Fada farming well. And it is a matchup where the Timbersaw can find solo kills. We also saw that from Sumail earlier in the tournament, but just 1 kill may not be enough.
Yeah, the one player in the tri-lane up top for OG not farming well is Miracle on Lifestealer. Just 6 CS early on, did get the kill, but not exactly winning this offensive tri-lane. The lane's being continually pulled back, and farm is being lost by OG because of this pull camp from Jerax. And both teams committing a lot of resources up here with a full tri-lane versus tri-lane. in full force.
Yeah, as for this bottom lane, we do see pretty good farm of mind control, but Moon is the one dishing out the harassment
The micro
here.
from the boar. He like baits Slatter in, then turns around, does a lot of damage. This has been great play from Moon. This
Here, fishy. Oh, he'll make it out.
And that's mana expended just to keep himself alive. Moon is playing very well in this bottom lane.
For now, OG, maybe not farming the best of Miracle, but they are getting the Lich effect here. So pulling ahead a bit as far as the experience in that lane goes. Kuroki just stalking around Invis for now. Haven't seen him move around too much since dropping that ward. Seems like he's worried about OG punishing in the tri-lane if he leaves.
Yeah, his positioning up top is a kind of very defensive way of playing the early game as a Riki.
And look how good this ward is. Sees Crit moving towards mid. So they know no Earth Spirit home right now. Perhaps Liquid can look to punish that.
Yeah, and
they're going on top, it looks like. Lifestealer dropping quite low here. Miracle called out. There's the kinetic field, though. With the rage, he's able to walk away, but Liquid taking advantage of that ward.
Yeah, and that's... You're not even completely committed to get the kill there. You just want to zone out Miracle, slow down his farm. He doesn't have additional regen beyond the Tango, so he can't really stay in this lane all too easily. And you're also very wary that Crit can't really gank mid lane. Alchemist does not have kill potential. He's not going for a stun. So when you see him rotate towards mid with your ward, you're expecting him to show up bottom in about 30 seconds time. So I imagine Mind Control should be expecting this gank because there's nowhere really else on the map that Crit can be.
Buys the Pooch, does buy the Ring of Regen. They're going to move on top again. Again, the Rage for Miracle. So they've transitioned into a dual lane here. Not seeing many kill opportunities. And, well, speaking of kill opportunities, Fada nearly found one mid. Almost bursted No-Tail from full to nothing. And since we last checked in on No-Tail, he's only gotten 4 more CS gods. So as the Timbersaw levels up, the lane is getting harder. And also did not get that third bounty rune. Liquid starting to put more emphasis on contesting them.
Fata even swoops in and takes some of his jungle camp here. This is like brutal play to be making. I love it from Fata. He leaves one shard golem behind.
Oh, like dirty.
This is something we haven't really seen done from players against Alchemist. Just come in, shut down his jungle. Not just in terms of
and take his bounty runes and threaten to kill him and force supports to rotate. Fada's basically doing it all right now, and you can just see how quickly the Alch drops to the nuke combo.
No-Tail is covering his bases by stacking Ancients, just using the Acid Spray from the mid lane to...
But Liquid see this. They have the Riki to contest potentially later on. They have the ward to see the stacks.
And you have Timbersaw, which is one of those great heroes to fight and gank an Alchemist early on when he goes for that. So unlikely, No-Tail, you can't really farm it until you max out your Acid Spray most likely, so it does take some time to get ready to go with that. Bottom lane though, Beastmaster is level 6 and could be looking for a pickoff soon.
The lane's fairly pushed here. Pretty good positioning from Mind Control and checking out the supports. We do see a TP on Jerax as well as one on Fada on the mid Timbersaw, so if they have to dive for this kill, they could get punished. And now with the amp damage, it can be harder to sneak up on him.
Liquid are really concerned about where Crit is on the map. He's been the big playmaker for OG throughout this tournament. His Earth Spirit has just been insane, and they've got Jerax on their team, but Crit's making a case for the best Earth Spirit player of the tournament.
Again, the kinetic field, but this time Fly's also been caught in it. Matumba Man getting off the clap. Jerax on the chase. They drop the cloud. They're going to lose Fly. Another death here. While in the mid lane, No-Tail under harassment, but he is going to have reinforcements coming in, Earth Spirit here. But can they really kill Fada, even with this DD rune?
More likely we see a kill onto the Alch if he's not careful. No-Tail.
There's the crush, the roll. It's a whip from Crit, a rare one at that, and No-Tail may pay the piper here. Glimpse back by Jerax, 3 heroes, descending on the kinetic field. Doesn't quite clip him, but it doesn't matter. Liquid get the kill anyway. They even force the Fly TP, and this leaves the lifesteal on a bit of an island. OG, very defensive, very reactionary. They are not sitting the tempo right now. It's all Liquid all the way out to a 1,500 gold advantage against an Alchemist who's gotten a couple of bounty runes. 1,000 experience behind with a Lich. Slow start for the Green Dream.
And it's just a very heads-up play from Jerax to TP, and they're recognizing that Slater with the Timbersaw were actually going to be short of burst damage to kill off the Alchemist. Without the Disruptor there, they don't get that kill. So very good call from Liquid to make sure they bring in that +1 to guarantee that kill. Inside of OG, as you mentioned, they're playing very slow and reactionary, but they are going to go on Matumba Man up top to kick back into the tower.
Crit, first time, not a success. Second time, much better, but Matumba Man trying to man up against this. He is silenced. He gets off a clap. He turns. He wants to kill Crit. He mauls him with the help of Kuro, so it ends up being a 1-for-1 there. It is a core for a support, but still OG is struggling to find clean kills. Does buy a little space for No-Tail, though, dragging Liquid towards the top side of the map, and at the very least, he's not under siege. And now Kuro, trapped under a ward, could be in danger here. Can he make it out? He drops the cloud. not going to be able to finish the job. The Riki sneaks away.
Without having Dust there, they didn't have that chase potential, so I think for OG, the key player to get involved is going to be Moon on Beastmaster. We're yet to see a Roar. He's level 8.
Bottom Rune looks like they may want to clash at this. As they go, Roar onto Fada, No-Tail left on a bit of an island as they glimpse Moon back. They're going to chase No-Tail forward, but he has gotten off the Chemical Rage. He seems to be out of the danger zone. Meanwhile, Moon, he becomes the new target. Mind Control pursuing him, but that Boar slowing the fish down. They're so frustrated. Amp him and smack him. Might even give it a crush for this. We'll see. He beats it down, but the Boar has been the savior so far.
I mean, the Boar has been so influential in this game, but Moon's first Roar is a very defensive one just to save the Alchemist's life going for a bounty rune.
And an important one because he's closing now on the armlet.
Yep. And it's definitely worth the Roar there, but for OG, it really kind of tells the state of this game where they're the ones reacting and not finding kills, just purely trying to salvage their lane states. They've got very passive heroes who can't really move off their lanes when you look at supports like Lich. Outside of that, the Earth Spirit just looking a bit underleveled and can't really do as much. Crit sniped.
Run down by Fada, trying to stack that ward that Kuro dropped. Has been freshly replanted, I do believe, and with that, Liquid are just not going to give the Alk any free farm. It's something that was talked about yesterday on the panel. PPD brought up, if you're up against the Bounty Hunter, you can't just farm stacks for free, and the same is basically true for Riki.
Even now, No-Tail in the jungle being scouted. Another aggressive ward comes out from Kuro. The Dire Vision sees all the farming going on, and this just opens up the entire map for Liquid. They know where heroes are going to be. They know when and where they can play aggressive. And
there is a ward here. Might get eyes on Mind Control as he sneaks in.
That's got an armlet.
No-Tail, he heads to the north. He gets away from the ugly fish and then turns back. Gonna work on Fada a little bit with the acid spray, but Fada can get away with these dives. He's got quite a bit of reactive armor.
Yeah. The scouting from Moon's Beastmaster, the Hawks, the Boars in the Radiant jungle help protect the Alchemist from that gank and rotation coming in.
Kuro says, nah, not like that, buddy. No stacks for you, sir. Oh, No-Tail. Oh, what a rune.
Wow.
A fortuitous haste saves the day, but still, No-Tail spending a lot of time here running for dear life as Kuro gonna blink on him. They still go for this. They've already got the Static Storm and Fada shreds him. Nice haste rune, but not good enough. And while that was happening, there's a Roar on the Slardar. Off in the Radiant jungle. Can they chase him? No, another Roar. 2 in a row for Moon that don't net kills, that don't translate into objectives. OG completely on the back foot through the tail end of the laning stage.
I mean, Liquid has just gotten a ton out of Kuro's Riki. He's been involved in 5 of these kills, but most importantly, it's just the scouting information he's given his team. And they've been able to punish the OG greed because of all this vision.
So what do OG need to do, Gods? They bring Miracle down bottom. Is a lane swap what's going to change this?
That's not going to change a whole lot. They're looking to secure Miracle just a bit safer farm. Once he gets armlet, I think OG need to go for their first Infest Bomb. Get him inside the Earth Spirit, roll in, and find a kill somewhere on the map. It's the Lifestealer who needs to create space and time for the Alchemist to farm.
Well, you're talking about first kills, first Infest Bombs. Liquid, they do bring Matumbaran to mid. Perhaps thinking about a Roshan now. They have amp damage as well. Can OG fight into the pit if that's the call?
I think you're even better off just going for kills. Having an Aegis is nice, but entering the Radiant jungle, you've got vision there, you know where the pickoffs are, is almost more dangerous.
And that is exactly what they want. Radiant using the scan here is going to catch the tail end of the smoke. So OG, they see Kuro, but they also should have seen some of these Liquid heroes moving in, and they are going to back away. Just the end of the scan, barely clipping Liquid. Looking for that glimpse play, though. Can Jurex be the savior again? He's found one. Pulls in the Lich. Down Fly goes. And now, perhaps a tower. Perhaps just some chip damage. We'll see what Liquid go for, but it's basically nothing big committed there. Really just a glimpse in the smoke.
They're chasing No-Tail here. If they can get Jurex close enough for another glimpse, it looks like won't quite be able to get in range, but there's a reason Disruptor has, I would say, been the most influential support of the tournament. Outside of maybe a few certain players on heroes like Lion, like you look at Chuan maybe, but for the majority of teams, it's been Disruptor that has just been able to change games, and he pairs so well with the Slardar too.
As of yesterday, I believe he had like a 68, almost 70% win rate, and that is a support that's been prioritized. He's being picked early, he's being picked often. It's not like teams are caught off guard.
And normally supports don't have like much, are in a position where they can't influence a game in terms of win rate as much as like a core or a mid can, like your Alchemist. Your Lifestealer having a ridiculously high win rates because he's a carry. He can take control of the whole game. A support typically doesn't do that, but Disruptor has been in a very unique, influential position. And here come OG. Miracle ready to start getting involved. No armlet yet,
But while that's happening, they are taking the Roche on the side of Liquid. Even if they lose one, not the biggest deal. They do try to catch up. Mind control here, but he TP's out right next to the Static Storm. Where's that stun? Crit walks back into the silence. They even throw in a Chain Frost. They get the Chirax kill, but a support and a smoke, a support kill. You have to spend a smoke. They get the Aegis. Liquid are just fine with that.
And that's a 5-man smoke rotation up top. Liquid really very happy that they were able to keep their core slider alive. Mind Control's having a fantastic start to this game.
Still haven't gone for these Ancients, and I'm not sure when OG are going to feel comfortable to do so, because once again, Kuro, he is keeping eyes on these. It seems Liquid have identified that if you're going to play against the Alk, you cannot give him the free bounty runes, you cannot give him the free Ancient stacks, and Liquid are not giving him anything right now.
Vartus just lingering around. They will defend top with him.
Let's see what they can get done here. Chains his way forward, and looks like they're going to retreat. Meanwhile, Riki sweeping through. There was a sentry ward off of the jungle. Might have gotten eyes on him for a moment there, but Matumba Man is in the meanwhile pulling the creeps away from the bottom tower. Wants to push this thing in. The Mask of Madness complete, so the CTY build likely the choice for him.
Very aggressive play from him down bottom, and he does need to be careful because despite having an Aegis, he's very alone. With a tier 1 tower up, it does mean his team can rotate, and they have time to do so because of the Aegis, but if he pushes up too close to this tower, they can look to kill off the Ursa twice.
Still yet to see a clean Beastmaster gank that leads into a kill. It's just been Liquid constantly with the better vision, all over the OG jungle. Alchemist starts to pull away here now. He was only about 300, 400 ahead, up to 1,000 gold advantage, but that is fairly minimal at this stage.
Crit. He's found a
roll
in.
forward. They are going to engage, and they will find the kill. So you're at first in Fest Bomb with just Crit and Miracle does succeed. Make it 4-8.
Just a solo pick off on a Disruptor, but he already got, okay, he got the ward out, but it will be dewarded. Nice sentry placement in the bottom lane. Will take out some aggressive Liquid vision, but they've still got more vision going on in the Radiant jungle, both near the Ancients as well.
They're moving on mid now. They find Crit, goes for the Boulder Smash off the mark. Fada deftly sidesteps it, gets another kill. Still right there with the Alk. And they're going to defend top as well. They're not going to give OG any free tower. Still all tier 1 standing for Liquid. They can project force all over the map with ease. And you're up against a Beastmaster who got safe lane free farm. Generally, you'd expect to at least see his tower down. And well, the first falls, but it's a deny. So the Alchemist Radiant's Dream is going to be a little bit delayed here. Has the Relic, has 200 gold, but in the mid lane, it's another pickoff. OG starting to hemorrhage kills, gold, and experience here as Liquid 3-0 in their last 3 big showings. I believe the score 7-2 between these two teams over those matches appears to be in the driver's seat for this fourth. And they jump onto No-Tail there. The amp damage coming out. Now the Cloud as well. No-Tail, he needs the Radiance. It's going to be delayed for another day. Liquid still hanging around. The Timbersaw healthy, and Fada moving in for additional juicy kills. Meanwhile, Matumba Man fairly low, has the Aegis. It may end up popping here. Oh, it will lose it, but still, they've gotten some additional momentum out of this, getting the outkill. Round 2, let's fight. He's going to blink away, so Fada not wanting to have a piece of that. Matumba Man retreating out, so they get a kill, but it's a kill on the Alk, delaying the Radiance.
Yeah, it's a decent turnaround from OG, getting the Aegis as well as the Riki, but losing their Alk is the one hero that they don't really want to see getting picked off at this stage of the game. The other 4 heroes want to be creating space and room for Alchemist. With the items they've got, the Armlet on the Lifestealer, the Beastmaster, Necro 2, Moon's having at least a good game in terms of farm and net worth. As far as involvement goes, he hasn't really been all that active yet. That needs to change for OG.
As for Liquid, do you feel like they've gotten enough done right now? They lead by 1,500 gold, 2,000 experience. They haven't taken the tier 1 mid yet. Alchemist still closing in on an okay Radiance timing considering the pressure he's been under. Are they content with this? Do they need to like put the foot to the pedal and really amplify the aggression?
I think they want to not get too overly aggressive, because that's where OG now, if you get too aggressive into a Chain Frost, into a Lifestealer who could potentially rage dodge some of your initiation. The Earth Spirit is one of the best heroes to punish dives as well. Liquid wanted to keep finding those kills, going for pickoffs, but you don't go all out, just diving right into OG and playing into their hands, because OG is one of the best kind of reactionary defensive teams when they're playing underneath their own towers.
Yeah, so rather than diving for the kills, we do see Fada working on the tier 1.
I mean, Fata is just incredibly scary to deal with right now. 1,600 HP, a Bloodstone. You don't want to fight Timbersaw and risk giving him more Bloodstone charges. He's going to have that incredibly fast respawn timer as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a Boots of Travel here. Yeah, there we go. Gets the tower, gets a Boots of Travel, just so when he has that short respawn, he can instantly TP back into the fight.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds less than normal roughly here. 39 to be exact. This Kuro, Boulder Smash off the mark, but they do get the silence, and chasing forward will be able to secure the kill. Mind Control looking to assist. Another death for the Riki. That one does go the way of the Lifestealer from Miracle as he is closing in. Well, let's see what he wants to build here. Grabs the Ogre Club, so not going for the Desolator Rush that we've seen. Like Hal, for example, really favors that, and it is going to be Assange picked up by him.
Is he going? Okay, he will go Assange. Let's say the other option's the Echo Saber we've seen a few Lifestealer players go for, but
a little more durable here. It seems like he's a bit worried about getting bursted down in the team fights.
It's still only going to help so much against the Timbersaw, but you've got a lot of quick regen, and he kind of recognizes that with an Alchemist Beastmaster in his team, OG are not going to be lacking damage output until like much later on, and by then you start building towards your follow-up items which can be damaged, be it like a Basher, an AC. So for now, Miracle happy just to tank up, get that bit of extra mobility.
Something different from Mind Control, speaking of items. For the early Vlads on Slardar, normally we'll see a Force Staff, sometimes even going back for more of a carry Slardar, Armlet perhaps. You've seen Loda experiment with the Vanguard. This is not a go-to item for Slardar players. Why do you think this game?
For Liquid, they have a very strong 5-man. This is a team who prioritizes pushing and taking objectives and sticking together a lot early on, and they're the ones being the aggressors. So this is a nice item to help protect them when they play aggressive. Although, in looking at like versing Lifesteal, you always want to have those Force Staffs. So they're kind of recognizing that the Lifestealer right now is not a threat, and they can buy time before the Force come out. Mid lane crit, yeah.
The Cloud again. It's Kuro started off, Fada jumping in, crit. Can he make it out? No chance. The Crush says no. OG too late, and already Fada looking to dive No-Tail, going very far for this one. The Glimpse Bag is going to pull him towards the team. They keep vision on him. Great play around the Jerax Disruptor. And Liquid working their magic again, not giving OG room to breathe. And hey, the Earth Spirit kill is one thing, but getting the Alchemist on top of that, that is a brutal price to pay if you're OG.
And the important thing though with this Vlad is you don't have the best pushing lineup, and the Vlads kind of can at least help solve that problem to a small extent.
They are quadruple melee, so you know, going later can be nice. And obviously Ursa did not go for the Vlads. We don't really see that build too much anymore.
Absolutely.
And these Ancients, which have not been farmed all game, are now being stolen by Liquid, ransacking their territory and then salting the earth. Just additional punishment for OG. They are going to smoke. This is raise their ire. They've got their hackles back, but Liquid are just fast enough to get away. Miracle slowly marching after them. Crit is there as well. Liquid do make it out.
That TP out from Timbersaw came at just the right time. If that was like maybe half a second later, Earth Spirit Crit gets there with a Boulder Smash. And Liquid, they get out of dodge. They've got Roshan coming up in the next 3 minutes, and while they're waiting, they are going to go for a smoke play of their own. They have vision on OG, importantly.
High ground, though, is OG's if the fight breaks out, where I think it will, but Mind Control! He gets the jump with the 2-hero crush, the chain falls coming out, but Matumba Man just ignores it, shrugs it off, charges forward, and now looks for more. Fly on the back lines, that Lich ain't going anywhere, 3 have fallen. Does the rest get out? Yeah, Beastmaster over to mid, Alchemist already escaped, so still a core down, 2 supports. They just, when are they going to be able to take a fight, gods? We're now 21 minutes in. They have the Radiance. The Lifestealer is gone for fairly mid-game items thus far. We have not seen Infest Bombs pay off. We've seen very limited success from the Roars. Nothing really going OG's way.
Yeah, OG are never the ones getting the initiation. So there it's because of the vision that Kuro's Ward gives them, and as a result, Mind Control gets the 2-hero crush in the Static Storm, so Lifestealer doesn't even get a rage off. You look at where Lifestealers excelled at this tournament, it's come from being able to get the jump. You infest inside a teammate, be it the Slardars, the Rickies. A game like this, you're looking at an Earth Spirit, perhaps a Beastmaster later on when he has a blink, and you blink in, immediately turn it into a 5v4 scenario, but not once have we seen OG have a successful Infest Bomb. They've never really been able to find the jump onto Liquid. It's Liquid with the vision advantage time and time again, catching OG by surprise.
Let's say this does go late, and it kind of remains the same dynamic. OG not able to take fights, playing defensively, farming the Alp. Is there a point where they get stronger than Liquid? Because the last time we saw an Ursa versus Alk matchup, even late game, the Ursa was crushing him.
And the big problem is like cores like Lifestealer, even to some extent like the Alchemist, get kited terribly. You've got kinetic field on Disruptor. You're very likely to see 4-star pickups as well coming out from the side of Liquid. So I really think OG are going to struggle, even if they manage to drag this game out. They can defend their high ground. We've seen what Alchemist can do in this tournament.
They found another Mr. 9K MMR. Can't dodge this one. They get the crush off. The amp damage there as well. They're going to glimpse it right back into a static storm. He barely makes it out, but Matumba on the chase. Oh, he's going to play it safe. Could have tried to dive for that one. Actually, he's looking for it now from the backside. Comes Fada. The Germans are coming, and OG is running. They get up the chain frost, try to turn the fight, but Fada's too tanky. Kuro drops a secondary cloud, and then they retreat. They might lose Kuro on the way out. The Aux Stun's there on the Slardar. The fish dropping low. And they will have to back away. Still, another core down, a core for support again. And OG on the defense.
I thought maybe when he played Timbersaw, I had one of the best Timbersaws I've ever seen, but Fata has kept up and even been at times out-farming an Alchemist, has 19 Bloodstone charges, Blink, Plate Mail. He is having a incredible performance right now on this Timbersaw, and he has been the tempo controller, which has set Liquid up for success.
They're already prepping for top. They've got mind control here. Hotel will make it out, but Liquid are just content to push these lanes in. They're basically taking a free Roche. As we'll see the Aegis going to Matumba Man. A DD now, snagged by mind control. Round 2 of the siege is about to commence.
You've got this Timbersaw who can play incredibly aggressive and not really be at any risk of dying. And even if he dies, he has the insta respawn. Now you've got 2 lives on Matumba Man as well. The chase for Liquid, like it's effectively 7v5, and they can punish you and always catch you, pick you off using the glimpse. We've seen time and time again, Jarek's find those pickoffs using the vision from either Kuro's scouting or from the Slardar amp damage.
And even the wards that Kuro's been getting down all game long. You can still see one deep ward there off in the Radiant jungle.
Yeah. Finds a Hawk, and OG have just not been able to get much value at all out of Moon's Beastmaster. He's 2-0-1. He's played a very polished game, but it's just been like too little as far as actual involvement. He hasn't been as aggressive as OG have needed, and part of that comes down to the overall nature of this draft. You have this Lich who is meant to just sit top, win you the lanes, but OG's laning stage did not go as well as they intended it to.
This Kuro bounty hunter, or Riki, very reminiscent of the Kaka bounty hunter yesterday, where he just hooked the game over from minute 1, constantly giving them deep vision. Fly on the case will drop the sentry here. Managed to de-ward, but still.
Oh, they might get a glimpse onto Miracle.
They just want the vision. Matumba Man happy to chase in, knowing there's backup in tow. They've now grabbed a Diffusal Blade, I believe, for the Ursa. It's going to give them additional chasing power, keep heroes trapped under that cloud a bit longer. And the Ghost Scepters are no longer an option. Yet to even see one come out for the supports, though.
I mean, OG aren't even going to look to defend this tier 2 tower. They're just waiting on their high ground. And Liquid say, taking towers, that's too slow. We'd rather go for the kills. They see no-tail farming on the map. Immediately, 1 or 2 heroes will head that direction.
And he has to go here into a Solar Crest, so he's not going straight for the big late game items. He's feeling under the gun, under pressure, so they're trying to salvage the mid game, but in doing so, they gimp their late game a bit.
Yeah, and this helps a lot against the Slardar plus Ursa duo, but it's not going to help all too much against Timbersaw, who's only going to get scary and scary. Now has a completed Shiver's Guard.
Relatively quiet mid game here. Occasional kills. Liquid slowly building up an advantage. Now up to an 8,000 gold and experience lead, and they find another one. It's No-Tail on the bottom lane. Radiant's currently deactivated. Might want to turn that on. And still being pursued out with the cloud there. Kuro blinking in again. It's going to force a big TP reaction. No-Tail getting completely chunked down here. But Chain Frost is beautiful for Flight. They roar Fada. They brain him down. No Bloodstone tonight. He's coming back in 10 seconds though. Matumba Man stands his ground. Secondary cloud. The Elk Stun is there. They're going to lose the Ursa. They've lost 2 cores. Aegis is coming back. The Bloodstone TP respawn plays in effect. Do Liquid re-engage?
You can't, not with Fata's insta respawn, but doesn't have boots of travel just yet. 5 seconds away. Matumba Man wants back in, but all the summons canceling his blink for now, buying OG some room to retreat.
The Radiant still inactive here for No-Tail. Really does need to turn this on if they're going to look to fight as he chases towards mind control. Gets off the stun, slowly working on him, and he is going to get glimpsed back for a moment. Finally gets it on, but it seems like already the damage is done. Liquid diving deeper. They've cut off the Lifestealer. They're looking for a 4th. They want Big Daddy, keeping the vision. Glimpsed. Is he going to be able to get in range for this one? They don't need it. They just beat him down. Death by the Bear Claw. and now the tower will be next.
That's a dieback from the Alchemist. Miracle almost survived at the start of that fight. If he manages to get away from the Matumba Man Ursa, that could have been a very different engagement, but Matumba Man with both Diffusal and Skull Basher, it's impossible to get away from this Ursa.
Man, No-Tail just getting slaughtered there. Not having that mischance is going to make a big difference in these fights as you're up against heavy physical damage.
This is where Matumba Man just manned up, had the smokescreen support from Kuro, and Kuro just commits for that kill. Kuro has just been willing to die for his team time and time again. He's died, almost half of their deaths have been him, but
generally
hasn't really hurt them.
Against Riki, generally we see BKBs, because if you don't get the rage off, you're completely shut down by the Cloud, but Alchemist hasn't managed to farm one. Generally not like the best late game item for the hero. Normally we see you just try to get more HP and just survive through the fights, but it means the Riki is incredibly impactful.
And we've kind of seen how this hero is actually surprisingly effective against Beastmaster too. I've seen Kuro snipe like 4 Hawks in a row just because you can one-shot it with the Blink Strike, so being able to just get that easy latch onto Hawks denies a lot of the OG vision.
They are sweeping towards the top tier 2. Liquid always on offense, forever aggressive, and they're going to blink in. They get eyes on Fly, and back to the well he goes too. It's unrelenting aggression from Liquid, and frankly, I'm just not sure where OG are going to find that momentum. They're about to lose their second to last outer tower. We're 29 minutes in, and Timbersaw has a 2.5k gold lead on an Alchemist with a Radiance, who got some bounty roots, who had some stacks early, never got to farm them. Liquid just seem utterly prepared for this.
Yeah, there's no real like big Ag Scepter you can pull that's going to make a massive difference as well. For OG, No-Tail is just not in the position you want to see your Alchemist in. It's not just No-Tail, it's also Miracle on the life
for more. They find Miracle again. The Cloud's there, and Liquid strike. Blow after blow. OG are battered at this point. They're scrambling to the enemy side of the map. Moon is fleeing home.
Yeah, he's going for some Rat Dota play here. It looks like he's going to try backdoor this bottom tier 1.
But he's trying to gem. He's got to be careful he doesn't get caught on the way out. But it's this kind of, I wouldn't call it full desperation, but semi-desperation that OG seem forced to resort to. They're going to glimpse. They get No-Tail. They reel him back in. He thought he was out. He's not. Matumba Man working on him, beats him down. The 2-hero stun far too late. And still Moon on a bit of a picnic, but not the good kind.
There's nothing he can really do. Like, this is no fault of his. It's just the nature of this Liquid draft with the map control they have. Anyone going out on the map to farm is getting instantly scattered out and picked off. So Moon's actually found himself on the other side of the map where it's probably the safest place to be in
He
some
really wants to
awkward
take
sense.
a tier 1 here. They're still 2 up, but as soon as he goes for it, you know the TPs are coming.
He's got a Blink, he's got the Necrobook, and there's no fortification, so he can definitely get this tower. It's a question of can he get out.
He's still so hesitant, though. Finally, he's going to make his move in. I imagine it'll be a very hasty retreat. So they do see 3 heroes. Already the pings coming out. That one from Jerax on the Disruptor.
Nice little snipe.
He'll snipe the tower. So
Bit of money. You're just trying to force Liquid back at this stage of the game, but
it makes it harder for them to consistently occupy your side of the map because, oh, well, forget about that. They're just going to be at the base. But Matumba Man hit pretty far, though. And Miracle working on him. The boulder's getting dropped. Miracle's still in pursuit. Now the Chain Frost, a deep lob from Fly. He blinks out, drags it away from the team. Well handled by the Finn. And there will be no bounce. There will be no follow-up. Liquid disengage. And they go back in. Mind control. The man in front. The Static Storm's there. Miracle, though. He gets bashed. He gets beaten. And he, too, will fall out for 55 with Bada going high ground. The ball's on this one. He fears nothing. In deep. 16 Bloodstone charges, even with the earlier death. And now working in on what looks to be an Octarine core. Incredible amounts of farm for a Timber.
I mean, all 3 of Liquid's cores are just beast moding right now, and you can kind of see the reasoning behind the Vlads even more now with Mind Control building more into a late game oriented build, has gone into a BKB just to scale better as this game drags out. Recognizing that Liquid don't have the best high ground siege, it means this game for Liquid, even when you're ahead by 10, 15, 20k gold, you're not necessarily taking racks. So
what are where do you see the high ground siege coming from? Like, what are the key items? Is it just an Aegis?
Aegis cheese, potentially a Heart of Tarrasque Slaughter, maybe an Assault Crest is another consideration, but a Slaughter with BKB Heart just has a huge amount of HP, and OG don't have the damage to burst through that. That's why Timbersaw also just reaching this point where he's going to become unkillable with Shivers, Bloodstone, as well as the Octarine core. And for Liquid, you break high ground with Pickoff. So rather than focusing buildings with an Aegis Cheese, you're just diving past the buildings and going for kills and using your survivability to kind of give you that buffer where it doesn't really matter you're diving because you're just so unkillable.
The positioning from Kuro is great here. He is the vanguard of this retreat, and it's actually going to break the smoke on Moon.
Yeah.
It's a pretty desperate attempt by OG, but Liquid just not giving any quarter here as they were fully ready for it. Even if they find someone, it's a Riki who has basically no net worth and is not a big deal if he dies by any means. Ensuring that they will protect this lead. If OG want to fight, it's probably only going to be on Liquid's terms. And a slow and steady squeeze coming out. They'll TP the Timbersaw to top. And the rest of the Liquid heroes farming Ancients, farming the Radiant Woods, consistently accruing a little bit more advantage as time goes on, and they've continued to force the Alchemist into very mid-game items here. Noto now going for BKB at mid. They find the jump. It's on to, well, Crit actually getting the Disruptor kill. He gets Jirax, but they trade a support, so 1 for 1 there.
That was a really just kind of YOLO play from OG, but that's what they need.
They get Matumba, but he's BKB'd already. I believe he still has his ultimate here. He can man up, and man up he will. Pair up, perhaps the better way to put it. They are tanking this full Chain Frost and charging forward. Liquid engaging onto OG, slaughtering all green heroes before them. Now the crush. No-Tail next. Big Daddy going down. He too will fall. 4 bite the dust. 30-10. It's a rout, and Noon will make it a team wipe very likely. 1 more chain. Fada drills him, snags the gem. Even the courier isn't faster than him, and then chains away. Well, if a team wipe isn't enough to break high ground, gods, I'm not sure what is.
A team wipe, you're getting a kill at the enemy fan. Exactly kind of what I mentioned. You don't really care about going for the buildings, you go for the heroes. And you know that OG have no firepower, they have no items, they have no way to punish this. You steal their gem, you kill them by their fountain, and then you're like, okay, let's walk away and take some buildings now. So it looks like Liquid will secure their first melee racks. These heroes are almost respawning already because of how slow Liquid push, but doesn't really matter when there's no one left to defend. The Lich kind of picked up partially to kind of punish the fact Liquid can't really push down towers, but Liquid have just changed their game plan. They've reacted incredibly well, and OG need to make a magnificent play to turn this around.
It's going to need to be immaculate for them to have a
Static
chance.
Storm.
Here they go, and Fest Bomb gets it underway, but Matumba, PKPs. Not often you see a Lifestealer taking this kind of punishment in this tournament, but today he is the punching bag for Matumba Man. OG on perhaps their last legs. They are going to try to hold here, but they're down 2 heroes. No-Tail, the BKB going to wear off soon. He commits in deep, he gets nothing. And Liquid just walk it off. Full 5-hero survival there. They're going to earn up. They're going to re-engage Fada, already back into the fray, throwing out the Shivas.
That was actually a really next level Static Storm from Jerax. It was just a bit too next level. He bopped it expecting the Earth Spirit to blink in with the Infest Bomb, and if you have the Static Storm down, Lifestealer doesn't get his rage off, but looked like Crit was maybe thinking ahead and didn't actually take the bait. But here we go. Aegis Cheese, Liquid, once they have this, they'll be ready to take any fight of their choosing, really.
No-Tail trying to cobble together whatever farm he can at this stage. I guess they'll have buybacks, but it feels like they need more items.
If you're buying back just to try and defend your base, that's kind of a losing strategy. At this point, the only way to win as OG is to actually get some late game items on your Alchemist as well as Lifestealer, which is going to require just winning a fight handily. But you've got a 9k net worth Lifestealer, 10k net worth on your Beastmaster, and your Alk is behind both Ursa and Timbersaw. Anytime an Alk is not top 1, top 2, I mean, really, you need to be top 2.
He needs to be like as much as 2 of their cores at this stage, usually.
You know you're in trouble. That is just as bad as it can get for an Alchemist.
And Liquid come high ground with lots of extra lives. Fada with the virtually instant Bloodstone respawn and a buyback, so potentially 2 on him. They've got Aegis to work with here. Liquid can afford to take some risks. Also a buyback on Kuroki, as well as on Mind Control on the Slardar. So there will be plenty of insurance policies here. And to add to the pressure, OG see that mid lane slowly shoving in, even top lane pushing against them. As soon as somebody shows elsewhere, Timber's going in. He actually finds Crit, and Crit gets nervous. He backs away.
Take out one of the wards. There is a second.
They're going to smoke. Here we go. This could be the big initiation, the last stand for OG. Can they find the pick? No. It's Mind Control. He gets the jump. Come out and play, he says. OG, what do they do, really? Now down a Beastmaster, he'll buy back as well. Static Storm connects on No-Tail, he's going to have to BKB, they roar Matumba Man, they're going to look to bring down the Ursa, but a great force step from Jerax, keeps him in fighting shape longer and longer. He is surviving through this, heals up, courtesy of the cheese, re-engaging, charging forward. No-Tail is still alive through all this, but the Lifestealers dropped an excellent ultimate. Simply not enough from Crit. He's just too far behind here on the Earth Spirit. And No-Tail now, Big Daddy and the rest of OG just didn't have it. Liquid, they were ready for the Alp. They were ready for the greed, and they crush it.
This is just like one of those games where you look at these Liquid players, everyone performed their role perfectly. Mind control in the off lane, not a single death. Matumba Man, dominant, aggressive play on his Ursa. 18 kills over a 37-minute game. And then you have Fata in the mid lane. This is probably one of the mids who gets the least attention compared to just how good he is. He wins his lane every single time when he's in an advantageous matchup. Even when he's in even matchup in terms of heroes, he still finds ways to win his lane. And he crushed that Alchemist. 0-10 is the end score for No-Tail. Liquid take a very, very convincing game one.
And they take a very business-like walk off the stage. A small wave there from the back from Fata, but this team, they know it's a best of 5. This is a long series. It could be a grueling one. OG will have other drafts prepared. They will adapt. They will adjust. So Liquid already having to think one step ahead going into game 2.
Yeah, it's not even like a BO3, you get that 1-0 lead, you're feeling good, but BO5, you know it's a marathon. You've just done the first step to get to that Grand Finals victory. Liquid still have a long way to go, and OG, you know they've got more than one strategy prepared. They were the ones who got to sit back, watch Liquid during that earlier series, so they're going to have more up their sleeve.
Well, game 1 now in the books. Liquid take it. They're looking rather solid, aren't they, Paul?
They absolutely are. Thank you very much, LD and Gods. We'll come back to them, of course, for game number 2, but let's get the thoughts of our panel right now, because that was a comprehensive victory for Team Liquid in game 1, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real unfortunate start for them with both No-Tail and Fly getting picked off, and Fly had to skill Frost Nova first, didn't get the sacrifice. Really unfortunate, and then they're already behind in lanes with the Timbersaw having a great matchup against the Alchemist.
Yeah. Couple of big plays in there, notably from Fata with the great plays, and also Matumba Man just going absolutely crazy in that game.
Yeah, I saw kind of the approach what OG wanted to do, but I think that picking the Alchemist so early was massively detrimental to them. They revealed their card right away, and Liquid had multiple heroes to be able to respond to it. They already had the Disruptor, which is looking absolutely, I could even say broken at this point when Jerax is playing it, because these glimpses were unbelievable. He was in the perfect spot every single time. But revealing your Alchemist so early, you, like I'm saying, you get yourself susceptible to this Timbersaw, the Ursa. And I think them banning out the Weaver may have actually been a little bit of like, oh man, we saw Mind Control play the Weaver, we're a bit afraid of it. And then, oh man, we forgot about the Ursa on Dire. Yeah. And it really just punished them heavily.
Yeah, they seem to have found some solutions to this Lifestealer. It's been a dominant hero for the last 3 weeks, basically, here in Manila. 70% win rate all the way through.
Yeah, I think the nicest thing for Liquid that game was that both of their picks covered both of the cores of the enemy team. Like, Ursa was good against Alchemist, and it was good against Lifestealer. Yeah. And because they picked the Alch so early, they knew it was a perfect pick. It's always going to be good against Lifestealer. At some point, it's going to be very good against Alchemist. And on top of that, they also had Timbersaw, which lowers their strength temporarily and just does so much pure damage. I loved his skill build that game. That's what you need to do against an Alchemist. Yeah. And because their aggressive trialing didn't go very well, he was able to pressure him a lot by himself. It was really good, actually, that Liquid didn't get Dragon Knight. I don't know if they would have picked it over Timber, but Timber was clearly the right pick there.
Kuroki's drafting prowess in this game was spectacular, like almost impeccable. Everything that he did there he had a clear plan against the Lifestealer. You could tell, like instantly picking the Ricky Slardar. The Slardar was, we've been seeing it. It's been super dominant, especially in the hands of Mind Control. But you could just tell he had this master plan. Like we look at Kuro and we just think that, master plan Kuro.
Yeah. Are you sure it was master plan? I thought it was more like that they just wanted it more.
But just coming back to the sports metaphors, we like those.
Not only was it just his drafting, Kuroki's positioning on that Ricky and his smoke clouds really hindered the Nakes, and his positioning allowed Jerax to get those glimpses off on all those heroes, constantly following OG's heroes, scouting out like that one glimpse on No-Tail around the Radiant secret shop. He had the haste rune, thought he got away, but no. Kuro scouted him out, blinks on top of him, gets the glimpse, dead.
And another cool thing about Ricky that I just thought about now is that you saw Crow die sometimes by himself, and normally you say, oh, the hero's dead, that's a bad thing. Compared to Bounty Hunter, normally Bounty Hunter, if he's doing well, he gets a lot of gold from track. Ricky doesn't. He just stays low net worth, but his contribution is always there. So even if he does get a little overly aggressive, if he dies for a scout, it doesn't give the enemy team as much gold as it would if he was a bounty hunter. So there's a lot of ways that Ricky is really good in games like these.
Right from the off, these two decided that they were a couple of heavyweight fighters and they just wanted to slug it out in round one.
Yeah, this is so sad. Fly skills Frost Nova, doesn't get a kill, still dies, and then has to go to the offlane. They do get a kill on the Ursa after they come back, but you know, your lane, the purpose of picking Lich in that lane is just gone now because you don't have sacrifice at level 1.
Yeah, and we were kind of like bantering about it during the game as well. Like Lifestealer into Ursa in the same lane versus each other, Ursa just really just eats him alive, especially what we were commenting, how well Silence works versus Lifestealer. He can't get his rage off, he just gets ran down.
They've run the Ursa before, again, very successfully, and they did it at Epicenter as well, I believe, and yet no one else seems to have picked up on this.
Well, they haven't picked it that many times this tournament.
No, just once.
Just once. It was against MVP, and that was when MVP used their Spirit Bomb on them, and they lost. But, you know, I think a lot of teams have forgot about, you know, they have that option here.
Yeah, here at this point, it's pretty heavily favored in Liquid in this team fight. They get a beautiful Chain Frost off, but Fata has so many Bloodstone charges, he dies, and he comes back in about 30 seconds back to this fight. The fight prolongs until he gets there, and he ends up getting multiple kills. Everybody is so survivable. They have the Aegis, and I think actually No-Tail may have
They got lucky.
He accidentally turned off his
Right
Radiance,
there.
but they did get lucky killing the Lifestealer with that pounce from Kuroki.
Yeah, that was really huge.
Yeah, I want to give credit to Kuro again. The Lifestealer Smokes was another great counter to OG's draft. You saw so many times the Alchemist starts charging to try and counter-initiate, and oh no, I'm in a Ricky smoke cloud. I'm going to stun myself. I can't do anything.
Yeah, and it was, I really want to say it was really unfortunate for Moon because they did that aggressive tri-lane thing and they put Moon in the short lane. And his I think the first three roars that he used were pretty unsuccessful. The first one, he was forced to use a roar to save himself because Mind Control was roaming on him. The second one, I think he was just like stopping a TP.
He roared a Disruptor.
Yeah, he roared a Disruptor who was TPing out. They used the Chain Frost as well. 2 ults committed for a support hero. Then he ulted a Ricky Maru, which is also not like the most high value kill. It was just like, it wasn't like oh man, it's all his fault or anything. It was just very unfortunate scenarios for him not being able to find the opportunities when they put him in the short lane.
And if the laning stage went better, he might have gotten more value out of those. They did kill Matoma Man in the laning stage once, but I think that was about it. Like, they just constantly had the upper hand in team fights, starting from the 12-minute mark and on. Really, it was almost... OG was on the back foot starting at minute 0 with the unfortunate 2 deaths.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they wanted to do an aggro triangle like you were talking about with the sacrifice from the Lich, with the armor from the Lich, and he has Frost Nova level 1, so it really changes the whole dynamic of everything that you kind of had, that you may have had planned in your draft. Like, they could have been like, oh man, this really messes with us, we have to try to adapt, and it just becomes extremely difficult for you at that point.
Final throws of the game at this point. I mean, was there any way back for OG at this point? I mean, commentary was, it was pretty much that they're doomed unless they can get some kind of lucky edge on here or pick off some hero that came towards the base. But there was nothing they could do there, was there?
It was just so difficult. Like, Matumba gets that sneak Roshan, he gets the Aegis, he gets his own advantage in the early parts of the game. We could see how like far behind OG really was, and like we were talking about, they overcommitted a few ultimates, 1 or 2 of the times that we felt, and it punished them so heavily because Liquid had this constant fighting draft. It was no ultimates. They only had Disruptor ulti, but I feel like Disruptor ulti may have been significant, but the glimpse was way more significant in this game. And just I have to say, like, the communication that have to been going on during this game from Liquid had to been so on point. Like, dude, I have glimpse, keep vision. Like, Fata was diving onto the high ground and stuff just to give the vision for those glimpses. Like, the communication just had to be spot on.
Yeah. Players are coming back out, as you can see, heading towards their booths for game number 2. In the meantime, we're going to wait for the draft to start, and we'll take a few more social media questions. It's been a very popular part of our show throughout the last few weeks. Ask the panel questions. We've got another one right now. What is the most impressive cheese strat in the Manila Major?
Huskar?
Huskar hasn't been that popular, really, I don't think, is it?
I felt like the one that we saw as well from Navi, which is the most one that stands out to me, wasn't even really like a cheese Huskar. It was just like, oh my god, they're going to lose versus this Naga. We were all saying it. Even like Merlini at the end of the game, he was like, wow, I completely analyzed this totally wrong. Like, Naga got super farmed, but Huskar and Oracle, there was just too many heals. So I feel like it was a cheese strat coming in, but it ended up not really being one because of how much impact like art style had on the game as well. It was just like a full team effort.
Anything else? Anything else stand out?
I feel like the teams are saving the super cheese for TI. You're too close to TI to like
the super cheese.
You might see one come out here in this grand finals.
You'd expect to see one, wouldn't we?
Yeah,
Especially if it goes long.
OG is known to play Huskar. Fly is known to play Dazzle. So.
And what about the Meepo? Still haven't seen a Meepo.
Yeah, that's a hero that Liquid can't play or maybe doesn't play. So they always has to be on the back of their mind.
One that I guess could kind of count. I mean, it's not really a cheese strat, but maybe a little bit, just as like that clever Elder Titan usage that we saw when they're doing the Elder Titan mag. You know, that was not really cheese, but it was just like, oh wow, that's like a sick combo. Like, you don't really think about it.
Yeah. We've had a couple of Brood games as well where Brood is surprised.
Admiral Brood Mother.
Yeah. So we've had a couple of those. Liquid just heading back to their booth as well.
Yeah, both teams are walking around with grins on their faces. Like we said,
they're enjoing this.
This is a best of 5. Yeah. This first game, sure, it happened. Liquid looked very dominant, but it doesn't matter. We're gonna have a very long series here, no matter what happens.
Both teams had that experience, losing game 1, coming through to win. So they both got to feel okay about this. It could go either way.
Absolutely.
I've got a really easy question. This one comes from Lightless117. He says, which hero would you say is Miracle's trademark?
Invoker?
Yeah. His Invoker is amazing.
Yeah.
His Invoker was amazing. His Timbersaw at Dream League was absolutely amazing. He broke a bunch of records on it.
He's played TA, I think, here.
His TA?
Yeah.
I would say his Alk as well.
Pretty good. His Alk's been
his Mag, his IO, his Ricky.
His Magnus was actually pretty sick.
Yeah. No. Yeah. He has a massive variety, but I think the one that would definitely stand out to most of us is the Invoker.
Yeah, it's one of those heroes that you hit level, it scales all the way to level 25. You can do so many different things on that hero, very versatile.
But he's still the prince to Black's king, right? Is that how it goes still? Are we still doing that?
Sure, we'll give it to Black. We'll give it to Black. Maybe we'll even see an anti-mage or something.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, last time he said that, we actually did see an anti-mage in the game as well. I haven't seen a huge amount of those. Crowd enjoying themselves once more. The Filipino wave going around the stadium. And the players will just settle themselves down and get themselves.
I love the energy, though, here. Honestly, the game's not going on, nothing's happening. We're just like chatting, and you see the waves going on all around the crowd. They're feeling this grand final.
I think the first couple of times it happened, Charlie was kind of like, wow, I just said something and got a roar for it? Wow, I didn't think that was that good.
No, come on. Even I know they don't cheer for me.
Okay, one more. Which hero would be your MVP of this tournament so far?
I would give it to Ricky, I think. Lifestealer was expected.
This series?
Well, no, he's
this tournament.
I feel like Lifestealer was the expected MVP walking into it, other than Baby Beastmaster. Ricky came out of semi-nowhere.
Hold on, you think
this is some hipster pick out of Purge?
All right, yeah, I would explain it that way. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
but
a little off the wall.
Necessarily expected. We were all talking about Beastmaster when we came.
We were, but Lifestealer was on the up and up. I feel like leading into the tournament. I'm over it. I'm over the Lifestealer. I feel like the hero now is Ricky. And the hero that will be the defining hero will be decided in this set, guaranteed.
I'll say Disruptor.
Okay.
And you stole mine.
I think Disruptor.
I saw yours. I have to. I'm sorry.
We said the same thing. 2 AoE silences.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a really good point, though. Like, taking even look at the LAN finals and stuff, you look at Ricky and Disruptor, both these heroes have a 70 or higher % win rate, and they've been picked multiple instances. And I have to commend DC, because they are the ones who really brought it out first, and they're the ones who really brought up the Max Cloud build, which we've been seeing every single game when people pick Ricky now.
Very interesting. Okay, we're into draft number 2 for game 2.
This is the right approach by OG. I think that they should just keep banning the Lifestealer in all the drafts.
You think? Yeah? Just keep it out of the game?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. OG have got rid of the Lifestealer. The Invoker's gone.
Yep. No surprise, Liquid.
Yeah.
Taking the Slardar.
Plenty of respect for that.
Yeah.
So it's interesting to note that Liquid had first pick this time around, and I do believe that they had choice this round, and they did take first pick. And OG responded by taking Dire.
Yep.
I think in previous series you've actually seen OG favor Radiant.
We got an... Oh, Mike. Mike's here in spirit, guys.
Yeah,
well, that's the only way he's going to come here.
Oh, come on, dude. Leave him alone. We love Mike. Anyway,
We
looking
do.
back at the draft, though, the Slardar pick, no surprise. OG, of course, going to take up the Earth Spirit. And we were talking about it. Flies Phoenix, Sunray.
They're good. With that said, though, does that leave any openings for Liquid? The two supports are there. Is it too greedy? Are there hero core counters that are good against both of those heroes?
Maybe they pick Ricky again. He's quite good versus Earth Spirit with the silences. He can get in position on top of the Phoenix, silence him, cancel the Sunray, not let him use his egg. I don't know if they want to do the exact same thing 2 games in a row, but Ricky, Disruptor, we're talking about them constantly. Hide stuff. And, oh, well, the obvious one that we're not even noticing.
Yeah, that one's better.
All right, well.
I was going to ask you about the Lycan as well when we were talking about MVPs at the tournament, because this is another hero that's been on the up.
We're silly for not saying that, honestly.
Yeah.
Very silly.
It's very good here. You can position wherever you want to. You can go hit the egg no matter where it is, unless it's on a cliff.
And I think something like super underrated about Lycan is the fact that you can scout so heavily with wolves.
Yes.
It's provides so much vision all over the map. And the players that have been playing it have been making such good use of those wolves as well, with No Tail picking it up and Matama Man.
Really fast bans coming out here.
Enchant Elk,
Sven
Tide.
Yeah.
So
I understand. I actually perfectly understand both the ones from Liquid. The Sven, of course, counteracting the Slardar a bit with the Warcry. He's also very burst heavy. We've been talking about how he can just like pop his BKB and he can cleave down Lycan. And if the Book and the Wolves are on top of him, they just basically get bursted instantly. The Tidehunter as well just puts a lot of pressure on the Lycan in the lane. You can't really just like straight up kill him unless you have your dedicated supports there with you.
Are there times, Fogged, when you're sitting with a team like this, where they ban something and you go, why have they banned that? Are they cooking something up? Are they doing something different? Or is it when they pick something that you get a bit confused?
Sometimes it's during the bans, just because like I guess they get influence from previous games they see. Like we were talking about the last game, we brought up the point where they did ban the Weaver, and because they definitely were like, oh man, it's very good versus Lifestealer. Mind Control just had a beast performance on it, and then they overlooked the Ursa, and it ended up kind of biting them in the butt.
They've left both out this time, of course, but it's a slightly different draft. We've got the Void out now.
And Liquid goes back to the Disruptor.
Yeah.
I think, you're talking about why did they ban that instead of this. I'm surprised that they didn't ban the Disruptor. That hero has been like frightening in the right hands.
And like I said last game as well, especially versus like Disruptor versus Earth Spirit can be very good. He can just, if the Earth Spirit's trying to roll out, of course you can just glimpse him back in. If he rolls in, you can obviously just drop your ulti off, stop his initiation at any means. And like we've been pointing out throughout the panel the past couple days, Phoenix, you can disable the Sunray quite easily, as well as just silences in general are extremely good versus that hero.
It's also great against the Void. Void time walks away, glimpse him back. It's like decent at zoning him out as well.
I'm not sold on the Void pick personally. I feel like I've seen it fail a lot against Necro 3 heroes, either Beastmaster or Lycan. Once he gets mana drained, he's a terrible hero. And they have good solutions against that. They have Stun on Slar, mobility on him, Disruptor can bring him back or lock him down in silence to get the mana drain off. I'm not sold on the Void. It is very good with Phoenix, though.
It's very good at locking down the Lycan as well, because obviously, Lycan can go full speed mode and just run around like crazy. And he's quite good versus Slardar as well. If you get the time dilation on him, he can't just keep doing that thing that we've been talking about, like the weaving in and out of fights, getting multiple crushes, multiple amplify damage. So I can understand why they picked it, and it's a comfort hero for them. They've been picking it a lot when they have the Phoenix, and they love putting it on Mood. And this also kind of leaves it a bit open. They can run it in the short lane, but it's not really their most favorite.
I really worry that when we've seen Faceless Voids fail, it's because they don't get the levels or the start that they need in the offlane. So I feel like there's a lot of pressure right now on Moon to get his levels and get his items.
And that's hard versus Disruptor. Team Liquid's draft is a lot more early game focused, with the exception of Slar Blink. And I like that they picked Jug because it offsets that very, very teamfight reliant hero. Like Jug can be solo, get solo kills. He can TP support other lanes that are going to be weak early, like Faceless Void, and possibly get double and triple kills.
Yep. Liquid going for
DK.
Comfort, very comfort heroes here. Really liking the way that Liquid's draft looks right now. And we have been kind of talking, I know Black touched upon it on the panel earlier, how Juggernaut maybe is sometimes falling out. He's a very specific pick that you need the right situations for it. And I feel like Slardar really hurts him. Amplified damage really makes Juggernaut look super squishy.
Can bash him as well. And now with Dragonite pick, they're pretty survivable to Chronosphere.
Okay, so we've got a Ricky ban.
Super fast bans.
Yeah.
And the Magnus makes
And
sense.
the Magnus ban.
Because they were playing Magnus with Void and Juggernaut.
So Liquid have almost exactly the same draft, bar one.
Jungle Beastmaster.
Their draft is so good. 2 Necro 3 heroes can drain mana of Juggernaut faces Void.
Yep.
They've got attack speed. Or I was thinking about this earlier, but then I thought they've got Slider, so they're not going to pick Beastmaster. But clearly they're going to do 4-position Beastmaster on Kuro, most likely, and then their draft looks really good to
It's
me.
also so fast as well, not team fight reliant at all. Whereas
Exactly.
OG, you look at they rely so much on the Chronosphere, and now the Darkseer wall to set up a lot of their fights.
I really like Liquid's approach to when they're on the Radiant. They always pick a way to be able to get into that Roshan pit and steal it from the dire sides. They're one of the few teams that when they're on Radiant, they have that massive potential to just go in there and take it when it's usually the opposite way around.
Okay, final thoughts, Charlie?
Man, I really like Liquid's draft here. It has so much setup and initiation, and it's, like I said earlier, very fast. You can just, you hit your levels and just go in.
Yeah, I agree. I really like Liquid's draft. It just seems like they have a little bit of an edge coming out in the laning phase as well versus OG. The Darkseer is going to be able to pressure a bit on the Lycan, but Disruptor is quite great versus that.
Yeah, I agree. I like Liquid's draft. The one gem that OG has going for them, Earth Spirit, Darkseer, they've got to crush the safe lane.
They've got to crush
If
the
they
safe
don't
lane.
do that, they're going to get behind in fights.
Absolutely.
Okay, all right, thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get more thoughts, of course, from our expert panel at the end of Game 2. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Manila Major Grand Final, Game number 2. Let's head back to the commentators. LD and Gods.
Thank you very much, Paul. Gods, analysts, favoring Liquid again in Game 2 are you?
Up until the last pick, Darkseer, definitely I was like, how did Liquid get all these heroes in their draft? The Darkseer, though, very good at upsetting the Liquid lanes, because when you're running that greedy jungle Beastmaster, you have to do something to punish it.
All right, well, with that, the punishment might be getting out, guys. Game 2 is underway.
OG versus Team Liquid.
And here we are. Already, teams have moved out to the lanes. You can see some early wards did get dropped. Don't think either of these were scouted. And actually, a total of 3 early wards as Miracle's dancing on top of one. So Liquid, they don't have the Bounty Hunter this game. They don't have the Riki, rather, that Invis hero. They can run around and drop incredibly deep wards, but they still have some good vision to start this one off.
Yeah, and Liquid, they see that Earth Spirit Phoenix and know that this support duo, Earth Spirit roams around, pressures the lanes a bit, but it's not the most proactive duo, with Phoenix kind of having to sit and doesn't rotate all that well. So as a result, they get this Beastmaster, but Iron Shell Earth Spirit, very disruptive, very difficult for Lycan to lane against when he's not going to get any help from one of his supports. Only the Disruptor can try and help this lane out.
So is that the lane you want to see Crit focusing on if you're OG? Is it really just the Lycan you look to shut down?
I think you swing from mid and bottom. You want to be spending a lot of time. If you're in the Radiant jungle, you can do 3 things. You can pressure the Beastmaster jungle, which he's often on low HP for. You can rotate mid and go on Fata with a Juggernaut who has quite a decent amount of kill potential, and you can partner up with the Darkseer to disrupt Lycan's farm. So there's a ton of options for Earth Spirit, and it's much easier to play a hero like Earth Spirit when there's 3 different lanes you can pressure, or 2 lanes plus a jungle. If there's only 1 lane you can gank, it's very obvious where Earth Spirit's going to camp the entire early game. But this game, the world is his oyster.
Yeah, he will be starting bottom here, just parked behind Moon, looking to ensure that they get the early roll, and they do. Moving on to Matumba Man. Just a little bit of pressure, but with the double Ion Shell, one now expiring on the creeps, they can really look to shut down the Lycan before he gets scary, and this is those early moments where Lycan doesn't do all that much.
Yeah, Liquid's response is going to be try and use their pull camp to deny XP and also force the creep wave under the tower, because Matumba Man can farm. He's going to be able to farm a lot easier under his tower with his regen and stout shield than he is out in the lane, but the response to this from OG is just to go for a pull camp of their own.
Yeah, we did see briefly, it is just a full Iron Talon Jungle Beastmaster. It's been talked about a lot by the analysts, by many of the players, that we heard it from PPD yesterday on the panel, that they just think Beastmaster is broken right now. And if he's getting free farm in the jungle, I'm not sure anyone does it faster, not even Enigma necessarily. It's ridiculous.
He has been found now by Crit. We talked about how he's got plenty of options as far as where he can rotate to. In some ways, Kuro does act as a buffer towards that mid lane protecting Fata, but if you ever manage to sneak past the Beastmaster and get like a level 2, level 3 spin, or even hit that level 6 timing on Jug, kills onto DK, very possible.
The Good news, though, for OG is Miracle having a better start than last game. We saw him a bit slow as far as farm went in that tri-lane and the off-lane. They eventually somewhat abandoned it, but he is free farming against the Dragon Knight on a hero that scales quite well. Is up against a lot of armor, a lot of tanky heroes, so not an easy game to take over with Omni Slash, but if anyone can do it, it's probably Miracle.
Yeah. The result of this, though, is Mind Control's offlane slider will get farm as well as XP out of this lane.
And Notal getting bullied a bit here. He's already used that time walk. Mind Control, diving him. Big Daddy, he gets crossed. In comes the Phoenix, and that will be enough to zone him out. Can they get the counter kill? No, Mind Control will walk away, so Big Daddy under the gun early here. He is slightly out farming, but Notal.
He wants to get this CS at his tower, but needs to make sure he can actually salve up, and that was a really nice play by Mind Control. Almost gets that kill until the Phoenix heal comes into play.
Yeah, doesn't know he has the backup, but still, Slardar having a lot of impact early on in this off lane. You compare that to the bottom lane, Lycan 12-3, despite the dual lane aggression with the Darkseer. They are getting some good side pulls for Moon here, but they're not really shutting down the Lycan just yet, Gods.
Yeah, by no means. Moon will be getting farm and levels himself, but not exactly the outcome they were perhaps hoping for out of this lane. And
is there anything they can do to play this one better?
I mean, at this point, you are where you are. This Lycan has his boots up very nice and early, something you often don't see it for a free farming Lycan, but against this aggressive dual lane, the boots go a long way. And
it's always the power of the Disruptor. You roll on him, he can just glimpse one of the two back, and suddenly you don't have necessarily the kill potential.
Yeah. I think with the level 4 on Lycan already, you're better off trying to pressure
they
the mid
are
lane.
trying to chase that Earth Spirit out of the jungle. Crit does get caged again. It's the Disruptor setting things up. Kuro going to work with the axes there, but not able to finish him off. Still with the 4-minute rune coming soon. That's a very low HP support to try and contest.
Fly's backing up. And this is the adaptation from Crit, is that he wanted to rotate mid and get a rolling boulder off. He hits the rolling boulder. There's not just Blade Fury, but also a Sunray and a slow from dive. But unfortunately, Kuro's Beastmaster has just been on point with the Hawk positioning and constantly scouted out these rotations. But Crit has still found himself in a good position.
And they roll in, they move on to Fada. OG looking to strike first here. In game 1, it was a double kill and a first blood for Liquid. In game 2, it's the boys in green that get out to the hotter start.
Yeah. They've done great up until that point, but...
And an instant smoke, Gods. They want to make this 2 in a row.
Yeah, Kuro did stop those earlier rotations mid, but Crit just realizes rather than try and flank from behind the tower, just go from your own tier 1 tower, and a much harder rotation to get vision of.
And this is the time to do it before the Beastmaster fully comes online. He is up there with the cores as far as CS go, but they're rolling in. Connection on Matumba Man, not yet level 6. OG are going to find themselves another kill. The glimpse back a bit too late. Can they punish Crit on the way out? Tower shot with the Wolves might be enough to finish him as Moon threatens to dive onto Jerex here. These Wolves are bringing Crit down though, and he will end up falling. Now they turn on the Fly. They are very low. Don't see them getting that second kill, but it's still overall 1 for 1, but the Lycan dying for an Earth Spirit. And OG killing off 2 cores here before the Beastmaster starts moving.
OG's now put themselves in a position where 2 and really all 3 of their lanes are going very well. The Void free farming for the most part.
Another roll, another jump. They still don't have that Beastmaster roar. He's very close. They're diving onto Fada. Omni Slash is ready. Fada does get off the Dragon Tail. Miracle tried to back up to prevent this, but he's got the phase boots to chase. Omni comes through, decapitates the Knight.
It was
off with your helm.
A great turn from Fata to get the stun off before Omni Slash, but
and now
couldn't quite get far enough away.
Looks like
because
they
of
might
phase.
go top here. Notel has the chrono.
And OG are just moving so well with these 2 supports.
And now they want to try and deal with Mind Control. They get the bash. The chrono comes through. Meet the Sunray Mind Control. Doesn't even need Crit's help. OG have killed all 3 cores. And they're looking for Jerex too. He TP'd in a bit late to the party. Notel still beating him down. He needs that bash. Give me a bash, he says. Give me a bash already. Ice Frog, please. There you go.
He's overextended
He
though.
may die for this though. Notel into the trees. The roar actually goes onto Crit, so they're going to settle for a support kill. Notel has the time walk out. Should be able to survive. Just barely at that. But they chase for more. Suddenly Miracle joins the fray. OG with the relentless aggression. They take the fight to Liquid. They look to punish before that big death ball push begins, but Miracle getting dealt with by the boar here. He really needs help. Notel's also low. The healing ward's dealt with. Mind Control gets the 1 hero crush. The time walk forward. The bash from Big Daddy. Is he going to get a second? Can't quite. Even Moon chasing.
And Miracle has a regen rune. He TP's mid. He might be able to go for this kill. Doesn't have Omni Slash, so probably doesn't have. Yeah, he's going to just go for the farm. Doesn't have the damage.
Still right back to full HP. Free fountain trip for him, and even after all that, it's still Liquid within striking distance, and we've yet to see the too much movement from the Beastmaster, just reactionary there to top. They're giving Matumbo Man more space now, Gods, and despite the pressure bottom, he leads the CS charts, but for now, OG leading with this lineup that scales very well in the late game. They've got to be happy about that.
Liquid's always been about that mid-game. Like, with a draft like this, it's always about that mid-game push. So an early game where they're a little bit behind in a couple of kills before they've even picked up the Vlads, before they've got Mind Control's Blink, they're not going to be overly concerned, but there is that slight sense of worry where OG now have the momentum. They're just executing their rotations incredibly well, and if they can maintain that, Liquid at some point are going to have to find a way to respond. They can't just sit back and expect to reach that mid-game without taking more and more casualties if they play completely defensively.
Yeah, at this point, Roar back up, waiting on the Dragon Knight ult, but a successful movement by Liquid probably means a tower down, at least a glyph forced out, and some significant damage done there. So Fada, he's closing in on that. Meanwhile, Nami / Miracle moving on to Mind Control. Can he finish him here? Almost in range. The phase boot's now activated. He gets off the Blade Fury, but he tries to slither away. Ain't gonna happen. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Matumbo Man dead as well. OG making all the right moves, bullying Liquid, just slurping them up.
And the great thing about all these OG kills is it's not like they're 5-man rotations. We saw last game when they fell behind early, it was like 10, 15 minutes in, they 5-man smoke gang top. No, OG are finding these kills with 2 heroes. In that case at mid, the Jug just does it all by himself. Bottom lane, it's only a 3-hero commitment, so they're doing it in a very efficient way where they're not overcommitting, they're still maintaining their farm. 3 heroes with 45+ CS. It's only the Lycan who's ahead of those 3 OG cores, and they're now in a position where they can follow up these kills with objectives.
Mid lane. On to Miracle, goes for the TP out the Roar. Oh, Kuro! A whiff there from him, and it means Miracle gets out, but Matumbo Man races in. The quick Icarus dive back to turn their attention onto the Samurai. Can they bring Miracle down? The Fire Spirit's coming through. Miracle will fall despite the mistake from Kuro. And Liquid still able to transition into a push. Shows you just how good their ability to take objectives really is. But now the roll, crit, counter initiate. He's got the ultimate as well. He's going to drop it too. Starting to bring Kuro low. They're going to scatter. Kuro to the north. And it looks like Beastmaster will fall. And meanwhile, Matumbo with the wall working against him. Moon, he's got the surge. It's on the Lycan illusion. It takes the wall, but it gets him too.
Oh, would be proud of that one.
You never ever run from me, says Moon.
Well,
4-11, Gods.
That was a great turnaround coming out from OG. They did lose the Void at bottom lane while that was all going on. It looks like a Fata TP from Dragon Knight. He had that double damage rune, and that's where Liquid, when they get that pick off, they're so dangerous. A Beastmaster and the double damage Dragon form pose a lot of threat to the tower, but with OG responding mid, Fata finds the pick off at bottom.
And that's with a Roar and a creep. They still managed to do that much damage to the tower.
And it's also some space for Mind Control. This is the player who won't be able to really be all too active or get involved until he has a Blink Dagger, so a bit more pressure on Kuro to get involved with Fata's Dragon Knight and create some space for Mind Control just to get...
Hello, Kuro, says no tail. He found not 1, but 2, and they're working on Kuro. He's going to drop very early in this fight. Mind Control gets up the amp, crushes and runs. Constantly on the defensive. It's a total role reversal from last game.
Really curious what No-Tail's going with the Perseverance pickup. Seeing Miracle.
Playing it safe here. He knows there's really no way to cancel that with the Beastmaster dead. So he will make it out, but Dragon Knight online again. Do Liquid look to push with this? They bring Matumbo Man into the mid lane, so we've seen a lot from this team when they're running heroes like the Lycan, the Death Prophet. They like to take these early crucial towers, especially the tier 1 mid. Do OG defend? They don't have a chrono.
I've got the Magnetize, but they're not going to rotate. They
insta-smoke. But
were they too close? They were very close to the creep, so the Miracle will pop it in.
He's got the Blade Fury as well. He can easily get out from Jerax here, even if there's a glimpse. Trying to bait the Blade Fury and chase further, but Miracle showing good patience there.
Really heads-up play by Miracle. As soon as I'm pretty sure he sees the smoke, he just positions himself on the high ground to reveal the smoke and then get himself back to safety.
And they're farming elsewhere. OG doing a good job at spreading the map. You can see Crit getting some crucial me time on the bottom lane. No-Tail farming up the woods. Has gone for the early Perseverance.
Yeah,
so is his Battle Fury.
And Battle Fury is really the only item that makes sense, but it's a very greedy approach to take considering you've done so well in the early game. And going Battle Fury against this scary mid-game push of the Lycan Dragon Knight Beastmaster, to me, is very risky.
Now,
since picking it up, he did get the Ring of Aquila. So he bought the Aquila after the Perseverance. I'm not sure if that means he's thinking about changing his mind or what, but No-Tail does recognize he needs some early game presence.
Now, in good news for OG, they have a little balance here from Miracle, as he is not rushing a Battle Fury of his own. We have seen him do that on the jug sometimes, but feels like an early Yasha will be the pickup for him. Gets the Band of Elven Skin. And now OG. They will smoke. They will move top after getting a essentially free tier 1. They've got all their ultimates online aside from the Chrono, cooling down soon. Both teams popping scans here.
And recognizing that Liquid's kind of taken over their jungle. This is the very common play to make after getting a tier 1 tower, and they may they don't go back, fully commit to going in their jungle.
Crit might find someone, but he needs the team with him. They're hesitating. Now they're moving top. OG rolling in. They found Jerax, the Static Storm deployed defensively. Looks for the TP out, and he gets the glimpse off on the Phoenix. He'll make it out too. So Jerax dodges a bullet.
Everyone gets out of that one.
Even Matumba Man TPing away. Still nothing too big used there by OG, just a smoke. They don't blow a Chrono or anything like that. And they're still the team that's somewhat pendant on their side of the map.
Yeah, and for Liquid, they haven't really hit all their item timings just yet. They yet to get any of the Necro books on either. Well, Beastmaster's got his back at base. Lycan still working on his Necro 1, so for Liquid, you get scary around like the double Necrobook stage. They don't even have to be level 3, level 1, level 2 with Fata, who's very tanky with this armlet now. And then you just kind of 5-minute towers. We saw them take the tier 1 mid without resistance. And then instantly, in the same Dragon form, they got another tier 1 tower up top. So when you can get 2 towers from the one ultimate, you kind of know your opponents are very reliant on some of their ultimates, like the Chronosphere.
OG do have a nice ward here. Actually, 3 off on the Radiant side. But most importantly, that one bottom. Scouted out Kuroki and Fata. Kuroki and Fata showing good map awareness. Do retreat long before that potential gank could materialize. I'll reveal No-Tail in the bottom lane. The rest of the team parked behind him. Liquid seemed content to farm. Lycan off at the Ancients. The rest of the team was in the lanes, now in the jungle. And they are keeping this game stable. As good of a start as it was for OG. It's only a 2,000 gold lead. That's just one good fight and a tower from Liquid, and it will be erased.
And they're just kind of sticking near each other. The Dragon Knight, who was kind of closer to the lane, still has his 3 teammates nearby. It's only ever going to be Matumba Man, who might be off kind of on his own, getting some farm. He is probably the one who's most kind of late game item dependent for the team. The other 4 ready to fight. May even look for a smoke gank soon, although 2 dire wards have given plenty of vision of this Liquid squad. And Liquid had like a couple sentries expire and they smoke under a ward.
OG are ready for this. They smoke too. This one not scouted. Liquid heading north. OG sneaking south, creeping in behind them. They are going to forfeit a potential high ground advantage there. I think they're expecting Liquid to be in the pit, gods. Maybe.
They're likely to wrap around towards that pit soon. Miracle will see his smoke not pop and should know what's going on now that Liquid is smoked into their own jungle. So despite seeing the smoke, it doesn't set them up for a team fight victory immediately.
And No-Tail not under cover of smoke. He is visible. That faceless void, and it looks like in the end, a swing and a miss for both teams.
I mean, for Liquid, they had triple sentries in their own jungle, and they just assumed that OG had limited vision in this Radiant jungle, but OG had 2 Observer wards go unnoticed.
Oh, speaking of unnoticed Observer wards, now Liquid, they have the vision advantage here. They're moving the Wolf Pack in. Kuroki leading the charge for now. Fata with the haste run and the armlet. Both teams want a clean initiation. They're finding it, but the vision advantage has to be far on the side of Liquid as far as the heroes go.
And when you have a vision advantage with a Disruptor, it's so scary to play against. That's where OG, even though with this strong team fight, you're looking at Chronosphere with a Darkseer, a Supernova.
Do you get it off?
Yeah, do you get it off? Is it Liquid getting the jump? If they manage to get a Roar and burst someone down, the mana burn from the Necrobook could mean the Void doesn't even have mana to time walk away, something that Kevin talked about on the panel as well, and that makes it very difficult for OG to play.
There's the roll in, but Jerax is ready for it, dropping the Static Storm here. Not a very good one, and he's going to get caught out. Will be finished off with a Blade Fury for Miracle. Crit may pay in return, though, as he commits a Magnetized Mind Control, bringing him down together with the Wolves. They are chasing Mind Control, but he's rather far away. Matumba Man coming into Wolf form and then says, "Get out of my way, Fata." Get out of there. So they decide to back off. They lose a Disruptor. They trade him for an Earth Spirit. Support for support. But Liquid playing a little scared. Don't want to walk into that team fight.
Yeah. They've got plenty of setup for the Glimpse using those Lycan Wolves and the Beastmaster Hawk, but OG have just not given Liquid any opportunities to find those pickoffs. And Earth Spirit at best is all they've managed to really get this game, and following that kill, OG themselves go into the pit, soon to be scattered out by a Hawk.
Now, do Liquid walk into that pit? The Lycan ultimate at these early levels has a pretty long cooldown. Still 40 seconds until Matumba Man can engage the Roche well below half HP. If Liquid want to fight this, they do so without the big bad wolf.
Oh, they're coming though.
And they are moving towards the pit. Mind control out in front. The smoke's going to break. They still hesitate. They don't walk in. They're waiting for the wolf, but it might be too late. No tail. Time walks out. He is slowing down the Roshan by not just hitting them.
He's scaring them with the Chrono, though.
But it works.
And
the Aegis goes to Miracle. Now Fada engages onto No Tail, but they don't have the follow-up burst. He's going to get the initiation off onto Fada with the Sunray going. The armlet still active. He drops quickly. The Dragon being brought down, but not finished off just yet. They can't kill him, and they Blade Fury spin forward. They will finish him off, and then the egg over the top, zoning Liquid back as the Static Storm again ineffective. Miracle assassinates another. OG finding their stride, almost getting Kuro there. OG and Aegis, 2 kills. And Liquid blew some ults.
Yeah, and it was a great blink crush from Mind Control on the backlines, but the Static Storm out of the Disruptor just wasn't there in time. I'm not sure if it was still on cooldown from the previous fight, but letting the Phoenix off the Supernova following the crush really secures OG's teamfight there. And suddenly No Tail, 2.9k gold, can complete the Battle Fury if he wants to. Still not sure this is really the optimal Void build these days. It used to be like back in like the slow-paced carry meta, you'd see safe lane Voids go Battle Fury, but as far as like a one-position Void these days, you're much better like going for your Diffuse or Mantis, so not sure what is exactly going to be on his mind.
Hard to say. At this point, it does seem like No Tail has changed his mind. He's up to well over the gold required for
Radiance, you know? I'm sure Wago will be happy. He's probably sitting backstage like, come on, No Tail, you can do it. Didn't get the Vanguard, but he's still very tanky even without it.
Ooh, gets the ultimate orb. So it looks like a Lincoln Sphere for the Roar, the Dragon Tail, even the Glimpse potentially.
Lincoln's is great against DK stun, and like you mentioned, the Glimpse as well as often the catch. And the Lincoln's overtime has been received a few small buffs here and there as far as the cost goes, and even the cooldown on the Lincoln's refresh. So an item which is very defensive by nature, but it's amazing against Liquid's lineup.
They know the most important thing here is to get off a good team fight and not to give up the pick. So Liquid don't have that power play. And having the Lincolns is certainly a good way to ensure that.
I mean, now Void has a way to dodge the Glimpse. Jug does as well. Does put OG in a fairly safe position to
They're streaming bottom. Jug coming as well. They get the sounds off on Jerax. Which way does he go? It's Raptor for dinner. Miracle now dominating. Though I have to say, it feels like Crit is the one doing most of the heavy lifting.
OG ready to press forward, I imagine. Fortunately, we'll have to deal with some split push coming out from the Lycan always. There's a Necro 2 on both Kuro as well as Matumba Man.
So we have a kind of a pause, a lull in the action here, Gods. OG are going to look to push bottom, it appears. Liquid probably not going to contest this.
So they see Kuro. They may try and jump him here.
He's called out. No Tail gets the jump. They commit even a Chrono for the 4th position Beastmaster, but with the farm he's got, well worth it if they get the kill. No neutral deny. It goes the way of Fly. So, all right, now we have a moment. So looking forward, 10, 15 minutes down the road, does either team start to pull ahead? Is there a big power spike you're keeping your eyes out for? You mentioned the Necrobolt timing hasn't really materialized for Liquid. Where are these teams looking next?
I mean, Liquid want to use their vision advantage to farm more of the map. Avoid OG's 5-man, split push up top, split push mid when you see this 5-man unit down bottom, and try and use these Necrobooks to slow down the OG push, because it has such a high threat of breaching the OG high ground that OG will have to constantly TP back to defend this. For OG, it's all about finding those pickoffs. Using a Chrono on one hero is all about kind of asserting yourself over your opponent, saying, look, you're not going to split push, we're not going to let you play the economy game, because that's exactly what Liquid's trying to do. Punish the fact that OG are 5-manning by just all 4 or 5 of their heroes are split apart, farming different locations on the map. You had the Dragon Knight up top, you have the Lycan at the Ancients, you've got Disrupt at bottom, someone else is farming the Radiant jungle, so even if you lose one kill, you've got 3 or 4 other heroes farming.
And we have seen from Liquid that even from a bigger deficit than this, they can pull out some spectacular team fights. The series versus NEWBEE yesterday especially comes to mind with just incredible teamwork. And they do have some scouting tools here, not the Riki or the Bounty Hunter type hero, but they've got the Wolves, as well as the Amp Damage, the Hawk. So they have the Vision type here, as you mentioned, to not only create space for farm, but maybe eventually for that big team fight. They are, for now, trying to farm their jungle. OG pushing in the bottom lane. The ward? The D ward just not been used yet. They haven't gotten Vision up the cliff, it looks like.
I see a point booster picked up on No-Tail's Void, and I think he recognizes that the catch against the split push is going to be key. He wants that shorter cooldown.
OG streaming in. It's almost like Liquid wanted to bait this one. Crit. It's a trap. Static Storm getting dropped. A Miracle says, screw it, man. I'm going in. The Necro Book's there. The Omni Slash committed. He's got to run. Kills off the book, but he does get roared on the way out. Elsewhere, the bubble. No-Tail trying to lock down Matumba Man. Finish him off. The Wolf will fall. OG getting a core kill, but the Jug looks like he might jump. No! The Healing Ward, the Aegis, enough to keep him alive for now, but eventually the Jug will fall.
Oh, the Aegis expired as they went on him. That burst heal was from the Aegis timing out, and Earth Spirit, like, crit kept him alive for longer, and it actually kind of bites OG in the ass there because they lose the Aegis because crit actually saved Miracle for like an extra 5 seconds, and that was so unfortunate.
That was
Jug.
a very interesting bait by Liquid. They saw the ward. They had the Hawk on top of the hill. It was in range of the Sentry. They opted not to kill the ward. As soon as Earth Spirit rolls in, instantly the Static Storm comes out. Miracle dives pretty far with the Omni Slash, and Liquid are able to turn it. They get 2 cores. They do lose the Lycan again, but he's still up there as far as net worth goes.
Yeah, that's a great kill on Miracle's Jug, who's been involved in 8 of these kills. He was 8 and 1 before that. Takes a death now, and he's picked up a Perseverance himself, although I wonder if he's thinking Battle Fury to help push out these lanes fast, deal with all the Necrobooks, the summons.
Double Lincolns feels like a bit defensive for OG, because this does appear to be a farm war.
No, I think you recognize what Liquid's trying to do and just farm the map, and you kind of do a bit of that yourself. While obviously being involved in kills. Miracle's going to smoke up with his team when, even without an Omni Slash, he can still be very influential.
And Hotel now grabbing the point booster. So likely going to see that Ags. Has generally been the Void build, and they are going to get eyes here on Fada. He pops the Shadow Blade. He tries to run. They glimpse it back. Do they have detection? You betcha. Can they finish him off, though? That's the question. Moon's there. Karate chops him down, making Moon Meander's mama very proud. Make it 2. And now OG can transition perhaps into a push. Tier 1 can just be backdoored here. Not sure if they get the Tier 2, though.
Good wait for the creep wave. There's not too big of a threat of the split push just yet from Matumba Man, although he will have full access to his jungle and potentially the bottom lane as well to threaten a counter push. But for now, it's crit. Being aggressive with a ward here, which does get scattered out being planted, so Liquid should be able to easily de-ward that one.
The Greaves are now picked up by Darkseer, and I think more importantly, you're up against Lycan gods, you are up against a Hawk, they get the gem. So OG not having the best vision heroes on paper, but looking to really atone for that through the items.
Just being able to punish as often as possible. This Chronosphere is going to quickly become less a teamfight tool and more a pick-off tool for OG. They want to use it to start fights. Even if you're just killing one core hero with a Chronosphere, you've still got plenty of teamfight to follow up the Void. If anything, Void needs to start the fight so Darkseer can come in later. Darkseer is not really a good teamfight initiator. He relies on the opponents to have already reacted and grouped up for that vacuum wall to come out. The way that fight at top breaks out is that Moon comes in after the initial fight and then hits that vacuum wall on the backline. So Void throwing an Aghanim's ulti just for 1 or 2 heroes in the front lines is more than adequate for OG in their team fight setup.
Big smoke by Liquid. Marching down mid. The Wolves scouting ahead, looking for prey, and they do see a Darkseer. A Wild Moon appears. Aurora is there. Darkseer goes down. Clean execution by Liquid. And now they race forward, even popping the Wolf ult. Let's see where they roam next. I always like to hunt for these additional kills. They move into the pit, hoping, praying that Roshan is up. Their prayers are not answered by Ice Frog.
I wonder if that was a misclick from Matumba or just thought he maybe needed it for the... You see the Darkseer made you're expecting it to be back up, so I think it was just like a let's be safe rather than sorry kind of ultimate.
Well, 1 kill, instant tower down, and that's a pretty big one here. Tier 2 falls mid.
And that's the beauty of Liquid's draft, is that you can be the ones kind of in control, winning the farm war. Not really with map control, but you're the ones who have the strong team fight. But one pick off for Liquid, you take out a key team fight hero, someone like a Darkseer or a Void, and suddenly your ability to breach high ground with the double Necrobooks, Dragonite ulti form is just brutal. And OG, they have to play very flawlessly here. They can't afford to miss a Chronosphere, to have a Darkseer get picked off too often, or suddenly Liquid, one big mistake near your base and you find yourself losing a lane of racks.
Now, in good news for OG, while they don't want to whiff Chronospheres, they have a little more wiggle room. It is now an Aghanim's online, so 1 minute cooldown. Not too much for Liquid to play around with, even if he does whiff one. They'll need to be very decisive in the punish.
There's still, like, to me, some slight concerns around their overall damage output. You look at the Void with Linken's plus Ags. He's not really doing much damage output himself. Needs to transition
that
into
illusion. It got a whiff of OG trying to steal the Roche right under Liquid's eyes. And the Wolves, the fresh pack comes in. This Roche is not dropping quickly enough. They are going to have to fight. Thada moves up to the north under cover of Shadowblade, trying to move his way in, finding that pick. It would be big. A fresh pack emerges. When do they go? OG
They know flies up here. They could silence him.
Slowly working on it. Liquid want to go in at exactly the right moment. The egg gets dropped very preemptively. Then the Chrono as well. They finish off the Roche. No tail. Trapping mind control in. And they manage to bring him down. And now the wall, the Static Storm, too late. OG have found the Roche. They've gotten their ages. They've massacred two. They're looking for Fada as well. The team fight execution virtually flawless. 3 down. Fada drops. Can they kill Crow 2? Make it 4 for 1. And almost a Lycan for dinner.
They just... They use their ultis like before Liquid were even on them. The egg comes out as DK's trying to initiate in onto the Phoenix, and then you have a Chronosphere. He used Chrono before even the Slaughter blinked in. It's almost as if he expected them to be coming. Mind Control kind of blinks into it, and great ultimate usage from OG. They were so cautionary with it, making sure that they don't lose that one decisive Roche fight.
Getting the Aegis here and starting the fight with no Slardar, absolutely massive. He is the source of your sustained lockdown to deal with the Juggernaut, to deal with the Void, continue to get bashes, crits as the fight moves along, and boy, they're just lucky they didn't lose Matumba Man too, but it's a pretty decisive win by OG Gods.
Fly did not mess around with his ulti usage there. That Phoenix Supernova, a lot of players would have tried to hold on, use a Sunray first perhaps, or use the fact that you're on that high ground to wait a bit longer before you throw out the Supernova, but he wanted to make sure that stun was popping around when Roche was dying. So OG pull further ahead off of that, almost a 10,000 gold lead now.
Well, it's easy to anticipate when you're a Time Lord, and that Faceless Void certainly is. So Liquid, 30 minutes in, almost nobody's been able to stop them when they get the Lycan. I mean, a Dragonite and Beastmaster on top of that. Normally, towers just crumble, even if you have a good start. But OG just haven't made a big mistake in any team fight. We haven't seen a whiffed Chrono. We haven't seen a whiffed Vacuum Wall. Occasionally, a support will die, but it's been very mistake-free Dota. And 30 minutes in against Jerax's Disruptor, that is a tall order, but as one OG have been up for the challenge.
I mean, Liquid, a lot of their kills came in that early game where they found like they either traded kills in some kind of small skirmishes. They haven't found the key mid-game pickoffs outside of the one on the Darkseer. They kill the Darkseer, they immediately take a tier 2 tower. They need more of that. Unfortunately, every time they've tried to smoke up, OG themselves have kind of been grouped as 5 ready to teamfight, and Liquid haven't exactly got the superior teamfight, assuming OG can get off their big ultis.
So what's next for OG? They have Aegis now. They are still out farming Liquid as we see a jump top Aurora into Miracle as the Blade Fury TP. Is he going to be able to get it off here? He goes for it. Just had the mana. It was close to Kuro, burning it all away. The Miracle able to make it out. And it does show you the power of Beastmaster. Even down that much net worth can almost solo kill him.
That's a
gonna change though with this Eye of Scotty that's coming.
Yeah, risky place for Miracle to be. This is a nice item, gives him bigger mana pool to help deal with the Necrobooks, but more importantly, HP, armor, stats all across the board can be very useful for a Jug who likely wants to siege high ground. OG with like high ground sieges with Jugs have just been so good. They kind of go in, they time the Blade Fury so they can maximize their damage output, get back to safety. They use the healing ward really well.
And unlike most carries that don't have a BKB, he can just Blade Fury if they try to glimpse him in when he retreats.
I imagine they wanted the Aegis on Miracle. I think Notel having it was purely a reaction to the chaotic fight happening as Roche died, so it was very much a call like, anyone who can pick up the Aegis, just make sure we grab it.
Well, he chronoed his teammates, so he was like, yeah, I'm going to have to take this. Sorry, buddy.
If he waits for the chrono to wear off, then if Mind Control somehow survives the chrono, maybe he gets it. you don't really have a guarantee the Miracle's going to be able to pick it up. The base trade scenario, very good response by Liquid. They've got Necrobooks, they push very fast.
I'm not sure if OG can do this, but they did get there significantly ahead.
They're already reacting. The Void's actually up top. If Liquid don't realize he's not pushing bottom, they could get caught out here.
Yeah, there is that glimpse back. It's only a 1 minute chrono, though. The glimpse back comes a Miracle. He has to Blade Fury and then run. Not like they're going to be able to follow up, it appears, though. You can see Matumba Man already rotating.
It was a good call from No-Tail to kind of rotate back, TP himself home, and look for that catch. That Liquid seemed to be wary of it with their positioning, and OG claim a tier 3 tower uncontested.
Yeah, Miracle not entirely respecting the Garax Disruptor, but fortunately could still Blade Fury and just run. They didn't really have anyone to pursue him.
Even without a TP,
but both teams have the catch. Like, you have to be careful when you're going high ground.
Yeah. If Beastmaster TP's back, he's got a Blink Dagger. I think ideally Kuro needs to get Boots of Travel up as soon as possible. Probably the kind of most impactful item that he can go following this Blink Necrobook, just because of what it offers in terms of being able to thread into split push, as well as after OG come back to defend the split push, you try and TP back and catch heroes like Miracle in that position. If he has Boots of Travel there, Miracle may have actually been able to be caught out.
You can see the stark contrast between the two 4-position players this game. Kuro, he really took over last game on the Reiki, but this game it has been the crit show, involved in well over half of their kills, and most of them coming in those crucial early moments. So, with the Aegis now gone, No-Tail will use that inventory slot to buy a Blink Dagger. Does not opt to complete a Mjolnir or Salkuras. He wants the extra catch. And now he has it.
Yeah, if he has a Blink Dagger up top, that's possible 2-3-man chrono.
Time walks in, blinks on forward. This time it's a connection. It's onto Matumba Man, but 4 heroes are coming in reserve. Fada sweeping right from the side. He's got a DD route. This Dragon's going to hurt unless they can focus him. The Omni Slash very much unable to bring him down. A Miracle now getting stunned. Turned on by Fada. He's still got the armlet active here, but he is fairly low. He's got to toggle this. No-Tail jumping in. Miracle staying alive through it all. It's the Moon Wall! Now they bring down the Dragon, the Wolf too, and they chase on the Jax. It's about to be 4. He tries for the TP. No escape from OG. Absolutely slaughtered.
So patient on Moon. He waited out both the Lycan BKB and the Dragon Knight BKB. Finds the exact timing at the end of that team fight to hit the vacuum wall. Right as it looked like things were starting to not go too well for OG, suddenly Moon shows up. That Darkseer play catching Liquid completely by surprise. They just didn't get the kills during their BKB durations. Another very defensive Supernova from Fly, but once you have that Supernova by the tower, if Liquid commit for kills with BKBs, they're going to get stunned up, and OG's teamfight, again, just shining. It's not just the Chronosphere that matters. It's the Supernova. It's the Vacuum Wall. It's an Earth Spirit who can hit a multiple hero Boulder Smash. There's just too many teamfight spells coming out that Liquid just don't match up.
OG looking to take this game too. Reset the series at 1-1 and guarantee us a 4th game. They've taken 1 lane of Rax, and they get more with smoking almost within their own fountain, really.
OG are already backed off with Chrono ready to go again. Wall up in 10 seconds, although they are a little bit short on mana for Moon.
Hold the line here bottom for now, but it's OG looking to come in, and there's the bubble. It's trouble for Matumba. No real help, no save just yet. The back comes through again. He has to BKB, and he runs. He's morphing into Big Bad Wolf, and he doesn't really want to be big or bad. He's just sitting back, unable to engage in this, fearing the follow-up damage. They focus Fly, though. He doesn't get off the egg. Maybe this is where Liquid make their stand. No-Tail dropping pretty fast. He does time walk back, and OG start to scramble the retreat. Liquid pursue. Miracle, though, has a Lincoln Sphere on top. He brings down the Necrobooks, and they roll back in. Crit looking to engage. No-Tail out fairly far. Fada with the BKB, but he time walks it off. He continues to fight, and they bring down the Dragon. They turn back for Kuroki while Blade Fury Drax. They might just kill them all here. Disruptor down. Crit surging in. He catches another. Continues to deliver. Silencing him. Controlling him. And killing off his mind. OG unchecked in the team fights. And the crowd is loving it. Second lane of Rax is theirs. The game within their grasp. A desperation buyback. But can they hold? They have no Dragon Knight. They just now get the Slaughter. There's no Wolf Ultimate. There's no ability to take the fight. And it's Big Daddy again with a wall on top. The kick on through from Crit. Mind control. It's about to be a dieback for him. Slaughter down. Death by the Miracle Sword. And on to the range Rex. Perhaps on to more kills. Matumba Man running for dear life.
It's so nice to play a Void when you don't have to hit 5-man chronos, because
No-Tail, we're seeing his initiation range. He initiates from like 1500 range away, uses a Time Walk into Blink Dagger just to catch 1 or 2 heroes. He catches a Lycan by itself, but he knows there's no pressure on him to hit more than 1 hero. If he just catches a Lycan, his job is to force a fight, force Liquid to engage on you, and then he knows he's got the backup of Supernova as well as Vacuum Wall to win the team fight, even without that big chrono. And it means OG just have this kind of unstoppable initiating force in the Faceless Void, and suddenly they get a second lane of Rack, looking to take a third and take game number 2.
Miracle now imbued with the power of a butterfly as well. This is a gigantic juggernaut. He just solo killed a Dragonite essentially with the Omni Slash. Basically the only damage hitting him in that last fight, and that was before this fresh tier 4 item comes out. So now all that stands between him and this game win is that Rax, but again, they're going to start with the Chrono. The Static Storm comes out to the side of the bubble. It doesn't matter. Fada's deleted. Liquid just never get to fight with the whole team while the Green Dream persists, and they tap out. They could take no more. Liquid are swept aside here in game number 2. We now have a real series on our hands.
And they even things up with a very impressive draft and just draft execution coming out. The rotations early on mid, pressuring Fatu's Dragonite. Fatu was such a key player in game number 1, didn't get any opportunities to really come online, and Liquid very reliant on that scary mid-game push, just never got the room to execute it because of how good OG's teamfight was.
So if you had to pick like one thing that Liquid need to change going into game 3, what would it be?
Probably for Liquid, it's going to come down to having just a little bit more early game laning presence. Game 1, it was Kuro active on the Riki. This time around, it was a bit greedy on the Beastmaster. They thought they could get away with it, probably expecting the Void in the offlane. You see a Void Jug, you're not expecting a last pick Darkseer, but it was really a fantastic last pick for OG, giving them more team fight and more laning pressure. So OG had the team fight advantage and the laning advantage.
And such a good game to have the wall. So many Rs normally built, heroes that their illusions are incredibly impactful in team fights. Getting the Dragonite illusion, the Lycan illusion, it made a big difference here. And with that, we summon Paul and the analysts.
How you doing, LD?
Pretty good, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty good grand final right now.
I'm happy. We get a game 4.
Who do you think, boys down there, who do you think has had the upper hand in the mental game? As we've talked about it between Kuro and Fly, who do you think's got the upper hand so far?
I think it's very even. They're both super resilient, very experienced captains, and it's a tie series. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, you win game 2, maybe you could fly the slight edge because he's coming off a win, but Kuro's been around the block.
All right, we'll carry on enjoying the grand final. We'll come back to you for game 3 very shortly. Thank you very much, gents. Let's check in with our panel members as to what they made of game number 2. We're all squared up, Charlie, 1-1.
Yeah, that game really comes down to the early rotations on crit. If that laning stage doesn't go well for OG, then Liquid gets their levels, they get their items, and then they can play at their own pace. But what you saw instead was OG establishes dominance in the laning phase, Liquid plays on the back foot, and then they have to play to OG's tempo. And OG's tempo is to play around their big team fight ultimates. And, you saw it in those Roche fights. There's no way Liquid contests when OG's ultimates are up.
And that's what won them the game was the Darkseer pick. It changed all their lanes up. They're expecting Void off lane versus Disruptor support. They can deal with that. Mid would have been something against Dragonite. Dragonite's fairly resilient in a 1v1, but not against a hero that can do 500 magic damage with 110 mana on a 30-second cooldown. It just made it so all of their lanes were gankable and facilitated crit to just need one. They just needed the one hero crit to rotate over and guarantee a kill in any lane, so it's hard to predict where he was going to be, and they just kept pounding the laning stage.
Yeah, OG really dictated the pace of the game, especially like we were commenting about crit on that Earth Spirit, but I just love the way that they did their lane setup. The Juggernaut mid, it's a change-up, but it gives that kill potential on the Dragonite. Very tanky hero, isn't susceptible to just physical damage right clicks. Well, you don't need it then. You just spin on him with a rolling boulder, and it ended up being like perfect setups. I really have to commend OG on their early game movements, but not just from crit, but also from Fly. They were like that duo in the first, like they show up top lane, the both of them are there. They go mid lane, both of them are there. They go bottom lane, both of them are there. It was just beautiful, perfect rotations. Liquid, it's not even like they played poorly in this game, honestly. OG just looked unstoppable.
Yeah, OG did all the right moves, and one of those right moves was actually No-Tail picking up a very unconventional Lincoln Sphere. If he correctly identified that the only way he gets stopped like beating on somebody in a Chronosphere is with Roar. He still has damage because he has a Darkseer Ion Shell on him, And they're so far ahead that he can afford to go something like a Lincoln Sphere and an Agnum Scepter because they still have damage, and the only way they stop him is countered by the Lincolns.
Yeah, going the Aghanims was also very smart. Like Gods was saying, like the casters were saying, they have to. Liquid trying to fight into OG's team fight is nearly impossible from the start that they had. And going for Aghanims, it's every 60-second Chronosphere.
Yep, so basically he just Chronos one guy, they Sunray in the back, and he's missing half of his HP, if not more, if there aren't more heroes there. So.
And here we have to give the MVP to crit this game.
MVP crit, I mean, Miracle had a great game, 16-2-9 on that Juggernaut, back to where we would expect him to be in the game, but it was crit that enabled that.
Absolutely. Took the words out of my mouth.
The enabler.
The enabler.
It's basically a reverse of game 1, is what that felt like to me.
Yeah, it did, didn't it?
It's absolutely. Like super stomp, just completely different teams.
That's what you want in these grand finals, though. Both teams playing really well, but the first game, it was just like Liquid making the first moves, looking absolutely perfect. Now OG making all the first moves, looking absolutely perfect. It's like, this is the dream.
Yeah, we'll go through the highlights. Charlie, what does it do for their mentality, though? Because we heard about OG's mentality. They're very strong. They don't mind if they go behind. But if they've gone 2-0 down in the grand final, that's when it starts becoming a problem, right?
That's incredibly worrying. I mean, how many times have we seen a team come back from an 0-2 deficit? Very, very rarely. That's, if you can do that, like your mental strength, bow to you. But, we got a 1-1 series here, guys, and I think it really comes down to the laning phase. Like in both games, you see the team that gets out ahead early is the one that controls the pace of the game.
Comes back to drafting, of course, as well, as to what they draft and how they draft. Who do you think has had the upper hand? I asked a similar question to Aldi and Gods. Who do you think has had the upper hand so far?
I still want to give it to Liquid. I think, yes, OG won Game 2 and it looked really good for them, but if everything didn't go correctly for them in the early laning phase, then that game gets really hard. Crit and Fly had to do so many things right, their timing had to be absolutely perfect for them to really come out ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned already, Fog, that Darkseer last pick was sort of key to them being able to do what they did in that second game.
Yeah, it just really allowed them to pressure all 3 lanes in a way. The Earth Spirit could go to any one of them and make the setup for a gank. It was really beautiful to watch, honestly. Like, it was unfortunate for Liquid, but OG just showed their resilience here.
In a lot of ways, the draft was a little bit reminiscent between game 1 and 2. It was always that last pick, changing everything up and being the solution to what they needed. So if both teams can just always identify what they need, it's so hard, especially if it's a random pick. I mean, Darkseer's not that random, but it was a little out of nowhere based on their typical offlane in their mid. If they can just pull the perfect hero out last and then play it correctly, it can give them such a big upper hand.
You know what I like too? Liquid has like this things that we've been seeing, I guess you could call the standard at this point at this tournament. They have Lycan, Strength Core, Slardar, Strength Core, Dragon Knight, Strength Core, and then Beastmaster support, but he's also a strength, kind of a Strength Core. Yeah. OG took a completely different approach this game. They have a Void, who's agility, obviously, Juggernaut, who's agility. They literally have like basically no strength heroes as their actual core heroes.
And we've seen it the other way around from OG as well. I remember back at Epicenter, they just went the whole team. All strength.
All strength.
All 5.
But the important distinction is that all the heroes that they picked have a lot of magic damage.
And this
or pure damage, and that's the solution to high armor heroes, like strength usually are.
Yeah, and this situation right here is just like Charlie was pointing out. Like, Liquid running into OG's team fight is impossible, honestly. Like, because of the way their laning phase started, they have so many levels, and they're in the proper position, and they're able to go for that Roshan. They take it down quite quickly without losing much health. Fly in perfect position, just chilling on the high ground. No-Tail in great position as well. And yeah, everybody just needs to basically click their ultimate, and Liquid cannot run into it. It's so difficult for them.
Liquid was very worried in a lot of these fights. You could see Fada kind of going in and out. If not everybody on Liquid is on the same page, they're going to lose fights like this. They maybe could have won that with the Roar, but they had to kill Miracle during that duration. And that's just the hard part from being about being behind. You don't feel as confident, especially when you have a hero that's not very good defensively, like Disruptor. Disruptor's looked amazing throughout the tournament, but in this game it looked terrible because if you're getting dived under a tower, Glimpse doesn't really save you. It doesn't save an ally in a lot of cases. Kinetic Field is very hard to get effective use out of it. It was a very difficult game with the heroes Liquid had.
Do you feel that there was a couple of mistakes creeping in as well, or was that just as a result of the fact that they were behind and they were trying to feel their way back into the team fights?
I feel it's mostly just a result of playing from behind, and something that Fog mentioned, they had 4 strength heroes, but you know what's great against that? Phoenix and Sunray.
Yeah, and even though they were playing from behind and they made a few of the mistakes, I think that's just going to happen when you're getting pressured so hard. Like, OG just looked so commanding in this game. Like, you have to give them so much credit. They played so well, so perfect.
Yeah, I think we'll leave that on a positive note for this particular game and call that one an OG victory. It's 1-1 now, tied up nicely. We mentioned the Illuminati circle earlier on. It's on.
The potential is there.
It is.
You're excited.
Well, I just want to see 5 games. I don't even care about the 3-1 right now. I just want to
4
see
games, that's not enough. 4 games ain't enough.
4 is not enough. We want 5.
Pretty likely. I mean, if it's 1-1, where we've basically reset.
Yeah, I mean, this is now a best of 3. It's a best of 3. Albeit, what's slightly different about this is that we talked about the mini meta within the final, because it is the 5 games that you have to take into account of, okay, what did they draft game 1? What did we pick? What did they going to pick game 2? What did we do game 3? And that continues all the way through.
Yeah, and that comes down to, is Timbersaw the perfect hero? Does Darkseer make our lanes really good? Liquid's going to feel way less comfortable drafting Dragon Knight now that they have to worry about that kind of magic damage roam.
Does OG pick a Meepo game 3 because they can, because it's tied up, or do they wait until they're behind at 2-1 and then spring it out and then make it 2-2? There's so many things.
You really want that Meepo?
I do. I want to see 1. Just 1.
Add it to 95 heroes picked. Why not, right?
We have maybe 3 games left over. We'll see. Lots of room left for maybe a Meepo, maybe a Huskar. But you got to keep track of all of these things in your minds. There's so many different counters. The meta is so diverse right now. It's really a test for captains.
Yeah.
Interesting. What are we going to see then? Game 3. What do you want to see, Purge?
I think we're going to see a very predictable 3 to 4 heroes, and then right at the end we're going to see something that counters the enemy draft. Like that's the scary part about it. It's actually very reminiscent of the Epicenter finals. It was very similar to this. It was like one team would stomp, then the other team would stomp, then the other team would stomp, and then game 5 was a little bit more decisive. But
best of 5s are pretty much the battle of endurance. It's just like how resilient can you be, and how much can you endure, and what can you learn each game to game about the other team. And like Paul was saying, will we see the new meta coming out between these 2 teams just for this series? And it looks like it's being answered.
Yeah. Anything new, Charlie? Game 3?
Ooh.
Anything diverting away from what we've been doing?
I think you will. We saw it in the last series with Liquid versus NEWBEE when they pulled out the Drone Medusa. Never seen before from them. I don't think they've even run it that much in practice that much either.
No. I mean, Fly said that they committed to practicing that, or at least practicing the hero in terms of play style, but not in terms of practicing it against anyone else. That was completely out of the blue. Is he got any more tricks up there? I asked this in the lower bracket because we've seen quite a lot of Liquid all the way through the lower bracket. They played more games than anyone else. You kind of get used to what they're going to serve up, and then suddenly from nowhere they bring that out. Have they got another one of those?
I hope so. You know what? At this point, if you're a team that doesn't have tricks up your sleeve, if you're a team that isn't diverse and deep, then you're probably not going to win very many tournaments.
Yeah, do you think that maybe affected NEWBEE and LGD, that they made these long runs, and not so much NEWBEE perhaps, but LGD in particular, who had a kind of similar play style to the way they played every round? We kind of knew they were going to be a bit cautious in team fights. We knew they were going to pick fairly similarly all the way through. There was nothing innovative about their drafts, and maybe that hurt them the further they went through.
Yeah, absolutely. You go through these matches, and people watch you all the time, and you're going to get figured out. So you do have to change it up. You have to show other teams' weapons that they're scared of and that they have to react to.
Give them something I think about in each of the drafts. We're not too far away from the draft for game 3. So, Fogs, you've stayed quite quiet on this subject. What do you anticipate for game 3?
I think we'll see, just like what Kevin was saying. I think he made up a really good point. We'll see the very similar 4 or 5, maybe 6 heroes, and then teams will look and be like, okay, now we start doing the full counter picking and full, like, this is where the brain power comes in. This is where the prowess comes in.
You think we'll still see it in game 3? You don't think game 3 is the risky game that you can maybe take a risk and gamble on something that might win you the game and give you the edge?
You can't think that way, I don't think. You got to look at the draft and take it as it is. Imagine it's the best of 1. You got to get the best thing you can, the best heroes for the problem, and play them as well as you can.
Yep. This is a captain's game, right here.
Agreed.
Yeah. Captain versus captain,
and
brain versus brain.
Both teams really have faith in their captains as well, so that's what makes it so interesting. And it seems like they're fine spreading out their hero pools a little bit. So
good play so far from the supports. Have you been impressed?
Yeah, I love watching. Both these teams actually have just incredibly good supports. We commented about it like a couple panels ago. I remember it's like, what's the 2 standout support? I remember it was a question actually. It was a media question, social media question. It was like, what support duo really stands out to you? And I actually said Crit and Fly, just because those 2, like even in the last game we saw it, they're always just like clicking together. They're always just like running around together, and it really shined last game.
Yeah. It's not like their opponents don't have decent supports either. I mean,
oh, of course not. But
fantastic supports in the entire game.
The ones that like stood out to me when I read that question, just because at least I thought back to Frankfurt from the defensive meta. You know, I was just those two had like the plays that they did were so split second with the way that they saved each other. It was like, wow, it's like, oh my god.
All right, we're into draft number 3. It is underway, and. We see the DP first ban. The Invoker's gone again.
Do they ban Lifestealer?
And
I like
Lifestealer
that.
goes. Okay,
Just
so
like
we're pretty much exactly in the meta right now.
Yep.
Okay.
And the Slaughter first pick.
Like we were saying, OG, I said last draft, OG should just keep banning the Lifestealer. They're doing it. They won last game. They're like, okay, this works. Let's keep at it.
Paul, do you know who picked what, like side or first
I can
pick
find that out. Yep. Yeah, as we go through the draft, I'm sure Nox
Same
is on
exact
it.
picks. Didn't they pick Void third last game?
No. Oh,
yeah, they
did.
did.
Sorry,
They
went
Phoenix, Earth Spirit.
They went Earth Spirit, second pick.
Okay, so OG took Dire.
Okay.
Okay, so they did have choice, and it's very interesting now that they value Dire now more than first pick. Before this series, though, I know they valued Radiant and first pick more.
Maybe they think that Liquid favors Dire a lot more just because of how heavily they've been
or they're
relying
just
on the
seeing that
Slaughter.
Dire wins the vast majority of these series.
Dire has a pretty high win rate, and then like you were talking about, you know, they pick these two massive teamfight heroes around the Roche pit, can be very, very devastating. And now Liquid gets the Jerax Earth Spirit.
And the two fit together so well. It helps them in laning because they can do offlane or safe lane. They can be unpredictable like last game.
Yeah.
And if they Chronosphere 2 or 3 heroes and they Phoenix Egg behind it, they're set. If they Phoenix Egg on a cliff near Roche, it's hugely advantageous to them. They can Sunray over it. There's so many ways that they can stop Liquid from trying to steal that.
But this time, OG doesn't have the Earth Spirit to really bolster their lanes and set up those ganks. This is super smart by Liquid. I think they absolutely need to take the Earth Spirit.
So do you think that Liquid will ban out the Tusk then, since that's probably one of the other ones that Jerax uses and enables? Or do you think maybe they'll go for like...
You mean OG ban?
OG?
OG, sorry. Yeah.
Well, no,
Sorry
I
about
mean,
that.
Jerax is going to play the Earth Spirit, so OG will not ban out the Tusk.
I meant Crit, I'm sorry. Yeah, Crit used to play the Tusk a lot, though.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like maybe they might ban that out, but looks like they're not really opting for it.
I think
It's
Jerax
been a
is
while.
one of the few players that still plays it. I don't think I've seen Crit play it that much.
It's been quite a while.
I don't think it's a very good Tusk game against Phoenix Void. They both have mobility skills. It could work against Liquid, I suppose, but...
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about it for Crit. It saves the hero through, Slaughter Crush or an Earth Spirit initiation.
I don't think they really need that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not good with Chronosphere. I just don't see it being useful in that way. So IO banned out in the second phase. Alchemist out of the pool as well. So Invoker is... Nope, Invoker's gone. And interestingly, they keep banning out Magnus in the second round. That one's a bit interesting.
Very worried about it, it would appear.
They're scared about the Empower combo on melees.
Yeah. That one time they picked it, it did enable both No Tail and Moon to just accelerate their farm to insane rates.
Yeah, and since OG just, they just used the Void short lane, they don't want to leave any options for those. Another massive team fight ultimate as well with a physical carry, with a physical melee carry.
Well, they do pick up their line. Hopefully, they hope that Crit can channel his inner Tron.
Yep. Pretty standard, safe pick. Just helps a lot in the laning phase, and yeah, like we were saying, it's another form of initiation, which is winning a lot of these games. The team that gets the initiate, gets the jump first, tends to win those matchups.
It's also not just the team that gets the jump first. It's also the team that can counter initiate.
Counter initiate as well.
We saw it in both games so far. Is that when Liquid won the first series, they had a way to initiate, but OG had no way to counter-initiate or save anybody, and vice versa. In the second series, it's just all-out aggression and no way to sort of stop the aggression or save key heroes.
Mm-hmm. So where does Fada go here? Because as was the case last game, a bunch of his top heroes kind of got moved out. He was forced onto the Dragon Knight role. They can still do a Darkseer like they did last game to make things a little hard for them.
So the Venge pick, not seeing it too much, but it's very specific. Versus the Void, Chronosphere, very good. Pull people out of, bail them out of terrible, bad scenarios where they're in a disadvantageous position. Same thing, you can't really, if Lion's focusing on someone to burst them down, the Venge can also swap, save him. And it also works really well with Slardar, more amplified physical damage, while Earth Spirit applies to more of that AoE magical. Some blend in there, some diversity in their draft.
There's still a Batrider in the game as well.
Yeah, last game it was banned out. The 5th pick.
Yeah.
And now they got Avenge, so slightly unlikely they pick him.
Yeah, if OG took Batrider, then Venge would be good against 2 of your heroes.
Yeah, and I think Moon's actually been almost, I don't know if not exclusively playing the Void, but most of the time. And No-Tail played it, of course, the last game, but they do tend to favor it on him, like we were saying previously.
Does give them a slight advantage in the draft when they've got flexible players that can flick around and play different heroes in different ways.
Yeah, that's the one thing that Liquid does reveal a lot. They revealed a lot of things right here. They revealed that Mind Control has been playing the starter pretty much, I think, every single game, I want to say. Every single game. They have their 2 supports already, so now they already know, Liquid is going to be picking up their short laner and Fata's hero.
So where do they go? Pick 4.
They don't know who the enemy mid is yet, so it's a little... And they can still solidify their other lanes as well if they change it up.
And they have last pick.
It's a nice advantage here.
Lots of different heroes still left. There's the Darkseer, which we saw previously. It gives them a lot more team fight, but maybe they're going to be a little bit too cooldown reliant if they do go that route. They don't have the Earth Spirit like we were talking about. They don't have that great setup for the early laning phase.
They might want to pick up something like... Okay, they go for the Juggernaut.
They go back for the Juggernaut as well, again. So, works really well against the Earth Spirit roam.
I like this because they still don't know what OG's lanes are.
Yeah, keeping it very open-ended. And Liquid does go for their safe Lycan. They waited a long time for it. I wasn't too sure if they would pick it, but now since they have so many different enablers for the physical damage, and now they have a little bit of stronger laning phase because of how much the Howl, of course, boosts everybody's damage.
Are you surprised that wasn't a second phase ban?
Maybe OG's has... Maybe this is what they were planning for it. That's why they picked like the Void Phoenix. Maybe they were just like, oh, I think we have the idea versus
them into picking it.
Yeah. I think both teams are afraid of the Enchantress right now. They didn't necessarily respect it a lot coming into the tournament, but in the last couple matches, Enchantress has been a deciding factor in a lot of laning stages. Like against Phoenix, for example, a hero that doesn't give that much lane domination the first level or 2, Enchantress provides a ton of that and can just snowball your opponents.
And it also scales as well into the late game. It's another source of DPS.
So with Jug in the game, they can't even necessarily predict where he's going to go based on player taking him, since No-Tail and Miracle do swap. Yeah. So similar problem as last time for Liquid here.
It's a lot of healing within their draft too, like the obvious healing ward and Sunray. Like if you're not in a position to stop those, it's like, oh my god, like we're doing a lot of damage, but it's just being completely counteracted. They do have the Wolves, which is quite good at killing the Jug healing ward as well.
Liquid's right click is a lot better this game though, with Venge, Wave of Terror, Slaughter Ulti, and Lycan. All of those auras are really going to stack up.
Yeah.
They're a little weak on burst, I guess, but...
They have objective takers though, like you're saying, like the physical damage enhancements with the Lycan as well. They can bring down towers, they can bring down the Roshan if they do win a fight. But OG does have more heavily based team fight heroes right now at this point. More cooldown reliant even.
I think what OG really needs right now is to secure their laning phase. If they can replicate what they did in Game 2 and come out of laning stage ahead, then you can force Team Liquid to play at your own pace.
What do you think they like for that for OG? We were mentioning the Batrider, but it's not the most incredible versus the Vengeful Spirit.
Well, since OG does have last pick, I think they're gonna wait and see what Team Liquid picks for their mid, and then they'll decide: do we put the Juggernaut there, or do we pick something more traditional that matches up well against whatever Team Liquid picks?
Yeah, absolutely. They can definitely switch it up. They're leaving their draft quite open-ended. Juggernaut can go safe lane, he can go mid. The Void can go off lane or safe lane. Leaves it open. So
still an axe in here
for Liquid.
No, there's no way.
No,
I don't think so.
No way. Doesn't really fit their lineup very well.
They would have to send an axe mid, and that hero is so exploitable.
That's the most not Liquid thing I've ever heard, actually. Axe mid.
So what do they have? So they go for their safe. They go for the safe hero again.
I'm just trying to get for something exciting here, boys. Try and keep up.
It's just this is a pretty straightforward Liquid draft. Not really anything out of the ordinary.
The significant point is that they have a support that can do something early game.
Yes.
If it's Beastmaster is very static in his lane. He says, I need to get 6 as fast as possible so I can help. Venge is ready to go right away. But the problem is that Venge cannot stop Jug from spinning and killing Dragon Knight once Phoenix hits 2 or Lion does the smoking. That's the scary part here. So they are going to go Jug mid again. Sven in the safe lane.
Yeah,
the
Sven here is really good against the minus armor from Liquid, bolsters your entire team, and you know this is actually pretty greedy from OG. Tri-core lineup, very newbie-esque. It's really up to Liquid to punish here with that or Spirit Venge roam around the map.
Yep, I agree. OG is able to farm Ancients quite easily with Sven, and also, of course, like we were commenting, the BKB versus the Lycan, once he has that book, he's able to cleave down the book very easily.
Did we do predictions, or were you guys
yeah,
just
we're
talking?
kind of wrapping up.
I'm not sure which one's better. I saw a lot of value in what they did last game, and it's both drafts are so similar.
Yep, I like Liquid's draft again. Honestly, I'll go with them right there.
All right, nothing crazy then in game number 3. We're still waiting for something a bit out there. Talking about there, let's go back to our commentary team for game number 3.
That's right, guys. Game 3 is upon us. The teams have already entered the field of battle. Let's get into it.
OG versus Team Liquid.
Here we are. The team's very quick to select their heroes. Now, Gods, look, it's a lot of the same heroes from last game, but it feels like it's going to be a very different laning stage. There's no Darkseer, Earth Spirit. There will not be much pressure likely on this Lycan early, something that OG did do last game. So in that respect, very different.
Yeah, you can look quickly at Liquid's draft and see the same 3 core heroes and say, oh, it's the same kind of strategy, but the dynamic of this game is completely different when they've got a strong dual support duo. They're not running a greedy jungle Beastmaster. They've got the Earth Spirit. They've got the early game pressure and perhaps you could say advantage coming off of this. So it does make a very different game for Matumba Man on the Lycan.
Yeah, you're also unlikely to see a Void getting as much farm here with some pretty decent kill potential from the Earth Spirit roam, double stun from that safe lane potentially. We'll see where they opt to send the arrows. For now, Starter is going top, so if the Earth Spirit comes in, they may at least be able to, if not kill the Void, zone him out a bit, and unlikely to see that early egg. So the Venge swap comes into play as an answer to the Chrono, something we did not see last game. Liquid, they really didn't have an answer for it as bottom lane. Moon is going to get gone on, finds himself in the middle of 4 heroes, and he time walks it all off. All right, well, and he even gets the bounty rune, so a clean sweep there for him, and OG off to the races already.
Moon's one of those players. He kind of knows the limits of his hero most of the time. More often than not, he'll get away with some of those cheeky plays.
Even forcing out the Howl early, not generally the biggest deal, but may mean you don't have it for this first wave, and thus Fada may be off to a slower start.
We'll see the insta jungle rotation from Mind Control Slatter, so he doesn't even want to attempt to go to lane against the Lion's zoning potential, as well as the Phoenix, who you never really know if he's going to show up to lane or not.
The pressure on Moon is definitely there, and already the Time Walk getting forced out bottom. So you can see the Void is not going to have an easy time in the lane. As long as Liquid are willing to commit 3, Matumba Man should essentially free farm. Sven will free farm as well. So we're going to see trades all over the map.
And they recognize Moon doesn't have the Iron Talon, so he can't really go right into the jungle just yet, at least not easily.
They actually dropped 2 wards here to block that pull camp, so this is their way of trying to get Moon a good start, Gods, is make it very difficult for Liquid to deward this camp and thus to get the pulls going. Gonna roll on Moon, and he will again time walk away. So wasting 3 supports time while Flying Miracle set up mid. Fada is rather low here. Could see a go on the Dragon Knight potentially.
Fly also just wants to be in a position where he can snipe a courier, but you kind of know this Phoenix is completely freed up to roam around the map.
Oh,
once
this
you
is
get
a
to
big
the
dive by
offlane.
Miracle, right around the roses here. And
you hit the dive slope. Very dangerous.
It's risky. You whiff that and you're likely giving up a kill, and Fada has yet to take the 3rd skill point. Now we'll grab the double breathe fire, but was saving one for a moment. Could have gone into the Dragon Tail and instantly gotten the counter kill.
Moon does a good job to actually get the creep wave to his tower.
Are they going to be able to deward this is really the question right now for Liquid. They have some sentries on the Venge too, but need to hit both.
Mind Control get the bounty rune, and likely Kuro's going to come back, realize his pull camp's blocked, and start looking to deward. But he won't expect the 2nd Observer Ward there, so until we reach the 3-minute mark, it's very unlikely Kuro will actually deward this.
It's a pretty big investment, even committing the Observer Ward as well. If it gets dewarded early, your vision game is lacking in the laning stage, but Moon playing with Jerax here bottom. They were thinking about bringing the Slardar. He moved towards the lane, as you can see Fly tracking that courier. Is he going to go for a deep dive on it? not that deep.
But he knows that in the Phoenix Courier Snipe's been done so many times. It was actually Jerex who first pulled that out in a grand final. And he's not going to get an opportunity to go for it. Again, Moon bottom lane being kind of initiated on, but
I mean, I would almost call it a dual lane because of that ward. they can't take advantage of having the tri-lane and just deny him experience, keep the creep equilibrium back. Instead, 2 supports have to come in.
They have the side camp, but if you're pulling that side camp, it means Moon's going to likely come in, get some XP, and it's just not really controlling the equilibrium as well as you'd like. And now Kuro's going to find out it's still blocked. He's going to have to commit another sentry, or he's just going to start getting confused here.
All right, let's see which way Kuro guesses. Will he get this one? He's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
Think some more.
Where could it be? Where could it be? Just making sure that he knows that his current sentry hasn't isn't in range to deward it, and he opts not to drop it in the end.
Stop.
He is flummoxed.
Yeah. I don't know if he thinks like a creep or someone came in. It's being pinged now. You can see actually it's Jerex who pings the spot like, hey, look, dude, your sentry doesn't see everything. And there we go. Kuro's done it. Woo! Gets the D-ward off.
But it's already done its job. It's a good D-ward by Kuro. They'll get it before the 4-minute mark, but still Moon. He's gotten those critical early levels on the Void. Level 3. So he'll be much more relevant as this game moves along. And both cores here farming well. We do see Miracle again pulling out to an advantage in the mid lane, and it goes back maybe a little bit to that Lycan using Howl early, especially to the Bounty Rune being snatched away from him bottom. But Miracle's been able to get the upper hand. It's a 10 CS lead versus the Dragon Knight.
And top lane, the pressure on the tier 1 tower. Something Moon has kept his tier 1 tower completely healthy. Meanwhile, Liquid ditching this top lane has set No-Tail up to get a good chunk of damage out. The siege creeps there as well, so they may actually be able to completely take this one down. Kuro just wants to leak some XP, but you don't mind giving a bit of XP to Avenge if you actually get this tier 1 tower.
Let's see if they do. The tower very low. They can sun right here and try to zone heroes back. For now, the Warcry gets popped, and OG move in.
Best case scenario, you try to get this denied.
They're bringing in Earth Spirit as well. The last hit goes to crit. Big last hit there from a little Lion, but a Heart of Steel.
I think that TP was just trying to scare them back to get a tower deny. It's worth wasting a TP if you secure a tower deny off of it, but OG, they back off everyone except the ranged hero of Crit, who suddenly has 1,100 gold. He started with boost, with Fly buying all the wards, and
we're going to see him incredibly fast blink if that's the choice.
And he's been just jungling to the extent where he can just chain pull through his own side of the map, and he's already got 13 CS. So.
And it seems like a game where they may need it too, is they don't have an Earth Spirit hero who can just initiate basically for free. Only the Void, and it's an offlane Void at that. Maybe Sven can get an early blink, but it's a game where they need a faster Lion blink ideally, and it looks like they're on track to get it.
Yeah, the one hero who was struggling was Fly getting XP. He's camped mid for so long that he was level 1, like 4 or 5 minutes in the game, but he's starting to come back and recognize that he needs to get some levels now. You can always catch up a bit later with the Tomb, but more importantly, there's no rush to get his level 6. If anything, a crit level 6 early on is more influential.
So Team Liquid is getting good levels here on Mind Control. He has just cracked levels 5, but you compare that to the Void even there, and they find themselves down over 1,500 gold, about 1,000 experience as well with the Iron Talent jungler, albeit not as fast as the Beastmaster.
Moon's done this while keeping the supports busy. He's done this in the lane. Slada's done this while losing his tier 1 tower from the jungle with an Iron Talent. So you're much happier if you're OG because of what the offlane has done as far as being disruptive. Even though Lycan's free farming, it's the fact that Earth Spirit has had 0 influence on this game so far.
And we also have seen stacks start to accumulate in the Dire jungle. 2 double stacks created no Ancients being built up just yet, but I do imagine that's something that No-Tail will go back and look to do as the game progresses. For now, sit on the Helm of Iron Will, likely the armlet coming out, and yeah, he's going to buy the last component there. So his ability to rotate into the woods is now fully online. They can give the lane to a support.
I'm even watching No-Tail walk past jungle creeps to give Crit the farm. Crit's actually getting some farm allocation over No-Tail. I think recognizing that, I mean, Sven is always going to be able to power farm. He gets the Helmet of Dominate, he stacks Ancients, giving a Lion like a CS hero there so he gets his blink up maybe 2 minutes faster is a much bigger deal than Sven getting an extra couple hundred gold.
And doing it now before Liquid really start fighting and Lion is to come as bottom lane Moon drops the bubble. Here comes the Sunray, that same rotation, but this time Jerex is there to interrupt it. Still Moon gets the bash and the dive through comes from Fly. They get the kill. Moon has a time walkout. The stun from Kuro not going to be good enough. They move on to Jerex. They're diving deeper for this. Mind Control hanging back because he knows more reinforcements are coming. It's Miracle and No-Tail, the cavalry arriving, and now Fly a little bit far away from the team. Crush and dead. Gets isolated, cold from the herd, and will be picked off.
And Jug left the lane, so that means Fata will get a lot of damage off. Probably take this tier 1 tower if OG don't respond. They're looking for a tier 1 tower of their own, but the mid one, much more important to take at this stage of the game.
And they know the Chrono is on cooldown, so for OG, they look to split push instead. 3 heroes banging away at the tier 1. They do have that Lion Blink very soon, gods. They don't have an egg yet, though. It's only level 3 on Fly, very under-leveled on the Phoenix. And it doesn't seem like he'll be able to do anything to stop this.
A Lion TP with Blink Dagger, though, could be the turnaround.
Crit. 70 gold away. One more creep will do it. He gets it. And now he's got the Blink.
Rotation's coming his way. He will be scattered by some Lycan Wolves.
Yeah, should be able to at least buy it, even if he ends up going down. And that's exactly what Matumba Man has in mind. Crit. Dropping pretty quickly here. Blink. Does he have it in quick buy? No! Still only 125 gold away. So he should get it soon, but generally you do see Crit able to buy it.
And they smoke up right after finding that kill. At this stage, OG's expecting Liquid to commit to this top tier 1 tower, which Matumba Man is kind of feigning that he's going for, but they quickly smoke back towards this bottom side of the map.
Are they really expecting a Roshan, though? Chug spend.
Not sure if they saw them go into the pit or not. The regen rune, they poke back out. They know Roche is going on.
Oh, they see how low he is, too. Phoenix dropping a ward. They do get eyes on the Earth Spirit. And they're going to look to commit to this Roshan. The healing ward's still available, or do they?
Snipe this. They're going to have Dragon Form soon with the level 1 Wave of Terror.
Just a casual breathe fire, but Miracle, only his tush gets burnt. Still at full HP, and now the Lion Blink has been purchased. Quick Omni Slash brings down 1. Miracle starts it off with a power play here for OG.
That is
and they have
a good
the Chrono.
Omni Slash. He recognizes the Earth Spirit slightly too far from his teammates and just walks into 3 heroes and gets a kill. This is a lot of space for Matumba Man. He's taking a tier 1 now, working on a tier 2, but OG have committed a lot already for Roche. They want to make sure they can finish it off.
Great recognition, but do they look to contest here? Mind control on the periphery, thinking about it, but not going to go. So it's an Aegis. This time it's No-Tail who grabs it. They won't be giving it to Moon or to Crit.
They smoke out of the pit, but the Radiant Vision makes this very obvious. And you don't see anyone walk out of the pit. You should know exactly
the Blink Dagger could be big, gods. They still have a finger available. Oh. They had vision here on Fata. I believe they saw him run towards the tree line, but they're not headed that way. They want the Lycan. They might get him too. Which way do they go? Oh, now they see him. Hex onto Fata, starts it off. Finger likely to come out here. Crit though, needing a bit of mana. His monitoring gets interrupted. He's not going to have a finger for this fight, but they still get the Fata kill. Turning back for Kuroki, who doesn't have swap yet. He's only level 4. No easy way out. They'll run him down. One more Blink, one more auto tech. They can't do it though, but a swoop in from Fly. The bird flies above, and they will find another 2. Make it 3. OG revving up.
Crit got down very low too.
Pulling ahead, and still Matumba Man, though he tries to pressure top, he can't really do significant damage to this tower.
And this is a hero that Liquid have gone for time and time again. They've been very successful with. They love the Lycan pick, but his ability to get involved in these early clashes against a team like OG who love to pick early teamfight heroes. You're talking about Phoenix, Faceless Void. You've got Miracle playing a Jug mid, going for a very active, aggressive build with the just very cheap, cost-effective items stacking up. You're looking at 4, 5 cheap, cost-effective items across the board. Wand, Aquila, Poor Man's Shield, the bottle, as well as Phase Boots. And he'll take any fight he can get, and Lycan is just not ready to get involved.
Miracle continuing to hold serve in the mid lane, but No-Tail heading back towards top. Does have the Gloves of Haste. Age is still his. We're going to see completed treads now online for the Sven. So keeping his farm up, balancing between fighting as well, as he has been involved in 3 kills already. Ancients are being stacked now. You can see Moon working on smaller camps, so a good spread of farm. OG more confident to scatter. It's Liquid who stay very clumped up together now in the mid lane.
Liquid perhaps will be looking for their rotation once they, well, their first smoke rotation once they can get Mind Control's Blink up, but it's very apparent that's the plan. If you're on the OG side, you see this slider continually going back to lanes, trying to get his CS on. You know he's trying to get that Blink Dagger timing, and that's something you can look to punish.
They will look to punish this tier 1 mid. Will backup come from Liquid? Doesn't appear that way. They're also moving top, and they found the kill on the Slardar. So potentially getting a kill and a tower. Miracle's still with Omni Slash. Are they actually going to commit on him? He's dangerous. That's a feisty Jug, but they are chasing him out. The Wolf is there as well. Goes for the TP. Kuro doesn't have swap. No way to stop this.
Kuro could have, if he had swap, either of those TPs could have been cancelled, but you find the Slaughter kill, you get out scot-free. You're also taking a tier 1 mid for no tail. OG making all the right moves here in game number 3.
Getting the deep wards up too. Let's fly. Mosey's on in. Moon looks to jump. This could be the combo. Let it go with the Sunray 2. Miracle just waiting for the Omni Slash. Now it comes through and jumping forward. They get the stun on the Dragon Knight. They bring him down as well almost. Yes, sirree. They sure do. A good magnetize, but there's a nice Phoenix Egg. Makes it difficult to run in. If you're Liquid, don't have that many range Teros Gods. Only the Benj and the Dragon Knight in ultimate form, so they can't really punish the Egg. Fly gets his team out scot-free, at least thus far. They will pop the Aegis, but well worth it.
The armlet toggle during the magnetize the first time, but the nice boulder smash from Jerix will take out the Aegis from the picture. But that was an Aegis that was expiring in the next minute or so, so not really the biggest comeback from Liquid by any means.
What a combination. OG, the deep wards, the team fight. You look at this lineup on paper, it's like, oh my god, their late game is scary, but OG showing that it's really the early game where these heroes are shining.
Right. Charlie kind of said it, very Newbee-esque. You get this tri-core that all scale very well, but your support influence on the early to mid game has just been amazing from both Fly and I'd say more importantly Crit with his rotations. This has just really set up OG for success, and I think more than anything has been Moon's offlane play. He was so disruptive. Earth Spirit didn't actually find any early kind of pressure on the mid lane, the top lane. He didn't roam at all. He spent his entire early game trying to zone out Moon, and they didn't even successfully do that.
And that comes back to the Juggernaut pick. You really can't kill the Jug in that mid lane, not in the early game, unless he's completely wasted his blade period. That's just not likely to happen.
Miracle at mid. They need to get that silence initiation off if they want to go on him, and Miracle just positioned far enough back that they won't get any opportunity to go for that jump.
So OG with the big ults on cooldown, taking this time to farm, but also cautious of a rotation, and Liquid making one, moving deep into the Dire Woods. You do see a Midas almost complete for Fly, just needs a little more gold for the recipe.
The thing about the OG vision right now is you see enough of the jungle camps on the map is that you know when Liquid's being aggressive. You know if they've made a smoke play to your side of the map because you can scout out their Ancients as well as Secret Shop camp as well as the big camp over in the main Radiant jungle. So when you see no one farming in either location, it's very apparent that Liquid have come into your jungle or are making a smoke play on your side of the map.
And they're being very efficient about this. They still farm. They still manage to get a stack off. Miracle stacking for No Tail and probably will assist him even as well, bringing these Ancients down while also dodging the gang.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen a hero on the map for some time. They will soon with this lane ward up top, it looks like, but if you're OG, you're like, well, let's just make sure OG don't get a jump on us. We've got Chrono now. If anything, if they come to us, we'll win a team fight with Chrono, Sunray, Supernova.
So if you're Liquid, what adjustments do you make at this point? You obviously know you're down a lot, so how do you respond?
You need to try and deny a lot of this OG map control that they've got from the deep observer wards, and you need to have successful smoke rotations. You see Kuro as well as Jerix both holding onto a smoke. This Blink Dagger from Mind Control is what they've been waiting for to get the initiations, and they're going to force the issue under towers using their kind of map vision advantage up here. They've got two nice wards to cover them, and they can, again, kind of like last game, put themselves in a position to trade buildings because they push so fast using the Necroball.
On the side of OG, though, they do have God's Strength, and tier 2 mid just being pushed in by creeps here for Liquid. So OG, perhaps they rotate there. We'll see what they want to do. Their own tier 2 top falls, and they will TP home. Looks like they don't want to give anything up for free.
Liquid, they're going for it.
Fada confidently moving in, feeling like they've got to start making plays, but there's the Blink stun. Onto Fada, the quick swap out, already used up. Kuro gets hexed. Crit thinks about moving in forward. The mana drain comes through, and Big Daddy's on the chase. Moon's there, but he gets silenced. He gets controlled. They need this Chrono to win the fight. No time working. Chrono doesn't finish him off. They lose the Void. The Egg's going to be dealt with potentially. It doesn't go off. Still the bench lives in the trees. Miracle low. How is OG losing this fight? Just great play from Liquid. Matumba Man surviving. 4 heroes cleaned up. And all of it because of that Jerax silence.
Clutch silence onto the Void. No Chronosphere came out. Fly went for one of the only aggressive eggs we've seen him go for on Phoenix. Last game, everyone was defensive, and the only reason he places that egg so aggressively is to try and suicide to save the Void. He's basically putting the egg in the middle of Liquid saying, take me instead of our Void. Liquid said, no, we'll ignore you. We're going to make sure we kill this Void.
Then they approached the egg. They recognized that the one thing that was going to save that OG team fight was a Void Chronosphere. And boy, that was a great play on the silence.
Yeah, good chain stun as well. They get the follow-up crush, I believe a Dragon Tail there towards the end, and you can see the damage output from No Tail, but he's entirely alone. If they get a Chrono off, if Miracle's able to find a decent Omni Slash, the finger maybe comes a little bit sooner on a hero that's lower. It's a totally different fight. From that deficit, Liquid had to be perfect, gods, and they were.
I love Kuro just 50 HP, pokes his nose out from the trees to get that last hit.
I'll take that. Yeah. Thank you very much.
That's the support tax, you know. It's like, I've been buying wards all game, guys. Like, this is going to a good cause. But OG will be set back by a huge teamfight victory for Liquid. That's just what they needed. And suddenly OG have to be careful about how they approach the next couple of fights. And the other big problem for OG there is they had this BKB armored on No Tail, but without like a Blink Dagger, he couldn't get that clean initiation at bottom.
Oh, No Tail been found out here. Can they control him? The Boulder Smash patiently sent out by Jerax, trying to force the BKB.
They don't even
Not
get
coming
the
yet.
BKB force,
OG reinforcements streaming in. They are going to look to take this fight. The Wolves chase out No Tail. Liquid still having to deal with the tier 1 bottom, so knowing that OG can quickly reinforce the point of attack. But Liquid may just go for a slow siege.
And it's OG, I mean, you commit those 2 buybacks, I think, necessarily to defend your high ground and deter Liquid from pushing, but suddenly that's Miracle's item progression being slowed. Having a Manta style on Jug, very important against the Earth Spirit silence.
Even against the amp damage.
Yeah. Moon needs a Blink Dagger himself. He didn't buy back. It was just the Fly Phoenix who has his Midas slowed down. If he had a level 11 during that fight, it could have been a very different engagement as well.
And OG looking for a movement here. They do have eyes on Fodder. They're going to blink in. Hex to start it from Crit. Stun comes through to follow it up. The Omni Slash committed as well. The Wolves aren't taking it. They're still in base. No vision, but Fodder gets out. The crush from Mind Control on the backside. Look for the Chrono. Moon can't find it. Still, Big Daddy. Well, he does a bit of work there getting the Dragon Knight kill together with the team, but Miracle's going to get caught on the backside. Finally, the bubble comes in together with the Supernova. OG find their combo. The egg crashes down, and Jerax will fall. A 2 for 3. 2 supports and a core for 1 support and a core. Very close and hard-fought battle there.
Yeah, OG will take it, although it's not really the dream scenario when Miracle's Jug dies again. You can see he's fallen off very much from that kind of top of the end of the net worth chart. And suddenly he's sitting on just 6.8k net worth.
Yeah, that's just nothing to tank the Omni Slash. They're almost getting the kill. No Tail does have trouble finding a target in this fight. BKB's God Strength only really gets to hit creeps. It feels like he does need that blink very badly.
Oh, he's got the money for it now. Picks up a Hyperstone, in fact. He's entirely relying on his team for the lockdown. And by team, I mean just Crits Lion.
And Moon, I suppose, with the Chrono. But the positioning is tricky. It's really got to be right on the boundary for Sven to do work.
That's just so unreliable.
Here comes the smoke, though. They know the Chrono's on cooldown.
They're just going to run right at the roach
Right
pit.
in, indeed. And they get No Tail. BKB, is it ready? He's got it, but can he get it off? Liquid moving forward. He pops it. Gets to work. Sven is back, says No Tail, and they will kill the Dragon Knight.
Oh, blink in 3, 2, 1.
They've got
Mind
a
Control
finger.
gets out.
Oh, Miracle still chasing though. Moon doesn't have any Chrono. I mean, OG able to take the fight there, gods. Without the Chrono, without some of the big ultimates, the egg was also on cooldown.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ideal target to have get initiated on is No Tail Sven. He's so tanky and hard to bring down. Once he gets the BKB off, he's got the Sunray healing him. He's got tons of armor and sustain from the armlet plus BKB. And for Liquid, they just didn't have the burst damage to bring him down at the start of that fight. But Liquid, the vision, you see these wolves constantly scouting out OG heroes, and I think Moon pigging himself, almost saying, like, I think he got body blocked by the wolf for a second, so he realizes what's going on.
They even commit a sentry here. Unfortunately, I think it's out of range of that lane ward.
And that's just one of those things which like kind of sets Matumbaman apart from other Lycan players, is we've seen game after game where his Lycan wolves are giving his team a huge vision advantage.
Still, that delicate dance in the relative vicinity of the Roshan pit does continue. Neither team wanting to move too far away. For the Radiant, already those towers top gone, so no real trade for them. We'll have another look at this fight, where No Tail gets very low, but the Sunray keeps him alive. He pops the BKB, and at this stage at least, gods, it's basically fight's over, folks, at that point.
Yeah, and he gets the lifesteal from the Vlads as well. Void just blinking into the middle of that, using the time dilation, is pretty much just to cover the Sven, also give him the Vlad's aura, which is more sustain. It's lifesteal as well as the bonus armor, so by that point, Liquid, they're very reliant on physical damage. You look at how they're actually killing heroes. It's the amp into Lycan attack. The DK has a tiny bit of magic damage from the Breathe Fire, but I mean, outside of perhaps the Magnetize, it's almost all physical damage, and that's where all these armor items for OG are going to make their draft very strong. And N0tail, perhaps rushing an Assault Crest here, kind of recognizes how physical damage dependent Liquid are. The Sven pick is just incredibly powerful this game.
It's only Earth Spirit that can really dish out any appreciable amount of magic damage, and there's no Veil yet for Jerax. Not even sure if it's worth getting one if it's only him who benefits, but they may need that alternative source of damage. N0tail with the max war cry. He'll be giving his team 25 armor once the AC is up.
And you can't reliably initiate on N0tail and say, let's just kill him before he war cries, before he BKBs, because he has the Sun Racing behind him. He potentially has a healing ward as well. Something OG often have is just this sustain on their side. Very rarely do you see them draft with a draft from OG where they doesn't have at least one hero with some kind of heal. This one, it's the Sun Ray with the healing ward. And these aren't just like your, like, oh, here's a bit of HP to heal you back up. No, this is like a huge amount of sustain from these percent-based healing spells.
A lot of clumping up, a lot of grouping here for both teams. They are terrified of a hero getting caught out of position, as they know that instantly means a Roche. The AC nearly done for OG, as well as Miracle's Manta Style has the ultimate orb. I believe the recipe coming out on the courier. So 2 big items virtually done, gods.
Yeah, and kind of a stage of the game where teams will just forego farming. You see all this farm up top. OG's like, we don't really want to go for this because of how important Roche is. You show one hero up top and you're just giving up map advantage to Liquid.
And there's no BOT hero, there's no Ember Spirit or Nature's Prophet, someone who can go push out a lane and come back, and here we go.
Scan.
Initiation coming through, the scan starts it off, Dragon Knight pops the DD road, they do back up, Crit's been caught out a bit, he gets silenced here early, but Moon's there to back him up, looking for that first target. The Wolf charges in, the stun comes on the entire Necro army, they're going to stun that as well. N0tail committing his BKB and his God Strength to kill this off, he only gets a couple of Wolves, which can easily be resummoned. OG, looks like they may have to retreat. Are they going to re-engage?
Chrono Egg. You have to be very careful about chasing, just because N0tail's used everything.
Oh, he actually still has God Strength. There was only the armlet and the BKB. Yeah. So he'll have the God Strength for round 2, but no BKB. They've got a lot of stuns on Liquid.
Problem is, Miracle on the front lines has Blade 3 and Manta, 2 good defensive tools. He's going to try bait with a Manta illusion.
Kuro.
I like this play, but it's going to... Okay, now you know it's an illusion.
Come on, guys. You know you want this illusion.
That one Necro here was like, wait a second. That just did 600 damage. What's going on here?
Liquid aren't going to fall for the trap.
Fighting around the Roche pit as Liquid is...
It's a Lycan ult for a Sven BKB, and now you have to walk into the pit against the Chrono Egg combo. So OG say, we don't need that Sven BKB.
Chrono
we can
Egg
just
at
take
the
Roche
pit
anyway.
is just beastly. They have the Sentry Ward to scatter the Lycan Wolves. They even double up on the Sentry Wards.
Are they going to come? Liquid are thinking about it, streaming towards the pit. Wolves will guide the way. One out in front, they quickly deal with that. Kuro.
I mean, this is the exact same team fight as the previous game with the Egg and the Chrono at the Roche pit. This time around, Moon on the outside of the pit.
And there's so few ranged heroes to kill the Egg gods. If it's up on the high ground, who's going to really be able to deal with it?
They can't get to Fly's Phoenix.
He's in such good position. Caw, he shouts. Caw, and they're going to try to come in, but it's too late. Aegis grabbed again. BKB from Sven. This time it is with the God Strength. Just chews Miracle to bits, and instantly Liquid, who didn't want to give away a free Roche, give up an additional kill and still have to back.
Kind of the idea from Liquid is to initiate with the silence on Phoenix as your Slider blinked into the pit with the Crush, but they were there about 5 seconds too late, and the follow-up for the Slider just takes too long to get it into that Roche pit.
It's like, in a way, it's like 4 melee heroes for Liquid, with the Dragon Knight not always up, the bench having relatively low rage. The Phoenix pick, it's not like it's a surprise that OG went for it, but it is a big problem at this stage.
And there's really no ranged DPS of any sort, nothing to actually... You can't hit the Egg reliably with Avenge, so... The BKB Dragon Knight, perhaps all you can rely on, and we're talking about a BKB that hasn't even been completed from Bata, so they desperately need to finish his BKB before they can fight into OG. And OG's high ground siege with Sven, BKB, and Jug is
way
very
better
scary.
than last game.
Yeah.
Way easier with the Sven in front than it is with the likes of a Void or a Jug. So durable. As the Phoenix Sunray really benefits from the heal as a strength hero. So Liquid will give up the tier 2. And OG find themselves in the lead. But Liquid is still held on to Rax for now. The farm will continue. Is there anything that Liquid is lacking that you feel would really change this game? You mentioned they're very reliant on physical damage. It seems like OG have the answers for that. They have trouble bursting a tanky core like the Sven. What are they lacking?
They need a way to be able to get off their physical damage, which I think comes largely from Fata having BKB. They look for a pick at top, but the TP out, Miracle escapes, but there's no one major item that's going to change the state of this game. Even the BKB on Dragonite at best gives him a tool that he can pop to take out the Supernova, but even then you're relying on not getting caught by a Moon Chronosphere.
Jarex does get a good ward down here. But Fly knows they're in the neighborhood. He blinky back, but he gets swapped forward. He manages to force them away. Then the bubble! Liquid completely caught out. Mind control down. Kuro decapitated. Crit is showing up. It's not the first time here in Manila. It might not be the last. Fata on the run. This little lion has some legs. He's looking for the jump. Does he find anyone? Moon even pursuing into the south. Miracle will give up the chase. My God.
If you were told
everyone talks about Miracle, yeah. We should be talking even more about Crit.
And you were told there was a 9K Memorial player in this team and you didn't know who anything about Dota, you'd probably be saying, it's this Lion. This Lion has been the big playmaker. And we're not just talking about that play there. Throughout this tournament, Crit has made the big plays. His Earth Spirit has been absolutely incredible against NEWBEE. Here in this best of 5 so far, he's been the big playmaker for this team. And we saw it last game on his Earth Spirit. We've seen Crit really step up when OG have needed it, and they're suddenly finding themselves poised to strike.
Looks like OG might get contested here. They want to engage. Mind control getting the 2-hero crushed, but can actually focus Crit down. Matumba Man's in deep. Matumba Man is back home in the well, and Crit still lives. They're committing so much, and they get nothing.
No BKB
2 pours down. A finger from right into the rear of Fata, and he tries to turn tail. He has the armlet. Can he toggle it? No, the Phoenix damage over time affecting him. He gets the armlet back on, but still sliced up and spit out. And can they even get the quick kill? They swap him back in. They hate the little bugger, but OG are happy to accept the sacrifice. A 4-for-1. Not worth it at all.
I mean, it feels good to kill Crit after he's been styling on you all game, but for OG, that's the least important hero as far as their high ground push goes. They've got the heal and sustain from the Phoenix. They've got the DPS coming out from the 3 cores with the Vlads, and this is looking like a melee rack soon to fall.
With a win here, OG would have Liquid on match point the rest of the series. The Green Dream within their grasp. Never has a team before won 2 Valve events. They could be the first.
For OG, they've got all the tools to kind of scale into the late game now as well. They're in no rush to end things, even with an Aegis on their side. It's expiring in 30 seconds time, and I imagine they'll have flashbacks to last game where Miracle's Aegis expired right before he went down and trying to avoid a similar scenario. So they'll fall back, probably pick up the next item or 2. Wait out for some of these ultimates. No-Tail himself not in fighting shape right now.
They do have a big pickup here. Moon grabbing the Aghanim Scepter. You may have the swap, and in theory it's an answer to the Chrono, but so often we've just seen OG, they don't really need the Chrono to take a pick off. They just use it for follow-up kills. Oh, Miracle. The assassin, but he's walked into a sentry. Can they focus him down? Miracle manages to get up the Manzo. He pops the Omni Slash. He may still die here as he mostly bounces to creeps, and Liquid send 5 just to be safe.
Mind control is just like, if I die here, I'm uninstalling Dota. That's that.
Delete that Dota.
There's no way that Omni Slash should have been able to follow him, but
I mean, worth going for it anyway. By the time you respawn, you'll pretty much have it back up.
Not a bad use of the Omni Slash, but
it just shows you how badly OG have to screw up to give away kills, though. And Liquid needing those mistakes.
It wasn't even the biggest bounty for Liquid to pick up. They're behind 20k gold, but they still only got 460 for the actual bounty itself onto Matumba Man's Lycan. Does have a completed AC off of that kill, though, so that makes a decent difference for him.
OG holding the high ground here with a ward down in the lane, just praying for Liquid to come in. They throw out the Wave of Terror up high. They are suspicious that OG lurks, and they were right. Oh boy. All right, I think he's living up to Big Daddy as a name right now. Daedalus complete. No-Tail is definitely packing some heat.
I don't think we're going to go near this, Sven.
The problem is, they might force you to.
Yes.
They have the 1 minute cooldown Chrono. They can blow it for solo kills, no
if you
problem.
swap to save someone from a Sven, then that's when the Void Chrono comes online.
And Sven will take his free Venge kill. Like, that is a guaranteed kill at that point.
I mean, you lose such a minor amount of damage from the Vengeance Aura. You're just like, okay, I've got Vengeance Aura on me. It doesn't matter. I still hit like a truck.
Going for the deep jungle invasion here. Getting positioning and finding Jerax. Farming that top lane.
It's a freebie.
Wrapping around from the south. Crit says, I'm the real Earth Spirit, Bubba. You ain't got nothing on me. And he'll get the kill as well. Buys the gem afterwards. Fortunately, you don't drop that.
Liquid in a good position to force OG back, so it's a pretty inconsequential loss for Liquid, assuming they get out of it.
Do they, though? Fly. Oh, dead off the start, but the bubble comes in. Where's the backup for Moon? It's rather far away. Crit's there. Lays in the stun to follow this up. They still don't have the full complement of heroes engaging. No-Tail now arrives. Oh my goodness! Almost instantly gives 2 more. OG, they don't need the Phoenix. They don't need the big wombo combo. Just throw a spell down whenever you have it. Collect your bounties anyway.
I mean, they were in the position to force OG back to defend, and OG says, sure, we'll oblige. We'll come defend. We'll take the fight against you.
They're feeling like they're just way too far behind, gods.
This is what Sven's meant to do. We saw this hero kind of played a decent amount at the Shanghai Major here in Manila. It hasn't had the best success, but No-Tail is reminding people how Sven can fit perfectly into a draft and has played it out of his mind here.
Yeah, it's something that has really made the difference for OG. No-Tail has had a bit of a shaky showing, particularly like you look a month or two back at the Shanghai Major, but he is stepping up here on the big stage in Manila.
Yeah, if anything, there's been a few games where it's like Miracle hasn't looked like that 9K MMR prodigy that everyone talks about him being, but No-Tail, like, no real poor games come to mind. This guy has been rock solid and just put his team on his back when he's needed to. The Naga Siren game comes to mind here on the Sven. He's delivered as well. But really with OG, I mean, it's been a true team performance here. They've such strong coordination around the Chronosphere, the Sunray, and Liquid are really on the back foot now. Down the lane of Rax, potentially going to be having to defend high ground against another Aegis push coming out from OG if they don't contest this next Roshan.
OG starting to assemble in the mid lane, in the trees. Liquid hanging back near their Ancients. There's a Solar Crest complete, a little bit of evasion. Could make a slight difference against the Sven, but at the rate he's farming.
It just helps if you're
Might even have money for an MKB soon.
Yeah, if you're Lycan or DK gets jumped on by that Sven initiation, these heroes who normally tanky and do have a lot of armor, they get a bit more armor as well as the evasion. So I like the pickup from Kuro, but whether or not it's going to change an outcome of the fight remains to be seen.
Oh, it's a Ray of Light and a Sea of Darkness for Liquid, really, but they'll take that Ray of Light. They find a new home here. It's up in the Dire Woods, just occupying the jungle for now. A minute to go until the Roche respawn. Again, the careful scouting with Manta Illusions and Wolves, trading sides, gaining vision. It's Liquid who scramble away first. They're driven out of the woods, sent home a bit. Miracle confidently way out there. He does blend up blinking back though.
And for OG, you must be wary of this. You see no one defending bottom just yet. Now the TPs come out and you'll realize Liquid have retreated out of your jungle. And that's kind of signal for OG to perhaps go aggressive, start pushing out some of these lanes.
It's almost a max respawn Roche though, gods. So they know it's coming soon and they are hanging around near the pit.
Yeah, and that's why they're not even trying to push out this top lane right now, because they are very wary that Roche should be coming up any second now. But they still got this tier 1 bottom tower, so if there's a fight around the Roche, even if Liquid get off an amazing initiation, the buyback TP potential is there.
Do you fight Roche if you're Liquid? Like, do you try to fight into the pit with the egg on the high ground? Now with Shiva's guard up as well?
I think the answer is just absolutely not. It's, to me, maybe it's a last-ditch effort play just because you feel you're too far behind, but I don't see a scenario where Liquid can get a good fight around this Roche pit against the Chrono Supernova and the items you just mentioned, the Shiva's guard, among other things.
Well, they have to make their decision in about 5 seconds, and it's already too late. OG will take the Roche. With that comes an Aegis as well as a Cheese, and likely round 2 of the Siege.
And they're smoking up around that max Roche respawn timer, so Liquid must be wary that there's a good chance Roche is going on, but this smoke perhaps sets up for a pickoff on top lane. Since OG, often after taking a Roche, you make a beeline for bottom. Your tier 3 tower at bottom isn't being defended. This is a big telltale sign that Liquid's up to
Kuro
something.
smoked up. Here comes the jump from behind. They came. It's Liquid. First man in, but No-Tell alive. He's in the chrono, but he's healthy for now. Kuro on his own, trying to bring him down. He pops the BKB. He does die rather quickly. The Sven hits the deck. He's got to buy back. They don't have their biggest damage dealer. It's about as good as it's going to get with 2 falling. And still, in round 2, No-Tell able to chop some wood here. Makes it 2 for 3. Just slot limited, Gods. Didn't have room for the Aegis or the cheese, and just barely walked into the chrono, it looked like there.
Importantly, Fly kind of got his Sunray taken out of the equation as well. Amazing Chronosphere by Moon. Yeah, you catch the Sven, but you've got to do anything to try save him there and set Fly up to get the Sunray off, but it was cancelled.
But now there's no Dragon form, there's no Wolf form for 25. Your chrono will be back up because there's an Aghanims in 10 seconds. So they say, screw it, let's buy back, let's go high ground anyway.
And you're not too scared about pushing, even with Sven having no buyback. He's got a BKB in 5. He's not going to be on the front lines next to Miracle, very likely, if the Lycan and DK are back alive. But right now it's a 5v4 scenario, and OG ready to take their second lane of Rax, doing it very cautiously, just with Miracle alone on the high ground. They back off after the range Rex here, respecting the respawn of the Dragon Knight as well as the shapeshift coming back online.
Are we going to see another smoke back from OG?
They definitely can. They've got Chrono now on Moon.
Crit moving towards the team to rejoin them. The smoke does get purchased.
Crit's coming back with the cheese. I wonder if he passes this along to someone like No-Tell. You mentioned slot limited, perhaps considers replacing a Blink Dagger, but the Blink is just so good to follow up like a Lion Initiation.
Either that or just baits his team really hard, which is definitely an option if you're No-Tell. They have Aegis and Cheese on other heroes right now, so we'll see what the choice is. Miracle, the man out in front.
He can just siege this melee Rax using his Manta Style and the Blade Fury Blink Dagger.
He might look for a Blink Omni Slash here to kick it off. Let's see. No, just a Blade Fury on the creeps. Okay. Wolves guarding the door. OG looking to break it down.
Can't really commit onto this Juggernaut when he's got the Aegis as well as the Manta to get out of silence.
And they hold the line, Liquid. Even in doing so, though, they're not farming. They're not really accessing late game. They're still down 25,000, and they just lost a ranged Rax. 3 buybacks on the Radiant. The Dire with 2, as well as an Aegis and a Cheese. Slow and steady. No overcommitment from OG. They don't want to risk too much. They're just waiting for that top lane to shove in. Someone's going to have to go defend it soon.
Yeah, the patience from Miracle, just as he slowly pushes and sieges this high ground. Hasn't actually done any damage to this melee Rax yet, but with 2 minutes on this Aegis, I imagine they will commit soon.
They're waiting on top, it looks like. Now that the lane has arrived, someone has to deal with it. That's the Dragon Knight. And, okay, they just say, you know what, let's just wait entirely. New item will be purchased, so Juggernaut spending virtually all his gold. Miracle going to buy an Ice Scotty. Makes him even a safer siege engine. No rush for OG. I mean, they don't really need to, do they?
They've got a minute and a half on Aegis, and the Skadi gives them a ton of extra sustain for this high ground push. So I think the Skadi was actually what they were waiting for before committing to the high ground push. And
along with 2 lives here and a lot of sustain. Liquid, the fight of their lives in game number 3. A loss here. They'll be 1 game away from losing the series the rest of the way. And here comes that long-awaited smoke. No-Tell creeping in. Miracle in front. Just they need that 1 second of jump, and he blinks. He gets the stun off. It's on Kuro, who doesn't have buyback, could kill that Venge off rather quickly. He does. Now Matumba Man trapped in the chrono along with Fada. 2 huge cores. Crit dropping the stun maybe a little bit early, but it's enough damage with the egg to force Matumba back to drive Fada away. They can focus on Rax. They say screw it. Let's kill heroes instead. The egg pops out, and round 2 of the fight continues with the healing Mord along with the Sunray, bringing Miracle back to full HP. They can continue to sustain this push here. OG just unchecked and unrivaled in this siege, still have an Aegis on Miracle.
Liquid have bought back with 2 transformation heroes. They have no Dragonfall, no Shapeshift, and he goes Nubtail!
On the Matumba Man, looking for more. Can they bring him down? Locked in and controlled and dished back to the well. Liquid have nothing left. They tap out. And again getting all of their signature heroes, and again OG with the answers.
Yeah. I mean,
what do you do?
You're trying to defend high ground and rely on those buybacks, but a buyback on a Dragon Knight, a Lycan, when you don't have those ultimates is suddenly a buyback that's not really amounting to too much. OG just
took control early, used their team fight, crits early, Blink Dagger pickup on the Lion, finding kill after kill for this team, and OG, game 3 goes their way.
What do?
You got to go a
What's
different
the biggest
direction,
problem?
I think Liquid, they drafted the 3 same core heroes. They adjusted things in terms of the support options, so they had more early game presence, but I think they just need to head a different direction. This is where if you've got that pocket strategy, you've got another kind of core hero to pull out, go away from the Lycan at this point. It doesn't seem to match up well against OG. This is the second game in a row where the Lycan slow pace in the early game, his weak lane, as well as his kind of the amount of farm that he needs before he can get involved has really been a detriment to what Liquid are trying to do.
Well, they're still confident here as they walk off the stage. They know they've got a chance to come back. Dire remains undefeated in this series, so they will have selection priority, I believe, for the next game. Maybe that's where they turn. Still Dota left to be played here, guys, but if Liquid want to win, it means we get a game 5.
Oh, absolutely, and I'm sure that's what the crowd want here in Manila, but OG are looking so good. 2 decisive wins back-to-back, and Liquid have to be feeling under the gun now.
Well, packed to the rafters we are here in the Mall of Asia Arena, and to keep those fans and ready for game number 4, it's back to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll take it in just a minute, LD. I want to get you to just tell us what it's like down there. What are you experiencing as commentators down there? There's such a great crowd behind you.
I think this is the most full I've ever seen an arena.
Yeah, it's incredible. One of the fights, I just literally opened up my headset and just hear the crowd. It's insane.
It's actually deafening.
Yeah.
Good thing we have the headset, so I don't think I could hear anything.
Absolutely. It looks like you've got red ears at the moment, gods.
These fans are incredible. Honestly, best fans in the world. The Philippines has delivered. And continues to.
Absolutely, and they'll continue to in Game 4. Thank you very much, LD and Gods down there in the commentary box. Of course, we'll be back with you guys for Game 4. Let's wrap up Game 3 first off. We'll start with Fog. Great performance from OG. It just proves maybe this isn't back and forth. Maybe they have some momentum now.
Yeah, it does seem like they're putting up a good fight. It seems like they have a really good response to Liquid. Liquid's picking the Slardar first pick in both these games, and they respond instantly with the Void Phoenix. And we saw the Void Phoenix just defending that Roshan. There's no way you run into that. It's absolutely impossible. So I want to ask Charlie, is it Nakak? I'm not even going to bother. It's way too impossible.
Come on.
Oh, come on.
No, you were doing better in practice earlier.
Give it a shot, dude.
Give it a shot? All right,
come on.
So Charlie,
Let's hear it.
Do you think that the Void Phoenix is Nakakapag Pabagabag for Liquid?
Oh, man. I hope you pronounced that right.
I think I did, right?
I think you may have just been married off to someone.
Did I ruin it?
I think it was pretty close.
Okay, so for those that don't know, that's supposed to mean bothersome.
Yes.
But I think I think it's that, but it's also the fact that when Liquid picks Fada the Dragon Knight, it allows OG to put almost whatever there, and they've been going towards that Juggernaut, and that Juggernaut is almost ungankable mid. You saw with the Earth Spirit Venge, they have roaming supports, but they can't punish the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut's just going to spin and run away. It's so hard to deal with that, and then so they can't use their advantage in the laning stage, and then they have to just fight around what? Phoenix Void? That's so hard.
Yeah, and then like we were talking about, the strength core meta. Liquid is still, picking pretty heavily strength core. OG responds with this Phoenix every single time, and it looks like it might just be a problem.
Alongside the Phoenix, Kevin, the Sven was really doing work in this game.
It was a great Sven game. Clears all the Necro illusions, did a ton of damage, was very, very hard to kill. I mean, Liquid's draft was almost all physical damage. They had Venge, they had Lycan, they had a lot of attack speed, they had minus armor on Slar. It wasn't enough to kill No-Tail. The one fight when they were about back in the game, they went on No-Tail and Ancients. They couldn't kill him in time, and then the fight's lost because then it's going to get turned around. So it was way too much. No-Tail had an incredible game. He survived the ganks. He did tons of damage in team fights. He played the best. I really feel like the main problem is, like you said, it's the Faceless Void and the Phoenix on the Dire side. It offsets any Roche advantage that Liquid has. They basically just stand there and they wait to see if they're going to come, and then they just take Roche eventually. And like Charlie said as well, they're kind of ungankable mid with the Jugs, so they have to change something up. They either have to steal Dire from their opponents, because it seems clear they've learned Dire is too good for them when they grab Phoenix Void.
Yeah, dire OP, and also OG just responding with like every time there's like a tower push as well. The objectives, they respond with that Void Phoenix and fighting into those heroes. It's nearly impossible. You pretty much are like hoping either they make a mistake, or you have Jarex get that instant silence, which we did see happen in that top situation, which almost salvaged the game for Liquid.
You know what else was really huge, and this I feel like this hasn't been a fixture of games for a while. The pole camp got blocked for a very long time, and there was that one time that Miracle spun TP'd or waiting for the swap, and Venge is still level 5. And that was all delayed because the pole wasn't ready to go in the early game. That was really huge, actually, that it took them all to D-ward.
Yeah, little things adding up there.
Let's take a look back at the highlights. OG now up 2-1.
It's a pretty early stage in the game. Crow almost lived here. Really nice save by Mind Control, but the dive guaranteeing that kill.
The problem is they're still all relatively low level at this point. They can't fight.
Fata died also instantly before he even got anything off in this situation, and just they were outnumbered. It's like every single time I felt OG just always had like that one extra person. They always got like that beautiful, like Charlie was saying, it's not always just about the initiation, it's about the counter initiation. Here we see again, 2-man Chrono, Sunray on top, Miracle taunting with the Omni Slash a couple times there, but still, just so much damage coming through on those strength tanky cores when you have a Phoenix.
All this magic damage they had just made Dragonet look worthless.
Yeah, he looked very squishy.
So what do they have to do now? I feel like they can't let OG get dire, or they have to pick a good fodder hero first round, but DP's always gone.
They might have to prioritize his hero earlier, maybe something like Invoker, but it can be really easy to punish, especially if you pick it early. This is, I'm not going to lie, Liquid's in a tough spot here.
They've been in this position before. Epicenter, they were 1-0 up against NEWBEE, then 2-1 down. Came back to win 3-2. They'll draw some comfort from that, surely.
Yeah, Heaton's got to pull out his playbook. Blitz has got to do some work as well and figure out a way to deal with OG's first 2 bans against them.
It's got to be scary though, because I feel like they lost 2 games to a very, very similar strat.
Yeah.
If that's the case, how many strats does OG get deeper, and does Liquid have the solution? Because if they have the solution, they still have to win 2 games in a row.
Yeah.
And if OG changes it up after they reveal their solution, that could be it. It could be over.
We have seen Liquid adapt a bit throughout this tournament. We saw them change up heavily, especially in that last series. You know, like we were talking about constantly, the Drow Ranger, the Medusa, very out of the ordinary, very out of the box for Liquid. So maybe they want to go for something like that. Maybe they feel like OG's kind of taking us out of our comfort zone here. It's just our normal heroes, our normal game plan isn't really working that well on the Radiant side versus their hero picks on the Dire side.
They're going to have to find something, because they can't just rely on picking Dire as well, because once this goes to a Game 5, that upper bracket advantage is that OG gets choice for that last game.
Yeah, you can see there, Fata feeling a bit of the pressure, but this is still, they still have a chance. It's 2-1, like Paul was saying, they can always bring it back.
Yeah, you know, this was the that beautiful, those jukes by Crit where Blink dodges the Earth Spirit Stone, then 4 staffs out of the Slardar stun.
2-man stun after the Chrono. Of course, he has like the pretty easy setup and stuff there, but I think like throughout this entire tournament, Crit has been standing out so heavily as a support.
He 2-shot the bench.
2-shot the bench off Cleave. Crit, yeah, Fata gets like 4-shot as well. Of course, I think he gets 2 crits on No-Tail there, but yeah, like OG's teamwork is looking quite sound right now.
They've got to feel so confident going into the last game. Potentially the last game. Oh, this fight was so big. What a huge Chrono for Moon. That was where Crit blink dodged, then to dodge the silence, and then he 4-staffs himself after the swap, which also dodged the Slardar stun.
Yeah, and they blow up Crit there anyway. They killed the Sven as well almost instantly, but he buys back. Fata unfortunately gets clipped by the egg, and then he just gets brought down by Sunray and right clicks.
And there's just so much team fight control.
Yeah. So what's the response? Like you're saying, Blitz and Heen really have their homework cut out for this next series. They really have to talk their team, motivate them. Seems like Liquid's feeling a little bit of the pressure. They need a Papa Blitz to be like, hey guys, don't worry, it's best of 5. This doesn't matter. It's 2-1. We've won from this before. Don't let the pressure get to you. We can do this.
That almost sounded like it was Blitz himself.
Really? Is it because I sniffled a little? I know Blitz does that from time to time, but
I hadn't noticed.
You gotta add in the physical part when Blitz comforts his players.
Okay. Put one hand on the shoulder, the other one on the right side bicep, and stand from behind a little. Maybe like it's gonna be maybe like whisper into the ear kind of stuff.
Oh come on, guys! Oh come on, guys!
That's what it'd be like. But they have to push away from their comfort heroes that clearly are not working. The Lycan doesn't seem to be working. They can pressure it in lane. They can pressure it other ways. They need heroes that can somehow take the Roche fight despite being at a team fight disadvantage.
You know, they might just want to change up their bans.
Yeah.
Maybe take out the Void or take out the Phoenix in the first two.
It might not only be just, I don't know, we were harping a lot on the draft, but it's also OG's playing so well around their draft, and Liquid's kind of playing into that factor. Like we saw them running around like, let's go into the Roche pit. We're all just kind of standing around that Roche pit. We're not pushing out the lanes at all. We're all just like, can we fight? Can we really do this? And they're really playing into OG's cards.
That's really true. They could split push or something instead. Maybe pick a split heavy lineup or such a greedy lineup that they get away with that. They're still farming despite them getting Aegis.
Yeah, because I mean, OG's playing just so well around this. Like Liquid, they're like we're saying, they're just getting completely taken out of their comfort zone.
Okay, how much of this is draft and strategy, and how much is it that they know each other so well?
I think it's a completely even, like
a bit of all of that.
30% of each, like just bits and pieces all over the place.
They've played 13 games together against each other this year, which is insane anyway, and that's before the grand final. So 3 more now, so that's 18 in total. It's 8-5 to Liquid, so there's not much in it between the two of them over the last 6 months.
Wow, 8-5 to Liquid.
Yeah.
Wow. And maybe, like we were talking about, maybe OG's they really are, like Kevin said, maybe they want it more.
It seems like they want it more so far.
Well, you know, this is the advantage of being on the upgrade. You get an entire day to prepare, whereas Liquid had to prepare for both NEWBEE and potentially OG.
Yeah. But they also chose to drop down in the second round of the lower bracket.
Oh yes, Paul, they chose to.
They chose to.
Blitz actually honestly said to me, I was really happy they dropped down. Genuinely, I was really happy, because they've kind of got into that place where it's a little bit complacency, a little bit chilled out, a little bit too relaxed with things, and actually gave them a good kick in the goodies when they dropped down to the lower bracket, and allowed them to kind of refocus and generate the kind of drive that they needed. We're going to take a quick social media question as the players head back towards the booths, and we do have a few more minutes, of course, before the draft. This one comes from 0110. Who do the panel think are the top 5 supports at the Manila Major? Charlie.
All right.
5. What do you reckon?
5 supports?
Twan,
Yeah.
MMY.
There's only 3 left.
Oh man, there's 4 on this stage right now. I don't have enough.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to pick just 5. Actually, there's so many top tier supports right now.
It's a I want to put Kaka in there as well. There's Kuroki, Jerax, Crit, Fly.
Could you find 5?
Well, they said 5.
Rather than
okay,
7
you know what? Okay,
or 9. Maths with Charlie.
I will do Kaka, Jerax, Crit, Twan. Man, this is hard.
It is hard, isn't it?
I would put Fly in there, I think.
Yeah, I gotta have to Fly.
I would put Fly in there.
I think you have to put the 4 supports that are on the main stage right now. Like those 4, and then I would probably go with either Chuan or Kaka.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're still missing people like FY.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He didn't really have the most standout performance at this tournament, but in general themes, yeah.
Yeah, just another world-class support. Just an ordinary support at the bottom end of the top 10, because we've just got so many great supports in. It's incredible.
Just a lot of people just coming out of their shell.
I wonder if we have any more social media questions. If our guys can dig up a couple more, we'll take a couple more, I think, before the draft comes around. It isn't too far away. I can see all the players are getting back to the booths, and they are going to get set up. We have one from Bonabon1. Which team do you think has the best drafts but the worst execution?
That's actually really easy for me. For this tournament, EG.
Right. Yeah, you think Peter's drafting was on point?
Yeah, and it really just came down to the fact that come mid-game, come late game, they kind of just choked. That's as simple as that.
Looks like Liquid.
Harsh but fair. Charlie's like, whatever.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Liquid chose first pick, it looks like, from the lobby.
Yeah, and OG does get the Dire again.
Yeah, it is Liquid first pick, OG Dire.
So that probably means they have the They think they have the strategy counter, right?
Yeah, they must have planned something out. Maybe they're going to ban the Phoenix. Maybe we're going to see like a switch up in the bans. Maybe that Elder Titan, we might be seeing it actually being played instead of banned. Just a bit of a change up.
Like the fact that Liquid is, well, in this case they don't get to choose their side. They think first pick is better. But if they have chosen to go for Radiant, I feel like we haven't been able to see their Radiant strategy yet. Like they've never got it running because they're always reacting to how OG is playing. So perhaps even with first pick, knowing that OG is going to go for Dire, they can alter the hero picks they have to something else that will counter what their opponents are going to do.
Yeah, I believe it was not yesterday, but the day before when Liquid was playing. Dyer was on a 9-1 advantage. It was like a huge streak that Dyer was winning, and Liquid brought it back and won two games back-to-back on the Radiant side. So they must have some more hidden strats. And like you guys were mentioning as well, maybe we won't see them prioritize. Maybe we will see them prioritize Fata's hero a bit earlier instead of waiting so long, since it does seem like OG is focusing a lot on Fata, putting a lot of emphasis on him, putting a lot of pressure, having that Miracle Jug mid, having the Phoenix kind of lingering. Like in that last game too, I forgot to mention one specific thing was Fata. You were saying he was kind of scared. He was kind of scared of the Phoenix also killing his courier. He walked back, missed a full wave, got his bottle. So, like we're saying, it seems like OG's putting a lot of pressure on him.
Charlie, from a human point of view, what sort of things get discussed in the gap between games 3 and 4 when you're 2-1 down?
Really just, especially in the way that Liquid lost here, they're going to talk about things like, you know, what is it about that draft that put us behind? Is it their team fight? Is it the mid hero? And then they're going to talk about, at least I hope they talk about, you know, not getting tilted, not feeling like, you know, we're bad or anything like that. This comes down to the draft. It comes down to strategy and the meta right now.
Okay, we're into draft number 4 of the day. OG lead 2-1. They are on championship point.
I love this.
Team Liquid have picked up the Slaughter.
You hear this though? The crowd, it's a Slaughter, and they're like, yeah, Slaughter, I love this hero.
And they even cheered when they banned the Void.
Yeah.
This crowd knows Dota.
Yeah.
This crowd knows Dota. I love this.
But that's the approach that Liquid's taking. You know what? They're like, this Void is really just, it's messing with everything that we want to do. Get it out of here. We have to change it up. These last 2 games just were.
So,
really
what do OG have as an answer here in the draft?
Probably still Phoenix. It's less good with the Chrono or without a Faceless Void, but
Phoenix or Spirit was the thing they drafted the first few times.
You think they pick it first too?
I think Phoenix is pretty likely.
And do you feel like if they leave it, OG, Liquid then get rid of it? Yeah. Okay. Fine.
I mean, you can still set up Sunray ganks with a variety of different heroes. You saw it on the crit Earth Spirit as well. Other stuns do exist in the game.
Allegedly.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Okay. Sunray comes out.
Yeah, so
pick one for OG.
I'd expect an Earth Spirit. It worked well for them game 2. It's pretty much the same thing. All right, they go for the Elder Titan.
The ET wasn't banned this time, like we were mentioning.
Yeah,
that was a change-up that they did. You know, they banned the Void instead, and like I mentioned, you know, OG's really liking that Elder Titan on crit.
This is another great way to set up Sunray ganks as well. You just Spirit stun, incredibly easy.
Ooh, okay. That's one of the heroes that was banned second round consistently, and now Liquid gets to play with it.
It's almost like both teams didn't want to let the other team have it.
Yeah, it was the deciding heroes in games versus NEWBEE, in games LGD. It's could do a lot here. They can pressure lanes.
It was LGD yesterday who did that to Liquid, right? They picked the Slardar off lane and they picked the Enchantress, and was it LGD? Was it LGD or NEWBEE? I'm trying to remember. Maybe it was NEWBEE.
NEWBEE has been picking it more often, but I could see both teams.
Because I remember they picked the Slardar and he heavily focused on just ganking the Slardar's lane and giving the Slardar a super early blink dagger. I think that game was like a 9-minute blink on the Slardar just because of how heavily they punished that short lane. So maybe Liquid's looking at the same kind of approach. They thought it was clever.
Yeah, and that was the first game, or the game where Jarex ended up dying and Fata died right before Rune spawned. So
how am I not remembering which game it is right now?
It was game 1, I believe, because they lost game 1.
LGD or NEWBEE?
That was Liquid versus NEWBEE.
It was NEWBEE.
And then they came back 2.
Okay.
And Liquid is taking out the Darkseer and the Juggernaut heroes that gave them so much trouble for these last 2 series. And this time, if they want to pick a DK, maybe they don't have to worry about the Juggernaut being ungankable.
Covering off the Drow as well.
Yeah, they have Enchantress roam. It would be pretty strong.
Yeah, we saw that's Liquid kind of likes that. We obviously saw it in the series before with the Slardar amplifying all the physical damage and Drow enhancing everybody's physical damage as well. It's a really cheeky combo.
I just love how they responded with Enchantress based on those first 2 picks. Like, those are 2 supports that don't have very much control in the early game. Obviously, Elder Titan has some, but it's a little hard to land. It's more or less melee range. Enchantress is a good solution if those 2 can't stop him from roaming.
Is this time? Is it time for Liquid now? For the Medusa?
With the Drow ban, I'd be surprised because part of the reason that it was so successful for them in the previous game was because you know, Medusa can go items like Lincoln Scotty or Lincoln Manta and still have damage.
They take the Disruptor for themselves, so a nice support that can stay in the lane since Enchantress is going to be moving around. But like back to the Medusa, I feel like Elder Titan can be very, very strong versus Medusa, and so can Phoenix because he kind of amplifies everything. It reduces the armor and everything. So and Medusa seems like it's kind of more of like a niche pick. So I don't think Liquid will really favor too much toward that. But they are having a lot of Fata's heroes banned out again, as we've been emphasizing.
Yep. It's going to be some tricky last bans as well here.
Disruptor's actually good again this game, I think. Can catch Batrider, zone him from his lane. They can lane pressure with enchant, so Disruptor can then zone off laner and then go gank mid or somewhere else.
It feels like this in order for Disruptor to really be successful, Liquid needs to be ahead or pursuing.
Yep.
In the last game or in game 2, we saw Disruptor get behind, and that hero basically did nothing.
And Enchantress should facilitate that.
Absolutely.
Surely their next hero is going to be Fata's pick. Maybe.
Yeah. OG.
Yeah, no, I mean, they've been picking out 4 or 5, so could be.
Yeah, they have both supports. That is highly chance that it's a Moon Batrider. We've been seeing him playing that pretty much exclusively.
I don't think we've
team.
ever seen a Miracle or a No-Tail Batrider.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it past him.
I wouldn't put it past the No-Tail Bat because he is the tempo controller for the team. So it wouldn't be too outside the box, but it would be
I'd
a change up for them.
super surprised because
absolutely.
they focus so much on No-Tail getting farm and being that actual one position carry.
They needed some physical damage here. They're all in on magic thus far, and Elder Titan enhances both, so TA's a pretty solid pick.
Gives them that Roche potential that they were kind of lacking. It gives them an objective taker. You know, they have the TA who can kind of be in the front line if he's followed up with the Elder Titan and the Phoenix.
I like this because it's, again, a lot of teamfight combos.
Yeah.
Elder Titan and Phoenix together, especially with a Batrider as well.
Yeah, and the traps as well obviously can always scout out the movements, also help set up for the Batrider lasso. You can put a trap down and then he can get the initiation off of that.
It's such a good offensive jump as well. Just Batrider TA, they both blink forward. Throw a Spirit on top of that, somebody dies in 2 hits.
Yep. Oh, and we do have the Weaver picked up again. So it's very good versus Batrider in like the 1v1 scenarios.
It's very good against Phoenix as well.
Very good against Phoenix, yeah. Also helps with the Roshan. You can obviously throw bugs in and catch vision of it. It's not the best, but it is an option. And it's really interesting how OG picks the TA. So last game they picked the Sven to be able to clear the Ancients. Now they have the TA as well to clear the Ancients. So it really seems like they emphasize on having one of those cores that can really just farm the jungle and farm the neutrals quite effectively.
I mean, I think almost all good drafts have something like that.
Yeah.
Like even multiple patches ago, teams heavily prioritized, hey, one of your heroes has to be able to take Ancients because you lose so much efficiency if you can't take those stacks.
Yeah. During downtime or anything, like if you can't be
or if you're just sitting around the Roshan pit, somebody's got to take those Ancients.
Yeah, exactly. So no surprise, OG bans out the Viper. They don't want, of course, Viper versus TA is not a very great matchup.
Have you noticed all the bans, by the way? Offlane.
Yeah.
Mid. Seems like they're both targeting each other's players. Like there are 2 players on both sides which they're targeting via bans. Matumba Man and Pharaoh on one side, Miracle and Moon on the other.
Yeah. And we do still have the Lycan is still left in the pool for Liquid if they do want to go for that. It doesn't give them they don't really have like a crazy amount of team fight, but it's their staple. It's their super comfort, but they did just lose with it twice.
It's not that bad against OG's draft actually. They're very weak on lockdown.
I mean, do you think they're gonna? It would have to be a Lycan mid or a Weaver mid.
Yeah.
Do you think
Wow.
It'd be weird if they did.
That would be very weird.
I don't think they'll do that.
Oops. Whoops.
Well, what's the TA solution then? Do you still grab something like a Dragon Knight?
You could, but then, I mean, again, Dragon Knight just gets exploited in the lane. Maybe you can kill the TA with Enchantress or Disruptor gank, but you have nothing to burn through the refraction, at least reliably.
Yeah, there really isn't that much right now.
Yeah, I don't know why I said Lycan. I actually just completely overlooked the slaughter.
What does Fata pick up here?
What about like Razor against TA mid?
Razor does beat TA mid, but
it was a staple of his as well, and it's good versus the Batrider, but it's really heavily fallen completely out of the meta.
How about this one? How about Veno?
Okay, so Fata in the past has played a lot of mid Veno.
Yeah.
He actually is one of those players that likes playing that cancerous hero. I mean, he
Charlie's had bad
really
experiences.
he really
He's
enjoys
mad.
it. I remember back in Dream League when he was on Cloud 9. He was playing mid Veno, and he was having a great time. He was just plopping wards down, eating with the other hand, and he's like, "This is a great game, guys."
It sort of works here, but if he ever gets Elder Titan Stomp, TA is going to kill him easy.
Here
I
it
feel like,
comes.
so it's a little iffy.
Here it comes.
I think Razor's more likely here. They need the tanky Dragonite-like hero.
What hero? What are we missing? Are we missing a hero? Are we missing something? What are we not thinking about?
Oh,
okay. It's the Fatal Lone Druid. Okay, this
has also played it as well.
This is real good.
Yeah, has also played Lone Druid during the tournament.
Interesting.
Once they get Radiance, TA's kind of screwed, basically.
Yeah, even in the lane, this is Lone Druid does really well against TA.
Yeah. Only weakness is basically Lasso and Sunray, and I guess Elder Titan ult's pretty good as well if you can catch him since he has such a high HP pool.
Yeah, they have a lot of different counter initiation now for Liquid. They have the Disruptor and the Slardar, and the Weaver can roam in this game right now. You look. OG does not really have any sustainable lockdown. That's a new hero.
There you go, Paul.
95.
Not what you wanted, but
95 it is. 98 in total in terms of been picked and banned here.
And it's
at the Manila Major. First time for the Wraith King.
Semi-reliable lockdown for the Weaver. They needed something with the stun there. So since the Sven was banned, I think they may have wanted that instead. But now they go for the Wraith King. So lifesteal.
So 2-1 up. Championship point on the line. Let's go with the Wraith King. Why not?
You said it. Yeah. You said we're going to see some change up the third game, or well, this is the fourth game, but we're going to see the change up, something completely out of the box.
Yep.
I like
Charlie's
the Wraith
stunned.
No, I like it a lot. You know what? I like these last picks out of both teams so much.
It's a big change up.
Yeah, the mix-up is so good. I'm really impressed by these guys' presence of mind.
TA with lifesteal as well from the Wraith King is very, you overlook it very much so.
And with minus armor, it's super accelerant.
Yep.
All right. Okay. Thank you to all three of you. Again, we'll be back after Game 4, but we'll be celebrating OG's victory in the championship. Or can Liquid hold on? Let's find out as we go back to our commentary team of Gods and LD.
That's right. Liquid fighting for their playoff lives here, folks. Game 4 has already begun. Let's get into it.
OG versus Team Liquid.
So, Gods, who has the better pocket pick? Do you like the Lone Druid? Do you believe in his majesty, the Wraith King, formerly a skeleton?
Ooh, they both fit the game, the draft so well. For Liquid, a lot of early pressure, great timing around the Radiance. For OG, it's a great way to react and have a defensive carry once you get that reincarnation online later on. So it's going to be a really interesting matchup. This empowers the TA so much having the lifesteal. One of the kind of interesting stats about last game is that they actually got more healing out of the Vlads than they did Sunray. That's how good lifesteal can be in Dota 2.
Yeah, and they are dire side. It helps them to take Roshan a bit earlier. It used to be a kind of common pocket strat we saw for some teams with the Ursa Wraith King duo. Don't so much see it anymore, but also definitely not a hero you're game planning for if you're Liquid. So, panel maybe thought some pocket picks would be saved for TI6. I'm sure they still have some other things prepared, but this is certainly a new trick because this time we don't have a crazy clash at the bounty runs. It'll be a calm grab, one for each team, so no two for this time around. We are going to see early skirmishing here. Crits in pretty far. Mind Control and Kuroki usher him away.
They're recognizing that Crit wants to disrupt Kuro's jungling capabilities. He wants to get in there to block a camp.
Oh, bottom lane, Moon. He's had such a good showing this series. Could be in big trouble here. Bottom nose, but Tumble Man is a Sakuchi cooling down. One more auto attack through the trees. Gets off the salve. Juking, but it's not enough heal. The salve gets canceled. Moon's in a lot of trouble, and Matumba Man gets the body block out in front. Jerax continue to pursue. Can they bring him down? He even pops the fairy fire. He's using up all his ammunition just to live him. Matumba Man, one more Sakuchi forward. Can Moon make it out? Body block again. He needs a couple more auto attacks. The Tango as well. Can they kill him? No, he lives. The boy that lived.
And look at this, Matumba Man, 0 CS. Bottom creep wave pushing out. They've completely lost creep equilibrium here. Moon can suicide, then TP back, and he's going to get level 2.
Meanwhile, Mind Control, will he be so lucky? He's got a crush, but the stomp beats him to the punch. The Sunray still going. They chase. He will make it out. both off-laners getting punished. So Moon, as you mentioned,
this is great for Moon.
Will suicide, but the lane is pushed.
Oh, he got the side pull off, so the range creeps aren't going to go to Moon's way. He's only going to get 1 creep's worth of experience, but the creep wave is completely pushed up to his tower now, guaranteeing a level 2 when you're in this 1v2 setup against a strong laning carry. That's where this Weaver pick is kind of the answer to the previous 2 games lost. They decide they want a hero that can get more involved early on, as well as have more laning presence. They can actually zone Moon out using this hero.
Round 2 under mind control. The stomps there once more. This time the crush on both as well. But Slardar already chewing through that regen at a rapid clip. And, I mean, looking at the way these off lanes are going, Gods, do either of these heroes need to go to the jungle? We don't see an Iron Talon for mind control. He did try to start in the lane. Moon, so far, not willing to give up on bottom. Is there a point where they just say, screw it?
For Moon, it comes perhaps around the level 3 of Disruptor, when there's a Disruptor as well as Weaver who can go on you and kill you. For the Slider, you don't really want to go to the jungle because you have the Enchantress on your side. You want to pressure the lanes.
And speaking of which, there is a Tornado now top. Going to be making life a little pesky for No Tail. We'll see mind control also suiciding to neutrals. Still no first blood, though.
Yeah. He can't. We've seen the top lane. He only survives when he has mana for the Slithering Crush. So
does by the Quelling Blade. So both teams with a moment to think here. Pretty even in the early game.
Well, we'll see how things pan out here. ET so far, the pick that got through, which Crit has not got to play yet this series. Looking for that level 2 so he can have that long range initiation with the Echo Stomp.
We're back underway. So OG still committing to the full tri lane for now. Slardar slowly making his way back along with that Tornado, forever chasing No Tail. And in the mid lane, TA still falling slightly behind, but Miracle still holding his own here at these early levels. No entangle yet for Fata.
I mean, I love Fata just uses a Savage Roar just to get a deny on a range creep.
Hey, why not?
Yeah, it's 30-second cooldown. You're not really being ganked. Well, I'd say that he might be getting ganked soon if he's not careful. Crit is nearby.
There's a stomp available. He can do it from the high ground with the ward to give him vision, but Enchantress is coming in right below the Elder Titan. So Kuroki guarding these lanes pretty nicely. Bottom lane, our Bat Rider for Moon is in trouble. May end up going down here. He's going to survive, but he's getting his levels, Gods. As bad as this lane looks for him, he's getting experience. The Slardar also doing not so well. He's only level 1, close to level 2, but Moon, as bad as it looks to blow through like 300, 400 golden regen, the experience is what really matters here.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to have that jungle taking capabilities, and he's even putting a lot of pressure on this bottom lane. Jarek's swooping through, looking for him in the trees, but Moon's made the journey back to the fountain.
Been a quiet start for Kuroki on the Enchantress. Is there like an area he should be focusing right now?
It's hard because TA mid is somewhat immune to ganks if you have the refraction up, and that's something which you're just going to play around, knowing there's an Enchantress on the opposing team. Initially, Kuro sends the Tornado creep top to try help mind control out, but he hasn't really been able to get much out of this lane despite that, so I think Kuro does need to get involved and be aggressive, but gee.
Stomp on the creeps. Crit going to try to hit one, but gets denied by the Hellbear Smasher. Creeps killing their own. Hopefully they don't come after us next. Just hanging back in the tri-lane. We still see that 1v1 mid. Lone Druid is level 5 though, so there's the potential for an entangle now. Maybe we see Kuroki start to set his eyes on the TA, but not at this moment, as Miracle does have a haste currently bottled.
Yeah, until that haste is really out of the picture, I don't think any kind of kill there is feasible, even if they TP in a Disruptor. But top lane, OG could try and set up on mind control. Sunray level 2. The level 3 Phoenix is really where the kill potential of the Phoenix gets amped up, and Fly can look to set up on this top lane, or even potentially mid lane where action is about to unravel if Kuro can grab a creep or two.
What's he going to get here? It will be a troll trap for him. Still doesn't look like an easy kill with that haster in the bottle. The TP on Miracle as well. So he's pretty ready for this early pressure. Slow opening in the laning stage. 3 cores farming well here on the Dire side. OG getting the better as far as the CS goes. A bit more spread for Liquid.
But Liquid have the jungle, I guess, so they're actually a tiny bit of an overall net worth lead. But really at this stage, you're looking at both lineups. Perhaps Liquid slightly getting less than what they hoped for out of the early game since the Enchantress rotations haven't worked.
Moon, this could be trouble. He's trying to run. The bugs are on him currently. Jerax Glimpses him back into the waiting arms of the Weaver. He gets caught in the cage. This time, I don't know if Moon makes it out. He does pop the sticky napalm. Jarek starts to drop pretty quickly. Miracle's on the hunt. The first blood will go the way of Team Liquid, but they're going to lose Jarex as a trade. So Miracle, a quick drive-by for him. Nets him a kill. They'll give the experience to Fly, and immediately that TA will make another move. Where is that move? Matumba Man poking Fly bottom. It's just going to be back to farming mid, and Enchantress descending on the top lane during this time. He'd love to kill the Wraith before he hits level 6. Mind control. Gonna pop the sprint. Now the slow comes out. The crush is there. Where's the supports? Batrider's forced to TP in and try to salvage this. A quick Hadouken, then the stun. Is it going to be enough as No Tail retreats? It looks like it will be, and now Moon might be able to get a kill. There's the glimpse back. Even Jarex joining the fray here in the top lane. 6 heroes rotating all over the map, and then Crit will make his journey back.
Both teams.
But in the end, just 1-1.
Counterpunch after counterpunch. You see an initiation, your Wraith King, Moon's like there, okay, I gotta save my buddy, and then it's Disruptor TPing in like, okay, this bat's about to kill my Kuro Henge, let's TP in and save things. So
those 50 gold TPs, everybody's on the move now.
Overall, good news for OG is that Wraith King doesn't go down pre-level 6, and even if he was level 6, you don't really want to use that 5-minute cooldown reincarnation for just a gank like that this early on.
So Ancients are being stacked up here for the TA. Or no, sorry, was that? I guess not. No, just creeps being stacked for the Dire side for now. But definitely something that they can look to take advantage of as the game moves along. OG do have some pretty good clear there in the jungle. They can also rotate the Wraith King to farm and give the lane to a support, and that's really been the key for them is Phoenix getting good levels or Crit last game on the Lion. So I imagine we'll see them make that move fairly soon.
Yeah, No Tail's really good at just spreading the wealth amongst his supports, and more importantly, getting their level 6s online. So for now, Liquid again setting up top. Kuro's Enchantress, though, has just been very low impact so far. That can always very quickly change. And the off lane from Mind Control hasn't exactly been a very friendly place with OG camping 3 heroes top constantly.
As for Fada now, looks like
Glimpse back bottom. They've gone in on Crit.
Make a move here, but it's close to the tower. Crit turns it with a quick stop. Matumba Man has the time lapse. May need to commit it. No, he wants to go in. The Sunray coming through. We'll drive them away. It's a 3-hero rotation, though, for very little ventured by Liquid. And that frees up the other lanes, where Lone Druid starts to work on the tower mid. We do see the Slardar getting some farming experience up towards top.
And again, there's a response. The TA TP's bottom because of the glimpse, and then instantly someone's there to TP mid to protect the tower from Fata's pressure. So, nice bit of play coming out from both teams. Very reactive game from both teams. It's not really been a passive game by any means. Both teams are looking for kills. It's just the defensive play coming out from the supports and offlanes has just been on point.
Do you feel it favors either team? It's even numerically. Does that give either team an edge?
Neither team has a draft built around the early game. Yes, Enchantress, you want to find those successful rotations, but you look at the big picture with Liquid's draft with Slada, Lone Druid, and Weaver, your timings come around the Radiance, most importantly, of the Lone Druid. The Slada Blink Dagger is another big timing. The Enchantress early game ganks are purely to try and speed up those timings. If you're unsuccessful, those timings still exist. They just come a couple minutes later. So I think for Liquid, they're going to hit their stride in the mid game. For OG, it's a similar thing, but it's less about the items and more about the levels. Hitting level 6 on Phoenix, having the Batrider later on. I want to say this might be, I'm curious to see what build he goes for. It looks like Moon may just be going straight into some kind of a drum build. He likes to go for this tanky, disruptive, kind of space-creating Batrider. Doesn't even really prioritize the lasso that much, but for OG, they want to kind of play the farming game right now.
Yeah, as he called it, the Bone 7 build, so. Still here in spirit as they stun Kuroki top. They're going to use the Sunray to bring that Enchantress low. Not sure if they're going to have enough damage to get the kill, but it revs up. It drops him almost immediately. Bambi could be dinner. No Tail just looking for the stun. Good jukes by Kuroki for now, and there's action in the mid lane while this is all happening. He pops in the trees. He heads away. Finally, they will finish him off, but that came at the cost of a TA. Overall, certainly a big win here for Team Liquid, and they transition immediately into a push, Gods. Crit trying to slow this down, but Mind Control able to amp him and drive him back. Getting good chip damage out on this tower.
And he couldn't even go for the Echo Stomp to delay the push because of Mind Control's positioning, so this Tier 1 mid suddenly completely exposed.
And Liquid, their customary aggressive invasion has begun. Phase boots Weaver. Definitely goes well with the double attack, as they will dive Crit, and the minus armor from Slardar, very significant. He does get off a stomp though, the Sunray.
Hold the tower.
Not gonna use that extra bit of damage. They allow Matumbaman to time-lapse out, I think worried that Mind Control would turn back and kill the Phoenix, but they might have been able to commit there for a Weaver kill. It would have been very close as Moon gets pursued by the bear here. Miracle's going to work on it. Savage Roar allows the retreat. Liquid do grab the tower.
The beauty of the Echo Stomp is that if you're under a tower, that tower does not wake you up, and that almost punishes the Weaver, who was very, very low in HP there.
Especially going for the phase boots here, just a little bit squishier than a few of the power treads.
Very cost-effective damage, the 24 damage you get from this item, but something that he does have to be wary of. As Liquid make their next rotation towards top, Jerax's Disruptor has been kind of the initiator that's all of Liquid's kills so far and looking to do more to continue and get involved.
Moon and Notel sticking together for now as OG streaming towards the bottom lane, drawing a line, looks like almost behind the Weaver. Let's see where they look to go. The Spirit's going to do a bit of scouting. They're just holding the tower for the time being, and Liquid also moving in. They're sweeping around from the rear. Neither team that close to finding a kill just yet.
Notel going
that could
aggressive.
change, though.
This is something that can get punished.
Yeah, he has already skilled up the ultimate, but even just putting that level 1 Wraith King on cooldown is a big deal. 260 seconds. Notel won't have the extra life, and just like that, it's gone. Can OG punish? Flame breaks there, pushes them back into an Echo Stop. Good setup on Mind Control. Can OG find the follow-up? They roast him, courtesy of the Phoenix. Again doing work, but it's the bugs that are forcing Fly back. That minus armor really does add up as a Static Storm is committed, catching out Moon. Miracle TP's into it too, but they're a bit too low. They have to disengage. They slow down the bear, looking to bring it down as well, and they will succeed. And Miracle pursuing a bit farther with the double damage rune. Can they find more? Looks like he will be glimpsed back. So the chase is over. Matumbaman, though, lurking in the trees. Sentry gets dropped. They will be forced to fly, but speaking of fly gods, it seems like this Weaver is a bit of a problem for the Phoenix this game.
Oh, yeah.
He didn't die there, but it could be a sign of things to come.
And Gemini always going to be good against the Phoenix Egg. Miracle gets pulled back in. He's 250 gold short of his Blink Tag. He needs to be kept alive.
That Echo Stomp, though, by OG, forcing Liquid to run as Moon engages Flame Breaks there again. Jerax dropping low on the front lines. The Weaver trying to chase him in the rear, and the Egg comes through on top of Matumbaman's head. Can they get the kill? Doesn't look like it. Jerax able to survive for the time being. Matumbaman time lapses and heads to the north instead. So everybody from Liquid just barely scrapping away on a sliver of HP. Egg is down. The Wraith King ult down for 3 minutes still.
And that's a full 5v5 top, and one hero dies that entire fight. Just the Mind Control Slider going down, as well as a Reincarnation. In some ways it is a 1-for-1 because of how important that Reincarnation cooldown is. This is a 3-minute window for Liquid where they can group up, play kind of aggressively. They haven't hit the Radiance yet on Fata, but there is some worth in just having the other 4 heroes make a play towards his top lane, knowing that Notel doesn't have ultimate.
He's been farming the whole time, and now sits very close to a Relic here at only 14 minutes with the Midas, and the amount of involvement he's had, quite a good start.
Yeah.
Do you feel like OG can deal with the Radiance? That's the question, because it is coming at a fast clip.
And if they keep up in terms of farm, they have ways to deal with it, as far as just scaling into the late game with multiple cores. The way this Batrider builds into this kind of more mobile, tanky build with the drums, potentially an Aether Lens, is also less timing dependent. It's a way to basically say, we're not going to be reliant on getting Blink pickoffs, we're going to react to what you do. If Liquid are setting the tempo, having this tankier build works out really well.
OG possibly getting flanked here by a Disruptor and Slardar, who have occupied their jungle. Looks like they want to just in indirect way guard the Lone Druid, but OG and more direct way are hitting buildings right now. Notel, the man in front, already completed the armlet.
They're hunting for Miracle, expecting him to perhaps be at Ancients, but not finding him just yet.
He did go for the early blink here. Dessa almost always the next choice. They are dire, so they'll really want that Roche potential, but although Liquid don't find a kill, they get some good wards out. They fuel that future aggression and set up glimpses as well. Do they go on him?
They can time it around the refraction. They may be able to do this with the Static Storm. They're scanning to see if he has backup, but it's such a risky kill to go for.
And all the while, the Weaver just pushing away in this top lane. Hiding in the trees is the Elder Titan. Trying to zone him back. Very patient from Liquid. It's going to be Notel who struts in. That is not the hero they necessarily want to go on with an armlet. They just watch him. They are thinking about it, though. And Weaver also thinking about diving top a little bit. Everybody dancing.
They're still in these trees.
They still haven't seen them.
Jerax and Mind Control. This is some Black Ops movement from these two players.
MI6 called. They want you back, guys.
Yeah. Whatever the German equivalent of MI6 is.
I believe it's SAS.
There we go. That's what you're here for, David.
Actually, I think it's GSG9, but my CS 1.6 knowledge is a little rusty.
Yeah, you're the Counter-Strike player here. Well, Liquid asserting their dominance on the map, and while doing this, Sparta has quietly farmed up a Relic and a soon-to-be Radiance. This Lone Druid is in a fantastic position this game to just...
I don't think there's a similar level of snowball item at this point for OG.
And in some ways, the Lone Druid is like the Lycan replacement. This is that hero that you win a fight, you suddenly take rack. So they don't have a Lycan, but they have a hero that fits the exact same position, except it won the laning stage for them because it can outlane a TA. So Liquid suddenly find themselves set up to succeed come like not really even 20 minutes in the game. They're just about to be at that point with Radiance where they can take fights. The only tool they're missing is Mind Control's Blink. Surprising to see that come up after the Radiance, but it's been a rough off-lane.
And for OG, what do they do? Do they try to sneak a Roshan? Do we see them split push?
Fight around the Blink daggers, no tail.
Speaking of which, Jerax, quick on the glimpse there.
Miracle, I think, missed his Meld Strike on the Jerax.
They're still going to pursue, though. The Sunray comes in with the Elder Titan Spirit. Oh my god, that damage.
And the thing you have to do, again, playing Disruptor, is make him the target you jump. Take Static Storm out of the picture. Make it so that once you fight, you can disengage because there's no threat of a glimpse. And that's what OG can do with Blink Daggers on both Miracle and No Tail. No Tail, there we go. Picks it up after taking the Tier 1 mid tower, and now they've got...
Good gap closing.
Yeah, and these Blinks work so well together, because if Miracle blinks him by himself, he may just get blown up, but it now means No Tail can start the fight with a Blink. These Blinks just get stronger and stronger the more that you have on your team.
So the Weaver, I haven't talked too much about him. He's created a lot of space here for that Lone Druid, but is building towards a Linked Sphere for Matumba Man, so more and more items starting to come in. Kuroki working on an Aghanim Scepter. Any other important item pickups that we haven't already mentioned? Looks like Crit is on his way to a Yules, and we have seen the Elder Titan Yules can be a big difference maker in team fights.
Yeah, he's got the level 4 stomp too now, so this is very dangerous to fight into. Liquid, though, Radiance Online have immediately smoked and are heading towards that Roche pit, but we'll quickly realize that's not what OG are up to.
Now, Kuroki is not smoked, and he was spotted by a Dire Ward. Could almost bait OG out of position if they think the rest of the team is in the neighborhood.
And they've realized that Liquid have smoked up or made
Look
some
at Miracle,
kind of
though.
movement.
He's doing the meld hide shenanigans to break smokes.
And this is so good when you know your opponents are getting active on the map.
Even if Liquid smoke breaks, will they be quick enough? It's going to be very tough to get that vision in time.
No refraction up, but unlikely to matter here.
Crouching Miracle. Matumba Man going to scurry past him.
And they don't have detection. Oh, they don't have a sentry. They will have, I assume they have detection. No, they don't actually. That's not good.
That's worrying. Miracle. The assassin lurks.
Watch out, Disruptor.
Liquid are a little suspicious, kind of dancing around him. Does he go for the courier and try to jump away? Yeah, he'll snipe it. He'll blink out. A quick kill, and meanwhile, the bear almost died.
Needs to be careful.
They do
not
have
to
the
get
glimpse, though. TPing in the trees. Special Agent Miracle makes it out. Mind Control can only beat the ground where he once stood. Space created.
Yep.
And they hold this lane, and now they look to make their own move. All kinds of lines being drawn here by Mind Control. Seems they are also suspicious. Out in front, it's going to be the Elder Titan and the Wraith King. The Bruisers are here. Mind Control with the one hero crush. It only catches Miracle, and the fight breaks out in earnest. To the left, they pursue Jerax, who gets chunked down. Easily dealt with by the TA, swooping around and then delivering the egg. Will be flight. Nobody's focusing it. Liquid ignoring the egg, ignoring the Earth Splitter, and just plunging forward. It seems like they might be able to hold and return fire as they do have the Disruptor buyback. He'll be in range soon. They bring down the TA. They're looking for more. There's the Glimpse back. The focus on Quick, and they finish him up. The Bear still chasing No Tail. No Tail survives, but he could get kited if he's the last man standing. He still has that reincarnation. Needs to armlet toggle this. Fly also in trouble. That's 3 dead. It might be 4. Fly in the trees. No escape. He's crushed too, and now it's just No Tail. Big Daddy Glimpse back. A full wipe could be in the offing for Liquid as they look to turn this game on its head. Catching out the Wraith King, focusing him down. He might be a boss, but he is one they can conquer. Liquid with a full 5-man wipe off the back of a single buyback, I believe, there on the Disruptor.
I mean, they commit a lot of resources, both Blink Daggers, to go on Jerax there, and it's the right call in a lot of ways, but
the long sustained fight is where Liquid is going to get so much damage output from Fata's Radiance on the Lone Druid. On top of that, Matumba Man gets the time-lapse off. There's such little control for this OG draft to actually deal with the Weaver. Now that there's a Lincoln Sphere up, it gets even more difficult, but
they need that burst as well.
Yeah, there's not great burst. There's only really the Lasso as well as the Wraith King Blast to actually reliably lock him down, and that's not something you can even rely on if you don't have detection for the Shikuchi.
In good news for OG, Desolator is coming soon. Maybe not the best against the Lone Druid, as he's already very tanky, but potentially can chunk down some of those supports. They were able to get the Disruptor kill, but the buyback did make a difference there for Liquid, getting the follow-up cleanup kills as heroes retreated.
They want to make their next move. They're already drawing on the map, like, let's smoke up, take control of that area again. Probably recognizing that they have a really good Roche-taking lamp, so you win a fight like that, you're quickly taking Aegis for yourself. It is a Phoenix around the Roche pit. This time around, no Void in that picture, though. But, I mean, ET Phoenix, probably the next scariest thing to the Phoenix plus Faceless Void.
Probably our closest game here so far of the series, gods, is it's barely been a 1 to 2,000 gold lead the entire game. Only 11 kills overall. Not many heroes hitting the deck, but a lot of heroes dropping low, lots of rotations. These teams are showing respect. They don't just bring one, they bring the entire squad anytime they go for a pickoff.
And you can really see Liquid have adapted the draft. They have ways to bring down the egg. The Weaver Gemini attack, Enchantress with the long-range attack. Disruptor less so, but you're looking at heroes that aren't just like all in on melee. Like last game it was 4.5 melee heroes in a lot of ways. This time around you've got 2 really good heroes to kill the egg, and potentially more once you get like a BKB on someone like Slatter later on.
There's your Desolator for Miracle now complete. Flying out on the Courier. 2 over regen rune, so he'll be in tip-top shape for this engagement, but do they dare fight into the Radiance? Can they take that engagement?
They can find Jerks. Ideally they kill him with just the TA. With the Deso now, probably 2, possibly 3 right clicks could be enough to burst him down.
I think it's 2 if you get the meld off here.
Yeah.
Might be a little tough though if Liquid are ready with protection. But they focus the Bear, and the fight could be breaking out momentarily. No Tail does get caged, but it's the Wraith King, not the hero you want to start the fight on, not while his ultimate's up.
Yeah, the nice thing about the OG heroes is they do have a decent lineup to actually focus down the Spirit Bear in terms of just being able to stun it up initially with the Wraith Fire Blast, the Sunray plus the right-click damage of TA and Wraith King. Not something that a Spirit Bear can just shrug off.
So the Radiant quickly scanned. It looks like they got a glimpse there of the Bat. Wary that OG could be walking right into the Roche pit as soon as they see Liquid retreat. Liquid do have to be cautious, as it's a very quick Roche with the Deso, the Meld. But they're still in the neighborhood, and they will now move forward. 3 heroes backing up the Lone Druid. Slow and steady does it. Do you feel either team's getting an edge out of this lack of kills, the lack of big objectives going down?
For the most part, Liquid are. They're the ones who are pushing out on the map. OG can't take Roshan despite having the TA Wraith King. It's Liquid who are really pressing the issue more, not taking objectives quite yet, but they're in a position where all it's going to take is 1 pick off and they're in the Roche pit, or they're taking a tier 2 tower. And their draft is so unforgiving for OG. If you make that mistake and lose a core hero, even if you lose just someone like an ET, that could be enough to secure yourselves Roshan on the side of Liquid.
OG are in the neighborhood as well. Liquid leading with Matumba Man, sending now a creep even farther forward, going for a deep scout. But the heroes are backing off. You can see that they're taking a very deliberate approach. They don't feel a need to force things. They have some key items coming out soon. You mentioned killing the egg, and probably the biggest item to help with that is just going to be the Aghanim Scepter for Kuroki.
Tumba's going to have a Diffusal soon, so he's going to have even more agility and attack speed to burst down that egg with. It's still a level 1 Supernova as well for Fly.
But OG smoke, and they do move down into the river. So many of their smokes worked the past 2 games, but they scan up the hill, they clear it, they close in. Right now it would just be Jerex they catch.
They saw vision too.
But Kuroki would be bigger, and they do get eyes on him. The Sunray comes in, the Spirit over the top, No-Tail with the stun, the Stomp connects. That's a quick kill, but they're looking for more. Miracle on the hunt. He does see Jerex. Jerex has the glimpse, I believe. Meld shot. It's going to take 3 shots. Oh, just barely.
You said 2 LD, and 2 got him down to 15 HP. Jerex, I guess, did the math.
I'm not sure. Was TA on Agi treads there? I'm not sure, but either way, very
could have made all the difference.
That's one of those things that could actually make the
Meanwhile,
difference.
Moon
Does get pursued out bottom. Matumba Man able to back away, though. Has the Lincoln Sphere and doesn't really fear the Bat Rider on his own.
Has that protection from the lasso, so able to make that kind of play, but all it took was that pickoff, and suddenly OG are in the Roche pit. Can they do this fast enough, though?
Liquid are not remotely in the neighborhood right now, and
they smoke up preemptively. They don't even catch up. They just smoke 2 heroes, Fata as well as Kuro. Not even caught in this one, but they just want to get there as fast as humanly possible.
Gonna be tougher for Fly, though. Can he get off a big egg this time? It won't be so easy, and the Swarm could give them a bit of vision as No-Tail. They sidestep it, they grab the Aegis again. Somehow, someway, OG keep on having these miraculous Roche fights, and now it's under mind control. They get the kill there, the Static Storm's too late. Miracle able to walk away. They glimpse back the Wraith King, the Phoenix Egg will end, and now they chase the Bear. That's basically a hero as far as the golden experience goes at this stage. Could take it out of the picture. They lock it down, they will blow it up. And now they chase for more. Jerax on the run. The Glimpse is cooling down. Miracle's got the blink. He's got the angle. A good defensive kinetic field, though, and the Glimpse back will prevent the chase forward. So it ends up being another kill on the Slardar, a Spirit Bear down, but most importantly, Gods, OG got their Aegis. They're now once again in the lead.
OG are just playing with confidence. Like, I look at kind of the state of the game before that pick off an edge. It's like, it's not looking amazing for OG as far as the item pickups, having the Ag Scepter on the Enchantress soon, having the Vlads plus Radiance on there. Fighting into this is very difficult for OG, but all it took was one pick off. They're in the Roche pit. They take ages before Liquid can even get there, and then off of that, Liquid really press the issue to try and contest Roshan, but you're contesting it into the Supernova on the high ground. And again, we see Liquid lose a fight around Roshan. OG.
This could be problematic now. God, there's a BKB up on TA and an AC about to come out for No-Tail. A lot of extra armor to deal with the Bear, to some extent the amp damage, the Swarm as well. There is good magic damage on Liquid, so it's not a catch-all solution, but it certainly helps. And TA with a BKB, can Liquid deal with that? Well, if they stun him first, that's one way to do it. They catch out Miracle, and he just blinks away, courtesy of the refraction, but they glimpse him back in. They will breed him down once. The BKB's not on the hero, unfortunately. It's in the stash. They may just have to give him up. Elder Titan to the rescue. They're looking to dodge the stomp. Miracle, though, being hounded by that Spirit Bear. They may just have to give him up, and they will. Already spent his gold, so not the end of the world, but still a big opening. Down for a minute. That may mean a tower down mid.
That's huge. He just bought BKB. This is a tier 2, potentially even a high ground poke. OG do have the ET to defend with.
Leading with Matumba Man, looking for the courier there. Not able to get the double attack off on it, unfortunately. That would have been the AC delayed a couple minutes as well.
Liquid will have seen the BKB purchase, and you kind of know BKB is one of those items that you buy and you don't worry about buyback.
It wasn't in his inventory, but they're still going to go for it. The lasso on the Jerax, they pull him up to the high ground, goes splat to the Elder Titan stomp. Well, if they were thinking about pushing, they're not going high ground now.
I'll think twice, but a miracle kill does give Liquid a lot of room to farm, get back some map control, even with the Disruptor loss. It is Fly who's hit level 11 now on Phoenix, so the level 2 Supernova.
I just keep on, you know, sometimes you get too caught up in the numbers and the graphs, but I just keep on looking at it. It's like it goes up 2K, it goes down 3K, up 2K, up 1K. It's so close. And we're almost 30 minutes in. It feels like this is one of those times where the graph does reflect the state of the game. These teams are very evenly matched here in game number 4.
And all it's going to take is that one big team fight, and suddenly it's a lane of racks, and this 1-2K even game is like a 10K gold lead. So.
Oh, Kuro, he just wants his eggs. Let me have it, Moon, please. Okay. And he'll get it. Actually, takes over the Centaur, stomps it for good measure, deflects the Imps Fly. Matumba Man's chasing. Is this going to be a big play? Moon blinking out. Doesn't want to give up a freebie.
Is dead? Okay.
Close call.
He got down to 50 HP. If he didn't pop his 1 there, which he almost forgot to do.
He's only 20 gold away from the egg, so a death there probably would have been incredibly frustrating.
And he'll keep you home to finish it off. But OG suddenly in a strong fighting position. They're about to hit level 16 on No-Tail, which gets them that short 60-second cooldown on Reincarnation.
Oh, that's a big one. Does that completely change the dynamic of these upcoming fights for you?
Yeah, to me it's like how the dynamic changes when your Void gets an Ag Scepter. Suddenly you've got this short cooldown which you can just fight around because so often. You don't have this, oh, we got to wait 2 more minutes before we've got Reincarnation. It's like, no, we're ready to fight. Oh, 30 seconds later, oh, we're ready to fight again. So OG can just play a lot more aggressively with No Tail. He's already getting scary and tankier with the AC pickup, so it will give OG the ability to play a lot faster going into the mid game.
Tumberman moving in mid. He gets the swarm off on Miracle, quickly goes in Viz, and then melts him in the face. Will be forced to run away immediately. And Tumberman's been farming very well, but it doesn't feel like he's been able to be a huge impact in team fights.
He's got this defusal. His job really needs to be to try and find and kill that egg, but
tough with how patient Fly is holding it.
Ooh, he almost is in a good position to scout that smoke rotation, but he's the ideal person to do so because there is a lack of control.
Oh, he's going to break it. They could initially Yules and then Lasso follow up and go on him. Instead, they turn on Kuroki, and they bring him down instantly. The Enchantress a total on factor. Now the Savage Roar used as OG will be forced to disengage by the Spirit Bear. But they just keep on finding pickoffs here in the mid-game, and this is a bigger one. Gods, he threw out the Flame Break rather early, trying to drag him back towards the team, goes to the TP out. Will they break? Can he get there in time? No, they couldn't get the Lasso. The Bat couldn't make it either. They even had the Wraith King and the Elder Titan closing in, but it just wasn't fast enough.
Moon's going to have nightmares about that entangle. He just needed to get there, get in range for the Lasso, but I thought Fatu was like, okay, I'm going to TP in Savage Roar, but Savage Roar was on cooldown.
Liquid looking to ambush OG. They actually smoked, walled down their Enchantress, and are looking for a play on the mid lane. Elder Titan out a bit far. They could potentially glimpse him back. Can they get that vision? You betcha. Jerax reels him in. Hello, crit, and goodbye, sir. So Jerax, he's been quiet on the Disruptor the past few games, but finally gets them what could be a very big kill.
That's your big high ground defender too, taken out of the picture.
Between that and the Sunray, you're not pushing in easily. But
and having ET dead really takes away a lot of Phoenix's teamfight presence because you don't have the Echo Stomp to protect your Supernova. But even so, Liquid very hesitant to just push up into the high ground.
Yeah, could even potentially have a buyback on the Elder Titan and get completely caught out.
So they'll play it slow and steady.
And now OG smoking again. They've been chewing through these as of late, and good positioning here by Kuro. He might reveal this. No, the Lasso gets him. They still managed to catch him out. Oh, you poor, unfortunate soul. Down again. He at least prevents a core from dropping.
Poor Bambi.
I mean, better Kuro than a carry, I suppose, but Enchantress is supposed to be an impact hero at this stage of the game, Gods.
At this stage, Kuro has not had the success in the early game you hope for, and even in the mid game has been very focused on his own farm and yet to really come into form as far as being able to offer much in these team fights. But Liquid still in a decent position as far as having farm on their two big core heroes. The Slaughter at least has the mobility items, but it's OG who are not just got momentum in terms of this game, but the series as a whole after taking Game 2 and Game 3.
OG still staying in striking distance when it comes to farm here. It's a little more spread out on them. For Liquid, a little more concentrated in the hands of the Elite 2. Mind control. Oh, he blinks it. He wants that rune. He is going to get stunned. He may pay for this. The Bear trying to zone them back a bit. A good flame break by Moon. The follow-up is there. They get the kill. Forced to buy back immediately. Then the Purge onto Moon. Can they kill him on the way out? He's the Gem Bearer. That would be a bigger one. OG scrambling the retreat. They want to get out quickly. And No Tail, he'll engage forward. Miracle there with the BKB. Laying into the Bear. They've got the extra life here still in the Wraith King, but Miracle's going to have to abandon No Tail as soon as he gets rooted once. The Stomp comes through. Our Splitter as well. He blinks to the north. He does manage to escape in between the intervals of the Radiance damage. And he makes it out, so it ends up being a 2-for-1 there with the buyback on the Slardar, but they don't manage to get the gem. That is still Moon's.
OG's defensive play, taking out the Disruptor from the fight, and once Disrupted out of the fight, they're entirely reliant on mind control for the lockdown and setup, and Liquid by no means lacking physical damage. Talking about a Deso Weaver with amp damage, you can see how fast, it was like a two-shot on Moon that got him down to half HP there. But they don't have the control. He Fireflies out of there. Similar story where the TA is just blinking around really well. Wraith King's being protected by the Echo Stomp as well of the Elder Titan, and Liquid are really struggling to keep heroes in place to finish these kills off.
No smoke for 4.5 minutes here for your Dire squad. They do have one left on crit in the inventory, but that is going to be it. As for...
That's with Roche respawning during that smoke downtime.
Or for OG, rather. And as for Liquid, 7 minutes with only one on Kuroki.
Yeah, they've got a smoke to actually play around Roche with is the good news.
So both teams will have the one for the upcoming Roche fight, assuming they go right for it, but it may be a while if they whiff. Slow and steady here, down the home stretch. But Tumbaman is creeping in towards the top lane. As you mentioned, he is really starting to pile in the damage items. Doesn't naturally hit as hard as a TA or even a Wraith King with the crit, but he's a lot more better at just finding the backliners, generally speaking.
But the pressure's on him to do it, because right now it's just 2 heroes on the Radiant side really accumulating farm. Slada having to buy back in that last engagement means that Mind Control's item and farm progression isn't happening. He picked up the gem as well for his team, so any kind of BKB pickup is just not happening anytime in the near future. So OG only have the 2 cores to worry about. The Lone Druid Bear can be fairly easily dealt with by the Sunray. Phoenix was initially kind of came into prominence as a Lone Druid counter, and that's something that Liquid have to be a little bit concerned about.
Certainly, you can see the idea on paper and how it can work with the 1v1 matchup mid being favorable for Lone Druid with the Radiance Burn, damage over time to deal with Refraction and Tangle to help secure the kills, but there are some downsides in the matchup this game as there are other heroes to worry about.
Both teams gonna hover around the Roche pit now that it's respawned.
And he is up. The big rock has re-entered the space, and they're going to immediately jump in. No-Tail starts it off straight into Kuro. Why must it always be Kuro? But somehow it is. Another crit, just battering his former teammate. No mercy from Big Daddy. And meanwhile, cleaning up heroes in the rear. They are going to get a kill, but Miracle pays the price. He gets Jirax. He gives away his life to Fada. Not worth it whatsoever unless they can also get Matama Man. And No-Tail slashes him down. An egg to celebrate. That wasn't needed for the kill. A 3-for-1 overall. A big win for OG, although it looked a little scary there with the death on Miracle early in the fight.
And No-Tail's still hunting for more, knowing that he can play hyper-aggressive with Reincarnation up and only 2 heroes to worry about. This should be enough to set up Roshan for OG.
And it looks like an MKB coming for him, Gods, and a lot of where Liquid have been able to deal with him is evasion, but you're not going to have that Radiance mischance any longer once this MKB is complete.
This is just like a...
I mean, I say that, maybe he'll get a Rapier.
A more aggressive option than the BKB. I really like it from him because just having the damage to kill off the Spirit Bear, to burst down these heroes is what OG need.
Yeah, speaking of which, Savage Roar there, but still they lay into it, and they're going to kill it off. Let's see, does he have the respawn available yet? Immediately resummons it. Fada, though, 2 minutes until he'll have that at his disposal. And as the game goes later, do you see Liquid being able to keep up? You mentioned the buyback hurting Mind Control. Spirit Bear often notorious for falling off in the late game. Is that something that Liquid can deal with?
I think Liquid is struggling a lot right now. Not like the Spirit Bear, yes, falling off, and then you've got 3 heroes that are kind of in support status. The 2 actual supports and the Slada, who's not getting any farm whatsoever. Weaver also okay as a scaling late game carry, but to me it's like TA Wraith King. These are the scary 2. They've got lifesteal on their side and just natural mobility that can help at least deal with this Weaver. I don't think Weaver can do it all on his own.
We do see Boots of Travel now picked up for Moon. He's gone for a lot more utility items here, but he's got quite a bit of mobility now around the map, and with that, OG will hack down the Roshan. They quickly scoop up an Aegis for Miracle, and they find themselves in the driver's seat now as we hit the 40-minute mark.
Fast is still farming up a storm. He gets the BKB on his Spirit Bear. This is what you need against, like, to protect it from these ganks, and also just to team fight with it into the Wraith King Blast as well as the Sunray, which just demolishes the bear.
Still, there's a lot of physical damage, so by no means is this a full solution, but it's a necessary step for Liquid.
And Liquid really, I think, recognize they can't go late game. They want to get this BKB now because this next fight or 2 is going to, in a lot of ways, just decide the game outcome for Liquid. They need to find favorable engagements, and it's really hard to do so now that there's an Aegis. OG can kind of pick and choose fights and play around the 2 lives that both Wraith King and Templar Assassin have.
Yeah, you mentioned that with the BOTs on Moon. If he manages to farm up buyback, they could have 3 heroes re-entering the fight, and at some point he's going to get a BKB, Gods, and when he does, they don't really have a counter for the lasso initiation. Nothing that will, unless they get an incredibly lucky route.
Yeah, and the glimpse is not like instant. By the time he's blinked in, lassoed, and 4-star back, that hero may already be out of position. So.
Especially with the burst damage that the cores have.
Well,
Does feel a little bleak as the game goes later for Liquid, but hope is not lost just yet. The base still stands. Tier 2's in the side lanes as well. See Mind Control scavenging around near the pit, searching for scraps.
There's a lot of dire vision in this area. They need to be careful. OG may just come and take this fight.
Oh, they're moving in, but the whole squad is here for Liquid as well as Mind Control. Surges forward, he blinks, he crushes, and he gets the hell out. I don't really want to be here. But the Tier 2 tower top is under siege, so OG may get some additional income. They're also holding their counterpart, this bottom Tier 2. They will not give it up. So more gold for OG.
Rico can see them coming using these traps too, so trying to get whatever intel he can for his team.
Looking for Kuro. Oh, not again. Not again. Again, says Miracle. Rough game for the Enchantress. He's been so good for the team all tournament long, but 0-6 here for Kuro. Didn't really win the lanes that hard early. Hasn't managed to have impact in team fights. Continues to give gold away, and now Mind Control is in a bit of danger. They're pursuing him. The Wraith Key of No-Tail in position. They get off the stun. The follow-up lasso is there. OG closing on another big kill. They actually drag him too far away. No-Tail's like, let me hit him, damn it. Okay, there you go. Gets the head off. Now stuns the bear, and they chase for a bit more. Flanking from behind is the Elder Titan. Drops the Spirit. Killing off the Spirit Bear. Still quite nice, and they're going to use it. Again, catching it out. Again, stomping it down.
Crit's been so good at finding those catches. It's about to get the return off, and he forces in with a Yules. Great catch on the bear means if they want to push high ground, there's only one Spirit Bear to break through.
Now No-Tail grabs a Basher. It doesn't feel like anyone can man-fight this Wraith King. And he's sitting on extra lives as well. The lasso will be up in 20 seconds, and OG are starting to close in on a Game 4 win here. It would put the series at 3-1, and they would be the first team ever to win 2 Valve events, to win 2 majors. They're close.
They're getting so close, LD. All it's going to take is one successful high ground push.
One last defense by Liquid. Can they hold the door? Can they hold the line? The racks are falling. They're not moving in fast enough. They're going to give this melee up, and then Miracle says, see you later. So a free melee has been grabbed.
They're trying to stall for that Aegis to expire. Still a minute left on it, although it doesn't look like OG going to be able to take another high ground push necessarily, although I'm sure they're quite happy to take a team fight. No-Tail is in such good fighting shape.
Liquid are on the brink. Such a good run from the lower bracket, but the perhaps the true lower bracket kings here, OG, looking to crush them down the stretch. They've taken the 1 lane. They'll lose their Aegis soon, but that also opens up a slot for Miracle, who's got 5,600 gold now. So another big item could be his for the taking.
Yeah, money is not a problem, and then you put a Daedalus on this guy. Kuro's getting taken out even faster in these team fights.
Yeah, maybe even an MKB. We'll see what the grab is.
And Liquid just, they can't get any damage or value out of the Enchantress in these late game fights. Disruptor's also just getting instantly demolished as well by the blink initiation of OG. So these 2 heroes, on top of that Slider, still no BKB means he doesn't have that defensive tool to help deal with the AoE damage coming out from OG's draft, as well as just annoying things like Firefly, Flame Breaks, Sunray.
And they're just not really farming that much here, Gods. It's starting to become a big issue. What was once a completely even game up through nearly the 30-minute mark, it's now expanded into a 14,000 gold advantage for OG with big items reflected there. And there's the MKB together with a double damage rune. Miracle hitting for incredible amounts at this point. And a Shiva's likely coming soon. Not that I'm sure they need it. You could see the difference here. Thoroughly reflected in the supports.
G's still looking very calm in their booths, and they have got to feel that this game is just going to come down to some clean execution, but Liquid...
That's where Liquid has made their comebacks. We saw it against NEWBEE. Can they pull it off here? They're going to start it off on the Wraith King, perhaps. They're moving towards him, but he rejoins his team. They'll catch him out as TA blinks away, so No-Tail slightly left alone. He gets glimpsed back away from where Liquid were chasing him, but also ensuring he won't chase them, and they retreat to the safety of their base. So it's a very tentative movement out.
Yeah, they can try and play around the fact that No-Tail doesn't have BKB to some extent, but that's the beauty of Wraith King. You've got those 2 lives, so killing him once using your burst damage and chain disables is possible, but that second life is just not going to go in your favor because he's going to have the backup of the Supernova, the Echo Stomp from afar to help protect him once he respawns.
So for OG, have not managed to quite finish off Liquid now. Do you just wait for the next Roshan here? Is that the play, or is there any chance of an aggressive maneuver?
I think they're likely going to wait and test Liquid, like stay near their base in case the Spirit Bear goes out of position.
Well, they lead with the Spirit Bear, quickly recalled. They're going to wrap around instead. They did scout out Miracle there just for a moment.
That's a pesky ward.
And Kuro again. Why is it always Kuro? Down on the low ground. The trap comes out. They're going to glimpse No Tail back right away. He will retreat. Miracle also retreating. OG not feeling like that's the ideal fight. They get the scan off. They know. Liquid are all there. And the Spirit is giving vision. They're moving forward. Miracle's tracking down targets. It is Kuro. The stop just barely... Oh, actually, does clip Kuro as the 4-step came through. They managed to lock down No Tail right now, but it's just a few swipes from those side blades to bring him down, and the chase goes further. On to Jarek's Matumba Man running around under BKB, but not killing anyone. Miracle's killing everyone. 2 have fallen already. Matumba Man hasn't had the effect they needed. He time lapses there and looks to chase for more, but the egg comes out. Crit able to Ghost Scepter and walk away. The additional farm on these supports, keeping them alive. Not so lucky for the side of Liquid, and now Moon to the top. The lasso comes through. Mom Meander would be proud as they lock down Matumba. They're closing in. Liquid, no buybacks.
They're in so much trouble here. They've still got 2 Spirit Bears to fight around. He hasn't even used the BKB yet, but there's been no opportunity to use it. OG are just picking them apart using this Blink initiation.
The Green Dream is materializing here on the big stage at Manila. The racks are falling. Even if they kill No Tail once, they gotta do it again, and he's not dead yet. Miracle going off, up to a mega kill. The Bear about to drop will pop the BKB, but they beat down Fauna. They go Scepter deployed defensively. The Bear will fall. The heroes next. OG are doing it. Liquid, they can't withstand the punishment. OG are the Manila Major Champions. Second time, the first ever team to repeat.
Well, Moon can be happy. They're now a 2-patch team, LD. OG, incredible performance from start to finish. Never even dropping down to the lower bracket. This team, they dropped game 1, but they had a game plan. They sat back, they prepared, they pulled out their plan B strats, and they came at Liquid, guns blazing, didn't give them any room to breathe.
I'm not sure anyone is more proud than Mama Moon right now.
And this...
First man out of the booth, boy, this was a team effort, but after watching that video, something special for him.
This team, start to finish in this tournament, has just been sensational.
The skeleton army of flashing lights will join them, rolling out onto the stage. Still a great run by Liquid. This team is here to stay. Both teams stuck together, have not changed their roster for closing in on a year, and they have shown that friendship makes a difference. We're going to see a lot out of them at TI6.
Absolutely. This is a team who's going to go into that TI season. Both these teams, I mean, hats off to Liquid. They've had a hell of a run coming to this tournament as the favorites. They had that bullseye on their back, and for OG, it's finally getting revenge because Liquid's knocked them out of like the last 2 tournaments when they've met. So OG is going to be feeling pretty good about themselves doing it at a major.
Yeah, hugs all around. No Tail's like, I'm sorry I had to kill you, Kuro, but this is Dota. No mercy. Kuro understands.
Yeah, that was not the easiest game to play the Enchantress, and for OG.
And here you have it, folks. OG, your Manila Major Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the Manila Major, OG.
With that, congratulations once more to OG. The Green Dream is real here in the Philippines. And with that, we go back to Paul.
There we have it then. No Tail is a champion yet again. OG have clinched the title here in Manila. The first ever team to repeat win a Valve major tournament. Incredible. hard work culminate in their second major win out of 3. Commiserations to Liquid, of course, second time in a row at the major as the runners-up. But OG are your champions. We'll bring back in our panel now. Charlie, fantastic result for OG, brilliantly played, just almost flawless through the grand final.
You know, this really goes to show that preparation matters, chemistry matters, leadership matters. Credits to these guys. They pulled it all together for this tournament.
Yeah, oh my god. Honestly, like, I'm like, my hands are so sweaty just watching that game. It was so back and forth for, like they were saying, 30 minutes. It looked like Liquid's game. We were like, wow, you know, this Enchantress it actually did a decent amount of work. The Weaver as well, we were like, it's really hard for him to die. There's not really that much sustainable lockdown on the side of OG, but it seems like this dire advantage may have actually pulled through. They were able to successfully grab 2 Roshans. Liquid was not able to really contest. Mind Control got very heavily focused in the fights. He wasn't able to do his natural, what we've been seeing coming out of him, like that constant aggression. He gets like 2-3-man crushes constantly. It seems like OG were just super focused on taking him out of this game.
Yeah, it was basically the Elder Titan pick. It counter-initiated everything. No matter which way they went in, if Elder Titan was there, the fight's over. They can't commit and continue their kills. And they kept just missing kills. And the other big thing that really stood out to me at the end of the game was OG, they're masters of the current map. They know exactly where to stand. They know exactly where to play. If they have a Batrider, they put some high ground in between their opponents that they can't traverse as well. That way they can always grab somebody and pull them out of position. It happened around Roche throughout all of the 4 games, and it happened especially in that last game. It was incredible how they played that.
I love that you attribute the Elder Titan because like it was banned all of the games here except for this one game, and you could see how much it did. The counter initiation factor and just you saw how fast heroes were dying. Like he just throws a spirit on top. He's able to stay, like you're saying, in that like favorable position. He stays a very far distance, amplifies the damage on them, and like, so much setup, so much counter initiation. And now I really want to give a shout out to one guy actually because he was tweeting me like constantly. He's like, "This Wraith King pick is so genius." You know, the last patch there was a change where the critical strike on Wraith King works double on non-hero units. So they saw that Lone Druid pick, and I don't know if that's the exact reason they picked it up, but to me, it seems like it was. I don't know if it really made that much of a difference in this entire game, but it was just a clever, cheeky thing that I think OG must have thought about.
Yeah, it was a great late game scaling mechanic. It's like a free double damage, or a free twice as hard hit against the Lone Druid, so it meant, yeah, Lone Druid counters the Wraith King in the early game when it cancels his blink, but in the late game, at some point, Wraith King's going to start doing 1,400 damage a hit, and you saw it. The Lone Druid stopped becoming useful.
They also had the Phoenix pick against it as well. You saw so many times the Lone Druid is trying to siege a tower, Sunray, and that bear's almost dead. That late game, that bear died so many times. Fada had to resummon it, and then, you know, at some point when your bear dies that quickly, like half your DPS is just gone. And it's so hard. I'm glad you mentioned Mind Control because there's so many Slardar games where if you're not constantly snowballing, he just falls behind and he doesn't offer anything to your team fight outside of amp damage and the occasional crush.
Yeah, and when you look back and really look at OG's lineup, it's incredibly hard to break their high ground. Like we've been saying, the Elder Titan, the Phoenix, all these heroes excel so heavily versus the Lone Druid.
This is such a beautiful fight from Liquid here. It basically showed the counter to Wraith King, which was run around, kill his whole team, and then finish him off. Surprisingly, they only had 1 loss in this fight, if any. Maybe Disruptor died, but that was about it. They just kept cleaning everybody up. And this was the perfect time to have Lone Druid. It stops all the Blink Daggers, it burns through refraction charges, it gives you vision of your opponents. They can't kill it because they don't have enough damage yet. This is right where Liquid was at their strongest, but unfortunately they weren't able to push this into towers and Roche advantage. And at some point the game just got dragged out over and over again.
At this point, it was actually dead even.
Yeah.
I mean, not just in guilds, but in net worth, in how they'd attack the map. Everything was pretty much even at this point. If anything, we were slightly leaning towards Liquid.
Yeah, it seemed like it seemed like it was coming out that way, but OG does. This is something that we've talked about over and over on the panel. What OG likes to do with their supports, these heavily scaling supports, and Liquid supports just weren't really able to transition into the late game as well as OG's would.
Yeah, they could have, but all the mobility on OG made it so hard. They can blink lasso with blink TA. Somebody dies every time, and then eventually Wraith King gets a blink. And this is how every fight went. Somebody would die right at the start. Yeah. Liquid doesn't get the perfect initiation because OG is always standing in the right place on the map. And Liquid was just, they didn't know how to beat it.
Yeah, OG did such a good job. Like I just have to keep saying, like how well that they just focused so much on mind control. He was pretty much the driving factor a lot of these times for Liquid. Maybe not the MVP in all the games, but he was just like enabling the rest of his team to look incredibly good. OG just did the same. They did the same exact thing to NEWBEE when they were playing versus KP. He's in the off lane. They focused him super hard when he was on that Batrider and shut him down because he's that playmaker. He's their big playmaker, and it seemed like it was almost the same thing versus Liquid.
It really comes down to the fact that Liquid has no counter initiation. When Moon jumps in on somebody, or with the Batrider or the Void or anything, Liquid has no answer to it. There's no way to save that hero. There's no way to counter initiate or really start a team fight. They just get that free pickoff. Huge credits to Moon, because every single fight he gets that initiation on Batrider and a hero dies immediately. And he created so much space early. Like I hope they show it, because that at minute 0 he's just like running around and he survives for so long, barely gets away with a sliver of life, and he throws his arm up. He's so hyped. I hope they have that clip here.
Yeah, you could see it in the booth. He's just like so amped. It was a perfectly calculated decision. Like everything about it was, oh my god. Honestly, this guy is such a player.
Last few moments of what ended up being the final game, as OG, they keep the 3-1 alive, at least. The Illuminati won't be happy that it was 3-1.
Both teams played so well in this grand final and throughout all stages of this tournament. We were pretty blessed to be able to watch this series. Unfortunately, it didn't go Game 5, but still, seeing the power and the adaptation from both these teams, even in this series, it's what else could you ask for?
It reminds me so much of OG's Frankfurt win. They knew the patch better than everybody else, and I feel like Liquid went into the tournament with tons of momentum. They thought they knew what was going on, but at the start of the tournament to here, their drafting had to adjust. Whereas I feel like OG has been adjusting better. They stuck to their core concepts, basically Elder Titan, Phoenix, Batrider, and Liquid keeps being pushed into a different direction that they're less comfortable with.
Okay, here again, the Elder Titan throws a Spirit in. At this point, it's pretty heavily in OG's favor, but still, they have so much damage getting into that backline with the Templar Assassin and the Batrider. Oh yeah. I'm so glad we have these cameras in the booths now. Like
the fact that he had that much emotion, knowing that game was over, that's a 2-time winner right there. That's
he's managed to. I think Charlie pointed this out a couple of days ago. He's managed to kind of channel that passion and enthusiasm and keep it in lock until he needs to release it. Whereas before you'd see him jumping all over the place, really, sometimes during mid-game.
Yeah, and that can be incredibly distracting. And not only have we seen his growth as a player in terms of mechanical skill, but just everything about No-Tail has changed from when he first started in Fnatic. Very different now.
I want to point out the MVP for the match. Moon Meander, Mum Meander, will be very happy if she's sitting there watching at home. You can be proud of your boy. He did good.
He did more than good.
Yeah. Managed to never die in the off lane, basically. He created tons of space, forced 2 heroes, including a carry, to chase him, not to mention from the middle of the game towards the end of the game, constantly catching heroes, starting the initiations, and getting kills that eventually delayed to the point where Wraith King and TA fully countered the Liquid lineup.
Okay, we're going to hear more from all three of you, but before we get to them, we'll wrap up the whole day. We'll talk about exactly what's happened here over the last few weeks. We do need to hear from the winners. So Siraction Slacks is down on the main stage with Fly and the boys.
Fly, OG, you guys have done it. 2 Valve events, the only people who have ever done it in the history of Dota, the only people that might ever be able to do it. I gotta ask you, how we feeling?
I feel incredible.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. It's friendship. Let's talk about friendship. In an age of roster swaps, in a time of people always switching, always looking for something else, you guys have held together for almost a year. How much of an impact did that have on that victory today?
Friendship conquers all.
All right. No-Tail, what comes next, buddy? It's been a very long journey for you. You have gone so far. You've been in Dota for so long. What's the next goal, man?
The goal has always been TI.
Are we going to be seeing a win then, just like this? And will it be number 3?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right. Moon, I wasn't supposed to ask you anything, but I got to ask you something, man. Will anyone ever be able to beat you now that you've done 2 in a row?
What's the question again?
Will anyone ever be able to match your level now?
Only an American, probably.
Oh boy. All right, guys. Well, one more time, I just want to hear something out there to the fans. You guys have had people supporting you this entire time. You've had the entire stadium so hyped for you, screaming your name. Anything out there to say to the people watching at home?
I just want to say a big thanks to the fans. You guys are amazing. This has been the most amazing crowd ever. Everyone here has been amazing, and thanks to everyone who has done this event. This was incredible, guys. Thank you so much.
A huge shout out to our coach Seb. This would have never happened without him. Sebastian, thank you so much for this.
Well, it's all smiles, thank you, and what a ride we have been on here at the Manila Major, guys. It has just been amazing. Thank you so much, and we'll send it back. This is Slack saying goodbye.
Thank you very much for Action Slacks. You've been great all week, all through the Manila Major. It's been fantastic having you here and doing all the interviews, so congrats on that. And congrats, of course, to OG. Also, great mention at the end there, guys, but because they have had a coach, it is Mad, who's come in at the back there. And he really has made a massive contribution to this team.
He's been watching replays 10 plus hours a day in that practice room, just writing stuff down, constantly going over other teams. And you saw it here. They dismantled MVP. They took apart Liquid. These guys, like Sebastian, great job to him.
Yeah.
I think he's got a job for a long time now. I mean, their drafting was amazing this tournament. It really separated them from the last time they played. They did great then too.
Are we going to have to put roster locks on coaches? Are we going to have to try and do that now as well? Are they going to start getting poached?
Nah. It's safe to say that you're going to keep
God. Poaching. Don't even
Is that the
say
next
that.
level? Is that what's happening next?
Oh God, poaching coaches.
You can't lose your coach because they know everything about you. It's kind of dangerous.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Probably want to make them happy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm sure Seb's very happy tonight and will enjoy himself at the after party. We're going to wrap things up, and I want to wrap things up by starting with Team Liquid because they have finished second again, runners up again at a major. It must be very frustrating for Kuro and the boys, but they've played so well this tournament. They've shown us that they've got TI winning form at least.
Yeah, absolutely. They played versus obviously the best team here. They played an excellent game. It was like we've been saying, these small mistakes can cost you, but also just that resilience. The resilience from both these teams, I'm speechless, honestly.
Yeah.
Like it's amazing to see them up there, and it's amazing to see how well they've been doing and how they've been progressing over the last couple months.
Okay. So take a look at the bracket and just show you exactly how the Manila Major finished in the end. OG winning the grand final by 3-1 after coming through the entire upper bracket this time, proving once and for all they are not a one-patch team.
Yeah.
That was the criticism levelled at them all year long. They're a one-patch team. They've only won Frankfurt. They had a mini period of dominance for 2 months. I mean, no one believed that, really. No one at this level believed that OG were a one-patch team.
No, and they've done well previously in other tournaments as well. They're a great team. A lot of the almost all the pro players really have a lot of respect for these guys. Fly great drafting in this series. Props to them. There's nothing else to say.
Okay. All right, it's a nice way to end on OG. We're also going to update you on the community rankings as well. You guys were great, by the way. Picked out the winners and the second place until we got to the grand final, where OG ended up winning. But I make that the community win over the English Challenge because we had OG at 4.
Whoa, you gotta number everything and figure out the discrepancy just because they have a higher finishing team.
Really? Is that how it's going to be?
We'll give it to the community. Come on.
Yeah, he's only saying that because he's won the predictions game.
Oh yeah, you reminded me. What was that?
Kevin,
what was that, Paul?
I did not.
Kevin, just be happy we didn't finish last.
Okay.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, I was quite happy I didn't finish last either.
So who?
Oh, come on, you didn't even
last?
play.
Yeah, he's cheating.
No. This guy has won the predictions contest, so he becomes slap bet commissioner for TI if he gets there.
Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure.
So, do you get a free slap on who finished last?
Apparently, that's what it is.
You know who I think it is.
Yeah.
I think it's Winter.
I think it is Winter as well.
And he's been hitting me.
Has he?
Every single day.
That's not
so
nice.
You know what?
He's trying to offset it in preparation for
He's
when he knew it was
prepping.
coming.
All right, good.
Probably what it is. All right. Let's wrap up on the tournament. It's been a long 3 weeks. We've enjoyed it being here in the Philippines. Enjoyed the hospitality and everything that comes with it, but we've also enjoyed some incredible Dota over the last few weeks as well. I just want to know what your highlights are, Charlie.
Highlights for me have still got to be MVP knocking down Liquid. That second match was still some of the best
I gotta say, the most incredible Dota I've ever seen.
It's gonna live long, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, like, Liquid tanked the gank, man. MVP used their Spirit Bomb on them, and it seemed like after that they sort of just ran out of steam. I mean, playing a match like that has got to be mentally exhausting.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you know, they did it for us. That was amazing.
Yeah,
great. Fob?
And I mean, I just have to give even more props to Liquid. You know, we've been saying it. They dropped into the lower bracket. They played incredible. They won 8 games in a row. Then they go versus NEWBEE. They almost won another 2. They almost had 10 games in a row. Like, you have to give so much commendation to Kuroki, to their resilience. Playing that many games can get extremely exhausting, and they showed so much resilience, so much teamwork, so much structure. Like, hats off to Kuro.
I cannot wait for TI. There are so many good teams that could all be around this level or at this level in 3 months. Could be great.
Yeah,
it's going to be great.
Couldn't it? Yeah, absolutely. Thank you to all three of you. Thank you to Charlie, to Fogs, and to Purge. There's plenty of thanks to give out as well as we get to the end of the Manila Major. So I'd like to say a special thank you to all the players and the teams for giving us such a fantastic run of matches and the tournament itself. I'd also like to say thank you to all of the analysts, our panel members, the interviewers, the hosts, all the casters, and the guys backstage. Scriff, Wapas for the observing, Knoxville, of course, in the back with the stats as well. But I also want to make a special thank you to the PGL guys, in particular to Tall Vlad, Happy Vlad, and Sebastian. You guys have been fantastic looking after us. To Valve, of course, for a fantastic game. And most of all, to the fans here in Manila, you have been absolutely fantastic for the entire team, shouting for every team in every single match. The final words of the Manila Major, though, are for one team and one team alone. The champions are OG, obviously gods!
OD Pixel.
Direction flex.
Hype.
Dota 2.
Gaming.
Welcome to the major here in Manila. The team's showing up
to make that Skrilla.
The fans going crazy, screaming Dundee. Talent's getting wet.
Humidity.
EG and Secret looking kinda strong.
What's that, puppy?
Universe on.
Hello.
Liquid's getting tighter. OG's pretty fly. VG is being reborn with the Prince FY. Everybody's planning stress to beat NEWBEE.
Weather here is pretty good.
Especially for we.
Lions beat Maneski.
And now they beat the Lions.
Just stretch yourself, Phoenix.
It ain't rocket science.
Wings are being clipped, Swizzle's ego's being hit. DJ's buckles have been high-passed.
Bite your lip.
Arena's filling up, crowd is turning up the noise. Ain't no fans more hype than the
That Empire ain't getting any higher.
They still trash scenes in the EU qualifier.
Now what's that?
NA to full.
We'll try to take it all.
See an EU with a chance as it goes down
in the
The sunlight begins to fade now. I feel like I'm losing time, but I don't know how I'm here. The sunlight has turned to gray, and I feel like I'm losing love again. I don't know how I'm here. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. I could feel your heartbeat. I could feel it somewhere you're looking down. 'Cause it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna breathe. And it's you I'm loving, and it's you that I wanna need. And I know now we're getting older. The world we built is slipping through our fingers. We're running out of time. But you are the one I've chosen, and I won't lay still.